Bay Packers will be hosting the Seattle Seahawks. Jack Patera, the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, and what a job he has done. The surprise team in the AFC. They are right in the middle of that battle in the West. Their record is 3-3, and they are chasing the Denver Broncos and the Oakland Raiders.
You talk about surprises. The Green Bay Packers head football coach Bart Starr has this group off and running. 5-1 record right now. They're 2 games up in front of 3 teams, Chicago, Minnesota, and Tampa Bay. So needless to say, they feel the pack is back.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Charlie Jones and Lynn Dawson. And surprise, it is raining in Milwaukee, and it is cold. The temperature in the upper 40s. And Lynn, I was talking about the Seattle Seahawks, and what a job they have done. They have the best record as an expansion team in the National Football League. They are 3-3. They are right in the middle of a 7-game stretch where they play 6 playoff teams from last year, and the team that was not in the playoffs last year, they play today, the Green Bay Packers. But it was last week. Their hero, their kicker, Efren Herrera. He had 2 extra point attempts blocked. Last play of the game, the field goal that won the ball game.
You talk about a big victory. A young team must overcome certain obstacles, and they felt that this was the biggest victory in the 3-year history of this young expansion team because they beat a quality football team, a championship team like the Minnesota Vikings.
Now, the surprise team of the National Football League this year. Remember last year, the Denver Broncos? This year, the Green Bay Packers. Their record is 5-1. Everybody says they are not that good. They are that good. They keep winning.
The important thing is that the Green Bay Packers team, they feel that they are the best team in the National Football League, and they're going to go on to the playoffs and win the Super Bowl game. Talking to them, that's the way that they really feel. They've been coming up with some outstanding performances by different individuals each and every week, particularly on that defensive unit. It's a young defensive unit, but what a job they've done. For example, last week, number 46, Steve Luke, the safety, intercepted a pass against the Chicago Bears, ran it back 63 yards for a touchdown. That turned the tide in that ball game. Earlier in the year, number 28, Willie Buchanan, against the San Diego Chargers, he just intercepted 4 passes. That defensive line is really an awesome one, highlighted by number 78, Ezra Johnson. What a year he is having. So far, 12 sacks. As a matter of fact, against Detroit earlier this year, he had 6 sacks in 1 ball game. So, as I said, the pack is back.
Now, I mentioned earlier, we obviously know it is raining. What effect will this have today?
This is going to have an effect on the ball game because a real dread or fear that a quarterback has when he wakes up in the morning, the first thing he does, look out the window to see what the weather's like. Well, when the quarterbacks looked out the window today, they saw gray skies, they saw the precipitation falling. This is going to have an effect, I think, particularly on young quarterbacks because they haven't had that much experience handling a wet ball.
All right, now, Seattle, their home games, they play indoors. Here they are outdoors, and they're playing on grass, and they're playing on dirt.
That is a factor in a ball game. You would think that Green Bay would have an advantage, but they do not play all of their games here. They play 5 games here, and then they also play in Green Bay. But coming off the grass, going onto the dirt, coming off the dirt, going onto the grass is definitely going to be a factor because they'll be slipping out there somewhat this afternoon.
All right, NFL 78 will continue in just a moment.
To you by Schlitz. Beer makes it good. Schlitz makes it great. By Dodge and your Dodge dealer, who invites you to come in and see why people are saying, hey, that's my Dodge. By Allstate Insurance Companies, you're in good hands with Allstate. And by AC Delco, quality automotive parts for quality motoring. Go with the names you know. AC Delco.
Stadium, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, this afternoon. The Seattle Seahawks against the Green Bay Packers. Hello, everybody. Again, this is Charlie Jones, along with Lynn Dawson. The toss of the coin on a rainy, cold afternoon. The official temperature at kickoff time will be 42 degrees.
Green Bay will receive.
Chuck Heberling, the referee, and as you heard, the Green Bay Packers will be receiving, and that means that Efren Herrera will be kicking off for the Seattle Seahawks. An interconference game, Lynn Dawson.
Yes, sir. I can recall the very first interconference or interleague game Matter of fact, I was involved in it along with Bart Starr. It was the first Super Bowl game.
That's right. Here are today's officials, as you saw. Chuck Heberling, the referee. Bill Ross, the umpire. Al Zabato, the head linesman. Bruce Alford, the line judge. Paul Betts, the back judge. Dave Perry, the side judge, and the field judge is Bill Stanley. Do you have fond memories of Super Bowl I, you against Bart Starr?
Well, it wasn't me against Bart Starr. It was Bart Starr against our young defense, and it was me against a very experienced Green Bay Packer defense. But yeah, it was really a thrill, you know, for us to get some recognition and finally play the National Football League, but we didn't do very well.
Efren Herrera, the hero a week ago with that 19-yard field goal at the 3-second mark to down Minnesota 29-28, will be kicking to the Green Bay Packers, and Steve Odom, number 84, is the key man on the return. Estes Hood and Jim Culbreth are the wingbacks on the return.
And Seattle will want to keep Green Bay back because they'll have to be operating in that dirt portion of the infield.
We're underway in Milwaukee at the 5-yard line. Steve Odom. Odom to the 20, the 25, Odom to the 30, Odom to the 40.
Look out!
The Pack leads it 6-0. Steve Odom. What's Steve Odom now? He will keep that football because a youngster, Greg Peters, St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Appleton, has had some problems. He gets the football.
What a tremendous way to start off a football game. Number 84, Steve Odom. I said Seattle wanted to keep them deep because they'd have to operate in that infield portion of the football field. But here you're going to see great running, great hustle by the Green Bay Packers, great blocking. Now when he gets to the open at the 50-yard line, you can forget it because it's going to be 6 points.
Bobby Douglas holds Chester Marco with the extra point. And the Green Bay Packers are suddenly in front of the Seattle Seahawks. The score, Green Bay 7, Seattle 0.
Brought to you by Schlitz. Beer makes it good. Schlitz makes it great. By Dodge and your Dodge dealer, who invites you to come in and see why people are saying, hey, that's my Dodge. By Allstate Insurance Companies, you're in good hands with Allstate. And by AC Delco, quality automotive parts for quality motoring. Go with the names you know. AC Delco.
Receivers, Dave Logan from Colorado and Reggie Rucker, leading receiver. On the outside, rookie Ozzie Newsome of Alabama, the tight end. Both wide receivers to the right, Rucker in the slot. Pruitt in motion. Miller slipping one tackle, but can't get away from Lauren Taves, number 51. A loss of a yard on first down, second down 11. First carry, and he is greeted by the all-pro linebacker Jack Ham, number 59.
Jack Ham missed the line. L.T. Greenwood, Joe Green, John Benesack actually playing out of position, and Dwight White over on the right-hand side.
Third down, 12. Look at that protection. No one open. Now he's got more time. Somebody's got to be loose, and then he misses. It's going to be intercepted. Blood at the 45, the 40, 35, 30. No blood all the way to the 15-yard line.
Steeler fans getting a lot to cheer about here early as Mel Blanton picks off a deflected pass and takes it down deep into the territory. Let's watch the play as it started. Sight gets back to throw, has literally all day to throw, Dick. They can't get to him. He just cannot find a receiver. Great coverage on the part of the secondary for Pittsburgh. Drifts out, gets some additional blocks from his offensive line. Finally gets the pass off, and it's batted right there by Logan. A tragic error.
Back to live action. Franco Harris tries the right side, and he's stripped out. Swan has 30 catches, Stallworth 19.
They want a new football in there. Must have some stick-em on that ball. So many of these players, Dick, have stick-em on their hands, especially on a cold day like today, so they can get a little extra traction on that ball. Sometimes it gets the ball a little gooey, and they want a new one in there.
Second down, 6 from the 11-yard line. Flyer on a trap. Former Notre Dame star has dropped it about the 7-yard line. Hall and Irons successful on third down, 56% on the year. Bradshaw in trouble, but he eludes several tacklers before going down at the 5. I don't think he made it. Mac Mitchell, number 70, finally got to him, along with 22 Scott. And had Bradshaw anyone in a pass pattern, it would have been a touchdown, but obviously designed for run all the way.
You get an idea of Dick Ambrose's versatility in moving to the outside. Only makes one mistake on this play as he gets a good shot at Terry Bradshaw, overruns it. Bradshaw cuts back, but they're short. They're going to have to kick that ball and try for the 3-point.
Torella from a tough angle out of the hold of punter Craig Colquitt. 22-yard attempt. And it's good. So just as the game started in Pittsburgh, when the Steelers intercepted a side pass on the first possession, parlayed into a field goal, so it is today. And after just a couple of minutes, 2.5 minutes, it's Pittsburgh 3, Cleveland nothing.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by easy-tasting Budweiser, the king of beers. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all. AC Delco, quality automotive parts for quality motoring. AC Delco. And by Ford and your Ford dealer, who invite you to see and test drive the all-new LTD and Mustang.
From Atlanta Fulton County Stadium in Atlanta, Georgia, CBS presents the Atlanta Falcons and the Detroit Lions. Hi, everybody. I'm Vin Scully, along with George Allen and Jim Brown. The Detroit Lions are 1-5 after a narrow miss with Washington. And here in Atlanta, they are 2-4, coming off a pummeling at the hands of Pittsburgh. George, when you come to Atlanta Stadium, what do you think of?
Well, the first thing I think of, Vinny, is that this is where we dedicated the Atlanta Stadium. I was with the Rams, and we played the first game in 1966 here against the Falcons, and we won 19-14.
No wonder you like to think about it. Jim, when you see Detroit and you see Monty Clark and some of these youngsters, what do you think of?
Well, I really think of Monty Clark because he was one of my great teammates at Cleveland. He did a lot of great blocking. He was a very serious guy. And he had real small legs but big feet. So I used to laugh at him a lot, but I really loved him.
You played on some championship teams with him.
Yes, our championship team, the game we played against Baltimore, Monty was a first-string tackle, running outside and blocking.
What does he say about this young Detroit line?
Well, he's a little worried right now, actually, because he has a young team. He got rid of about 13 veterans. He teaches basically sound football, and he's got a lot of injuries right now, so he has a lot of problems.
George, talking about problems, one team is 1-5, the other's 2-4, looking to the end of the season. Have you ever found yourself in that kind of a spot?
Vinny, I've never had this situation. We were just talking about that. Out of 175 games as a pro coach, 174 always meant something, either the playoffs or the championship. I think it's going to come down to how much character each ball club has.
Okay, Detroit. Kicking off will be Tim Mazzetti, number 4, formerly with Philadelphia and Buffalo, graduated from the University of Pennsylvania, born in Brazil, and they just got him a couple of days ago. And his kick will go into the end zone, and Freddie Scott will take it out. He's to the 10, to the 15. Scott is to the 18, to the 22, and he's buried as he gets across the 25-yard line. So a 28-yard run back by Freddie Scott. Now let's take a look at Detroit. Offensively, Baldishweiler, a rookie tackle, along with Elias, Terry, Bodine, and Oates. The Rabbits who will handle the football. The wide receivers are Blue and Scott. The tight end is David Hill. In the backfield for Detroit, they will shape up this way. At quarterback, Gary Danielson, with the running backs Dexter Bussey and Horace King. 1st and 10 on the Detroit. They'll spot it at the 26-yard line. Out of the eye with Bussey, the deep man, and Danielson will put it up on the first play, and a little release screen, and it is Dexter Bussey across the 35, still on his feet at the 40-yard line, fumbled the ball, and it was recovered by Elias, Homer Elias, the 4th-round draft pick, number 61, falling on the fumble of Dexter Bussey.
That's a good first down call, Jim. Atlanta's a pretty good pass rushing team, so he sets them up with a screen. Good safe play. Picks up a fine game. I've always liked to open a ball game with a screen pass.
And there is Elias falling on that fumble to save it for Detroit. A pickup of 14 yards, 1st and 10 from the Detroit 40. In motion comes Jesse Thompson, and it is Dexter Bussey, and is he belted, and it is Robert Pennywell, my favorite linebacker out of Charles Dickens, number 59, who laid that lick on him. Let's take a look at that Atlanta defense. The Grits Blitz, as they call it. But here are the linebackers, cooking all along with Pennywell and Brazina. Now we'll take a look at the front four, Yates, Bailey, Lewis, and Merrow. We'll pick up the corners and safeties in a moment, but they move it along now as Gary Danielson from the 40-yard line, 2nd and 10. And Greensville, number 74, is Wilson Falmina. And Falmina broke through to bury Dexter Bussey at the 35-yard line, so they lose 5. The secondary for Atlanta. At the corners, Roland Lawrence and Rick Bias. Frank Reed, the strong safety. Tom Pridemore, the free safety. So it is 2nd and 9 on the 41-yard line. And make it now 3rd and 14 if they lost 5. Danielson to the first man through, but again that Atlanta forward wall refuses to give, and they're really bearing down.
They're going to have a tough time running against that Falcon defense, and that last down, the Falcons fake the blitz. They fake the dog a lot to try to dictate to the quarterback, force him to call audibles.
Monty Clark talking upstairs as he finds out immediately that that young offensive line for Detroit will have its problems. And now on a 4th and 13 from the 37, Tom Skladany will be kicking from his own 25. Billy Rickman is all alone on the Atlanta 20-yard line. Skladany, the great kicker from Ohio State. And he hits an arrow deep, in fact going back for it and letting it bounce. He never touched the ball, and it rolled in. So Billy Rickman wisely allowing the ball to bounce inside the 10, a 63-yard punt. And that's why Woody Hayes called him beer can, non-returnable.
Then we made a trade for him.
Philadelphia and Washington.
The NFL on CBS. Today's game is sponsored by Easy Tasting Budweiser, the king of beers. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all. AC Delco, quality automotive parts for quality motoring. AC Delco. And by Ford and your Ford dealer, who invite you to see and test drive the all-new LTD and Mustang.
It is a crisp, breezy day in Veterans Stadium, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where one of the tough matchups of the entire NFL season will take place, the unbeaten Washington Redskins against the Philadelphia Eagles. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tim Ryan, along with a pair of ex-Baltimore Colts, Tom Matty and Johnny Unitas. And this afternoon, what should be one of the real good games played today in the National Football League. And Tom, Matty, I think one question that should be asked about these Eagles is, are they a team that may be better than their 3-3 record indicates?
I think they should be a little bit better off. They had a slow start, but the thing that's really upsetting is the fact that they've got some key injuries. They've got 2 young outside linebackers. Bunning and Mihalik are hurt. They've got 2 #1 guys on the outside who are rookies, and they also have another Woody Peoples is hurt on the offensive line, so they're going to have problems today.
Well, Johnny Unitas, some people think maybe the Washington Redskins aren't as good as their 6-0 record. What do you think?
Well, you won't find anyone in Washington who thinks that way, Tim. They're doing a tremendous job this year. I think Washington's played extremely well, offensively, defensively. Theismann's been throwing the football very, very well, and I'm sure that they got an opportunity to go to the Super Bowl this year.
All right, let's see if they can stay unbeaten here this afternoon. The Eagles have other ideas. As you see the weather conditions here in Philadelphia's Veterans Stadium, Washington has won the toss. They will defend to our left in white, the Eagles to our right in green, kick it off. It's taken down at the 12-yard line by number 34, Tony Green, and he is all the way up over the 40, pushed out at the 42-yard line of the Washington Redskins, and a good field position beginning for the Redskins, and it'll be Joe Theismann at quarterback, John Riggins and Mike Thomas at running backs. We may see Clarence Harmon starting there ahead of Thomas, who apparently has been bothered somewhat with an ankle injury. The wide receivers McDaniel and Ricky Thompson. The tight end is Gene Fugit. And along that offensive front, Hermeling and Stark are the tackles. Saul and Nugent are the guards, and the center is Bob Kazeel. First down, Washington, the ball at their own 42-yard line. Riggins is the lead back in the eye. In motion goes McDaniel, number 86. The give is to Riggins. Riggins, pursued by Osborne, got away from him. He's knocked out of bounds by the cornerback, Herman Edwards, after a gain of about 7 yards on the play. We'll see where they spot the ball. Big John Riggins, number 44.
The thing that they're doing right here, Tim, right away they're going to test these outside linebackers and see whether Osborne can handle it or not. It's just a brush block there, but Riggins does get to the outside, John.
Good tackle made up there by the Philadelphia Eagles, and Washington uses an awful lot of people in motion, which makes it difficult for the defensive secondary men to come up and bump.
The Eagles with a very good defensive front. They use the 3-4. You saw the 3 of them there, Sistrink, Johnson, and Hairston. Theismann wants to throw complete to Riggins. First down and then some. Dragging Edwards all the way to the 20-yard line. A big gainer and a first down, scoring position for Washington on the second play of the game.
I guess, John, this is a zone pass he throws into, doesn't he? Just picks that zone?
He picks the zone, and of course, Riggins right down through the seam of it, Tom. He picks the ball off very well. You notice we're going to be getting a lot of good protection for Theismann and for Jaworski with the advent of the new pass protection rules, and offensive blocking allows the quarterback to go back and look for his secondary receivers a lot more often than what we had in previous years.
Mike Forte into the game along with Harmon. This is Forte, number 30, and he is stopped right at the line of scrimmage. The first man to hit him, the linebacker, Bill Berge. And Berge will be a busy man this afternoon because he's got to help out Reggie Wilkes, number 51, who just got in on the tackle with him. And on the other side, the rookie free agent from Kansas State, Mike Osborne, number 57. Out of action are Drew Mihalik, who's been bothered with some allergies and also an elbow injury. And John Bunting, hurt last week, gone for the year with a knee injury. Riggins and Harmon are now the running backs. Harmon is number 38. Ricky Thompson is wide left, number 83. In motion is McDaniel. It is 2nd and 9. Theismann wants to throw again. He's got time. Now rolling right. Intended for Riggins. He can't hold on. Looked like Riggins, knowing he was near the sideline, got a little conscious of that, stretched for the ball, and may have had a chance to take one more step and make the catch, but it's incomplete. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of the telecast without the express written consent of the Philadelphia Eagles and the National Football League is prohibited. Osborne comes out for the Eagles. Forte and Riggins are now the running backs, as Jack Pardee has been doing some shuffling there. And Mike Thomas, who is dressed and can see action, but is bothered by an ankle injury and is not the starter today. 3rd down and 9. And they did not beat the clock. So they did a lot of jumping around shifting, and perhaps Theismann doing a little audibleizing there, Johnny U, and cost him the time.
Looked like Theismann was a little confused at the line of scrimmage, and we just didn't get the play off in time.
Delay of game, Washington exceeding the 30-second count. Third down.
That's referee Gordon McCarter. His umpire is Tony Kramer, the head linesman Jerry Seaman, the line judge Jack Fetty, the back judge Ray Douglas, the side judge Bill Quinby, and the field judge Armin Kurzian. Third down. About 14 to go. Theismann intended for Riggins, and he was bumped by Herman Edwards just as the ball arrived. And so the Eagles rise up to stop the Redskins with a little help from the Redskins' indecision that cost them that penalty. And it'll be Mark Mosley time.
Tim, on that, they had a flood to the weak side right there with the first back going deep and the fullback going out on the flat. But they picked it up. The Eagles defense picked it up, and it stopped them on this drive right here. So they've got them. They're going to get away with 3 points after a good initial drive by the Redskins. If he makes it. This guy's been. He has been good this year.
Mosley from the 32. And it is wide to the left. Wide to the left. A 42-yard try by Mosley. And the wind, no doubt a factor there. Tom Addy and I were out on the field watching that wind, and Mosley was having trouble with it then. And so, here early in the first period, 12:19 to go, it is still scoreless.
Chester Marco, who added the point after, will be kicking off for the Green Bay Packers. Al Hunter, number 24, Rufus Crawford, number 34. They are the two deep backs on the return. We mentioned the temperature. It is officially 42 degrees. We have a strong wind, 14 miles an hour, and Marco is kicking into the wind.
You could generally tell the tempo of a game by these two teams, the kickoff teams, to see how they want to play.
At the 15-yard line, it is Al Hunter on the return. And Hunter is dropped at the 31-yard line. So Seattle will go to work on their own 31-yard line following that 16-yard return. First down. Their quarterback is Jim Zorn. The running backs are Sherman Smith and David Sims.
The key here, undoubtedly number 10, Jim Zorn. Man that can do so many things. Not only can throw the ball, but he can run with it.
Two wide receivers, Sam McCullum, Steve Largent. The tight end is Ron Howell.
Number 80, look for him. He's the big play man, Steve Largent.
So Seattle trailing early in the ball game. They go to work. Their own 31-yard line. Zorn goes right to the air in the rain. Over the middle, through the hands of David Sims. It is incomplete. It'll be second down and 10 at the Seahawks 31-yard line. That offensive line, Nick Bebout, Tom Lynch, John Yarno, Bob Newton, and Steve August.
The man's going to have his hands full as number 63, Nick Bebout, because he's going against number 78, Ezra Johnson. That pass was a great throw. That was right in the hands of David Sims, which proves one thing about Seattle: they're not going to hold back. Anything can happen offensively.
Duke Ferguson comes in as a wide receiver. He's to the near side, Largent to the far side. Second down, 10 Seahawks. David Sims. Sims to the 38-yard line, a gain of 7. It'll be third down and 3 as Ezra Johnson made the tackle. Let's look at that Packer defense. Mike Butler, Dave Roller, Carl Barzalauskas, and Ezra Johnson.
I was talking about number 78, Ezra Johnson, who is a key man, but also 77, Mike Butler is an outstanding second-year man.
Linebackers are Gary Weaver, Mike Hunt, and John Anderson.
Two of them. John Anderson is leading the linebackers in interceptions so far. He's been doing an outstanding job, number 60.
In the secondary, Willie Buchanan and Mike McCoy on the corners, Steve Luke, Johnny Gray at the safety.
And they will hit.
Third down, 3. There's a fumble. Green Bay has the ball. Packers cover at the Seattle 35-yard line.
Well, you can see right now, Charlie, that the weather is having an effect on this game. We've been talking about a man by the name of 78, Ezra Johnson. They're running right at him. The ball never got to the back. Barzalauskas makes the hit. But it's going to be 78 coming up with a football.
Green Bay at the Seattle 35, first down. David Whitehurst is the quarterback. Turdell Middleton and Barty Smith are the two running backs. Middleton. Middleton to the 30. Middleton may pick up the first down. Bill Gregory makes the tackle on the play. We gave you the backfield, Whitehurst, Middleton, and Smith. The receivers, James Lofton, Andre Thompson outside, Rich McGeorge is the tight end.
Number 80, James Lofton, is the man who's having an outstanding year for a rookie, and he's the man they go to last week, catching a touchdown pass. Big play, 58 yards from Whitehurst.
First down, Seattle, 25-yard line. Whitehurst to throw, has a man.
Yes, sir.
Touchdown, James Lofton from Stanford. His 5th touchdown reception of the year. The #1 draft choice, 35 yards on the drive, 2 plays, 25-yard touchdown pass.
Play action pass. Just mentioned that he is the big play man, a rookie who's doing an outstanding job, and he's got his man beat, number 22, Dave Brown, by a couple of steps. The ball is there, and it ends up 6 points.
Marco to attempt the extra point. Bobby Douglas will be holding. We'll have flags before the snap. And this is what Green Bay has been doing all year long.
Coming up with big plays. They did it defensively with the fumble recovery. James Lofton coming up with some outstanding moves. The great thing about that is he put an outstanding move on Dave Brown, the defensive cornerback.
Illegal procedure against the Green Bay Packers.
Had an interior lineman move before the snap of the ball.
Number 73, offense.
Foul was on Gerald Skinner in his first year from Arkansas. 45 seconds on that 35-yard drive in 2 plays. Here's the kick. It is good. It is Green Bay 14, Seattle nothing, 13:04 time remaining first quarter.
Here in Atlanta on a beautiful day, the first touch of fall has come to the south. No score in the early going. How about this one on a kickoff? Steve Odom went 95 yards for Green Bay. They have stung Seattle 7-0 in the first minute. And now Atlanta will put the ball in play. 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line. Bartkowski with Bean and Stanback, and Stanback gets away from Sanders and is dragged down at the 24-yard line. And it was Rhodes who finally got him, but Ken Sanders had his hands on him and he got away from him.
As we look at this from the end zone, you will see that he was almost hit in the backfield, followed his block beautifully, cut the split, made a move to the inside and fell forward. I always like that kind of a run.
That big Kenny Sanders, a 7-year man out of Howard Payne, means a great deal up front for Detroit. 2nd and 6 from the 24. Stanback and Bean. And here goes Bean out across the 25. Flags flying on it, so let's hold up. Big Al Baker in on the tackle, number 60. Detroit is reacting that it is against Atlanta. In a moment we'll get a call. We should say, by the way, that the referee is Ben Dreith, the umpire Bob Boylston, the head linesman Frank Glover, the line judge Bob McElwee, the back judge Stan Javey, the side judge Ed Weird, and the field judge Pat Millett. And in a moment Ben Dreith will give us the call. Well, they spotted to the 14. The holding call against Mike Ken, who was one of the 2 rookie tackles starting in the NFC, and the other one, oddly enough, is starting for Detroit today, their rookie Carl Baldishweiler. So it is 2nd and 16 from the 14-yard line. Rickman is wide left. The backs are split, and on a draw, it's Bean dragged down and hit nicely by big number 72, and that's Bill Cook, a 4-year man out of Massachusetts. Bean, carrying that time, has thrown only 1 pass in his career. 2 years ago, it was a touchdown. So there's no chance that Bubba will do much throwing today. He had a bad knee last year. Bubba Bean, along with Haskell Stanback. A couple of things about Atlanta. Only twice have they scored in the first quarter in their last 34 games. They've scored 10 points or less in their last 19 games. They're last in offense in the NFC, and one of the big reasons, they have had 18 sacks and 15 fumbles. Fella, they've been hurting.
They have, but they claim now their offense is starting to gel. But right now, it looks a little conservative to me.
Well, we've just lost Haskell Standback, at least for the moment. So we'll see how Bartkowski does. 3rd and 15. He's passed very well on 3rd down plays. Bean is going to handle it on the 9. He's out to the 15, to the 20, and hit forward to the 25, and there's a flag on the play as he goes down at the 27.
Well, this is a flood pattern where both backs go to one side, and he dumps it off to the second back, who's a good open field runner, 44, Bean. It's a good, safe type of play. It's good against the dog, and he almost picked up the 1st down. Looks like there's a holding penalty on this.
You know, if I remember correctly, in last week's Los Angeles game, there were 29 penalties, and there were an awful lot of people who felt that this group of officials call more penalties than anybody else, the Ben Greif group, and here we go already.
Offensive holding, number 81, decline a penalty. That's 4th down.
Well, the penalty would be against Dennis Pearson, a wide receiver.
We're going to get a lot of calls, Vinny, with the new rules on holding. Anytime you can open your hands, you're going to...
John James, who is having his poorest kicking year and still is averaging 40 yards a punt. That's in 7 years. John will be kicking from his 15 under a heavy rush, and he got it away. Down the left side, it'll go out of bounds as Freddie Scott watched it go out, and they'll spot the ball around the 35-yard line. So in the early goings here in Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, a battle between the Detroit Lions and the Atlanta Falcons, and early in the first quarter, no score.
He sets up to kick off to the Cleveland Browns.
On the kickoff, as I approach the ball, my main concern is to keep my head and shoulders over the ball, my left foot planting slightly even with the ball, and as I make contact, I should have a whip-like action from my knee down, driving the ball out, and hopefully getting that hang time and getting that distance.
A reminder, Pittsburgh has not allowed a point in the first quarter this year. Miller burrowing for a couple and finally dropped at the 30-yard line. Streaking up from his safety position, and
Wagner missed last year with a cracked vertebrae, and many felt that one of the reasons for the problems that this Pittsburgh defense had last year was because Wagner was not in there. Here you see him doing something else he does very well, coming up to force to the outside.
The Browns looking for their first down, 3rd and a long 5. Sipe. Calvin Hill, the veteran, has a first down at the 39, and the Browns fans with a chance. And Sipe would like to pick it up today, that's for certain. He has Rucker to the right, Logan to the left, first down at his own 39. Hill again. No room, and the Steelers are tough against the rush.
Right there, they didn't get much in the way of yardage.
2nd and 9. Pruitt is back in. That's Ozzie Newsome on a flanker screen, a flag down, and so is Newsome for a loss at the 37. Joe Green leading Seattle 14-0 in the first quarter.
Oh, that Lofton has sure given them a lift, and Whitehurst, what a job he's done at quarterback up there.
3rd and 13 for the Browns. Sipe to Logan. Was he in bounds? Yes, first down at the Cleveland, make it the Pittsburgh 44.
Sipe again having all kinds of time to throw that ball.
Pruitt and Miller stacked up. That's Pruitt now moving to his left. Miller. Fumble, and Sipe picks it up. He fumbles, and Pittsburgh recovers at the 48-yard line. Ball is whistled dead. Donnie Shell comes up with a fumble. For some reason, Sipe, rather than falling on it, elected to try to run it. No opportunity, and he in turn fumbled it to Pittsburgh. Another in Cleveland. Pittsburgh trying to take advantage of another turnover.
Well, the top passer in the National Football Conference, Ron Jaworski, will lead out the offensive team for the Philadelphia Eagles as they take over. And their running backs will be Hogan and Montgomery. And there you see the wide receivers, Harold Carmichael. Charles Smith starting ahead of Ken Payne this week. The tight end is Keith Krefley. And a veteran offensive line, but Tom Lucan in there. The 6-year man from Purdue ahead of Woody Peoples today. Peoples admitted to the hospital yesterday with a gastric condition, and he'll be missed today. Lucan has not seen a great deal of action. Carmichael and Smith, the wide receivers. Krefley, the tight end, is split wide left. Montgomery is hit behind the line of scrimmage. And Wilbert Montgomery, who came into the game with 564 yards rushing, second leading rusher in the NFC, is stopped by Coy Bacon on first down. It'll be a loss of 2. Defensively for Washington, one of the great veteran lines. McDowell and Bacon are the ends. Butts and Talbot are the tackles in the 4-3. Brad Dusick, Harold McClinton, Chris Hanberger. And an improved secondary with Lamar Parrish joining Joe Lavender on the corners. Houston and Scott are the safeties. Montgomery and Hogan, the running backs for Philadelphia. Jaworski gives to Montgomery again, and this time he finds a hole and runs it out to the 30-yard line of the Eagles, picking up the lost yardage and about 6 more.
Tim, just a quick trap right up the middle on that one.
Talbot made the tackle, number 72.
You can see him coming right through. The fullback going to strong side, guard pulling out, knocking to the outside, the back made a cut at the inside. Good running, right, John?
Wade Key, number 72, was the big block time. He came over and trapped the right tackle, giving the hole to Montgomery, who picked it very, very well.
Eagles go with 3 wide receivers now on 3rd down and 4. They took Montgomery out, added Ken Payne. Lone running back is Hogan. The give is to Hogan. Hogan has the first down and over the 40-yard line all the way out to the 44. Good play by the Eagles. Chris Hanberger made the stop. First down.
We knew that they were coming up with some new wrinkles, and here it is. They brought 3 receivers in, calls a quick trap right up the middle.
Jake Scott, number 13, got caught up in there with the official and was blocked, was not able to get over to get Hogan that time. He's going to have to talk to those officials, get out of the way.
Here's a big rivalry right here, Pittsburgh-Cleveland. Boy, I'll tell you, that's got to be a great ball game. We also have another one. The Pack is back. They're leading 7-0 over Seattle in the first period.
First down, Eagles, here at Veterans Stadium. Montgomery following the center, Guy Morris, the right guard, Tom Lucan. Got out to the 47-yard line for a pickup of 4 yards on the play, 2nd and 6. And there's that Green Bay score. Ron McDowell on the tackle, number 79, the veteran defensive end. The Redskins 6-0. The Eagles are 3-3. They lost their first 2 tough losses to the Rams and the Redskins. They won 3 in a row, and then they gave the ball away a lot in a loss to New England last Sunday. It is 2nd down. Eagles driving out from their own zone following the missed field goal. Montgomery again. Montgomery running hard. Gets close to the first down. He looks like he's a little bit short. Brad Dusick, left side linebacker, number 59 on the tackle.
Montgomery has made a team-leading total of 27 first downs this season. He's one of those good slashing backs, reads the defense and then goes to the daylight, one of the Vince Lombardi type backs, Tommy.
You know, the thing that's interesting, John, so far in this game is that the Eagles are attacking right up the middle with those quick traps up the middle, and even the backs that are going to the outside because of the great pursuit by the Redskins, he seems to be coming back to the inside all the time.
The Eagles have John Shara in at quarterback. They do this on 3rd and short fairly often, especially near the goal line, a former UCLA star, down from the Canadian Football League. He's going to scramble. He's going to throw. Incomplete, intended for Carmichael, the only receiver out. They wanted that to look like run, and Shara could not get the ball to Carmichael. Looked like he rushed a little bit, Johnny.
He was. The ball was thrown just a little in front of Carmichael. Here's you see a little option play coming down the halfback, stepping back and just trying to throw a quick slant into Carmichael coming over the middle.
Lamar Parrish on the coverage. Number 24, acquired from Cincinnati in the offseason in a trade along with Coy Bacon. And those 2 ex-Bengals have done very, very well for the Washington Redskins. The receiver is Tony Green, standing on the 10-yard line. The punter is Mike Michel, the 7th punter to perform since training camp began. The third in the regular season for Philadelphia, and he just got it away. Fair catch signal by Green. He dropped it and just got it back at the 15-yard line. And so the Redskins will start from the 15 when play resumes here as the sun gets a little brighter at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia.
Al Hunter and Rufus Crawford are deep as Chester Marco kicks on. The Pack out in front, 14-0. Crawford on the return. Crawford to the 30-yard line. So Seattle will go to work this time at their 30, last time at their 31 with a first down as Jim Gano made the tackle for the Green Bay Packers.
This is an attitude type of team, the kickoff team, because you're going to have to take some lumps down here, and you can see them moving. Number 51 is Jim Gano. He knows he's going to get hit, but he has to take a look at that ball carrier, and his job is to go after it. And that man was carrying the ball a little loose that time.
The first back through is David Sill. And he has a quick 5 yards to the Seattle 35-yard line. It'll be second down and 5. Now, the Green Bay Packers in front of Seattle 14-0. But the strength of the Seahawks has been a multiple offense.
And they are multiple. You can expect practically anything from this team on any part of the field. They're not like some teams and become conservative near their goal line. They may run a halfback pass. They could run reverses. They're liable to do anything.
Second and 5. Sims again. He'll come up a yard shy of the first down. It'll be third down and 1. Now, David Sims was a high school quarterback. Collegiate ball at Georgia Tech. He is Seattle's leading rusher and their number 2 receiver, a 7th-round draft choice a year ago. He's a good one.
And he's also a man that's capable of throwing. He will throw the football. But they're more interested right now in coming up with that first down. But here's a situation that Seattle doesn't always go to that off-tackle play in the short yardage situation.
Now, Bill Gregory, who is a defensive lineman, has checked into the offense. He would then be a tight end. Or was that? No, that was Lewis Bullard. I'm sorry. Bullard comes in. Seattle has taken a timeout. Bullard is a tackle wearing number 72. He will also play tight end. There was a little confusion. They did not want to make a mistake on 3rd and 1, so they take a timeout. Green Bay leading Seattle 14-0.
Undefeated Pittsburgh leading Cleveland 3-0. A 23-yard field goal by Roy Girello with 7:27 to go in the first. First and 10 for Detroit. No score. They put the ball in play on their own 35-yard line. And inside handoff to King. And he's still on his feet as he gets across the 45-yard line. Horace King, who set a Lion record a couple of years ago with 32 rushes. He's a workhorse.
This is what we call a misdirection play. King, it's a pretty good run. He doesn't have a lot of speed. He made a good inside move there. He's cutting back behind his block, which is fine. Keeps his legs moving, as you can see, and falls forward. Last week he had his best game ever, and they hope that he's going to keep improving.
First and 10 on the Lion 47. Scott is left and Jesse Thompson right. A handoff to Dexter Bussey, and he gets into Atlanta territory before the Falcons finally pull him down. Well, we told you that Steve Odom took the opening kickoff and ran 95 yards to give Green Bay a quick 7-0 lead, and as soon as they got their hands on the ball a second time, David Whitehurst passed 25 yards to James Lofton for a touchdown, and in 2 minutes, Green Bay is leading Seattle 14-0 in the first. Second and 3. Pitch back to King, trying to get a block from Dexter Bussey, but it didn't work. Bussey was trying to fight Lawrence, and Roland Lawrence not only took the block but was able to make the tackle. This telecast presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Atlanta Falcons and the National Football League is prohibited. First and 10, the ball on the 42-yard line of Atlanta. Gary Danielson at the wheel. And flipping over to the left side and overshooting his man Luther Blue threw it over his head, and that's pretty high. Blue is not a big man. He's only 5'11". Gary Danielson, 3-year man out of Purdue, and now coming in once again is Jesse Thompson out of California.
They dogged him on that play, Vinny, and rushed him. Came in with a 6-man rush.
Little hand in the face made him throw it high, right, George?
Made him throw it up and over.
Danielson has been intercepted twice and sacked 4 times, and you see his numbers this year. 2nd and 10 from the 42. It's still Blue and Bussey. Scott is right and Jesse Thompson left. Danielson getting good protection, goes down and gets his man, and it's Scott, and he's hit immediately at the 27-yard line, and down he goes.
On this particular play, Atlanta's in a 34 defense. They have 3 rushmen, only 3 men rushing the passer, 5 men blocking. So Danielson has the time to throw, and he throws a good, accurate stop pattern, which is also difficult to defense. Picks up the first down.
Dewey McClain was shaken up. He made the hit. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 27-yard line. Bussey is now on a wing. King all alone behind Danielson, and here comes King, stacked up just about at the line of scrimmage. Fulton Kuykendall, number 54, down at the bottom of that. Horace King, he's had some tough physical problems. 2 years ago, he missed 7 games, torn stomach muscles, but as we told you, he was also last year the #1 rusher and the #1 pass receiver for Detroit. He caught 40.
That can be a little misleading, Vinny. They think he's a little small. You know, they really need a big back.
He's only 5'10", 205. So it is 2nd and 10 from the 27. Out of the eye, and here goes King again, and there goes King, buried by Falcon. The first man to hit him was Jeff Yates, and Yates is filling in for Claude Humphrey.
59 Pennywell. He's supposed to be a good one. Let's watch him. Fights off the block, stacks it up, waits for help, does a good job. Right, Coach?
They set that up by faking a dog, Jim. They faked the blitz and came out of it. I wouldn't be surprised if Danielson didn't call an audible against that.
Well, they dog so much, Coach. I can understand them faking one.
3rd and 8 from the Atlanta 26. Big play now for Gary Danielson to keep the drive alive. And he's going deep down the left side in the end zone. Oh! It was Scott, and Freddie Scott appeared to have Rick Bias beaten, and it's incomplete. Let's take another look at that one.
They came in with a blitz, a safety blitz. He read it, sent Scott deep on a go pattern. The ball was a little bit underthrown. He should have had it.
Well, it could have had a problem with the sun, Coach. I mean, it was really an easy catch.
Should have had it, right, Jim?
So Benny Ricardo, who was born in Asunción, Paraguay, has a ladies' boutique shop in California, and he will be trying from a hold on the 33-yard line, and it's blocked.
He kicked the line drive, Benny. He kicks a line drive here. Watch that.
Jeff Merrow, number 75.
No trajectory at all on the ball.
Well, actually, Coach, it was a bad snap.
So, frustrated Detroit in the early going, no score with Atlanta.
We have no score here early in the first period. Tim Ryan with Johnny Unitas and Tom Matty at Veterans Stadium, Philadelphia. 8:30 remaining first period. It is 1st down, Washington. Each team has had the ball once. The Redskins missed a field goal on their opening drive. The Eagles had to punt it. Riggins and Harmon are the running backs. And they've got 3 receivers strung out wide to the right. Theismann on 1st down. Intercepted. This will be a touchdown, Sanders. Willie Sanders. Deke Sanders opens the scoring. And he had that one figured. A perfect pickoff. There was nobody home to stop him. And a dangerous play, I would say.
It's absolutely great defensive coverage. You can see him coming out. Theismann, Deke Sanders steps right in front of him, picks that ball up. He can dance in that end zone.
It was a poor throw by Theismann and a poor choice of receivers. He looked at him all the way, Tom. The defensive back had to sit there and just play it all the way. Theismann hung the ball, did not shoot it as Lee normally does. And Sanders just picked it off and say, welcome to my world, partner.
I love it. It was intended for Ricky Thompson, but Sanders stepping in front takes it in 15 yards for the score. And the point after attempt by Nick Mickemeyer is good, and the Eagles have a 7-0 lead on the first turnover of the game, which certainly proved to be costly for the Redskins. With 8:22 remaining, Philadelphia 7, the Redskins nothing.
Well, you got a Roy Jarrella field goal, 23 yards, so in that very important game, Pittsburgh out in front.
3rd down 1, 39-yard line. Seattle trailing 14-0. Sherman Smith.
Great tackle.
The defense stops it. Willie Buchanan, defensive left cornerback.
Yes, sir. Great play.
San Diego State.
Great play by Willie Buchanan. This play was designed to go inside, but he jumped. Sherman Smith, number 47, decided to jump outside, and that was a mistake on his part because Willie Buchanan was out there. He jumps outside right there. Buchanan, his responsibility was out containment. Make sure he doesn't get outside of it.
Herman Weaver with a 39.2-yard average will be kicking, and the man that he is kicking to, Steve Odom, opening kickoff, 95 yards for a score. Superb hang time, fair catch. He lets it bounce. It will be down at the 11-yard line, and there is a flag drop back at the 42-yard line. The 75th World Series on NBC. As you know, it is now tied 2 games all. Immediately following this telecast, the Dodgers and the Yankees, Yankee Stadium. All right, we've got a good one on NBC. That kick covered 50 yards, but it may be brought back. We're waiting on the flag.
They have a penalty against Seattle, so I would assume that they'd make them kick the ball over again. Give Odom an opportunity to catch the football and run with it.
Next Sunday, Seattle will be hosting the Oakland Raiders, and next Sunday, Green Bay will be at Minnesota. Here's the call from the referee, Chuck Heverly.
Ineligible receiver downfield, the center, 4th down.
Had nobody over his head, so he snapped the ball and decided it's time to go.
Herman Weaver in punt formation. Steve Odom at the 26-yard line in Packer territory.
Weaver also can throw the football. They won't do it here, but he may do it later.
Odom takes it at the 34-yard line. He's to the 40. A 6-yard return. So Green Bay will have a first down at their own 40-yard line. Bill Sandifer made the tackle for the Seattle Seahawks. 32 yards on that kick. It was some 18 yards shy of the kick before. The Packers now at their own 40-yard line, first down. Here's that defense of Seattle with Ernie Price, Dennis Boyd, Bill Sandifer, and Bill Gregory in the defensive line. Marty Smith, Turdell Middleton. Whitehurst to throw on first down. Drops it off to Middleton. Middleton has 5. Middleton has 10. 13 yards and a first down to the Seattle 47-yard line, where Bill Sandifer makes the tackle.
All right, right now, Green Bay is controlling this football game. They are in excellent field position. You notice that they're away from the dirt. A good screen pass, number 54, Larry McCarron, comes out, makes a big block, enabling Middleton to jump loose and get up for a first down.
Whitehurst has now completed 2 of 2 passes. His long being 25 yards, that was for the touchdown. He has picked up 38 yards through the air. Seattle, 47-yard line, first down. Marty Smith to the 43. He picks up 5. He picks up 4. So it'll be second down 6 as Sammy Green makes a tackle. Let's look now to the linebackers for the Seattle Seahawks. Sammy Green, Terry Beeson, and Keith Butler.
Number 58, Terry Beeson, last year led the team in tackles, and he is the hitter out there on that linebacking core. If there's anything that he needs to work on, would be getting some depth in pass coverage.
In the secondary, Cornell Webster, Dave Brown on the corners, Autry Beeman, John Harris at the safety. 2nd down and 6. Middleton. Turdell to the 41-yard line. He picks up a couple on the play. It'll be 3rd down and 4 as Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker, number 58, makes the tackle. He is the leading tackler on the Seahawks defense. And he was involved, as were several other players on the Seattle Seahawks, in the Dorsett trade with the Dallas Cowboys. And the Seahawks will say today that they would make that same trade because the young players are going to help them as they build for the future.
They had Steve August and Tom Lynch also involved, and all 3 of them are starting.
Niehaus is in on defense. 3rd down and 4. Here's the pass. It is tipped. It is incomplete. So Whitehurst misses his first pass of the afternoon. And it will be 4th down and 4. We have another score in. Philadelphia 7 and Washington nothing.
Well, you got an interception by John Trovers, 15 yards.
David Beverly will be kicking. Rufus Crawford, the free agent from Virginia State, is back at the 10-yard line. Struggles to around the 15, maybe the 16-yard line. Eric Torkelson was down there immediately. The officials spot the ball at the 16. A 27-yard kick, 4 yards on the return. There's the score. Packers in front.
He is being treated along the Steeler bench by Steeler trainers. All right, the Steelers have the ball in Browns territory at the 48 following a wild and woolly play. A fumble by the Browns that eventually was recovered by Donnie Shell. Here go the Steelers after another score.
All right, it is 1st down 10 at the Browns 48-yard line. They move right to left, leading 3-0. Terry Bradshaw, the quarterback, gives it to Rocky Bleier, driving over the right side and coming across the 45 near the 44-yard line. The movement in the backfield with Franco coming forward, and Bleier set to the left, came behind Franco to take the handoff. Mike St. Clair and Earl Edwards make the tackle. They'll spot it at the 44.5-yard line, where it's going to be 2nd down, 6.5 yards to go. Tony Peters is in there at left corner. Oliver Davis has entered the ball game. Lynn Swan in the slot to the left side. John Stallworth wide in the same direction. Split backs. Harris and Bleier. Bradshaw back, looking, and they come after him. Steps to the left, fires the bomb downfield. Stallworth looking for it, and it is tipped and broken up. Great play by Oliver Davis. Went with Johnny Stallworth step for step. And Myron, you'd have to say, just made a beautiful defensive play because the pass was on the money. Stahl was there, and Davis covered him.
Swell play, almost an interception, as a matter of fact. The Browns not taking their chances with Tom London against Stallworth. Tom London being the rookie whom they had indicated would be in there for the injured cornerback, Ron Bolton. But as we saw, it was Oliver Davis who's come off the shelf. He had a dislocated elbow. He's come off the shelf and handled Stallworth nicely.
3rd down, 6.5. The ball inside the Browns, 45 by inches. Mike Webster goes over the ball, turns, says something to Bradshaw. Now they're ready. Slot right. Wideouts both ways. Bradshaw back, runs out of the pocket, then he drills it down the field. Pulled in by Swan at the 28. They come after him and bring him down at the 27-yard line. Swan came down, made his cut in sharply to the left. Dick Ambrose and Tom Darden bring him down, and Lynn Swan is on the board with his first catch of the afternoon.
And Swan just murders the Browns. He does it every time against the Browns. Right now he's leading the National Football League in catches among all wide receivers. There's only a running back or two ahead of him.
He has 31 catches on the season. 1st down 10 at the 27-yard line. Stallworth and Swan wide. Bleier shifts out of the slot left. Goes into a normal set. And the handoff to Bleier, and he's crossing to the left side this time and gets nowhere. So Bleier set to the right, crossing, coming into the left side of the line. Mac Mitchell and Gerald Irons team up to bring him down. And Rocky loses a half yard on the play. It's back at the 27 from the 26.5. Cleveland defensively. St. Clair, Edwards, Shirk, and Mitchell up front. Here is Bradshaw dropping the ball, picking it up. They're after him back there. They get him in the arm. His pass almost intercepted. They had him in the arm. He broke loose through, and Tom Darden had his hands on it inside the 20. Did not hold it. Ambrose and Hall blitzing came through, and were giving Bradshaw a hard time. He was going to Randy Grossman, but I think he was off balance. They had caught his arm, and then he threw quickly, and it was almost picked off. Call it incomplete.
And count yourself lucky, Bradshaw, because that guy who dropped the interception, Tom Darden, has 5 of them this year. He's tops in the conference.
T. Bell in as an extra wide receiver, and Blyer is out. 3 wide receivers on 3rd down, 10.5 at the Browns' 27. Single setback is Franco. Here's Bradshaw looking, rolling right. Franco's open, but he goes deep and overthrows. Swan was covered. I don't believe he saw Harris, because Harris had flared out of there and was good for the short reception, but he went deep and either overthrew to protect the ball or just simply misjudged where he was, but it's a long, incomplete one.
Yeah, I kind of suspect he just got rid of it, dumped the ball, threw it where nobody was, but here's Girella on for the field goal attempt of 44 yards.
All right, Colquitt holding at the 34-yard line. It will go straight down the middle. Girella with a win factor here today. The ball is down. Girella kicks it. Long enough, high enough, good! 44-yarder for Roy Girella. And the Steelers take a 6-0 lead over the Cleveland Browns. We'll be right back.
Jack Pardee, Washington Redskins coach in his first year, coming from the Chicago Bears, off to a superlative start on the season, but not so superlative a start in this ball game, as the interception by Deke Sanders has the Eagles in front 7-0. Mickemeyer will kick it off. The deep man is Tony Green. They try to kick it away from him, and they do. It goes to Ike Forte, number 30. Look out! Forte with lots of running room. Out near the 50-yard line. They stop him at about the 48. Pulled down by the kicker, Mickemeyer. So a fine return by Ike Forte, and the Skins have great field position.
Here's a great cut by the back. He just sets up his block. There's a great block right there. He springs to the outside, trying to get out there. I'll tell you, that gives him excellent field position, Tim.
37-yard return for Ike Forte. First down, Redskins. The ball at their own 48. Slot formation right. Forte, the ball carrier. Nowhere to go as they shut down the left side. Hairston ranged over, and the linebacker, number 51, Reggie Wilkes, to put the stop on him. Wilkes had been playing the right side for Drew Mahalik, but with Bunting gone, they've moved him over to the left with the free agent rookie from Kansas State, Mike Osborne, playing the right linebacker side. They use a 3-4, and of course they've got Berge and Frank Lemaster in the middle, 2 veterans and 2 very good ones. Harmon and Riggins are now the running backs, as Pardee is really shuttling his running backs so far. Riggins hit at the line of scrimmage using that big frame of his and all that power at 230. He got about 3 yards on the play, and it'll be 3rd and 5. Berge and Harrison on the stop.
You know, Tim, you talk about momentum in a ball game. Whenever you can pick off a pass like that, that ignites a ball team. And defensively, these guys are doing a good job. It's 3rd and long yardage now. John, what would you come with on this one? You always just have to go in the grab bag.
Call for help.
Help.
Riggins and Forte are the running backs as the tight end, who lined up in the backfield, shifts up to the line, Gene Fugit. They swing it out to Riggins. Riggins shakes off Edwards. He is awfully hard to bring down when he gets in motion. He is 230 pounds, 6'2", and runs with the speed and power. Shara and Lemaster combined to finally stop him, but it's a first down Washington at the Philadelphia 38-yard line.
The Eagles really dropping the linebackers off deep now, trying to stop those wide receivers. Ricky Thompson and Fugit coming down through the middle is playing the tight end, and of course Theismann now is just dropping the ball to Riggins and letting him pick up as much yardage as he possibly can.
Onside right, Riggins. Good defensive play. The ball came loose. Play had been ruled dead, although we didn't hear the first whistle, but it will continue to be Washington ball.
Here's the big man right there, number 66, Bill Berge, takes on the block right there, slides off of it, breaks back to the outside. This guy is great. We did a game a couple of weeks ago in Baltimore when the Eagles came back in that fourth quarter, Tim, and he was all over the field. He's probably, in my opinion, he's probably one of the best there is in a game. What do you think, John?
His opinion, too.
His, too?
Well,
he ain't bashful, I'll tell you.
Not too many people will argue with him. That is Tony Green running from scrimmage for the first time, number 34. Jack Pardee said you might see some of this young man who's not had a chance to play offensively. He's been an outstanding kick returner in his rookie year. Osborne and Hairston put the stop on him. The rookie from Florida, the first pick in the 6th round. That's a typical Washington draft. Jack Pardee would like to turn that around.
George Allen didn't leave much, did he?
First pick came in the 6th round, but they got a good one. And that's his first carry today at his 3rd and 4. Thompson and McDaniel, the wide receivers. Theismann for Thompson, incomplete. Sideline try, out of bounds, and incomplete.
Ken Clare, number 71, put some good pressure on Theismann this time. You see him set up, and Clare was right in his face, and I believe he caused him to not get the ball to the receiver. Could have been caught. You like to have receivers who will come up with that and make quarterbacks look good.
You got a few of those kind of guys.
Ah, you bet. Boy, I needed them all kind.
Mark Mosley will make his second field goal try. They're going to spot it at the 39. It'll be a 49-yard attempt for Mosley. It is windy down there. This one is going to be well short. And so again, the Eagles stop the Redskins, and they will come up with pretty good field position from that line of scrimmage.
You know, Tim, the wind factor in this game is really going to play an important role on it. And in these 2 kicks that he's had, he's missed both of them.
Undefeated Washington dodged a bullet last week with Detroit, and they're down early. Philadelphia 7-0. An interception and a 15-yard touchdown return by John Sanders. 1st and 10. The line of scrimmage was the 30. That's where the field goal attempt went awry. And there was movement on the right side. I think it was Warren Bryant, number 66, a rookie lineman his 2nd year, a number 1 draft choice last year, and he has a tendency to be over anxious. And you'll see 66, I believe, move after they make the call officially.
False start offense, number 66.
Yeah. You were me.
This is an example of why it's so difficult to have new men playing the offensive line. Both teams have a lot of new men up there, and they're going to make a lot of mistakes.
1st and 15 from the Atlanta 25. No score in the ball game. Steve Bartkowski, play action fake to stand back, and he's grabbed and dumped. And the man who grabbed him is Al Baker, number 60, a rookie out of Colorado State. He grabbed him with a hand, and boy, do they talk about him.
He's got a good outside pass rush, Vinny. He's a good outside pass rusher. Watch him right here. Beat the tackle to the outside and keep coming.
Now, Coach, watch the quarterback. I feel that if he stepped up just a little bit, the outside rush goes around. Of course, there was a rush coming up the middle also, so it's a breakdown in blocking.
So Atlanta had it 1st and 10 on their own 30. They now have 2nd and 21 on their own 19, and Bartkowski has to come up with a big play. Steve looking to the right side, but releases over the middle. A Haskell stand back. Stand back is to the 30 and gets forward for about the 33-yard line. And coming up to hit him is Luther Bradley off the campus of Notre Dame, a 1st-round draft choice this year.
All right, that's a little release. We call that a release to the backs. Just fakes the block, goes over the middle. The ball is thrown to him. Of course, he couldn't get in position to get enough yardage, so it doesn't really make much sense.
That's pretty good football if you don't have the protection. It's a quick pass, and you can get it off, and you shouldn't be sacked.
Well, Fran Tarkenton does it very well.
He's the best.
3rd and 6 from the Atlanta 33. And Bartkowski, both backs release, and he goes down the left side, overshooting his tight end, Jim Mitchell. Interesting thing about Mitchell, he has not caught a touchdown since 1975, and yet, going into this game, he needs 27 yards for 4,000, and yet he's been shut out for TDs for 3 years.
Benny, he's a tremendous tight end. Good receiver, good blocker.
Another rookie pays the price. Mike Ken, the left tackle and a rookie out of Michigan. And there's Mike Ken coming off. He's a first-round draft choice, and you'll see him holding on the left side.
You know, they're very high on Mike Ken, though. They think he's going to be really a great football player. What do you think about that, Coach?
I think he's got the potential. He's going to have to play and get his experience to develop.
John James' second punt, and he'll be punting from the 25-yard line. Freddie Scott angling over to make a reception, and he'll handle it on the 25-yard line. Still on his feet and down at the 35 is Freddie Scott. Dewey McClain, number 52, hit him. So it was a 42-yard punt and a 9-yard return. So Detroit will put it in play. 1st and 10 on its 34. No score.
It's left in the first period and some odd seconds, and the Steelers with the 6-0 lead.
Right to left, Jarrella will kick off. Collins and Ryder deep for Cleveland. And Jarrella has it high into the wind and down at the 7. Taken by Wright out over the 10, the 15, the 20, the near side, the 25. Brought down as he crosses the 25 by Jack Delaplane. Good to see number 35 from Salem College back in the black and gold again. Signed up this week, back into the special teams activity and ready to prepare himself to work as a running back when needed. Brought him down at the 27-yard line. Jack Delaplane. Also added this week, Jim Mandich to back up Randy Grossman at tight end. Cleveland moving left to right. 1st down 10. Browns at their own 27-yard line. They're shifting in that backfield. Now they come out of the eye. Sipe, quick pitch left side. Cleo Miller has the blockers, plows into him, can't make the 30, gives ground, brought down back around the 25-yard line. Swarming all over him. L.C. Greenwood working along with Mike Wagner, and Wagner playing like a tiger. So he wound up, after he picked up maybe 3 yards, giving ground back to the 25.5. He winds up losing a yard.
I'll tell you, when those Browns try that sweep to the left, they find half a football team waiting for them over there. And what that's all about is that the Steeler defense is just as fired up as can be.
Ham has got his trousers hitched up again and is trying to work it out. Jogging around in the bench area over there. Slot right formation. They shift into the eye. Pruitt, the tailback. Miller, the fullback. Play action fake. Sipe rolling out a little bit to the right. Now throwing, and it is incomplete. Intended receiver too high. Reggie Rucker had triple coverage on him. Greenwood and Banaszak putting a great rush on Sipe. Although he drifted out to the right and had time to get rid of it, he overthrew. So it is going to be 3rd down and 11.
Word from the bench is that Jack Ham has a pinched nerve in his hip, and he could be back in this ball game. We'll see.
Last Sunday, while we were doing the ball game, my dad, who was 77 years old, came up with a pinched nerve, but he wasn't playing football.
I hope he's well. Is he well?
He is.
Good.
Hey, they line up in a full house eye. Now they shift out of that into a wide set in the backfield. Put a flanker out to the right side. Look at this. Sipe is back there. Evades them. Throws downfield. Got Newsom at the 50 to the 45 and brought down at the 40 by Donnie Shell. The Wizard of Oz got out beyond the secondary. They were going after the quarterback, and they had them going in there, and he had time to unload it, and Newsom straight down the middle took it. 34-yard pass. 1st down.
And they burned him on the blitz. Yeah, Mike Wagner was safety blitzing, and Calvin Hill picked him off at the last second. stumped him, and so Sipe was able to nail the Steelers down the middle, Mike Wagner having been, as it turned out, in the wrong place at the wrong time.
At the Steeler 40, first down 10. Browns flanker left. Split end right, pitch back, goes to Calvin Hill, back in there, waits over the right side across the 35, and down inside the 35 to the 32.5-yard line. Donnie Shell made the tackle on big Calvin Hill, who goes 6'4", 227 pounds. 8-yard gain on the play, second down, 2 yards to go. Cleo Miller comes off the field. So the Browns have moved into a threatening position. Mike Pruitt is in the backfield. Third-year man from Purdue. Man in the slot to the left. Flanker set to the right. Calvin Hill's over in the slot. Now the Hill shifting into the backfield again. And the give is to Pruitt. This is Mike Pruitt charging into the middle. Across the 30, has a first down at the 29.5-yard line. L.C. Greenwood and Robin Cole made the tackle. Fourth first down for the Browns. We'll be back after this pause on the Steelers Football Network.
Get rust-proofing backed by a 5-year repair warranty on all new vehicles. Get Z-Bart rust-proofing. Z-Bart. It's us or rust. WTAE, Pittsburgh.
Cleveland Browns crowd coming alive. Deacon, Sullivan, rather Deacon and Shepard on the left side of the line. Jackson and Darrow on the right side. DeLeon is the center. And the give is to Calvin Hill. Breaks a tackle at the line of scrimmage. Got away from Jack Lambert and struggles through for short yardage. John Banaszak makes the tackle, and they will mark it at the 26-yard line. Lambert almost had him at the 30. He slipped away, and Banaszak, the 4-year veteran from Eastern Michigan, made the stop at the 26. So it's a gain of 3.5 yards. Second down, 6.5 to go.
And the Browns on this drive getting a little bit of blocking as their offense gets fired up.
They're moving at the goal to our right. Line up in the I formation. Pruitt is the inside back. Pitch back. Calvin Hill. Sweep to the left side. And they cannot take them out. They nail him. Brought down across the way by John Banaszak and Lauren Taves. Crowd is booing Robin Cole, who came firing up there, but he went diving over the pileup. He did not go on anybody. He just went diving over top of them. And they give him what a scant yard on that play.
Lauren Taves doing a great job of fighting off a block by Mike Pruitt. If Pruitt makes the block, that play goes. But he fought it off and slowed the play down so that Banaszak was able to drag down the ball carrier.
I said a yard. He lost 2 yards. Get it straight. Back to the 28.
She is in for Pittsburgh. Blitz. Sipe in trouble. Now he gets some help. Wide open. Calvin Hill. First and goal at the 7-yard line, and they're on their feet.
That Sipe has come out of there, had been pressured. Now he does a little Francis Tarkenton here. Turns away from the ball. That's Robin Cole going to the ground. L.C. Greenwood going to the ground. That was Mike Pruitt coming back and throwing. Cleo Miller coming back and throwing a fine block there. And of course, they were able to find Calvin Hill all alone down there. Beautiful pass, beautiful catch. You got to hit those one-on-nones, Dick.
Merlin, I think the crowd already has received its money's worth the way they've enjoyed it.
What an exciting first quarter.
1:18 left. First and goal at the 7. Flags down. Pruitt fumbles, and the Steelers have the ball at the 4-yard line. And I believe the flag is going to be against Cleveland. It appeared that there was backfield in motion, that Pruitt started prematurely. It is motion against Cleveland. Decline Pittsburgh. The Steelers have the ball.
That's the third turnover already in this ball game. That's one of the dangers of not being in that lineup any more than Pruitt has. He's missed so many games now, so many practices. He's a little bit rusty. You see it right there as Torpedo Shell, Ronnie Shell, puts a slam on him.
And Mean Joe Green comes up with the football.
has the ball on their own 16-yard line. First down. Jim Zorn drops it off to his tight end, Ron Howard, on a quick screen. May have picked up the first down for Ron Howard. He was a basketball player at Seattle with Dallas for a couple of years. Cowboys like to pick up the basketball players.
Screen pass right off the bat. This is something that the Packers did just a couple of moments ago to the tight end. They're keeping him in a lot of times on that side that number 78, Ezra Johnson, is on because they need some help blocking 78. But this is a good run by a tight end. He's running there like a halfback.
It is a first down at the 26-yard line. First completion of the ball game for Zorn. He is 1 for 2. Should be 2 for 2. David Sims had the pass go right in and out of his arm. Back to the air. Has a man. Hits him. It'll be back-to-back first downs for Seattle as he goes to the far side to Steve Largent. Largent is from Tulsa and the number 2 receiver in the AFC. His 26th reception on the season.
Said before, they're going to put that ball up in the air. They're going to do things offensively. They're going to keep that, or hopefully keep that Green Bay defense guessing. They don't want to always get into a third down situation where they have to throw.
Steve Odom for the Packers took the opening kickoff 95 yards for a touchdown. Zorn takes a lot of time, gives to Sims. Sims pops it open for about 8 yards, but there's a flag on the play. The second touchdown was a David Whitehurst to James Lofton pass that covered some 25 yards. Ezra Johnson set that up with a fumble recovery at the Seattle 35-yard line. This will go against the Seahawks.
This is one thing that the Packers are not doing this year, and that's giving the ball away and also committing unnecessary penalties. And that's one of the reasons they're currently 5-1.
Motion, number 47, offense. First down.
Illegal motion on Sherman Smith. Smith missed the first 4 games with a shoulder separation. Last week against Minnesota, he picked up 74 yards rushing. So spotted back at the 32-yard line. It is first down 15. Zorn taking a lot of time. On the draw, Sims shut off inside, jumps to the outside, and Willie Buchanan will just push him out of bounds.
No, sir, they were not to be fooled on that play. They read that draw play all along and just stringed it out along the line of scrimmage.
It'll be second down and 19, second down and 18, as they will mark it at the 29-yard line after that loss of 3 on the play. We have 6 minutes, 41 seconds, time remaining in the first period. In the rain, temperature 42 degrees. In Milwaukee, the Packers and the Seattle Seahawks. Mike Douglas checks in on defense. Steve Rabel checks in on offense. 3 wide receivers for the Seahawks on second down 18. And the Seahawks use up the 30-second clock. It will be second and 23. The line of scrimmage will be the 24-yard line. Seattle started this drive on their own 16, moved it out to the 37, and then picked up 8 yards, but penalties now begin to plague them here in the first period.
3 wide receivers in the ball game at the present time, and they put number 80, Largent, in the middle the last time, hoping to get single coverage, but they've changed that now. He's on the outside with number 83, Steve Rabel.
Mike Hunt comes out, Estes Hood, 5 men in the secondary for Green Bay. Second and 23. Incomplete, knocked down by Steve Luke. Good defensive play for Steve Luke of Ohio State. Defensive captain today, and this past week, the NFL defensive player. Rabel, the intended receiver, will be third in 23.
He came very close to being maybe the defensive player of the week once again because he was reading Zorn's eyes all the way. He was trying to go to 83, Steve Rabel.
Now the Seahawks will be alternating Sam McCollum and Duke Ferguson as wide receivers. They are the messenger service. We will see them with 2 wide receivers, 3 wide receivers, and we may even see them with 4 wide receivers.
You can see those defensive linemen digging in too.
The give is to Sherman Smith. He picks up about 4. John Anderson was there to bring him down, and the kicking team will come aboard. Led by Herman Weaver with a 39.2-yard average. And once again, it will be Steve Odom set to return the kick.
Steve Odom is back there, and once again, if he gets any return at all, he's not going to be in that dirt portion of the football field. And this may not sound like a big deal, but it is when you're running from one surface to another on the football field.
Here's the kick. Fair catch. 40-yard line. And that's what you were talking about, Lynn. The skin part of the infield can be a problem. 32 yards on the punt. NFL football next Sunday. Go North Young Men will be the feature of NFL 78. We'll start it all at 12:30 Eastern Time, and that will be a feature on Canadian football. The games, the 1 o'clock game, San Diego, Detroit, Cincinnati and Buffalo, 2 o'clock game, Cleveland and Kansas City, 4 o'clock games, Oakland and Seattle, Denver, Baltimore, and Miami and New England. Check your local listings for the games in your area. Green Bay from their own 40-yard line. Turdell Middleton. Middleton picks up a quick 7 yards. It'll be second down and 3. Autry Beeman, number 27, was there for the defense.
Middleton did a great job of running on that play. He had to kind of jump over one of his offensive linemen. The play was designed to go more inside, but he has that instinctive ability to be able to jump and move either to the inside or the outside.
Middleton, 21 yards in 3 carries. And Turdell is the number 3 rusher in the NFC, 516 yards already this season. He is on his way to a 1,500-yard year. Incomplete, going to Andre Thompson. At the 47-yard line, it will be third down and 3. And the strong safety, Autry Beeman, had the defensive coverage.
Well, that's a good pattern if you get single coverage on a field where the footing is not very good, because the defensive player must react to what the offensive player does. And that time, both of them slipped a little bit. Pittsburgh jumping out ahead of Cleveland, 6-0 first quarter.
Roy Girella, his second field goal of the ballgame, now from 23 and 44 yards. Third down 3, Green Bay. Whitehurst. Under pressure, flag is down. Pass is complete to Marty Smith. He has the first down, but it will be holding against the Green Bay Packers. That will nullify it. And as we bring it back, we have another score in. And that score is New York Giants 3, Tampa Bay 0. Joe Danella has a 22-yard field goal first quarter of that ball game. It was third down and 3 and a first down. First penalty of the ballgame that has hurt the Packers. Here's the call.
Holding, offense, number 71, third down.
It was on Mel Jackson of USC, a number 12 draft choice in 1976. Third down and 8. Lofton is wide to the near side. Thompson wide to the far side.
I don't think they'll throw deep. This is 13 yards to go for first down. They don't want to make any mistakes.
The tight end stays in. Going deep to Lofton. He pulls it down. James Lofton, no, they rule it incomplete. He did not have possession. 4-4 speed for the world-class long jumper, Cornell Webster, with a defensive coverage for the Seahawks.
He almost came up with a great play. I said I did not think they were going to go deep because they didn't want to make the mistake of an interception. But Lofton really has tremendous hands, tremendous concentration. He's come up with several catches in that situation so far this year. He missed that one, but the next one he might pull in.
Rufus Crawford is deep as David Beverly will be kicking. Rufus at the 25-yard line of Seattle. 4:27 time remaining in the first quarter. Now Beverly will have a problem of footing on the skin part of the infield.
You better get it off. They have trouble with the time.
Crawford drops it. Green Bay has the football. Estes Hood. And the Green Bay Packers strike again.
Prior to this game, Seattle did not have any problems with their special teams, but they're having it right now. He should have fair caught that ball because the defensive man was right in his face. And once again, Green Bay coming up with an outstanding play on the special teams, coming up with a 95-yard kickoff touchdown by Odom. Now they're in striking territory once again.
That is the second fumble recovery for the Green Bay Packers. Ezra Johnson got the first one. That led to a touchdown. Estes Hood has the second one. 21-yard line of Seattle. First down, Green Bay. Middleton. Middleton to the 17-yard line. It'll be second down 6. Autry Beeman makes the tackle.
They come away with at least 3 points in a situation like this, Charlie. That's 17 points. It's a lot to overcome for Seattle, but they have that great striking power.
Here's another score. New England 3, Cincinnati nothing. Second down 6.
Uh-oh.
Fumble. The ball squirts loose. Scramble for it around the 7-yard line. John Harris comes up with the football. Seattle has the football, but there was a flag back at the 21.
No one knew where the football was, and it was rambling around for about 10 yards before Seattle finally came up with it. But it didn't make any difference because offsides on Seattle is going to make it Green Bay's football once again. That's a fourth penalty for 20 yards against Seattle.
Offside, number 77, offense, lined up offside.
Bill Gregory lined up offside. A costly mistake.
Trying to get that little edge.
Second down, about a yard and a half to go for the first down. Just outside the 12-yard line, Seattle territory. Middleton to the 5-yard line. It will be first down and goal to go. Bill Gregory makes the tackle. John Harris was also there for the Seahawks defense, a pickup of 7 yards on the play.
It's one thing about number 34, Middleton. When he runs, he's going forward all of the time. He's not a sideways runner. Once he makes up his mind which direction he's going, he's got great power, although he's not that large. He's only around 200 pounds.
The Packers will go with 2 tight ends as Paul Kaufman comes aboard. Middleton against Detroit had 148 yards rushing, his best game of the year. And the longest rushing play of the year, 76 yards, a touchdown against Detroit. Green Bay calls for a timeout. We've got 2 minutes, 51 seconds, time remaining in the first quarter. Don't forget this afternoon on NBC, game number 5 of the World Series.
What a series that
Yankee
is.
Stadium. Pre-game show will start at 4 o'clock Eastern time. That's 3 o'clock Central. And for those of you on the West Coast, that would be 1 o'clock. In the mountains, it would be 2 o'clock. Boy, the Yankees are something else.
Well, they came up with 2 outstanding games the last 2 ball games when their backs were against the wall.
Beatty and Hooten will be the opposing pitchers in that ball game this afternoon. Is that right? Our backup set? Granny, how are you? Bill Granholm of the NFL office is here. Are you the official observer? Oh, Art McNally's the official observer, and Granny is here to watch the announcers. That's what it is. There's Jack Patera, the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks. He has done a superb job.
Yes, and they have put themselves in a hole this afternoon with the mistakes that they've made so far. But this is going to be an exciting football game because they don't quit. Because they're going to come back. Last week they were down to a fine Minnesota Viking football team, and they came back and won that one.
Just outside the 5-yard line. First down, goal to go for Green Bay. They want to make it 21-0 in the first quarter. Middleton and Smith are the 2 running backs. It'll be Middleton on a sweep to the right side.
Yes, sir. Touchdown. Great blocking by the Green Bay Packers.
Mel Jackson, number 71, with the block. For Turdell Middleton, that is his 4th touchdown of the year.
This is at back's delight when you can run into the end zone from the 5-yard line standing up. And he's doing it, got an outstanding job by his offensive line. You can see they're out in front of him, hitting people. 71. Mel Jackson coming into the picture right there, and that is the final block that he needed to jump into the end zone.
And don't forget, it was Estes Hood with a fumble recovery that set it up. Bobby Douglas will be holding Chester Marco to attempt the point after. It is up, it is good. It is Green Bay 21 and Seattle nothing with 2:46. Time remaining, first quarter.
The Redskins lead this old rivalry 43-32 with 6 ties and 81 starts. And the Skins have won the last 5 in a row, including a 35-30 effort earlier this season in September at RFK Stadium. Wilbert Montgomery had 4 touchdowns in the losing cause. First down at their own 32-yard line. Eagles. Reverse. Hogan runs right into traffic at the line of scrimmage and did not get more than a yard.
He didn't fool anybody with that particular play. Everybody stayed back with doing their pursuit. The man stayed back on the backside. That's what he's supposed to be doing. Butts number 65 right here playing it extremely well. As you see him getting rid of his blocker and coming up to make the tackle.
Dave Butts, and into the action gets Bacon, number 80. And it is a gain, and they gave him a little more than I did. We'll call it 2nd and 8. Mike Hogan. Hogan came into the game with 269 yards rushing, and he's caught 18 passes out of that backfield. Jaworski to throw. Complete. Well, first down at the 49-yard line. That is Charles Smith, number 85, with the reception. 5th-year man from Grambling, getting the start ahead of Ken Payne.
Again, John, here, Jaworski setting up. Receivers going down and hooking up right in front of that defensive back. It comes back for the ball. It's thrown low into the inside. That's where you're supposed to put him.
Yeah, Jaworski's now thrown 94 consecutive passes without an interception. He's having an excellent year. Last year threw for 21 interceptions. So far this year is only 3.
Lamar Parrish on the coverage. Jaworski's thrown for 8 touchdowns, and the number 1 rated quarterback in the NFC, Theismann, is thrown for 10. It is first down. The Redskin territory almost at the 49-yard line. Now Montgomery has them in at the 41-yard line.
Tim,
they close to a first down.
He really,
a little bit short.
He really slid on the synthetic turf out there, but he kept his balance and got up. And the key to a running back, and here it is right here, is just a quick pitch to the outside, a block by the tight end out the outside. He slips right there, keeps his balance, gets up, keeps those legs driving, and I think that's the key to the whole. You know, any back that's a success has got to keep those legs driving at all times.
Brad Dusek made the stop. It is 2nd and 1 at the 42-yard line of Washington. Wide left is Smith. Wide right is Carmichael. Montgomery has the first down inside the 40 of Washington. Wilbert Montgomery has 5 touchdowns. He leads the NFC in touchdowns along with Gene Fugate of the Washington Redskins. So we've got a number of very similar performances matching up on these 2 teams. Jaworski and Theismann, the top 2 quarterbacks in the conference. Montgomery and Fugate in the scoring. Perry Brooks in for Dyron Talbert at tackle now. First down, Eagles. Sideliner for Smith. Couldn't handle. Got one hand on it, couldn't bring it in. On the coverage was Parrish and Houston. Montgomery has rushed for 26 yards on 6 carries.
Our Giants are coming back. They're 3 over Tampa Bay in the first period.
Second down. Pittsburgh in front of Cleveland, 6-0 in the first period, and a key battle in the AFC today, Central Division.
Pittsburgh, another one of the undefeated teams.
Yeah, I had them last week, and boy, they look good against Atlanta.
Cleveland played him tough first time around before losing a close one. A disputed loss, as a matter of fact. Controversial play near the end of the game. 2nd and 10. Jaworski Lots of time, complete. That is Mike Hogan being wrapped up by Hamburger at the 35-yard line of Washington, and they're going to spot it at the 34.
You talk about one of the all-time great pros that have played this game. Jaworski's setting up here, but watch number 55, Chris Hamburger. He's been around. He sees that back coming out. Hogan has an option of going inside or outside. And he takes the outside move. And he gets good yardage, so it's a good third down and about 4 to go.
Redskins have Carl Lorch, their pass rusher, in for McDowell. They try and use McDowell against the run and Lorch in the passing situations. He is number 71. Brooks is in at defensive tackle, number 69. Third down, about 4 to go. Slot formation left. They go right with Hogan. Hogan hit right at the line of scrimmage.
Great
Slashing
defense.
in there was Brad Dusek, number 59.
Dusek's a tremendous linebacker. Remember the first ball game against New England, he picked up a fumble and ran it in order to have the Redskins beat New England. Outstanding linebacker for the Washington Redskins, and they play excellent defense. They really are schooled well by Coach Jack Pardee. As a unit, they play extremely well.
It'll bring up 4th down on the good defensive play. Shara will hold as Nick Mickemeyer will attempt from the 41-yard line. A 51-yard try. He has a little bit of wind behind him, but it's mainly going crossfield. And that is way short. So we have had 3 missed field goals so far, and the score will remain. The Philadelphia Eagles 7, the Washington Redskins nothing. And that also finishes up the first quarter here at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia.
First down 10 for the Steelers. They move right to left, Myron.
And they lead 6-0 with 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining in a wild and woolly first quarter.
Out of the huddle, Mike Webster goes over the football. Stallworth wide left to the near side. Blanker to the right side is Lynn Swan. Handoff, Franco treading very carefully up to the middle and getting to the 10-yard line, where Gerald Irons tugs him down by the legs. Franco looked like he might be walking on eggs that time, very carefully finding the hole and coming through it and picking up 5 yards.
It was a nice run. Franco has only carried twice in this ball game so far. He's got 9 yards.
Clock reading, 45 seconds to play in the first quarter. Sun shining on Lake Erie, but not into the stadium. Blyer's in the slot close on the left, then backs up. Gets into a regular set. Here's the give to Blyer. Trap. Angles into it, gets a couple of yards, and is thrown back by Dick Ambrose, the middle linebacker from Virginia, and Gerald Irons and Charlie Hall. Good action by the Cleveland linebackers that time as they set a trap and sent Blyer through it. And now Rocky is out of there, and we come back in with T. Bell, the second-year man from Arizona. They always list him as Theo, and he doesn't like that name. His name is Theophilus. His nickname, he says, is T, not Theo.
And this is the Steelers' answer to what they will be doing part of the time without Big Benny. 3 wide receivers.
Hey, look here, Steeler fans. We're at the end of the first quarter, and the score, Pittsburgh 6, Cleveland nothing. Love it.
CBS Sports kicks off next Sunday with the NFL Today pregame show, followed by a regional slate of games. Monday morning, you'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, one of the 3 undefeated teams in the NFL, leading on 2 field goals, a 23-yard and a 44-yard field goal by Roy Girella. 1st and 10. Detroit trying to get a move on its own 35-yard line. King and Bussey are the running backs behind Gary Danielson. And Danielson going deep down the middle, right through the hands of the intended receiver, Hill. David Hill. It appeared to go right through his hand.
Well, the Falcons use an odd defense on first down, which is good against the run, not as good against the pass, to rush. They got him open on a corner pattern. He should have caught it.
David Hill was a television cameraman during the off-season. I don't think he likes that picture.
Well, I tell you, the sun must be awfully bright out there. That's the second one.
Yeah, there is a lot of glare. 2nd and 10 on the 35. So Danielson lost a touchdown. Now he loses a completion. He's been throwing the ball well. just off the hands of Hill, and he's going to claim that Frank Reed had a hand on him. But Reed just doing a good job of defending. Gary Danielson, a 3-year man out of Purdue. He started the last 2 games last year, and he's done well his last 2. Let's check Frank Reed and see if he's roughing him up with a hand at all. It would be that right hand there. He was frisking him, I think.
It looked pretty good to me, though.
3rd and 10 from the 35. Luther Blue is wide right, and Freddie Scott goes wide left. Boy, they're moving around, and there'll be flags with King carrying to the 35, and the Falcons jumping around.
Falcons were dogging. They were in a 34 defense, and his cadence drew him offside.
That's Kuykendall, 54. 79 is Yates. 74 is Fomina.
Falcons like to dog a lot, and if they guess right, they can get a big play, and the quarterback mixes his cadence and draw him offside.
Defense offside, number 54.
So Fulton Kuykendall. Down here they call him Captain Crazy. There's nothing crazy about him. He's a tremendous linebacker.
Well, they call him that because he hits so hard. He's a physical football player, and there aren't a lot of physical football players, Vinny.
He paid the price. He broke his arm in the 5th game last year. 3rd and 5 from the 40. In motion is Jesse Thompson. And Dexter Bussey dropped the ball, but then he fell on it. With Robert Pennywell right on top of him, Bussey got one of those good bounces, and it came back to him.
This is what a young team does for you. The handoff was never really there. Bussey did not open his arms wide enough, and he had a little help from upstairs because that ball took a Detroit bounce.
Actually, it went out of Bussey's hands and hit Pennywell, and then hit the ground and bounced back up to Bussey, so he was fortunate indeed. Tom Skladany will be kicking from his own 25. Billy Rickman all alone for Atlanta, and that might have been partially blocked as it hits on the 45, takes a Detroit bounce down to about the 37-yard line of Atlanta, but somebody got a finger in the pie.
Watch the referee.
Yeah. He started to reach for his flag.
He reached in his pocket and put it back.
Couldn't get it out.
Double sevens, Edgar Fields. 2-year man out of Texas A&M is the one who partially blocked it and then ate up Skladany. And Monty Clark, a little frustrated now on drop passes, and I'm sure he felt that his kicker had been roughed up a little. So Atlanta puts it in play. 1st and 10 on the Falcon 37-yard line, and the second man is Bean. Bubba looking for a block. He couldn't quite get it from Haskell's standback, but he did get the ball back to the 45-yard line.
I'll tell you, Vinny, Bubba was looking a little too long that time. You just can't float back there that long because you're going to run out of room and you're not going to really get anything.
Well, you know, Jim and Vinny, today, neither team has a breakaway back that's going to go all the way. They have to kind of slug it out and take what they can get.
Well, you said it a little more vividly than that before the game, Coach, but I won't repeat that.
2nd and 2 from the Atlanta 45. And it's the first man, Bubba Bean, tripped up at the line of scrimmage and falls forward. And the fellow who just did get a finger and slow him down was Bill Cook. You'll see he just reached up to grab him, but he fell forward. And from our angle, it would appear as if he has made the first down, but they'll measure.
Yes. All right. In addition, both teams have to get their running games going before they can throw the football. They have to establish the run to keep the pressure off the quarterback.
Now, I have an interesting bit of statistical information for you fellas, and maybe you can interpret it in a little while. Steve Bartkowski on 3rd down passes is 63% on the money. That's staggering on 3rd down when you're looking him to pass.
Great.
What does that tell you about the quarterback?
Great under pressure.
In this situation, he usually likes to sneak, and it's 3rd and less than 1.
No, first. They picked up the first down.
Oh, they picked up the first?
1st and 10 on the 48. Bartkowski down the left side to Billy Rickman, and he makes the reception, and he's down immediately at the 40. Luther Bradley falling on top of him.
Now watch Bartkowski's quick release. He knows where his receiver is. He's throwing to Rickman, who has probably the best hands on the team. Very well executed play.
Good play action. He faked to the fullback first, which held the linebacker.
Rickman, a second-year man out of Louisiana Tech, and he's really emerging down here as a fine pass receiver. 1st and 10 on the Detroit 40-yard line. And Bartkowski to the second man, that's Bean, and he is hit and drilled immediately by Charlie Weaver. And if you're old enough to remember the Wild Bunch at SC, it was 8 years ago. Charlie Weaver.
Saw Charlie Weaver last night, and he looked like Superman. The guy's got a waist about 28 inches.
I tell you one thing, it figured that Detroit would draft him because one of his big moments for SC was knocking off Michigan in the 1970 Rose Bowl. They know him in Michigan. 2nd and 9 on the Detroit 39-yard line. Bartkowski looking to the right side and now hanging it down the middle. Overshoots Haskell Standback. Haskell Standback has caught one pass, but they overthrew him.
We got a flag.
Let's watch 86, Jim Mitchell now. Past the 5-yard point, there is contact. That is illegal. It was not called. Maybe that's why he hasn't scored a touchdown in so many games.
We'll pick up another penalty.
They just don't throw them enough. That's
holding, number 29. That's a first down.
Mike Burns guilty of holding Jim Mitchell. So you saw it.
Vinny, that's what, again, we call incidental contact. The contact didn't bother him too much, but you can't make any contact.
Mike Burns is playing because Jimmy Allen, normally out there, has an ankle sprain. 1st and 10 on the Detroit 34-yard line. Bartkowski to Haskell Standback, and he gets to the 30-yard line. Al Baker, number 60, and they tell us that Al Baker, even as a rookie, number 60, is one of the leaders defensively for Detroit, a rookie out of Colorado State. A couple of scores for the moment. We can post them for you. New England 3-0. A 19-yard field goal by David Posey over Cincinnati. 2nd and 6 from the 30-yard line. A slot left this time. Francis inside Rickman. They load up the left side. And we might have run out of time. Let's see. Apparently so. The clock up on the scoreboard showed 1 minute and 35 seconds. So that's on the fritz for sure. The first quarter's history. Detroit and Atlanta, no score.
Starting the second period at their own 14-yard line. 3rd down and 1 to go. Corson and Peterson are in there, 2 tight ends. Give to Franco. He was working but couldn't get it. Hitting into the right side, struggling. Charlie Hall determined to stop him and did stop him short of the first down. And that is 4th down. Swan and Stallworth came back out there. I don't know why. Now they're going back and the kicking team comes on. First punt of the afternoon. And it will be from the 14-yard line. Wind is tough, and I can't tell exactly which way it's blowing. Colquitt standing at the 1-yard line. Punt will carry left to right. Browns going deep. Here's Colquitt getting away. A booming one up into the wind, brings it down at the Cleveland 41-yard line and going down on the turf, Keith Wright. And then as he gets up, he is nailed by Randy Rudershan, a 45-yard punt. And he went down on a knee and then, of course, got up as he can. But Rudershan, the great rookie from Pitt, and I mean he is great on special teams activity, came down and nailed him.
It is 7-0 Eagles here at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. Tim Ryan with Johnny Unitas and Tom Matty. And in the first period, the teams did about the same in total offense. The Eagles with 62 yards unofficially. The Redskins with 59. The only score coming on the interception by Deke Sanders. It is 1st down, Washington. John Riggins straight ahead. Behind the center, Bob Couzil, and guards Dan Nugent and Ron Saul. He's stopped by Carl Hairston. Getting down low and underneath to upset Big John, and that's really the best way to hit Riggins because he is so strong. especially in the upper body. He's very hard to bring down when you tackle him high. He got about 3.
I believe excuse me, Tim, I believe Theismann's going to have to mix that first down up a little bit more with the pass instead of the run. They've been playing primarily run on the first down situation. It gives him more of an opportunity to throw the ball on first down. When he runs it, they come up with a 3rd and or 2nd and 7, 2nd and 8, and you get in a situation having to throw against all those big people.
Screen pass to Tony Green.
Oh, look out.
Green can ramble. Look at him move. Tony Green inside the 30-yard line to the 28. Loose ball. Was he down? Let's see. It is Washington ball. A brilliant piece of running by the rookie running back, Tony Green.
Again, it's just a quick screen to the outside over here. He sets it up. And the one thing that Pardee, and talking to him earlier in the before the ball game, he wants to get the ball at this guy. He's an exciting runner. Look at him picking his holes inside, outside. And he's got the speed to go with it, John.
They called the ball dead. Looked like the ball dropped out of Green's arm before he hit the ground.
Saul and Nugent were the guards out in front of the screen. They did a good job to start him. And that was some piece of running. Slot formation left, a 34-yard gain. And Riggins hit behind the line of scrimmage and driven back. He'll lose at least a yard on it. Hairston and Sistrunk, the ex-Redskin, getting Big John Riggins.
This is a little fancy handling by the quarterback. He does a quick pitch to the outside, coming back underneath for a quick trap inside. That Eagle defense just read it perfectly. They're not going to let Riggins get any place.
Loss of 2, 2nd and 12. The ball spotted at the 32-yard line of the Eagles. The big play of the game so far, apart from the touchdown intercept. A 34-yard gain. Theismann on a screen to Tony Green. Theismann has time. Down the middle, intended for Fugit, incomplete. Off the hands of an Eagles defender, number 20, Johnny Outlaw.
Theismann getting plenty of time to throw the football, but the coverage has been there most of the afternoon for the Eagles.
So that brings up 3rd down. Into the ball game comes Shara. He's an extra defensive back in the passing situation. They'll go to 5.
Johnny Outlaw is a fine defensive back. He used to play with the Buffalo Bills at one time. I believe he caught one for me for 63 yards and a touchdown.
You always remember those good
Yeah, I remember the number, his name, everything.
10-year man from Jackson State. It is 3rd down, Washington. Theismann, time again. Up the middle, incomplete. Intended for Fugit. He took a hit from Shara just as the ball arrived and could not squeeze it. So again, a kicking situation. Here is a report from CBS News. Black smoke at the Vatican this afternoon, and that means that no new pope has been chosen in the first day of balloting. The Cardinals will try again tomorrow. So that word from CBS News. And meanwhile, back here in Philadelphia, football action continues with Mark Mosley attempting for the 3rd time. The ball spotted at the 39. It is a 49-yard attempt. This time in the other direction. He's got a lot of distance, and he has a field goal. Mark Mosley has the Redskins on the board with a 49-yard field goal. And I guess he just needed a little wind behind him, and he got it. So it's 7-3, and we have 12:25 remaining first half.
Chester Marco will be kicking up to either Al Hunter or Rufus Crawford. Green Bay leading 21-0. 2 costly fumbles by the Seattle Seahawks. The Packers cashing in on both of them. One of the upbacks. 13 yards on the return, and the Seahawks will try to get something going.
Well, they need to get something going right now to get back in this ball game. 21 points down. It's the first quarter. There's plenty of time remaining, but they've got to start establishing something offensively.
They are on their own 27-yard line, first down. They have yet to be in Green Bay territory. An opportunistic Green Bay Packer football team. And they believe, Lynn, just like you said at the opening of the telecast. 1 second of the 30-second clock. The handoff is to Smith. Another fumble. Green Bay has it one more time. Number 78, Ezra Johnson, with his second fumble recovery of game.
That's the third fumble of the ball game. Number 47 is Sherman Smith coming to the right side, and he is nailed there by about 2 or 3 Packers. And you can see the speed of 78 Ezra Johnson because they were running away from him. Coming up with a football, the third fumble recovery for the Green Bay Packers this afternoon, and right now they're knocking at the door once again.
At the Seattle 30-yard line, Ezra Johnson got the first one, Estes Hood got the second one, and Ezra Johnson, a replay. He got the third one, his second of the afternoon. First down at the Seattle 30-yard line. Whitehurst trying to cash in immediately. Drops it off underneath the covers to the tight end, Rich McGeorge. Keith Butler, the rookie, number 2 draft choice from Memphis State, was there for the defense. For Rick McGeorge, that is only his 5th reception of the year. A gain of 7, it'll be second down 3.
There's number 78, Ezra Johnson. 12 sacks so far on this young season, 6 in one ball game, 2 fumble recoveries today. He is the big play man on defense, and it seems that every week somebody on this Green Bay Packer team comes up with outstanding performances.
We have an official's timeout. The sideline marker was wrong. It is second down and 3, and now they correct it. There we go. The culprit. It was a 3 rather than a 2.
That last play, Whitehurst was looking deep to both Lofton, number 80, and number 43, Thompson. He wanted the home run. He wanted 6 right away.
So with the officials' timeout and the problem of setting the marker on the sideline, we'll rewind the 30-second clock and do it again. Second down 3, 23-yard line of Seattle. David Whitehurst, number 3 passer in the NFC. 52% completion average. Gives out to Barty Smith. Smith, 14-yard line, first down. Barty Smith with 211 yards coming into this ball game. The number 1 draft choice in '74, brought down by Cornell Webster. We'll look again.
This is good, straight ahead, hard running by number 33, Barty Smith. He's eventually going to be tackled by a defensive back, Cornell Webster, but he's going through a lot of traffic there, maintaining his balance before being tackled by Webster. But they have been taking it right straight at the Seattle defensive team, and they've been picking up yards, running straight at them.
A gain of 9, a first down at the 14-yard line. Turdell Middleton. Middleton to the outside.
Got a block. He's going to score.
Jackson, the key block. It was Mel Jackson, the pulling right guard, number 71, that set it up. Turdell Middleton, his second touchdown of the afternoon.
Number 71, Mel Jackson, just to prove that a minute ago was no fluke when he jumped out in front of Middleton for the touchdown. He did it once again. This time, instead of going to the right, they went to the left side to prove that they could do it both ways. A great block by Mel Jackson, 71, and great running by that man, number 34, Turdell Middleton.
You got that one.
Right there, opening up a lane that now it's just free sailing to the corner of the end zone. Touchdown, Green Bay Packers.
Out of the hold of Bobby Douglas. Chester Marco will attempt the point after. It is up. It is good. The score, the Green Bay Packers 28, the Seattle Seahawks nothing.
Friends, here's a report from CBS News. Black smoke at the Vatican this afternoon. That means no new pope has been chosen on the first day of balloting. The Cardinals will try again tomorrow. The start of the second quarter. No score. Haskell standback. Gets across the 30-yard line. Flags on the play. Remember what we said at the opening of the game. There are a lot of people who criticize this group of officials for calling too many penalties. Now, maybe they're just following the letter of the law, but it's still a case in point.
Well, there should be a balance in the league, I think. What about you, Coach?
Well, some crews do call penalties a little closer. They over-officiate. Other crews will let them play football. That's just the personality of the group.
And considering the fact that you have two basically young ball clubs, we're going to see that flag fly a lot.
Holding, number 86.
Well, again,
Second
since
down.
we changed the rules, Vinny, we're going to see more holding penalties than ever.
That's against Jim Mitchell, a tight end. 4 penalties against Atlanta. That would be for 30 yards thus far. So that puts it back to the Detroit 40-yard line. 2nd and 16. Francis left, Rickman right. And Bartkowski threading the needle and got his man inside the 25-yard line. It's Wallace Francis who made the reception. 6-year man out of Arkansas State.
All right, Robert Francis. Now, this is a great catch. He drives downfield, drives his man back, makes a good cut. He's ready. The ball is a little slow, but it's right on the money. But the main thing here is that he makes a great catch. That's what you have to do in the National Football League.
And the rookie cornerback, Luther Bradley, knocking him down. Philadelphia leading Washington 7-3 in the second quarter. It's 1st and 10 Atlanta on the Detroit 24-yard line. Breaking away is Bean inside the 15-yard line. So Bubba Bean brought down by Bruce Rhodes, and a few bad words down there.
Well, here's a fullback play where the fullback reads the defense and cuts back. I like what Radkowski's doing on 1st down. He's mixing in his play-action passing. Now he's running the football. Atlanta is in control right now, and if they can score first, it'll mean a lot in this ball game.
So Atlanta on a big drive, 1st and 10 on the Detroit 13-yard line. Francis is right, Rickman is left, Mitchell the tight end on the right side. It's Stanback and Bean behind Bartkowski, and Stanback, you can see a block attempt by Haskell Stanback, but he missed the block, and that left Bubba Bean naked unto the world. Watch this now. There's where Stanback is throwing the block on Al Baker, and Baker just pushed Stanback away and ate up Bean. That number 60 is really going to be something for Detroit.
I'll tell you something, Vinny. Even though there was a missed block, I think there were 4 or 5 missed blocks. That looked totally confusing up in there that time.
2nd and 11 from the 14. Francis right. Bartkowski looking to the right side. Under pressure, down he goes. This time it was Al Baker again. We're going to send him right to the Hall of Fame.
Detroit dogged on this. 55 came right in. They didn't pick it up. Quarterback didn't have a chance. Good call by Detroit defense.
So it was a 2nd and 11. Now it's 3rd and 21. So Atlanta starting to go backwards again. Ball is on the 24-yard line of Detroit. 3rd and 21.
Nickel defense for Detroit.
Francis and Rickman. Francis left, Rickman right. Bartkowski's been very successful on 3rd down. Passes over the middle, and he's got his man, Billy Rickman. Touchdown! A flag on the play. Hold the phone. Billy Rickman making a great reception, but hold it. The penalty will be against Detroit.
Okay, let's bring this one right into your living room from the ground level. Bartkowski moves out, shows his mobility, throws a beautiful pass, but the main thing here is that Billy Rickman has those wonderful hands.
The thing that made this, in my opinion, is that the receiver came back for the ball, took it away from the defense. You see that? And then ran in.
And, Coach, they say he don't even have speed, but who needs it?
They picked on Luther Bradley, the rookie out of Notre Dame. Walt Williams tried to come over and help out, but it didn't work as Billy Rickman brings it in for the touchdown. Mazzetti's point after is up and good. And the Atlanta Falcons leading 7-0. Tim Mazzetti just joined the ball club, and now he has joined them officially. 7-0 Georgia.
Reverse on the punt return, so they'll put the ball in play at their 39-yard line as the sun comes out, breaks through this heavy these heavy clouds that we have, and it's a nice day.
Sending Cleveland back, the main scoreboard clock is not operating with the other field clocks. They read 9:45 to go, and the main scoreboard clock is 6. An official looks up at the clock, but they're going to go ahead and play without it. They have a new scoreboard here. And it's not like the old scoreboard. They don't make them like they used to. Well, Pruitt went into the eye, shifted off the eye. Greg Pruitt back in there. Sipe drops back. Sipe looking, flips it out into the left flat. Incomplete off the fingertips of Cleo Miller out at the 42-yard line. Donnie Shell up the cover. Incomplete pass. 10 passes tried by the Browns. 6 of them completed. Second down 10 at the 39-yard line. They're announcing now that the main scoreboard clock is not operating correctly. I was listening to the Georgia LSU game last night. They had the same problem at the very start of the ball game on the opening kickoff. Lauren Taves out now. He'd been back in. Tony Dungy replaces him, 5th defensive back. Newsome goes wide to the right. Slot man set to the left. Sipe hands that ball off, and here goes Greg Pruitt. Nailed. Came straight across, cut right, running along the 42.5-yard line, brought down by Jack Ham, who played it perfectly. So it was a little draw action as Pruitt took it and picked up about 3 yards.
Yeah, they trapped Joe Green beautifully, and the hole was there. And that's why it's so important to have Ham in that game, because when you got that Greg Pruitt and you're showing him a little daylight, you have to have a really nifty outside linebacker. And that, of course, is Jack Ham, and he was there.
Picked up a penalty marker on that play, and they're going to mark one off against the Browns. Keep walking. 10 yards. That has to be a holding call against the Cleveland Browns. Back to the 32-yard line. A hold against the Browns. Total of 15 yards on 2 penalties against the Brownies. And they're looking now at second down and 17 yards to go.
Imagine they'll be throwing. They've thrown a lot today, 10 times already.
Reggie Rucker to the left. Dave Logan to the right. Sipe is dropping back, and they're trying to get to him, and he fires it up the middle to Pruitt at the 40, and he's brought down by Ham at the 41-yard line. Pruitt on a slant coming out of the backfield, took it at the 40. Ham made that nice quick play on him at the 41. So they come back up within the sticks, and they have a 3rd down 9 play coming up. That is their 11th pass, 7 completed.
New quarterback going in for the Browns, Jack?
This is what they've been doing. This is Mark Miller that they run in spot situations, a rookie from Bowling Green. They use him like the guy at Denver. Weiss. This one's in trouble. They had him. There he goes. Down he goes. Being chased around. He ran into the open arms of Jack Lambert. Lambert says, I love to hug you on the turf of the Cleveland Stadium. And down goes Mark Miller at the 36-yard line, the first sack against the Browns. They spot him on certain situations like, what's his name? Norris Weiss? Norris Weiss.
Norris Weiss, yeah.
Norris Weiss.
He's right up in bed now, Norris is.
Johnny Evans in punt formation, rookie from North Carolina State, standing at the 21-yard line. Rudershan and Bell downfield for the Steelers. Punt right to left. High, hangs it well. Let's take a fair catch. Nope. That's T-Bell at the 30. And he's in trouble at the 34-yard line. T-Bell brought down by Clay Matthews, aided and abetted on that play by Ricky Feature. And the Steelers have it at the 34-yard line, a 34-yard punt.
30 yards in that last drive, 3 plays. It took 52 seconds. And for the 3rd time in the ballgame, the 3rd fumble recovery for the Green Bay Packers, they've turned it into a touchdown.
Well, they're capitalizing on the mistakes, and that's a sign of a good football team.
Hunter and Crawford are the deep backs on the return. At the 10-yard line, it is Rufus Crawford. And Crawford returns near the 27, maybe the 28-yard line, where once again Seattle will try to get an offense cranked up. Steve Wagner makes the tackle for the Green Bay Packers. They'll spot it at the Seattle 28-yard line, first down.
What do we got? Philadelphia 7-3 over Washington, second quarter.
For the Redskins, Mark Mosley, a 49-yard field goal. 20 yards on that last return as Seattle goes to work. The second back through is Sherman Smith. Smith has around 4 yards to the 32-yard line. It'll be second down and 6.
Tampa Bay ahead of the Giants 7-3 second quarter.
John Davis scored the touchdown from 3 yards out. Tampa Bay 7, Giants 3.
Tampa Bay is coming on strong for another expansion team.
Yes.
I noticed that
excellent defense, particularly.
Last play, they decided to run right at number 78, Ezra Johnson. They can't run away from him, so they run right at him.
Seattle has picked up 25 yards rushing thus far. Sims may have the first down. Zorn has completed 2 of 4 for 21 yards thus far. So the total offense is now around the 60-yard mark for the Seattle Seahawks. First down, 38-yard line.
You can see the player coming in. The plays are being called from the sidelines. Jerry Rome, the offensive coordinator of the Seattle Seahawks, really does an outstanding job of calling plays.
Zorn checks the defense. He wants a timeout. With 11 seconds left to go in the first quarter, does not want to make a mistake. Seattle has to get some offense going.
Green Bay that time overshifted their defensive front four. And what happens in a situation like that is that you got a play called in that direction, and you think you're perhaps outmanned, and you don't want to take a chance of losing a yard or two. They need to get some first downs. They need to get momentum going, keep their defense off the field.
Atlanta now leads Detroit by a score of 7-0. A Bartkowski to Rickman pass covering 24 yards. 7-0, 12 minutes to go in the first half of that ball game. And here in Milwaukee, it is Green Bay 28 and Seattle nothing with 11 seconds to go in the first quarter. And Greg Peters has to be one of the happiest young men in Wisconsin. Although he's in the hospital, Steve Odom promised him a game football if he did something outstanding. And what did Steve do? Opening kickoff, 95 yards for the score. Way to go, Greg Peters.
Can't do anything more spectacular than that, I don't believe.
First down, Seattle from their own 38-yard line. Zorn to throw, under pressure, goes deep, has a man, hits him. Ron Howard, the tight end. Howard is to the 21-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. Steve Luke, as the gun sounds, Luke makes the tackle. That is the end of the first quarter with that 41-yard reception by the tight end. We'll be back with the second quarter of today's football game after these messages from your local station.
The Redskins went 34 yards in 6 plays for a 49-yard field goal by Mark Mosley to get on the board, and it is 7-3. The Eagles in front. Mark Mosley will kick it off. The deep man you're looking at now, Billy Campfield on the lower part of your screen to the left, and Betterson, number 34, at the top. Good kick by Mosley. The wind is obviously blowing more in that direction. It goes right through the end zone, and the Eagles will start. Now we've got a little ruckus down on the field here with number 82 for the Redskins, and that is Dallas Hickman, reserve linebacker, with Dennis Franks, the backup center for the Eagles. Doing a little swinging at each other, but as soon as the whistle blew, they got things calmed down. Now that can happen on the special teams. Everybody's going hell-bent for election down there, banging along. Doesn't take much to get a temper to flare. Hogan and Montgomery will be the running backs. Carmichael and Charles Smith are the wide receivers, and they both go out left with Carmichael in the slot. Now they shift into the I. Hogan the lead back. Montgomery, and he slipped on the artificial turf and slides into the 20-yard line right at the line of scrimmage.
Like he was sliding into second base out there. Try to get your feet together to make that cut back to the inside, and he couldn't get them together.
Harold McClinton was there to make sure he didn't get up and run, and it'll be 2nd and 10, no gain.
You know, McClinton, the game he played against Dallas was probably one of the finest games I've seen in a long time.
Outstanding evening. And we had the opportunity to watch Bill Berge against Baltimore, Tom Matty, Roman Gabriel that afternoon, and those were 2 outstanding performances by linebackers that we've been privileged to watch. Loose ball, Jaworski, and he manages to dive on it, but they fumbled the snap from center. And And so it'll be 3rd and about 11 as he just got on top of that ball about a yard behind the line of scrimmage.
Those are the kind of mistakes you can't make, because you come up now with a 3rd and long situation. They're coming in with the 5 defensive backs now. Got to put the ball up in the air.
It'll be Gerard Williams, the nickelback, with McClinton, the middle linebacker, going out, and the Eagles have Ken Payne in. They're going with 3 wide receivers and 1 running back. 3rd and 11. Hogan, the lone running back behind Jaworski.
Got the blitz on.
He got it away, but it's incomplete. Flag down. It was intended for Kreftley, the tight end. And Lavender on the coverage.
It's against the Eagles.
So it may have been offensive pass interference. Let's watch it again. Kreftley and Carmichael were both in the same area. Let's watch it.
That's worth a shot anyway to take it if official possibly could have missed it, and then we may have a first down situation.
Well, it was intended for Carmichael. You saw Kreftley coming in from the right of your screen.
Number 84 offense declined. 4th down.
And Kreftley is the man charged with the offensive pass interference. He tried to take Lavender off Carmichael. And so the Eagles are 1 for 4 in 3rd down conversions. Vermeil is unhappy with that. I think his claim would be that Carmichael had touched the ball, had a chance to catch it, and Kreftley was throwing a block. But referee Gordon McCarter and his team didn't see it that way. So Mike Michel, the new punter on the Eagles, will punt. And he fumbles at the 4-yard line, trying to get it away. It's very short. Fair catch called at the 28-yard line by an alert Redskin. And the Redskins have what you must call excellent field position.
I think that was a very brilliant play by that defensive lineman there. And then raising his hand for a fair catch. Let's take a look at it here as he just drops the football. And he's able to pick it back up and then look downfield and does get a kickoff right there. Some alert play by Michael. Boom.
He got it
his
away.
leg torn off too.
I don't even know how he got it off.
It was Pete Wysocki who had the presence of mind to make the fair catch there. Was glad to have it come down at the 28 of Philadelphia. The Redskins with a good chance here. First down try by Theismann. Flag down. Pass complete to Thompson. Touchdown. Let's see what the flag is.
It's going to be holding.
Good pump by Theismann right there to actually open up that offensive receiver.
It is against Washington. There is no score on the play.
Here you can see Theismann rolling out to the weak side over here. They're putting a weak side flood pattern. Riggins comes across, sets up. Watch Theismann pump the ball right there. That makes the move to get the receiver open, and he just lays it way out. That's a great throw, John.
Beautiful throw, and Theismann, of course, now coming out, throwing on a first down situation. After a play like that, a lot of quarterbacks like to do it.
62 offense. First down.
That's Dan Nugent, the right guard. 3rd-year man from Auburn, came over from the Rams in a trade in the offseason. Theismann was 4 for 9 and 1 intercept, 77 yards. Going into that passing situation that went for naught. First down back at the 39-yard line. Complete to Riggins. Riggins hit immediately by LeMaster, the linebacker number 55, and another flag down. Theismann puts his hands up like he's expecting the worst and gets it. Another holding call against the Redskins.
Well, they didn't have a good punt, but these officials are playing with him.
Well, one thing, he's got the wind with him throwing from where he is. He's got to throw it a little longer each time here. 2 consecutive holding penalties after the Redskins got a break on the fumble and short punt by the new punter Mike Michel of the Eagles. Michel picked up on waivers from Miami. He was their kicker for 10 games last season. Didn't do too badly down there. Averaged 38.2 on 35 punts. And they have gone through Rick Engels and Mitch Hoop since this season started.
Holding number 75 offense. First down.
Terry Hermeling is number 75, left tackle, 8-year man from Nevada, Reno. Watch it on the left side. You can see it there on the replay. So it is first and very long. Theismann, he's got time, but it's blocked and nearly picked off by Dennis Harrison. And Harrison had nobody between him and the goal line. the rookie from Vanderbilt, number 2 pick, nearly had a touchdown.
Well, let's watch Theismann as he goes back. Let's watch some of the offensive blocking up front as well. They have putting some good pressure on Theismann, who does really have an adequate amount of time to throw the football. Just some outstanding defensive play by the Philadelphia Eagles.
Dennis Harrison, they'll bring him in those passing situations. Sometimes they'll go to the 4-man front there. And he is big, 6'8", 275 pounds. And when he gets those hands up, boy.
You got to throw underneath his armpits, Jimmy.
So it is second down and still very long. Ball at the 49-yard line of Philadelphia. Flag down again. And Tony Green tries right tackle behind Nugent and Stark. Got about 3 on the play. Let's see what this flag is. As Green goes off. This one against the Eagles. Signals referee McCarter.
We had been really free of some penalties at that first quarter. There weren't too many. I think there was only 1 penalty in that first quarter.
Yes, the delay call. That's right.
That's all.
5-yarder against the Eagles. I think somebody jumped offside.
Offside, number 67, defense. Second down.
Len Burnham, who along with Dennis Harrison is usually in there in pass rushing situations. Number 67, another former Washington Redskin. Second down, about 35 to go. Theismann, a long bomb for Thompson. Incomplete off his fingertips. Herman Edwards on the coverage, but Thompson had him beat. Now, whether Edwards got a hand on it, the replay can tell us a little better.
Thompson has very, very quick moves and great speed. Theismann throws this ball perfectly. It may have been a little underthrown. Watch the ball and see if the defensive back doesn't get a hand on it. He's almost looking at the receiver. Now the ball just goes right over him. I think Thompson his attention was diverted by the hand.
Just enough distracted, I think, by that hand coming up there, and he couldn't squeeze it. So 2 close calls for Thompson. A touchdown pass he caught, called back on a penalty. And that one you just saw. It is third down. Line of scrimmage at the 34. Philadelphia.
Oh, boy, did he get nailed.
Theismann took a real shot, and the man that hit him first was Dennis Harrison, number 68. Back at the 45 of Washington.
You could see the pressure being put on this defense team. Berge blitzing to the inside. They got the blitz on. Watch him get nailed. Oh, boy.
Tommy, this is the first sack by a Philadelphia Eagle team in the last 2 ball games. And what a time up for it to come.
No better, I'll tell you, especially after that punt.
12-yard loss on the sack. Fourth down is all the way back at the 45 of Washington. The original line of scrimmage at the 29 of Philadelphia. Mike Bragg's punt taken by Shara. Flag is down on this play as Shara battles his way to the 24-yard line before he's stopped by a swarm of Redskin tacklers. First guy there was Ike Forte, number 30. Let's see what this flag is all about.
All right.
We've had a flurry of flags.
We got a clipping penalty.
Well, the mic on referee Gordon McCarter not working on that call. Either that or he didn't turn it on.
We got some updates. Here again, you can see the clip coming in. Watch him right there. To the backside. Gets him behind the legs. That's what you're not allowed to do. That's how you get a lot of injuries, too.
Personal foul. Clipping. Number 52 receivers during the run back. First down.
Well, there you heard the word from Gordon McCarter. It was number 52 Ray Phillips, a new linebacker acquired following the injury to John Bunning this week, playing on the specials team. So the Eagles will start back at their 9-yard line when play resumes.
Green Bay leading Seattle 28-0 in the second period. It is first down 10 at the 34.5-yard line. Terry Bradshaw quarterbacking. He's back there, and he rips it up to the 45-yard line. Randy Grossman had hooked and was kneeling at the 45. Measured for the first down perfectly. Tony Peters put the grab on Grossman, and that's the first time they've gone to their tight end today. Second catch out of 6 passes, and Randy Grossman is the receiver. And on the season for Grossman, That will be his 4th catch. First down, Pittsburgh, only the 3rd of the afternoon. At the 45-yard line, moving left to right. Bradshaw again has time, pumps, holds it, then fires, and Grossman, great catch at the 46, is over the 45 and down to the 42. Some kind of action by Bradshaw. There's a flag down back there, either holding or roughing. Mac Mitchell attacked Bradshaw back there. Grossman made a sensational catch. If you're looking at it and listening to us, you saw Bradshaw maneuvering in great passion. He completed it to Grossman. They're marking off 15 more from the 41 down to the 26, roughing our passer.
Yeah, that's the call, you betcha. And as Jack told you, a great catch by Grossman. Bradshaw ducking and dodging in the backfield. Perhaps a little tempted to run with the ball, but he spotted Randy open in front of Tony Peters, and he went high into the air to make that catch. So the Steelers at the 26-yard line of the Browns.
First down 10. They move left to right. Out of the huddle. Kolb, Davis, Webster, Mullins, Penny, interior line, Grossman, the tight end. Blyer in the close slot on the right side in the wing position, giving it a double wing look. They play whistle dead as Bradshaw started his handoff. Flips it out to Stallworth. Stallworth is hugged out there by the defensive back, Oliver Davis. They got a call against Pittsburgh. Must have been too much time. He had taken the snap as the whistle was blowing and was appeared to be either faking or giving a handoff. This brings it back to the 31, and now we get the official determination. That is delay a game. So a 5-yard penalty, the first one against the Steelers, takes it back to the 31-yard line. Out of the huddle, Stallworth wide left, Swan to the near side. Split backs, Blyer and Harris. Quarterback is Terry Bradshaw. Gives it to Blyer, slashing over the right side along the 30, inside the 30, the 25, to the sideline at the 20, and down at the 18-yard line. Clarence Scott made the tackle. Rocky Blyer. And let's see where we are. We're at the 18.5-yard line, second down, 2.5 to go. Let's pause for station identification.
Nothing is as good as Z-Bart rust proofing. That's why Pittsburgh area Z-Bart dealers give you a 5-year repair warranty on all new vehicles. WTAE, Pittsburgh.
Strong right formation. Give us to Harris. He's in trouble in the middle. Scooted up there and wanted to make a cut. Mike St. Clair met him straight up. And Harris will lose about a half yard to the 19-yard line. It's going to be 3rd down and 3. I asked Blyer in an interview this week, who's going to win the Pitt Notre Dame game? He's a diplomat. He talked for 3 minutes and didn't say anything. So finally I said, well, who's going to win the game? He says, Notre Dame, of course.
Well,
he is an old Golden Domer.
Yeah.
His loyalty showed through finally. Got Blyer and Harris in the backfield. Corson and Peterson in, 2 tight ends. Give is to Franco, and he's nailed again. Great Cleveland defense. No question about it. He was coming off the right side. Charlie Hall, Dick Ambrose, and over there also Clarence Scott is a key man. And it's at the 19.5-yard line. Boy, this wind is something. A little while ago, it took all of the Cleveland radio crews cue cards and blew them right out the front. They're over next door to us.
They're not going to try a field goal, Jack. They're going to go for it on 4th and 3.
I think probably he's looking at this wind and figuring it's too tough.
I suppose.
All right, 4th down and 3. They have to make it to the 16-yard line. Close slot right formation. Cleveland with 4 down linemen. Bradshaw on a long count. Now the flag comes. Bradshaw was trying to pull him offside. Using a tricky call and attempting to pull him offside was unsuccessful. They take a 5-yard penalty, and on comes Girella. So that was the maneuver. Bradshaw trying to use a tricky count to pull him offside and get 5 yards for the first down. It didn't work, so you take the 5-yard penalty. And Girella will be attempting a field goal from the 32-yard line, a 42-yard attempt. Colquitt is the holder. Girella has had 2 today. He's had a 23-yarder and a 44-yarder. This is a 42-yard attempt. wind a little tougher at this end of the field, I believe. Ball is down. Girella kicks it. It is blocked. Girella picks it up and goes down at the 30-yard line. Jess Turnbow and Mickey Sims firing in there, and it was blocked, and Girella covered it at the 30.
With 12 minutes left to go in the second quarter, Atlanta 7, Detroit nothing. Atlanta went 73 yards in 10 plays, and they held on to the ball for just shy of 6 minutes. And now Detroit will get it back. Tim Mazzetti will kick off, and the Rabbits are Scott and Jesse Thompson deep. And a good kickoff almost out of the end zone, and so Scott will down it.
Benny, that was a great kickoff. I timed him on his opening kickoff. When you kick them that deep, you don't have to kick them so high. His time was 4-0 in the air, but it was 3 yards deep in the end zone.
Tim Mazzetti, 6'1", 175-pounder, a 22-year-old and a rookie out of the University of Pennsylvania, had his feet wet briefly with Buffalo and Philadelphia. He kicked a field goal in a preseason game against Atlanta for Philadelphia, and the Falcons remembered when Fred Steinford had all the trouble, they picked up Mazzetti. 1st and 10 for Detroit on the Lion 20-yard line. Danielson to King, and King squirts forward. He would have been hit at the line of scrimmage, but he's just low enough at 5'10" to get through. So he picked up a couple with Greg Brazina on his back. CBS Sports Spectacular. Boy, it's going to be spectacular. You'll have the world's freestyle skateboard exhibition. You have the USAC's Brands Hatch Auto Race and the Turf Classic, plus the world's strongest men competition. All coming up next Saturday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 Central and Pacific. The CBS Sports Spectacular. 2nd and 6 from the 24. Pitch back to Dexter Bussey, and he is upended immediately. And Jeff Yates, who replaced Claude Humphrey, making the hit.
All right, I often wondered why Claude Humphrey left the team.
What's
but
the word
are
on
very happy that Yates is there because he's doing a great job.
What is the word on Humphrey? What's going on
The
with
word is that he's unhappy here, that he wants to play with a better team, and he's trying to force a trade or something like that. I don't know that it's true, but this is what rumor has it.
1st and 10, now 3rd and 6, so Detroit stymied a bit.
34 defense for Atlanta.
Gary Danielson dropping back to set up. There's a flag on the play.
Atlanta's offside, Benny.
So on a 3rd and 6, we'll see if we can pick off an Atlanta infraction. It'll be on the far left side or the top of your picture.
Yeah.
That's Dewey McClain. That's Dewey McClain, left side linebacker, caught with his finger in the jaw.
Sitting in the backfield.
No excuse for that. That's you never commit a foul when they're giving you the ball.
He's a 3-year man out of East Central.
Defense, number 52. 3rd down.
Dewey, you are naked unto the world.
I'll tell you something. Their defense is so active until they're going to do that a lot. I mean, they are so active, Coach. Don't you think so?
Yeah, but you still don't have to do that, Jim. That doesn't help him any. He's being too smart on something like that.
3rd and 1 on the 29-yard line. Out of the eye. And it'll be Dexter Bussey, and Greg Brazina drops him for a loss.
Wow.
Brazina had 6 brothers attend the University of Houston.
Yes.
And oh, what a linebacker.
Well, this is the way I like my linebackers to play defense, to get across, to penetrate. 3rd and 1 doesn't mean a thing when you penetrate and get across and force the back to cut back. The Atlanta defense has taken over this ball game, and right now the Atlanta defense can win the ball game.
Tom Skladany will be punting from his own 15-yard line. Billy Rickman is all alone on the Atlanta 30-yard line, and Skladany gets it away. Wobbly, however, going over to the right side of the field and takes a Detroit bounce and goes out of bounds at the 32-yard line. We'll watch Skladany as he goes under a charge, but nobody near him this time, and it's 7-0 Atlanta.
In Green Bay territory. Sims to the 16. David Sims from Georgia Tech, a high school quarterback. 7th round draft choice a year ago. He can throw. He is 1 for 1 throwing this year. You can look for the option, that not necessarily in a game like this on a day in the rain?
I don't think that they'd want the running back. They want the running backs to hold onto the football. They don't want them concerned about throwing it with the weather conditions the way it is right now.
Sims also as a receiver is a #2 running back as a receiver in the AFC. Sims just trying to wedge his way to around the 13-yard line.
Well, number 77 for the Pack is Mike Butler, and he just wedged his way about 3 yards deep and shut off any hole that they might have had on that last running play.
It'll be 3rd down. Just inside 4 yards to go for a first down.
Zorn is very, very good on 3rd downs.
As a matter of fact, throwing, he has completed 78%. He's converted 78% of 3rd down situations in which he has thrown the ball.
That's amazing.
78%. Would you throw here?
Yes, sir.
He goes inside to Sherman Smith, and Green Bay stops him. I go with you. I think he should have thrown.
Man,
Mike Hunt made the tackle.
78% of the passes on 3rd down. That's including when it's long yardage situation, medium, and also short yardage. But here it is. Just the Pack is there, and a great play.
Mike Hunt, #2 draft choice.
He was good enough to move out Jim Carter at that middle linebacking position, which is an indication as a young middle linebacker, he's coming of age.
4th down and a couple, and of course, trailing 28-0, you go for it. Zorn will throw on this one. He's scrambled. He's going to keep. Has a block. Has a first down. He'll score. Jim Zorn scores his 5th touchdown. Ron Howard, the tight end, with a key block. His 5th touchdown of the season on the ground for Jim Zorn in his 3rd year from Cal Poly in Pomona. The drive started back at the Seattle 28-yard line. It covered 72 yards in 6 plays. Touchdown coming from 14 yards out.
Saying earlier, the explosiveness of this Seattle football team, you know, they're down 28-0. They came right back, and that's the advantage of a Jim Zorn. He had the option to run or throw. He saw the hole. He knew he had to get the first down. Not only that, he got the score.
Herrera with the extra point. It is up, and it is good. The score is Green Bay 28 and Seattle 7 with 13:06 left to go in the first half.
Lehman Bennett is still the youngest head coach in the NFL at 40 years old, but right back of him, Monty Clark for Detroit is only 41. So young players and young coaches. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 37-yard line. And a little screen to the left side. But unfortunately for Atlanta, Detroit read Rickman, and Big Bill Cook broke it up and knocked him down. Let's check a couple of scores first of all. Seattle perhaps still thinking about that upset last week we saw against Minnesota. And Green Bay burying them 28-0 with 1:37 left in the first quarter. Meanwhile, Tampa Bay and New York. And Tampa Bay on a 3-yard run by John Davis, leading the Giants 7-3. 2nd and 5 on the Atlanta 38-yard line. Here comes Bubba Bean and Al Baker. I'll tell you what. Let's take another look at that number 60. Jim, you were talking, and they were talking about him last night.
Monty Clark loves him. He says he's never seen a rookie like Al Baker who comes into the league, starts right off playing first string. He is physical. Also, he is a mental football player, and he's a great leader off the field.
He's 6'6", 260-pounder, and a very good basketball player, so he's very agile.
He has something that nobody can coach. He has natural quickness.
He's a 2nd-round draft choice, and he's sure paying off.
And an attitude with it.
Oh, that's tremendous.
3rd and 5 from the Atlanta 38. Bartkowski very successful on 3rd down this year. He's done it, and Bean dropped it. He had him and he dropped it. O'Neal, the middle linebacker, was trying to pick him up, and there's a flag on the play.
Well, this is a pretty good call. The quarterback is hit as he releases the ball. The ball was thrown just a little bit behind the receiver. The receiver should have had it.
That was Al Baker again, by the way, as we are welcoming everybody to the Al Baker Hour.
Yes, he had a little karate chop that time.
But John James will be kicking to Freddie Scott. And up front is Jesse Thompson, should the punt be short.
That's what we call a delivery sack. He delivers the ball and he's sacked after he delivers it.
Then he's a little slower in the fourth quarter.
John James punting for Atlanta. The Falcons leading 7-0. 8:32 left in the second quarter. Detroit not coming, so James has his time and really hangs one to the 25-yard line, and Scott is hit immediately. And down there to hammer him, number 25. And as Atlanta begins to move its people around, that's Ray Strong, who didn't figure to play. He's got a sprained ankle, but he didn't have anything wrong in getting down under that one. It is 7-0 Atlanta.
John McKay in Tampa Bay leading the Giants 7-3. If they win today, the Bucs will be 4-3, and that is really something. And look at the pack under Bart Starr.
The pack is back, and it's 28-0 in the first quarter.
Seattle is not a bad football team at all. First down, Eagles from their 9-yard line. They lead it 7-3. Tim Ryan, Johnny Unitas, and Tom Matte at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. Wide right is Smith. Hogan straight ahead, and there is nowhere to go there as the front four of the Redskins combines, led by Dave Butts, 290 pounds out of Purdue. A young man really coming into his own, his sixth season. He is having a fine year.
He's the biggest man on that team. I think he has a coat like of a 52 extra long. He's unbelievable.
But he's got big feet, too.
You need a good foundation to carry a big building.
Carmichael and Smith are the wide receivers. Carmichael wide left, Smith to the right. Montgomery behind right tackle, and it was stacked up beautifully by the left side of the Redskins line. McDowell and the linebacker Dusek just stripped the blocking down, and Houston made the tackle. And they like to get that safety involved in the running plays, and Houston, I think, likes being up there right in the middle of it.
Kenny's a hitter. He's been a real fine defensive back for a long time, and he's a tremendous addition to the Redskins for the last few years. They have a real fine defensive secondary, linebackers, and good defensive line. I guess Ron McDowell and Talbot would probably be the two oldest people on that line. They have some younger kids who come in whenever they get tired or come in to when it's a pass to rush that pass.
In that situation right now, Carl Lorch is in for McDowell. The extra defensive back, Gerard Williams, is in. Deep, intended for Charles Smith, overthrown. It looked like Charlie Smith may have pulled a muscle coming upfield as he kind of broke his pattern off and went limping off the field. Our intrepid producers in the truck have come up with an interesting statistic following on our comment about Butts' feet. 12.5 triple E, we're told. Quadruple E. I didn't know that. He's got to have those custom made.
I don't believe I'd want to drink champagne out of it.
I don't know where they got that from, but I think it's interesting. Michelle is standing in the end zone to punt. From the goal line, he gets another short punt away. Well, not bad, depending on the bounce. Gets out to the 38. They're going to spot it at about the 37-yard line. And again, the Redskins in excellent field position. So we have 7:49 remaining first half, and the Eagles clinging to a 7-3 lead over the unbeaten Redskins.
41-year-old Monty Clark, 6 years offensive coach under Don Shula at Miami, and during those years 2 Super Bowl titles and 3 AFC championships. He's accustomed to winning. First and 10 on the Detroit 25-yard line. Danielson giving to Dexter Bussey, and down he goes. Number 79, Jeff Yates, is the man who hit him first, and again, he's the heir apparent to Claude Humphrey's job.
The last punt by James was in the air for 4.45, and that's one of the reasons they had such great coverage, Vinny.
That's Strong, despite a sprained ankle. We didn't expect to see him play, but boy, he got down there under that. 4.5 is the equivalent to, I mean, that's about as good as you can hang it.
That's excellent. That's Ray Guy area.
Second and 13 from the Detroit 22-yard line. Danielson looking and releasing to Jesse Thompson. And Thompson upended on a rolling block by Roland Lawrence, and no pun intended. It was not enough for the first down. He needs about 2 yards.
Well, here's a dog. The Falcons dogged in this situation. Watch 79 come in. And he's a little too high in his pass rush.
Well, he's a little high, Coach, but I think he got a little left jab under the chin. His head went back a little bit there.
He plays the run a little bit better than he does the pass. That's where they're going to miss Claude Humphrey on the pass rush.
3rd and a long one from the Detroit 34-yard line. 7-0 Atlanta. Play action fake. And Danielson is going for broke. No good. Down the field was Leonard Thompson, who used to be a running back, but is now wide receiver. Roland Lawrence right there defending.
This is a good call. Good play action fake to the fullback. He has time to throw. Lays it out there pretty good. Both went up for the ball. It could go to either one.
By the way, Detroit now is 0 for 4.
All right, let's watch Yates. He is the man that took the place of All-Pro Claude Humphrey. A lot of people say he's doing a fantastic job, but in my mind, I'm wondering what Claude Humphrey is doing right now.
Well, I'd like to have Claude Humphrey.
Skladany got it away, and again, it was partially blocked, I believe, and Billy Reichman will back off as if it's a time bomb, and it rolls down to the Atlanta 20-yard line.
They almost had that.
Watch Skladany under a lot of pressure. Not a great snap from center. And as you can see, just avoiding him is Tom Pridemore, number 27. Almost blocked it. 7-0 Atlanta.
To kick off. They have been successful on 2 of 3 onside kicks. You tried here?
No, because they're looking. Well, they did it. The Packers were looking
for it because you said Green Bay was looking for it 3 out of 4 times this year. And there's a flag down at the 48-yard line. Am I right? It was Herrera himself that came diving underneath to recover it.
They've done it 3 times, successful twice, and Herrera is the man who does an outstanding job of just dumping it. It has to go 10 yards, that's all. It is 10 yards. The Packers were looking for it. All 5 men were up about 12 yards lined up.
Illegal procedure, short free kick. We will re-kick.
Let's look at that again. Illegal procedure on a short free kick. Normally that means that the ball was touched before it went 10 yards. Now remember, they're kicking from the 35. He did not say offsides. He said illegal procedure. That's 5 yards. That is 10 yards. He is thinking of the old kickoff for the 40-yard line. Officials are wrong. They will correct themselves. They will have to.
That's right. They're going to have to eat that flag.
The ball was touched by the white team after it had gone 10 yards. Therefore, it's a white team's ball. First down.
That was the mistake he made.
Yes, sir. Good call, Charlie.
I'd love to see Herrera dive. It's the first time I've seen the kicker get in there.
Generally, they're going the other way. That's when they kick it, they go the other way. That's 3 out of 4, and the Packers, they were actually looking for that onside kick because they had all 5 of their front men up about 12 yards.
Now, if Seattle could get something going here, we'd have a ball game. 28-7, Green Bay. They've dominated. Zorn wants to go deep immediately. Flag is down. He'll run with it. It'll be a holding call. They'll bring it all back. He goes scooting out of bounds and then slips. He all right? Yeah, he's okay. That'll be a holding call. Boy, what an athlete Zorn is. Most popular athlete in Seattle. Wait, we'll be back to him in a minute. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
Channel 23, KNDO, Yakima.
Penalty will go against the Seahawks. Jim Zorn, the quarterback, speed skater, wanted to try out for the Olympic teams. And
Where does he
Southern California.
Where is there a lot of ice there?
The ice is the rink is near Disneyland. That's where it is.
Indoors, okay.
Right. He was an amateur boxer. Also, are you ready for this? He's a very proficient juggler and appears on kids' television shows.
Hey, he's been doing a lot of juggling on the football field. I can assure you that. He's got great hands.
Holding, offense, number 51, First down.
Holding on the center, John Yarno. It will be first down and 20 back at the Seattle 38-yard line. And now Jim Zorn will really have to juggle that offense.
Well, he's the type of a quarterback that will give fits to a good defensive line because he has the ability to scramble and run with a football.
Duke Ferguson is wide to the near side. Zorn sends 4 in the pattern. He's being chased. Picks up a block. Throws it. It's complete. It is complete to Steve Largent.
They may say he was out of bounds before he threw the football, though. Over on about the 30-yard line.
He would have picked up 15 of the 20.
He's going now. He knows he has to get rid of the football because he's close to the out of bounds and he doesn't want to take the loss. Is he out?
No, he is not. Back that up. We can get our operator. Back it up and see where his foot is planted. No, right there. See where that foot's planted? He is not out.
It's very close, Charlie.
He's not close. He's not out. Okay. They lose 7. Officials win again. They're not having a good game. Second down, 27. That's all right. You know, it happens. Well, that was a big play for Seattle, though. They'll get a lot of static about that this week. Number 35, David Sims, and the head of the officials, Art McNally, is here as the observer. Gary Weaver. Art's listening to us. He's checking the television. Art, I'm sorry, baby, but they missed 2 of them. They corrected 1, but they missed the other. Now we got it from the end zone. And let's see if we were wrong and they were right. Oh, no, that's not even close.
Right, he is.
You know what I'm wondering? I'm wondering if the official was anticipating that he was trying to avoid the loss, was dumping it off. They missed that one. No, that was a big play. Bad call by the officials. Third down, 17.
Better get rid of it.
Chase, knocked away. That's a fumble. Green Bay will come up with their 4th fumble of the afternoon. Dave Roller has the fumble.
But guess who it was that chased him down? Number 78, Ezra Johnson, with that 4.4, 4.5 speed, was able to catch up with Zorn, who's coming back in the pocket and taking off to his right. And this is the design play right there because you can see the back, 47 Smith coming in to cut 77 Butler. But number 78, with that great speed of his. Now, Zorn is a fast man for a quarterback, but he's going to grab a hold of his arm right here. Coming up with yet another big play for 78, Ezra Johnson. He's already recovered 2 fumbles, and he created another one.
4th fumble recovery in the ballgame for Green Bay. Whitehurst. Intercepted by Autry Beeman. Seattle has the football right back as Beeman goes out of bounds around the 37 or the 38-yard line.
All right.
And for Beeman, that is his 3rd interception of the year.
Big play for Seattle coming right back after giving up the football. That was the 14th sack for Ezra Johnson. Number 27 is Beeman. Looks like he's throwing the ball right to him. The quarterback didn't see him at all. Wasn't in his vision whatsoever.
And a flag was dropped out of bounds on the far sideline. So let's watch and see what happens once he gets out of bounds.
Unnecessary roughness, number 58 on the run.
The call was on Robert Barber. No, the call was on number 58. There is no 58. All right, Seattle has the ball. Green Bay, 48-yard line, first down. Zorn right to the air. 4 on the pattern. 1 to block. Deep. Largent has a touchdown. 48 yards from Jim Zorn to Steve Largent.
You talk about a tremendous throw, a tremendous catch. That was a perfect throw. The ball had to travel about 55 yards in the air, but it's a nice, soft pass, the kind the receivers love to catch, right on the money. It had to be a perfect throw because the coverage was very good. But number 80, Largent, coming up with a big play for Seattle, and they are now right back in the ball game.
Here's the extra point attempt by Herrera. It is good. Seattle now has cut their deficit in half. A A moment ago, they were trailing 28-0. Now they trail 28-14, 11:38 left to go, first half.
Sipe is back and looking, letting a long one go down there to Newsom. Broke it up beautifully at the 50-yard line by Lambert. Boy, did he play that one. Newsom had some breathing room. Shell was behind him, and Lambert came over in front and tapped it away, incomplete.
And word comes from the press box that, yes, it was Earl Edwards, as I had surmised, the 6'7" defensive end of the Cleveland Browns, who blocked Roy Girella's attempted field goal.
At the 30-yard line, second down 10. We have 5:25 to play in the first half. Pittsburgh leading 6-0. The Browns have the football, moving right to left. Brian Sipe drops back, fires long downfield, and it is caught on the far side. Pulled in by Reggie Rucker at the 48. Goes down at the Pittsburgh 45. Covered by Ron Johnson and Donnie Shell, and he made a sensational catch as he beat his man over there, went into the air along the sideline, and picks up a first down at the Steeler 45-yard line, a 30-yard pass. Make that 25-yard pass.
It's Reggie Rucker's 300th pass catch of his career. Ron Johnson actually had great position on him. The ball, I think, was underthrown just a shade, so that Rucker was able to lean back and leap up and make a terrific catch, but Johnson was covering him well.
Sipe drops it off to Cleo Miller. Miller running to the left, and he is brought down along the 44-yard line. Here at the near side of the field, up came Mike Wagner, who was just playing some kind of a game today, and Cleo Miller used a stiff arm on him, but it didn't help, and Wagner just rode him down, gave him about a half, 9.5 to go.
That's got to be this two-step edge on Wagner there as he tried to turn the corner, and Wagner simply caught him and ran him down.
All right. Cleveland, second down, 9.5. Sipe back there, fires to the far side, and Newsom goes up, and he can't get it. Deflected over there by Ron Johnson. Make that Logan, not Newsom. Logan is the back of his jersey pretty well obliterated with dirt. We have a penalty marker down back at the previous spot against the Cleveland Browns. Dave Logan, 6'4", 216. Ozzie Newsom, 6'2", 225. They're pretty close to the same size. You normally look to the tight end to be considerably bigger. We're at the Pittsburgh 44-yard line, and they're marking off 10 against Cleveland back to the Brownie 46-yard line, and it's a holding call against the Cleveland Browns. This will be the fourth penalty for a total of 40 yards against Cleveland. Cleveland has second down, 19.
The Steelers are nice and clean today, aren't they? How many penalties do they have?
Well, we have one for illegal procedure, right, and one for delay a game, something like that. Sipe is back. Now Sipe running forward, looking. He's got rope and room. Here he comes over the 50, the 45, and he's brought down along the side. The flag goes down. Tackle made by Lauren Taves, and Lambert came in late. And we may lose some ball players. Here goes the flag again against Lambert. They threw one flag and now two flags, and that is trouble. Wagner is mad.
I think the second flag was for bad language on Jack Lambert's part. I really do.
The play was at the 41-yard line at the near side of the field in front of the Cleveland bench area. Make that the 46-yard line. They're at the 45 with the football. Got a personal foul against Pittsburgh. They're getting their heads together. It's going to be 30 yards, I think, altogether. There is some confusion. So the hit was made originally at the near side of the field by Lauren Taves. Lambert got there late. That was the ruling. Late hit. Then in the argument that ensued, a second flag went down. From the 45, they're marking off 15 down to the 30. I think we're going to get 15 more. They're still standing over the football. Here's the signal. Personal foul against Pittsburgh. Now they're still standing over the football.
Lambert's leaving the field. Has he been thrown out?
Lambert has left the field.
He's gesticulating at Noel, who may have simply pulled him to cool him off.
Noel is calling for an official. They're still standing over the ball at the 30. And there's still another flag dropped in the dead ball situation. I've forgotten who the receiver was.
No, it was just Sipe running with the football.
Sipe running with the football. That's who it was.
It's been a year ago since it happened. No, Noah's over there talking with Pat Haggerty, the referee, and jawing at him. And Lambert is right into it, too.
Why did you have to point out that we hadn't had any penalties?
Yeah.
That was only a minute ago.
I'm sorry. I'll seal my lips with adhesive tape, but the Steelers may have lost Lambert. I don't know.
Boy, they're having a great argument. I still think there's another. Nope. That's all. Thank goodness for that. First down, Cleveland at the 30. Well, they dropped the second flag on the debate. They're announcing that Lambert's been ejected.
Yeah, he's disqualified, Jack. Just got the word. He's out of the ball game.
Here comes Cleveland, and the handoff to Cleo Miller, crossing right to left through the middle and going down to the 26-yard line. Cleo Miller carrying the ball. John Banaszak, Lauren Taves, and Dennis Dirt Winston making the stop at the 26-yard line. Second down and 5.5 yards to go.
Well, boy, that is strong punishment, taking your middle linebacker out of there, and as near as I could tell, it was for cussing the official.
That's when the second flag went down.
Yeah.
Reggie Rucker to the right, Dave Logan to the left. Sipe, quarterback in the Cleveland Browns. Pittsburgh leading 6-0. Sipe on a delay, faking on the end around, flips it out the right, open man, Miller at the 28, over the 25, and brought down at the 21-yard line by Dirt Winston. They faked a reverse to Ozzie Newsome on the tight end around, and then flipped it on a flare out to the right side to Cleo Miller. That is their 14th pass, their 9th completed. And the ball is at the 21-yard line, third down, about a half yard to go, and they bring in different people, Oscar Rohn and Gary Paris, and they'll go into a short yardage offensive formation. 2:21 to play in the first half.
The only explanation I can get on Lambert is they say they threw him out for misconduct. Maybe he threw a punch.
Two tight ends down there. Wing back left. And a handoff, and the play is stopped. Greg Pruitt is nailed. Little loss in there. Dwight White down at the bottom of the play. See where they uncover the football. Golly, some kind of a first half. Whew. You knew it was going to be that way. At the 21-yard line now, Cleveland has fourth down and 1 yard to go. Less than one. About 3/4 of a yard now. Calvin Hill comes in. Greg Pruitt comes out. 2:03 to play. The first half. We got the 2-minute warning coming up. There it comes. Automatic timeout. So with Pittsburgh leading 6-0, there's a timeout in the ball game. We'll be right back.
Football from their own 30 on this drive. And Dirt Winston is, of course, the man who has taken Jack Lambert's place at middle linebacker, and so far has played well.
Cleveland at the 21, fourth, about 3/4 of a yard to go. Browns in an I. Cleo Miller and Calvin Hill in the backfield. Two tight ends shifting off the I. Wing back right. Uh-oh, Steelers come across. George Beeler moved. And the Cleveland Browns are caught for illegal procedure. And that is going to bring Cockcroft on because J.D. Fogarty was cogitating whether they should go for the field goal at that point. Beeler, the man who used to wear Vaseline on his shirt at Oakland, committed the error.
When Joe Green couldn't get a hold of him. But I think maybe they were just simply trying to draw the Steelers offside and they gummed up their own plan. Do you think?
Right.
Possibly.
Beeler
I don't know.
goofed it up. They're doing the same thing that our team tried to do at the other end of the field. Okay, Cockcroft is on, and his shot is going to be a 42-yard attempt. Dave Logan, the holder, at the near hash mark. At the goal to our left. It's down. Cockcroft kicks it high enough, long enough. It's good. 42-yard attempt. Penalty markers down now. Uh-oh. This may change the strategy. They may decline the score. Got a roughing the kicker call. Now let's see what the judgment is. They're calling the Browns back out on the field. They want a captain to talk to. Take the option. Either you take the field goal, or let's see exactly what the call will be. It's been explained to their captain. Now they're going to give it to us.
Randy Rudershan is the guy the penalty is against.
Now they mark off 5. That's an automatic first down. Personal foul, roughing the kicker. First down, Cleveland at the 20-yard line. Okay, that's their 8th first down. Takes the ball down to the 20. So they decline the field goal. They get a first down at the 20 with 1:55 to play. Out of the huddle, Rucker goes to the right. Logan comes left. Strong right formation. Ozzie Newsome, the tight end. Out of the eye, they shift. Bring Calvin Hill to the left side. Give it to Hill. No, they fake. Give it to Newsome on the end around, running to the left. He's crossed the 20, caught in the arm, and thrown out of bounds by Lauren Taves at the 17-yard line. An inspired effort by Lauren Taves in pursuit of Ozzie Newsome.
Just sensational because Taves was being blocked by Robert Jackson, the pulling guard, and he would have no part of it. And it was a tough stop to make, too. He had a lunge out and grab him by the shirt after fighting off that block. So that was a great play by Taves. A gain of, let's say, 2.5 yards.
Marked the ball at the 17-yard line. The clock stopped on the out-of-bounds play at 1:49 to go in the first half.
Second down, 7. Sight going for Logan. Touchdown! Dave Logan took it away from Mel Blount, and the game is tied. And a flag is down.
Give you a chance to look at it from ground level. As you watch Sipe has time to throw it, lofts the ball high. It looks like Blood just does not know where the receiver is. Obviously playing the quarterback. Penalty was against Pittsburgh. Obviously declined. Sipe and his mates extremely happy. Let's see if Cockcroft can put them ahead 7-6.
Well, what happened was in a blitz, still in all, Melvin well covered in the corner of the end zone, but Logan got in front of him and went up and made the catch. Bunt was there, but he wasn't up to it as Logan picks off the touchdown pass. The Browns now trying to go out in front on the extra point.
Ball is down. Don Cockcroft kicks it, and it's up there good. So the Browns have taken a 7-6 lead on the catch by Dave Logan. The 6'4", 216-pound wide receiver from Colorado. And he showed the advantage of his size and his height that time as he used them on Mel Blount and went high up in front of him to make a two-hand overhead catch.
Yes, he's a basketball player, he is. And he did just that, as Jack told you. Say that the Steelers, you look at them on paper, they're so much better than this team in practically every department. And yet you put these two teams on the same field, and the emotions are high, and the Browns right now, consequently, have taken a 1-point lead, 7-6, with 1:44 remaining in the second quarter. The Steelers, of course, during that Browns drive, being victimized by penalties, or victimizing themselves, if you want to put it that way. There was the 15-yarder for the late hit by Lambert, and the subsequent argument that saw Lambert being thrown out of the ball game, severe punishment indeed. And then the Browns taking a gamble when they rejected the field goal that Cockcroft had successfully made, and taking the penalty that gave them the automatic first down. That was a gamble for sure on the part of Sam Ratigliano, the Cleveland coach, but it paid off, and the Browns lead, and they're going to be tough, it looks like.
Larry Anderson down deep for the Steelers. Cockcroft will kick off right to left. T-Bell and Jack Delaplane wide. Down deep. Cockcroft kicks it, sailing, coming down, bouncing at the 12, back to Anderson at the 5, out over the 10, the 15, the 20, 25, finds a lane, the 30, the 35, gets by a man, he's going to go to the 45, the 50, he's the Cleveland 40, the 30, look out, heaven, here he comes into Lake Erie, a touchdown, 95 yards, Larry Anderson of the Pittsburgh Steelers, shove it down their throats, put it right in there, 95 yards, and the Steelers bounce right back.
And that'll teach the Brownies what they were trying to do is tackle the football. First one guy took a swipe at it, then another. Maybe they remembered that in overtime a couple of weeks ago in Pittsburgh, Anderson had fumbled a kickoff return, but the ref didn't call it, and consequently the Brownies lost that game in overtime. Maybe they remembered that, because as he sailed up the middle, they were stabbing at that football instead of stabbing at Larry Anderson, and he galloped 95 yards, did the rookie, for a touchdown.
Girella will try for the point after at the 10. 1:30 to play. Boy, a lot has happened in 2 minutes time, less than that. Girella kicks it. It's good. They had a man sailing in there, made some contact. Oliver Davis, the official, looked at him and then decided not to do anything. So Girella adds the point. Holy mackerel, Larry Anderson, a rookie from Louisiana Tech. And that is the alma mater of Terry Bradshaw.
Hello, everybody. I'm Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning here in St. Louis. The Cardinals are trying for their first win. They've lost 6 in a row. And the Cowboys, of course, are trying to gain some ground in the Eastern Division, where they trail Washington by 2 full games.
Well, Lindsey, you know, the pressure is on the Dallas Cowboys. They must win to keep pace with the Washington Redskins. On the other hand, would you believe that the St. Louis Cardinals actually believe that they have a shot at a straight upset right here today? Here we got the opening kickoff, Lindsey.
And it's taken at the 9-yard line. Return across the 20 to the 22-yard line.
Kickoff return. Brought down by Speed and Gill.
And so the Dallas Cowboys start 1st and 10. They have the ball at their own 22-yard line. And the offense has Donovan, Scott, Cooper at center, Rafferty, and Wright. For the Dallas Cowboys,
John
Hill, Pearson, and Dupree are the receivers. And in the backfield, Staubach, Dorsett, and Newhouse are the running backs. 1st down and 10 yards to go. Motion across by Dupree. Newhouse is carrying. Gets back just about to the line of scrimmage before he is pulled down by Mark Arneson, an outside linebacker. 2nd down and 10 yards to go. And the defense for the St. Louis Cardinals. They have a 3-down lineman alignment with Pollard, Dawson, and Zook. 4 linebackers, Niels, Williams, Alleman, and Arneson. Allen, Worley, Green, and Stone are deep. Sensabaugh not starting today, although he is available. 2nd and 10 at the 22-yard line. Newhouse loosened up to the right side. Motion across now. And a wing right. Dorsett. Dorsett to the 30. And Dorsett goes out of bounds at the 34-yard line. Carl Allen ran him out of bounds.
Yeah, a lot of movement by the Dallas offense, Lindsey, and Dorsett, who's really eaten up the St. Louis Cardinals the last couple of times. Picked up 154 yards the last game 3 weeks ago. What a year, the #1 rusher in the National Football League, Tony Dorsett.
First down and 10 yards to go, and the ball is at the 34-yard line. 34-yard line. Game having just begun here in St. Louis, Missouri. And Jackie Smith is in there now. Jackie Smith, number 81, who was a Cardinal great, signed on 3 weeks ago by the Dallas Cowboys. He has returned home to St. Louis. Now Staubach. Old set throws, and scramble is on at the 48-yard line. It is completed there to Pearson. Drew Pearson gathered it in. Jackie Smith is in the same area. It is a 1st and 10, and it's at the 48-yard line.
Pick up a 15 yards. Drew Pearson, one of the great receivers in the National Football League. Only has 1 touchdown pass so far this year, although Dallas, Lindsay, is still the #1 total offensive team in the NFL. They're #1 in passing in the NFL. They're #1 in the NFC in rushing. They've got it all.
Roger Staubach. Newhouse to the 50-yard line. He picked up 2 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 8 yards to go. It was Mark Arneson once again.
There's the second quarter score, Lindsay. Tampa Bay 14, the New York Giants 3. Boy, they've turned it around in a hurry, the Buccaneers. Fine young quarterback down there, Doug Williams.
Dallas Cowboys are back to alternating guards, calling the plays. Rafferty and Lawless had been alternating until last week. They alternated ends. They were sending Tony Hill and Butch Johnson back and forth, and today they're back to the guards. Jim Cooper's the center. John Fitzgerald did not make the trip. Blitz. And now bobble on the snap. Bobble on the snap, and St. Louis recovers. That's at the 47-yard line. Mike Dawson's on the football. And the Cardinals get it 1st and 10 at the Cowboy 47.
There's Mike Dawson, Lindsay, coming off. Let's see if we can pick it up. They had a blitz situation right here. Here's Staubach calling the signals. Number 50 is Kurt Allerman from the inside. He snaps, and Mike Dawson has got it for St. Louis. 1st and 10 at the 48.
Mike Michelle's punt into the wind went only 26 yards, and the Eagles have averaged only 23 yards a punt.
I think they're going to be looking for another kicker next week.
Oh, boy. Well, I must say, he does have a pretty strong win against him. We saw the difference in Mosley's field goal tries against it. This is Riggins trying the right side, and a good defensive play by Philadelphia, stopping him right at the line of scrimmage. Reggie Wilkes, the rookie linebacker, number 51, and nose guard Charlie Johnson, number 65. Wilkes, the rookie from Georgia Tech, the first pick by the Eagles this year. Had figured to play behind Drew Mihalik, but Mihalik has missed 3 games with an allergy problem and also an elbow injury.
There was some concern about both these linebackers being able to play tough against Washington, but so far they've done a fine job.
2nd down and 10. Dennis Harrison into the game for Hairston. Pitch out. Riggins. Riggins is knocked out of bounds after a good gain. The cornerback Edwards and the defensive end Hairston.
Theismann does a great job here. Watch, he fakes the quick pitch to the outside, to the right up at the top of your screen, comes back and pitches out here. No one's out here. A trick play, but it worked. He picked up big yardage. It's 3rd and about 1 yard to go, Tim. Boy, Riggins is a load to bring down.
Oh, boy, is he ever.
They really fooled Hairston on that play on the fake of the quick pitch. Harrison was playing the quick pitch handback trap, and he was way in over the center. And there goes Riggins way around the outside end.
3rd and 1. They've got an extra tackle in there, and Jim Harlan for blocking here. The give is to Clarence Harmon. Did he make it? It'll be close. Clarence Harmon, number 38, second-year man from Mississippi State, and Manny Sistrunk, the ex-Redskin, the first man to hit him. They may need a measurement here.
Somebody's hurt on the field, too, Tim.
That's a Redskin down. We'll try to get a view of it. We don't have at the moment. We have the same one you have. Maybe the running back Harmon, the ball carrier on the play. And it is Clarence Harmon getting some attention down there. And the Redskins plan to start Mike Thomas as usual today, but he had been bothered by an ankle all week, and today he just said he wasn't ready to go. So they started Clarence Harmon in his spot. Now Harmon is down. With the timeout, we'll be right back. 7-3 Philadelphia.
Seattle finally got on the boards. A 14-yard scamper by quarterback Jim Zorn. It's 28-7 Green Bay early in the second quarter. 1st and 10 Atlanta from the 20. Bartkowski is 6 out of 8 for 83 yards and a touchdown, but he stays on the ground and gets the ball out to the 25 with a Haskell standback carrying. So it'll be 2nd and 5. Bill Cook at the bottom of the pile.
You know, Vinny, I like Haskell standback. He's a good, steady back. He's consistent. He doesn't make mistakes. And they didn't have him when we did the last game against the Rams. He was injured.
He's getting into the Atlanta record books. He needed 115 yards to go to 2,250. He'd be the 3rd best runner, back of Butler and then, of course, Dave Hampton.
He's underrated, in my opinion.
2nd and 5 from the 25, and through the crowd he goes again. So Standback and Bean, they are the workhorses. And as we said, Bartkowski 6 out of 8 for 83 yards and the touchdown to Billy Rickman. And Bartkowski figures to pick on the Detroit secondary because it's weakened by injury. James Hunter has a hamstring pull. Jimmy Allen has an ankle sprain. And Luther Bradley, the rookie, is playing, but he's coming off a neck injury against Washington. 3rd and 1 on the 29. Bartkowski giving on a play-action roll and sneak, and he made it. And that's not your usual quarterback sneak.
It's the handoff.
Oh, wow.
He likes to sneak in this situation, but he missed the handoff here. And here's his strength and size.
He went right under Ken Sanders.
He picks up the 1st down.
That's almost like the old quarterback draw.
Yeah.
But it wasn't intentional.
So 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 32 as Bartkowski winds up running for the 1st down. Bartkowski looking to the right side and gets his man, and it's Wallace Francis who makes the reception. Francis, who had a spleen injury last year, came in with Buffalo 3 years ago. Pretty good receiver.
Yes, he is, Benny. He's done a fine job for him. I like what they did with their offense on 1st down. Now they're going play action. That time they sprinted out. He couldn't sprint out all the way because the defense contained him, but with a quarterback that is not that mobile, it's good to sprint him out once in a while.
2nd and 2, the ball on the Atlanta 40-yard line. And again, they're trying ball control. They held it for almost 6 minutes on their touchdown drive. Haskell Standback fighting his way just shy of the 45, but that would appear to be enough for a 1st down. Bill Cook and Mike Burns making the tackle.
And when you watch Standback, watch how he holds the ball. He's really trying to protect this ball. He doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's got 2 hands on it. Coach George Allen likes that. He's looking, but he trips a little bit there. Probably if he didn't trip, he would have got 5 more yards. He is underrated, Coach Allen.
He's also gutsy. He played last year with a fractured wrist.
That's hard to do, Vinny.
1st and 10 from the 44. Bartkowski setting up, got by Baker, and now he's hooked at the neck, and is he ever nailed?
Flag.
Flag on the play. John Woodcock almost knocked his head off.
Oh, now watch Woodcock. We don't like to see this because Bartkowski is now doing a good job. He's been doing a good job about the last couple of games. He's very mobile. That right there is something you do not want to do. But the referees did call it.
It was an accident.
Personal foul.
Yes, it is accidental, Coach.
That's number 60. 1st down.
They called it on Al Baker, oddly enough, but it was John Woodcock. They just miscalled the number.
He's quick, he's strong, he can rush the passer. He's going to get better. We tried to get him when I was with the Redskins. He's from the University of Hawaii.
Coach, I'd like to point out one thing. You know, sometimes on a football field, some things aren't accidental. I used to get hit an awful lot in the face.
2nd and 10 from the Lion 44-yard line. Bartkowski giving to Bean, and he gets the 40-yard line. A nice bit of running because there really wasn't that much of a hole, and Charlie Weaver finally brought him down.
Jim, the one we're talking about, Bartkowski tried to cut back, and Woodcock was going one way and he was going the other, and it's natural to reach out, and he happened to hit him.
Reach out high. That's
so.
Dennis Pearson coming in for Billy Rickman.
The quarterback was standing straight up, too.
3rd and 6 from the Detroit 40-yard line. Atlanta leading 7-0. 2 minutes and 39 seconds to the half. Bartkowski down the left side, and coming back and making the reception is Dennis Pearson. Luther Bradley was running deep, and Pearson just came back. He's a rookie out of San Diego State.
Here's what beat him last week to some extent. There's a dog. Now the defender has his back turned again. Didn't see the ball. The ball was throwing short, so the man on offense comes back and takes advantage of it.
That's the rookie, Luther Bradley, out of Notre Dame, first-round draft choice, and he set all kinds of records at Notre Dame. He played in 46 straight games, all-time intercepts with 17, but he's been burned a couple of times today. And Steve Bartkowski coming out at the 2-minute warning, and Bartkowski on another drive with Atlanta leading the Detroit Lions 7-0.
1st and 10 now at the 47-yard line of the Cowboys. For St. Louis, they have Wortman, Young, Banks, Steve, and Deardorff in the offensive line. Gray, Tilley, and Ramson are the receivers. And in the backfield, Hart with Jones and Otis starting today ahead of Wayne Morris. So it is Otis and Jones in that backfield. Jim Hart waits for the snap. Jim Hart now. Once and throws, and it is complete. Inside the 25-yard line to Mel Gray. A great St. Louis pass receiver at the 23-yard line, 1st and 10.
Well, Benny Barnes had a man-on-man out there, the right cornerback for Dallas. And Mel Gray, who's 13 touchdown passes the last 9 games against these Dallas Cowboys. He has really been fantastic. Here it is. It's just a little post pattern right over the middle, and Gray actually was covered pretty good. It was a good pass and a good catch by Gray.
Morris and Otis are the setbacks. Morris and Otis are the setbacks for St. Louis. Otis carried. Jim Otis, the former Ohio Stater, and he got just short of the 20-yard line. Call it the 21, a gain of 2, second down and 8 yards to go. Defensive alignment for the Dallas Cowboys: Jones, Pugh, White, and Martin. Linebackers Heckman starting today instead of Henderson, Brunig, and Lewis. Barnes starting on that corner instead of Washington, Kyle, Waters, and Harris. Second down and 8 outside the 21-yard line. Ramson moving over to the right side. Jim Hart. Incomplete. Trying to get it to Ramson, his tight end. Batted down by Mike Heckman, who is starting in place of Thomas Henderson, who has had an ankle injury for several weeks. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League, as intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals and the National Football League is prohibited. Steve Jones is in now, and Otis has come out of the ball game, so it's Wayne Morris and Steve Jones. 3rd and 8. Hart back. Goes complete. Taken by Ramson, and Ramson is just outside the 10-yard line. It's a first down and 10 yards to go for the St. Louis Cardinals. Charlie Waters made the stop.
Well, Jim Hart has had great success in the past against the Dallas Cowboys throwing the football, and I think that's the intention today, Lindsey. It looks as if the Cardinals' game plan is to put the football up in the air. I think they're conceding the great defensive front four for the Dallas Cowboys. They're going to put it upstairs.
First down and 10 yards to go at the 11. It's Morris and Otis as the setbacks now for the Cardinals. Otis has the ball. Otis to the 5-yard line and on down. Stumbled at the 5 and kept right on going, so he's down inside the 2-yard line.
It looks as if somebody tried to knock him off his feet, and that's the strongest part of him from his waist down. He's not too quick, but he's got pretty good balance, a good short yardage man. Jim Otis, a 9-year veteran from Ohio State, just crunches forward inside the 5. Going to bring up 2nd and short. They can make a first down, Lindsey.
2nd and 1 at the 2-yard line. They have Wayne Morris, Jim Otis, Steve Jones, and then a 3-back alignment. They're in a full house. They're in a full house alignment. Hart waiting for the snap. Otis might have picked up the first down. May have picked up the first down. They'll check that one out very closely as he went up and over. So they'll spot the ball carefully here.
Here's Hart. Just straight ahead zone blocking. Everybody's converging on the inside. Jim Otis trying to dive up and over. Sam Cunningham, probably the best man in the National Football League. But Otis just a little bit too short to get over.
They're measuring for the possible first down now. It was 2nd and 1 at the 2. And it lacks a little bit. So it's going to be 3rd down and inches to go inside the 1-yard line.
Got Wayne Morris in there. He's a real good, strong running back out of SMU. Very pleased with him. Leading rusher on this St. Louis Cardinal team.
Cardinals trying to capitalize on the break of having recovered the fumble early, and the sun is breaking through the overcast in St. Louis.
You know, they felt that they should have won, the last 2 or 3 games. Stupid mistakes, blocked punts. They've really been a good football team offensively in statistics, but they haven't won.
Full house. Jones in motion outside. Otis. Touchdown, St. Louis Cardinals. Jim Otis took it in for the touchdown. And the Cardinals are on the board.
There it is. You see the defensive lineman go to the inside. Jim Otis just picks out a little daylight on the left side and dives over for the score.
It has taken 5.5 minutes for the Cardinals to get on the scoreboard. So all is joy for the moment in St. Louis, Missouri, with a conversion attempt coming. Jim Bakken is in to try it. Roger Worley holds for him. Bakken will attempt. They move 47 yards in 7 plays. It is up, and it's good. And as they come back up the field, it is the St. Louis Cardinals 7 and the Dallas Cowboys nothing. We have 9 minutes, 30 seconds remaining to be played in the first quarter here in St. Louis, Missouri. Cardinals trying for their first win. The Cowboys trying to gain ground in the Eastern Division.
Certainly a demoralizing play for Cleveland, an exhilarating one for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it changes the whole atmosphere as they get ready to go out this field at halftime.
Minute and a half left, plenty of time, and this is right at the 5. And he ducks out to the 33-yard line, and Jack Delaplane, along with number 50,
play against you and put it on the board.
Sight. Newsome can't hang on to the ball. That's an incomplete pass. Newsome did a great job of fighting up for it. He looked away with his hit on Newsome.
Sipe does a great job of getting away from L.C. Greenwood, steps back inside, puts the ball on target. Now watch the hit here from Wagner, and then it's the second shot from Winston that really jarred it loose. Dirt Winston probably hits as hard as anybody on either side of the line. He did it there. He cost them a reception.
Remember, Winston, 53, has replaced Jack Lambert, kicked out of the game in the second quarter. Calvin Hill to the sidelines at the 4 to 38-yard line, a gain of only 5. It'll be 3rd down and 5. Who's tough himself, but only a second-year man from Arkansas. Sipe to Newsome, and a first down, but a flag is down, and I believe we're going to get a hold.
Hands a good reception.
Back to live action. Sipe gets out of trouble. Can he find anyone open? It's Calvin Hill. Look at Calvin, finally down at the 38-yard line.
He threw that from across the line of scrimmage, Dick. He's across the line of scrimmage when he threw that pass.
Gone down under the rush of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Steelers have 9 men on the line of scrimmage. Now they back off a couple. It's a return. And a good kick by Evans. Rudershan at the 37, 40, and Keith Wright gets him at the 43. 39 seconds remain.
Sipe drifting out of there. He's just not conscious of where he is on that field. He was about a full 2 yards ahead of the line of scrimmage. Obviously makes a fine pass, good reception. It's a shame that it's all for naught.
Calvin Hill finally finding an open area. The other 9 seconds left. We'll see what their bent is. They're going to go for more. Bradshaw deflected. Almost went.
To go to number 82, Stallworth. Obviously, Stallworth has got some room out there. I'm surprised that he didn't get it off center. But you can't really get that ball to a receiver when you got those big hands poked up in front of you. And it would have been tragic if Franco had caught that. At least it would have blown Retigliano's whole day. He's had enough trouble as it is.
Now Bradshaw back to throw. Gets away, and Harris can't make the catch at the 50-yard line. As Mike St. Clair. 3rd and 10, 29 seconds left. Bradshaw down at the 40. Mitchell, whoops, watch out, St. Clair and Bradshaw. And you saw Bradshaw give St. Clair a little kick.
Well, Terry is reacting to the extra shot that he got from St. Clair. We'll give you a chance to watch it. Earl Edwards, 66, fighting on the inside. St. Clair is going to come around from behind. Bradshaw can't get room to throw. He's going to try and get out of there. St. Clair has him. Now watch what St. Clair does. Kind of buries him on his head, pushes him down. I don't blame Terry for being mad.
That's right. It's putting a little extra on you. Not that it was any intent to hurt you other than showing you up.
You don't want to kick somebody, though. You may get thrown out of the game. It's this guy that retaliates usually gets caught.
Meanwhile, Cleveland forgot to call a timeout, so the clock is running, and this will be the last play of the first half. Keith Wright. Got some blockers. Flag down. It'll be clipping against Cleveland. And Wright tackled at the 34, and if it is against Cleveland, Pittsburgh will decline the penalty.
Landry is the only coach the Dallas Cowboys have ever had. He is the 5th winningest coach in the history of the National Football League. He's won 153, and there is Bud Wilkinson, a legend in college. In 17 seasons at Oklahoma, he won 145, lost 29, tied 4. Cowboys, the Cardinals have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 46-yard line. Wayne Morris and Jim Otis are the setbacks. Tight end, Ramson moved out. Taken by Wayne Morris. Tried the right side and got a yard to the 47, where it'll be 2nd down and 9 yards to go.
Here's some early scores, Lindsey. Houston leads Buffalo 7-0. Pastorini, a 4-yard touchdown pass to Casper. And the Green Bay Packers, 5-1 on the year. Probably the most surprising team in the National Football League. The Packers lead Seattle 28-14, and that's still in the 2nd quarter.
2nd down, 9 yards to go at the 47-yard line. Jim Hart sets, pumps, batted down and almost intercepted by Charlie Waters. Charlie Waters had a hand on it. That is he right there.
And you won't see that too often. Probably the best 2 safeties as a pair in the National Football League. Charlie Waters had 6 points right in his hands. What a rush put on by the Dallas Cowboy front 4. And just out of the picture there, Charlie Waters, all he had to do, Lindsey, was hold on, and it was 6 points.
He knows that.
He sure does.
3rd down at 9 yards to go for the St. Louis Cardinals, who lead 7-0. Ramson in motion. Steve Jones, a running back in there now. That's he in motion. Jim Hart. Completed to the 39-yard line. Taken by Mel Gray. His 2nd catch of the day. His 24th of the year. 1st and 10, and the ball is at the 37-yard line to pick up a 15 yards. Mel Gray.
Well, what a nemesis he's been for Dallas. As I mentioned earlier, 13 touchdown passes the last 9 games. Here it is again, a little turn pattern. Now, the last time he continued on over the middle. This time he pulled up a little short because there was a safety man in there. They had him inside and out, and Mel Gray very wisely just made a hook pattern out of it.
1st down, 10 yards to go. Ramson moves over to the left side, the tight end. And it was Jim Otis who slipped on the cut and is back at the 39 for a loss of the yard. It'll be 2nd and 11. Charlie Waters on the tackle.
Atlanta leads Detroit 2nd quarter 7-0. There's the big one, and I'm sure the Dallas Cowboys on the sidelines, they're looking up at that scoreboard. They see Philadelphia in front of Washington 7-3, and they realize they could really use some help with the Philadelphia win here. The Redskins holding a 2-game lead. And an early 2nd quarter field goal. New England 3, Cincinnati nothing. Bengals also having a great deal of problems.
It's taken by Wayne Morris. got through to the 36-yard line, picked up 3 on the play where it'll be 3rd down and 8 yards to go. Jethro Pugh made the stop.
A little draw play right over the middle. 24, Wayne Morris beats one tackler, but he doesn't beat Jethro Pugh, 14-year veteran from Elizabeth City State.
Dallas Cowboys now adjust their defense for the 3rd and 8 situation. Jim Hart brings the Cardinals up. Mark Washington's out there on the left corner now.
Here come the front 4. Hart knows that.
Hart sets, and it's batted down. It was Randy White who got the hand up. Randy White batted it down at the line of scrimmage.
He had a man open that time, Lindsay. Anytime you see the quarterback go back, set up, and throw on rhythm, he's got a man open. Right here, Hart sets up, and he's going to release right on rhythm. Pretty good pass protection. Randy White gets loose and bats it down.
The punt formation is coming up, and Butch Johnson is dropped back deep to return the kick. Steve Little has averaged 37.5, had a great career as a kicker at the University of Arkansas. Well, the fair catch signal goes up, and he lets it go, disregards it. It's into the end zone and across the end line. Touchback, 1st and 10 at the 20-yard line. So, Dallas Cowboys will start 1st and 10 at their own 20 with 5 minutes, 5 seconds remaining to be played in the first quarter, and St. Louis leading 7-0.
Successful 1 out of 1 onside kick. 3 out of 4 this year.
Now
do they do it again?
Look at the Packers up on that front line now. You know, they're looking for this. I'm sure that they were told, make sure he kicks it deep. All 5 of them are right up on that line. They're looking for onside kick first, and then if he kicks it deep, go back and get your block.
He goes deep. Kind of squirrels it off to the far side. It is picked up at the 18-yard line by Jim Culbreth. Culbreth will return near the 30-yard line.
They're back in the ball game, and coming down on the kick is Pete Gronin, 57. Now this is a situation where a lot of times you have to sacrifice your body.
Boy, he does.
And he'll know tomorrow that he was involved in that collision.
Green Bay has the ball, 1st down on their own 30-yard line. They need a little ball control right now. Second back through is Turdell Middleton. He kind of scoots to around the 35-yard line, just outside of it. We'll call it 2nd and 5. Terry Beeson, in his 2nd year from Kansas, was there for the defense.
Tampa Bay is for real, 14-3 over the Giants 2nd quarter.
Jimmy Du Bois scoring from a yard out, 14-3, 3 minutes, 16 seconds left to go in the first half. Because of the scoring here, we still have 11 minutes to go in the first half.
I'm sure the Green Bay now, Bart Starr says, let's get that ball on the ground, control that line of scrimmage.
Marty Smith should pick up the 1st down. Bill Gregory was there for the defense.
Straight ahead, nothing fancy. We've got the weather that's a problem. It's still continuing to rain. The field is wet. The ball is going to be a little wet, so no fancy handoffs. Straight ahead. Attack them straight ahead.
3rd down and about a foot. They mark it just shy of the 40-yard line. Kaufman comes in, 2 tight ends on the set. Love to see Whitehurst go deep. Going outside, Marty Smith. Smith has 5. Yes, Smith has 10. And Smith goes near the 30, inside the 30 to the 29-yard line of Seattle. An excellent call.
Good blocking on the part of the Green Bay Packers and good running by Marty Smith. Coming off the left side, everybody's caving in and trying to kick out that outside man, which that happens now. It's a foot race, and it's also going to be number 27. Andre Beeman's going to have to take on a load here. This guy's about 250 pounds, and he's not going to sideline him or dance him. He's going to run right into him with the shoulder.
Andre Beeman took him out, a gain of 31 yards. Smith comes out. Culbreth replaces him in the backfield. At the Seattle 29-yard line, 1st down, Green Bay. Turdell Middleton again, and it's Jackson leading the way around the corner, but the defense is there. He'll pick up 1, maybe 2 yards on the play. Autry Beeman again moving up as a strong safety to make the stop. A check of the NBC NFL scoreboard shows Houston leading Buffalo 7-0. A Pastorini to Castor pass from 4 yards. 13 minutes to go, first quarter of that ball game.
That last play, Middleton did a good job of getting a yard or so because he was really pinned in.
2nd down and 8. Whitehurst to throw.
Screen.
Culbreth. 15. Culbreth near the 10-yard line. First down. Ernie Price is the man who stopped it.
Not taking any chances, Bart Starr and the coaching staff. This is a safe pass. It's a screen pass to the right. Going to number 31, Jim Culbreth. Good blocking out in front. This is what you got to have. You got to have your offensive lineman out there throwing. Go out and throw. Don't worry about the ball carrier where he is. Just go out and hit somebody that has a different color shirt of yours. Let the back worry about running, and that time it paid off. Big play. On their way. Great position to score once again.
A gain of 16 yards on the play from Whitehurst to Jim Culbreth. First down, Seattle 11-yard line. Whitehurst drops it off right side. It is complete. Middleton. He'll be out of bounds at around the 5. Charles McShane was the man who made the tackle.
I'll tell you, Middleton would have liked to have had this ball just a little sooner. This is a play-action pass. Right now, if he had that ball right now, he'd have room to turn upfield, and he might have been able to get into the end zone. As it was, he had to cakewalk to make sure he didn't jump out of bounds. But a big play for the Packers. Coming up throwing on first down inside the 10, 15-yard line. That's a trademark of Bart Starr.
Second down and 4 for a first down. Second down and 5 for a score. Middleton, he's in trouble. He'll lose a couple. Back to the 7. Terry Beeson, the very active middle linebacker for the Seahawks, was once again there.
Yeah, it was Terry Beeson that got in there and disrupted things. There's no hole here. He wanted to go either off tackle. It's not there, so now he wants to jump outside. Jump back inside, now outside. 58, Terry Beeson is the man who tripped him right there, and he had help from his friends. Now you're coming into a situation now where it's a long way to run with that football. They're spreading it out. This is a passing situation.
Gerald Skinner has come in at offensive right tackle. Wide receivers are in, 3rd down and 6. Into the end zone, flag is down. Lofton has it in the end zone, but there was a marker. And Lofton is in a pushing match with John Harris.
I'll tell you why, because Harris feels it was offensive interference that he pushed off. Knocked him down.
It was offensive pass interference called, we believe, on James Lofton.
He was going to run a corner pattern, and the way he ran the corner pattern was knock Harris down and then jump out in the corner. That's why he was so wide open.
Lofton has a touchdown in this ball game, 5 on the year. #1 draft choice from Stanford. Here's the call.
Pass interference. Offense. Number 80. 3rd down.
They'll bring the ball out to the 16-yard line. 17-yard line. It'll be 3rd down and 16. Kerry Justin comes in at defensive right corner now for Seattle. Green Bay wants a timeout. They stop the clock. We've got 7 minutes, 28 seconds, time remaining in the first half. The score is Green Bay 28 and Seattle 14. And don't forget this afternoon on NBC, Game 5 of the World Series. The New York Yankees, the Los Angeles Dodgers from Yankee Stadium. The Dodgers taking the first 2 at home, followed by the 2 victories by the Yankees, and what a cliffhanger that was last night. You love the rain delay coverage that we had. And we've got rain here. And as the conference goes on, let's talk about a NBC Sports World special edition. This will be next Saturday at 4 o'clock Eastern Time, Danny Little Red Lopez. Boxing, Phil Clementi, 15-round WBC Featherweight Championship fight from Pesaro, Italy. That should be a good one. Special edition of Sports World. But right now, it is Green Bay 28, Seattle 14. The Seahawks had the momentum, even though they trailed 28-0. Pulled within 2 touchdowns and 2 extra points. Green Bay started this drive from their own 70, rather from their own 20, own 30. I'll get the numbers right in a moment. Trying to move 70 yards. This has been their first sustained drive. They've been bogged down here. 3rd down, 16. Whitehurst throws. It is caught at the 5-yard line by Andre Thompson, coming back on a comeback pattern after he went deep into coverage.
He didn't originally want to go to Thompson in the first place because he wanted to get it into the end zone. That's where they had to go. But he wanted to also make sure, don't throw that ball up for grabs. And this is a good throw. Low and outside. You can see he's not looking at Thompson, but right now he knows he has to get rid of it. He doesn't want to take that loss. He throws it low on the outside so that if Thompson doesn't catch it, no one is going to catch it. Good play by Whitehurst.
Bobby Douglas to hold. Chester Marco with a field goal attempt from the 12-yard line, an attempt of 22 yards. Kick is down, it is up, and it is good. Green Bay adds 3 more. They now lead 31-14. 6 minutes, 32 seconds, time remaining, first half. In the rain in Milwaukee.
That was a good play. Good play because he made sure that he gave Markle an opportunity to kick the field goal.
A 22-yard field goal by Chester Markle. He has now converted 6 of 9 field goal attempts this year. Twice he has hit from 41 yards.
Here's a team that hadn't put too many points on the scoreboard, the Green Bay Packers, and yet they're putting them on this afternoon. 31 points already, and we're still in the first half.
Marco will be kicking off. On that drive, it covered 58 yards to set up the field goal by Marco. 8 plays, time consumed on the clock, which is one of the things that Lynn Dawson talked about that the Green Bay Packers want to do. Time consumed 4 minutes and 59 seconds. On the scoreboard, St. Louis leading Dallas 7-0. First quarter score.
All right, my old teammate Jim Otis, fullback, a 2-yard run, count for the touchdown. St. Louis 0-6, looking for a win. If they beat Dallas, that would be a very, very big win.
Al Hunter and Rufus Crawford are deep. Doug Long is the up back in case that Marco's kick comes short. Crawford at the 5-yard line. Rufus to the 15, to the 20, 25, 30, 31-yard line. 26 yards on the return, and Seattle will move on offense.
I'm sure that return was designed to go to the left because they wanted to stay away from that infield portion of the field. Because driving or trying to dig in dirt is a lot tougher than on the grass. You just can't get a foothold.
Sam McCullum comes wide to the near side. Largent wide to the far side with Sherman Smith and David Sims, the 2 running backs, and Zorn goes to the air.
Wide open.
It is there to Sherman Smith. Smith to the 41-yard line of Green Bay.
Boy, I'll tell you, Zorn has a real fine touch, and he just laid this in there. And now 47 Smith is a running back, and a lot of times you don't throw the ball the same to a running back that you would to a wide receiver. And the timing is perfect. He lays it in there right in the seam or in the area where it had been vacated by the deep defensive back.
A gain of 28 yards on the play. Zorn has now completed 5 of 7 passes for 139 yards. And he goes right back to the air. And he had Smith open again behind it.
He's throwing to the open area back there, and he threw it behind number 47 Smith. Same play to the other side. He'd like to have it back, I can assure you that.
You like the touch of Zorn. You've talked about this in the past with other quarterbacks.
Other quarterbacks throw one speed. They got a strong arm, and they throw the same way all of the time. He has the ability to put it in there nice and softly, but still get the ball there in a hurry. Receivers love this because in the first place, you don't tear up their hands, particularly when the weather gets cold.
Steve Rabel is in 3 wide receivers. 2nd down and 10. Just outside the 40-yard line of Green Bay. Remaining back is Sims. He carries. Let's give him 2 yards. So it'll be 3rd down and 8. The New York Jets leading Baltimore by a score of 3-0.
Pat Leahy, field goal from 33 yards. 3-0 first period. Jets over Baltimore.
You might wonder why the game today started at noon rather than the normal 1 o'clock Central Time. The reason? So that we can join the World Series Game 5 on NBC this afternoon. Joe Garagiola, Tony Kubek, Kurt Gowdy, and Tom Seaver all there. Sack for the Green Bay Packers. Mike Butler has the sack.
Well, eventually, you know, with this fine defensive line of the Green Bay Packers, somebody's going to get through. Ezra Johnson has had a couple of sacks, or 1 sack today, or 2 sacks today. This time it's number 77, Mike Butler out of the University of Kansas.
Unofficially, we have that as the 3rd sack. Is that right? All right. And that means the 28th sack on the year for the Packers. They lead the NFL in that category. And now Herman Weaver will be kicking. Steve Odom sets up shop at the 10-yard line. In case you joined us late, you missed Steve Odom in action. 95 yards, opening kickoff for a touchdown. He feels it at the 10-yard line. To the 50.
Oh, he got a seam.
He's got it. 40, 50. They catch him at the 42-yard line. 48 yards on that punt return. Dennis Boyd finally hauled him down. Here is Steve Odom at work.
They give him room to run. That is that right now he has time to take a look and survey the field and see which direction he's going to go. He needs straight up the field, and that's a... Coming up, but a great return by Odom, who's already had 95 yards with a touchdown and kickoff return. Puts the Pack in excellent field position.
42-yard line of Seattle, 48 yards on the return, and he's doing it on a wet track. Whiter spins, gives off to Middleton. A gain of close to 5 on the play. Bill Sandifer makes the tackle. Cleveland is now in front of Pittsburgh. Brian Sipe pass.
Yes, sir. Brian Sipe to Logan. 17 yards. Field goal good. So, gonna make the game. Cleveland 7, Pittsburgh 6.
Turdell Middleton now 11 carries for 60 yards and 2 touchdowns. Marty Smith 4 carries, 40 yards. His long gain is 49 yards. Fumble.
Give it.
Seattle has the football. Bill Gregory. And the Seahawks have the football.
Talking about a situation where Green Bay has been going along very well and handling the football. They're going straight ahead. Their idea, I'm sure, is to go straight ahead, but the exchange between the center and quarterback was not there. He couldn't come up with it, but Gregory, number 77, Bill Gregory, did. Big break for Seattle. Gives them great field position right at the 40-yard line.
60 yards away from the end zone. 3:43 time remaining. First half. 3 wide receivers, 1 remaining back. Zorn becomes the other running back. He can scramble. Throws into coverage. It is incomplete, going to Steve Largent. It will be 2nd down and 10 back at the Seahawks 40-yard line. Green Bay leading 31-14. We've got another score in. Pittsburgh coming right back. Larry Anderson, how about that? He's imitating Steve Odom today.
95-yard kickoff return to Larry Anderson of Pittsburgh, putting them back in front 13-7. So Cleveland's lead did not last very long.
Do we have the times on that lead? Can I see that card again? See how long that lasted. It lasted 14 seconds. You're right. It was not one of your long leads of the season. 2nd down and 10 from the 40-yard line. Zorn wants a screen. He's throwing it away. He was avoiding a lot.
Yes, sir. But he got it downfield. smart play by number 10, Zorn. His receiver, Ferguson, was down in that area, but see, he's trying to roll out, and they're trying to get him outside the containment.
And what's 78? Ezra Johnson, here he comes again.
Zorn's right there, sees that he's in trouble, and he's throwing it away. There's no question about that, but he did a smart move that he's throwing it away downfield and in the direction of a receiver. He just underthrew him a little bit by about 20 yards.
That's right. And under duress.
But you see the
also.
official right there, he's the referee is the only man that can call that, and he's trying to protect the quarterback, number 10.
Third down and 10, 40-yard line. Rolling near side, Sims stays in the block, goes deep. It is intercepted, 31-yard line by Johnny Gray. And Green Bay has the football. 1 interception and 4 fumble recoveries for the Green Bay defense. Vrabel, the intended receiver. Here is Johnny Gray.
Well, it's coming up, and Gray just does a great job of taking it away from the offensive man. That's his ball, he says. Is that Vrabel?
Right. And here it is again.
It's tough because Zorn is going to his right, and he's left-handed throwing back, and it's tough. If he'd have been able to plant his foot and throw it deep, he would have gotten a little further downfield. But that's just a takeaway. Good play by Johnny Gray, number 24.
Packers now from their own 30-yard line. Here's Turdell Middleton.
But you look at that last play, though, Charlie, at about 31 yards or so. It's kind of like a punt anyway. Besides that, you don't give the ball to number 84, Odom.
Keep it away from Odom, that is true.
It's a third down and 10, and he was throwing it deep, throwing it up there, just, hoping his man can get it. If he can't, and if it's intercepted, he'll be tackled at the spot. And it's just as good as a punt.
Halftime score. It's all tied between New England and Cincinnati. Is that a quarterback's rationale of an interception?
Yes.
Okay.
No, that's
the words of Lynn Dawson.
You got to give he had no hope at all if he held on to the football. The only chance he has to throw it up in the air.
Middleton to the 37-yard line. It'll be third down and around 3 as Charles McShane was there for the Seahawks. That Seahawk defense has Ernie Price, Dennis Boyd, Bill Sandiford, Bill Gregory, McShane, Beeson, and Butler the linebackers, with Webster and Justin on the corners, Beeman and Harris at the safeties. Two minutes, 17 seconds, time remaining, first half. Green Bay leading 31-14 over Seattle. Packers are off to their best start since 1966.
7 seconds. He's letting the clock go down to the 2-minute warning. Timed it beautifully. 2-minute warning with 2 seconds to go on the 30-second clock.
So we'll have the 2-minute warning to both pitches. We'll be back.
What hold does Kaz's client have on Bennett?
You invited him to throw the book at her. We were standing there ready to string her up.
Kaz, Sunday at 10, 9 Central and Mountain.
Steve Little, the former Arkansas great, is kicking off for the Cardinals. Butch Johnson is deep with Larry Brinson. Brinson recently added to the active roster of the Dallas Cowboys. Second-year man from the University of Florida. He had been back doing some coaching at the University of Florida until he was reactivated. Now, Little is ready with the ball on the tee. Butch Johnson is waiting. 1 yard deep in the end zone. Goal line 5. Out to the 10, to the 15. Butch Johnson to the 20, 25, 30. Breaks it to the 35. And he is run out of bounds across the 40-yard line. Lee Nelson ran him out, but a brilliant return of 42 yards by Butch Johnson. He took it a yard deep in the end zone.
Yeah, he made some big plays in the Super Bowl last year. This guy's very dangerous on all special teams. Butch Johnson got a great block. There is a flag down, and it looks as if the penalty is going to go against Dallas.
It's exactly what it does. It is against the Cowboys. Don Wedge is the referee, moving it back even more, all the way back to the 9-yard line.
32-yard turnaround.
Well, Don Wedge is not transmitted. As
a little problem with these, Mike. Everybody does. There's Butch Johnson, and it's got to be heartbreaking for him after that nice return.
So now the Cowboys have it, but deep in their own territory. Dorsett, 33 on the tail of the tandem. Dorsett's got the ball, bounces off. keeps right on going with a little second effort up just short of the 15-yard line.
Yeah.
Got about 6 yards.
That's the ability of Tony Dorsett to turn a 2-yard loss into a 6-yard gain.
It'll be second down coming now for the Dallas Cowboys, who have lost 2 games this year. Redskins, of course, are undefeated in the Eastern Division, which makes it a 2-game lead. Box record against the Cardinals. Newhouse. Cross for a yard or so.
I tell you, that 3-4 defense of the St. Louis Cardinals is playing with a little enthusiasm, Lindsey. This is the first game Lindsey and I've worked the St. Louis Cardinal games, but they don't look like an 0-6 team to me, do you?
Well, not so far. It's third down and 3 yards to go, and the ball is at the 16. But you'll recall they were leading the Dallas Cowboys going into the 4th quarter of their first confrontation, and yet Dallas won it by a score of 21-12.
It's early.
Dupree was in motion. Quick pitch is taken by Dorsett. He goes out of bounds for a loss of a yard. Steve Neal bounced him out there, and the roar is one of approval from the St. Louis Cardinal fans applauding the defense as 4th down comes up and the punting unit comes in. Danny White will punt. He has averaged 40.6.
Here's the little pitch out to the right side. That's Rayfield Wright, number 70, the tackle. Dorsett might have cut back to the inside, but he elects to go to the outside, and Carl Allen, number 27, pushes him out.
Danny White is waiting. Puts the ball in the air. Willard Harrell is waiting. He's got it at the 45 and gets to the 46, and that's all. So it'll be 1st and 10 now for the St. Louis Cardinals. They held the ball at their own 46-yard line. Cardinals are leading by a score of 7-0. That was a 40-yard kick. 1-yard return. We have 7 minutes, 51 seconds left to play in the first quarter in St. Louis.
Tampa Bay leading the Giants 14-3. A 1-yard scamper by Jimmy DuBose. 3:16 left to go in the second quarter. The Atlanta cheerleaders have a lot to be happy about. The Falcons are not only leading 7-0. Steve Bartkowski taking advantage of a wounded secondary. A lot of kids back there for Detroit. And Bartkowski is 8 for 10 for 114 yards and a touchdown pass to Billy Rickman. He has them on yet another drive that started on the Atlanta 37. And he continues to pick up a pass completion on 3rd down. 1st and 10 on the Detroit 17-yard line. Rickman left, Francis right. Mitchell, the tight end, on the right side. And it's Stanback and Bean. And Stanback giving to Francis. He got away from Weaver. And Weaver will get him a second time along with Al Baker. So Charlie Weaver read the play. Francis came to him and he missed him. Weaver went after him and dropped him.
I don't want to be second guessing, but I don't think you need that type of play in that area of the field. If you get another touchdown, you probably got Detroit whipped. 14 points the way their defense is playing, but to run a double reverse in that area, I think you're leaving yourself open, Jim, for a fumble, a big loss. Now, if it works, it looks good.
I happen to agree with you on that, Coach. I think that they've been moving the ball well. They've been using sound plays, and like Bud Grant says, those fancy plays are back in high school.
We always had a statement, guys, don't beat yourself. Don't be too smart. Now, that doesn't mean that you don't use what you have, but you don't have to try to outsmart the defense. You can block them and run the football or throw the football. And
Coach, to capsule that, I think there's a time to use anything. And in that particular area, that wasn't the time, in your opinion, right?
Yes. Now, Detroit's defense...
There's a fellow who's going to agree with you now, Lehman Bennett, I'm sure.
See, the thing I would be telling him right now is, listen, we got to come away with at least 3 points.
Monty Clark, of course, figuring that they were trying to slow down his pass rush and catch them off guard, but Charlie Weaver was able to stay with him.
Oh, he came through like Superman.
Didn't he, though? So it is 2nd and 15, the ball on the 23, and we'll see what Bartkowski comes up with. First of all, slot left, Francis inside Rickman. Stanback, the deep man out of the eye. Bartkowski going to be swallowed up by Sanders, along with O'Neill, and there's a flag on the play.
Now, you see what that one play has done, men, now? It put him in a long yardage situation. Now he has to throw, and the defense knew he had to throw, so they dog him. And now it's another sack or a penalty on Atlanta.
Penalty against Atlanta.
So now they're out of field goal range.
Decline the penalty. Third down.
The penalty against the center, Jeff Van Note, who had hurt his neck earlier in the game, but Van Note is okay and evidently in there and guilty of the infraction. Now Dennis Pearson, who made a key reception on this drive when he beat Luther Bradley by coming back for the ball. Pearson has just come in for Billy Rickman. He's a speedster, is Pearson, number 81 out of San Diego State. We'll see if he tries to go deep down that left side and pick on Bradley again.
3rd and 27. Nickel defense for Detroit.
Pearson is on the right side. And Bartkowski going over the middle, intended for Mitchell, and evidently didn't have a good grip on the ball.
Had him open and would put him in field goal range.
So that razzle-dazzle end around to Wallace Francis pulled the plug on the boat, and they've gone down without leaving an oil slick.
Big lift for Detroit now. They're back in there. You see, if they can win at halftime 14-0, tremendous disadvantage.
They started after a timeout with a 2-minute was 1st and 10 on the Detroit 17. Now they wind up 4th and 25 on the Detroit 33. And John James, who can kick them out of bounds, he has kicked 8 out of 40 inside the 20-yard line, and you know that's what he's going to try and do here.
Let's see if they got the block on. Detroit took timeout, Vinny.
That's what it is. Timeout for the moment, so Atlanta will fall back and regroup. The time left to the half, 1 minute and 31 seconds, and Detroit evidently has dodged a bullet on that abortive end-around play to Wallace Francis. Nevertheless, Detroit finds itself down. Atlanta leading 7-0. What kind of a drill do you think? What's going through Monty Clark's mind right now?
Right here, you're thinking defensively, hey, they might not punt that ball. They may fake a punt and throw the ball. Or should we go after it? There's only 1 minute and 31 seconds. Let's see if we can't block a kick. So that's what they're talking. That's what they're talking about. Or whether they should put the return on.
They had a lot of talk to linebacker Tony Dakin out of Georgia Tech. Dakin's kind of interesting fella, number 58. He was born in Taiwan. His father was an Army colonel. And here at Georgia Tech, he was an industrial systems engineering honor student. So no wonder they picked him out of the pack to talk to him.
Jim, in this situation, I like to go for the block punt. Turn something around. We haven't scored. Let's make a big play.
The timing is right, Coach.
Each side with 2 timeouts left to the half. So let's see what John James does. Low snap. And he'll hang it down the right side. Atlanta trying to keep it in play, and they do. A couple of great basketball leaps by Patton and Strong. Strong is 25 and Patton 33. Right. Watch Strong go up in the air now to bat it and get some help. But I think they're going to rule the ball was technically in the end zone, even though they tried to bat it out. And Detroit will take over 1st and 10 on their own 20-yard line. Nice try, guy.
Great effort by Strong. Tremendous.
He's the fellow we mentioned earlier, has a bad ankle sprain. Got down on a great punt by James, and now got down there, almost kept the ball out.
Now, Jim, Detroit, in my opinion, should try to get a big play in here.
I'll tell you one thing, Coach, their whole offense for the first half is only 55 yards for Detroit. Dexter Bussey picks up some. They have 2 timeouts. We're waiting to see when they're going to call them and use them.
You're behind. You got to use your timeouts.
Well, I tell you, Coach, I mentioned at the top of the show that a lot of coaches are conservative, and whenever we're sitting up here thinking that they're going to throw a big play, suddenly they run up in the middle of the line.
Well, it looks like they're going to run out the clock. No, they aren't. There's
Danielson.
There we go. You
over
see
the
that?
middle, and he's got Freddie
Good
Scott.
work.
He's got Freddie Scott at the Detroit 45-yard line. There's a flag on the 22, so hold everything.
See, with the new rules, Vinny, if you don't put that ball up, you're not taking advantage of it.
And the penalty is against Detroit.
Well executed.
So Danielson completing a pass to Freddie Scott, but to no avail. spot the ball at the 15.
Offensive holding, number 76.
That's a rookie.
Second down.
He's one of the 2 rookie starting tackles. Carl Baldeschweiler, number 76. Watch him right in your screen.
Takedown. You ought to be on the
Rookie out of
wrestling team.
Oklahoma.
Call that bulldog.
He's got him all right. He was a Miami 7th-round draft choice this year.
He gets 2 points for that.
2nd and 16 on the Detroit 15-yard line. Jesse Thompson is right. Freddie Scott left. They're not taking any chances. And the guy who made the hit was big 75 Jeff Merrow.
Now Atlanta should be taking time out here, Vinny.
And they are. Greg Brazina is trying to call time, and they pick it off with 36 seconds to go to the half.
They wasted 6 seconds.
Brazina is a little hot because he felt he had called it earlier, and Greg is steaming. Brazina is the fellow, the whole family went to the University of Houston. What a heritage. 6 brothers all went to the University of Houston. Well, Greg a little hot coming out. He's had 11 years in the league. He's a captain on defense for Atlanta. It is 7-0 Falcons, and a couple of notes. Dexter Bussey, who figures to do a lot of running. After all, he was the leading rusher in 75 and 6 and would have been for the Lions last year, but he had an ankle sprain and missed 7 games. Dexter Bussey has rushed the ball 9 times today for a -4 yards.
Yeah.
Well, Coach George said something about that coming into the game. I said I didn't want to repeat it, but maybe you'd like to repeat it, Coach.
No, I just said, Jim, that the backs here today are not the breakaway type of backs. They're good backs, steady backs, but they aren't going to go all the way. Now, this situation, Atlanta should take a timeout right away and have the punt block on or return it. Detroit has a situation where they got to decide where to put it up for a long gain or run the football.
3rd and 17 from the 13. They're going to put it up. Danielson cranking up, throwing deep, and there are 3 Falcons down there, and it's intercepted. It's Roland Lawrence, staggered, and goes down at the 12-yard line.
That's what
Freddie
you thought.
Scott knocked Roland Lawrence down, and Lawrence finally lost his footing.
All right, now as we look at this, the ball is thrown tremendously high. Now, in other years, they wouldn't throw this ball that high because if it bounced off your own man, you couldn't catch it. But this year, you can catch it. I think it's a great punt.
Yeah, there's no punter.
It's better than a punt, right?
That's right. Actually, hindsight is always better. You've been better off to let that ball go and have the field position making a punt out of the end zone.
It's a bad interception.
It is. It's hard not to intercept the ball.
Haskell Standback got across the 20-yard line as Rhodes came up to make the tag. I've got to tell you fellas something. Roland Lawrence comes from a family that is worth talking about. He has 10 brothers and 4 sisters. When you grow up in that kind of a family, fellas, and something goes by, whether it's a ham sandwich or a football, you grab it.
You got to get all of that. Good point, Ed.
You can bet your boots on that.
Excellent.
And the time has run out. Halftime in Georgia. Atlanta 7, Detroit nothing. And I've got time to ask you a question, Jim Brown.
Yes.
When we saw Woodcock collar the quarterback, Bartkowski, and you said there are some intentional tough plays and some intentional. Can you tell me one intentional when you were playing?
Yes, I can definitely tell you. I got hit in the eyes about 10 times against the New York Giants.
In the eyes?
And in the eyes, and had to question my courage. I didn't know if I could come out for the second half or not.
You mean they weren't, it would be when you're tackled and down and then fingers would suddenly come?
First 2 guys would take me down, hold the arms, the next guys would come in for the eyes.
And nobody could see it in the pileup?
Well, Sam Huff, my friend who played for the Giants, told the referees to stop his own team from doing it.
Wow, that's a little heavy, George.
Scared me to death.
When you defense Jim Brown in those days, and I know because I was with the Bears, if you didn't stop Jim Brown, you didn't stop their offense. You had to stop him, so everybody's ganging on him. And
you never did anything like that, though, Coach.
No, actually, you never teach that or even encourage that because it's too risky for an injury and a penalty. But in this case that we saw here, this was strictly accidental. One man, Woodcock's going one direction, 6'4" quarterback standing straight up, taking a posture test, and going in the other direction.
Well, you know, I brought all this roughness up because it's certainly been in the newspapers. Most recently, Bart Starr of Green Bay charged Oakland, and then after looking at the films, apologized, and he sent John Madden a wire, and the wire said, I am as sincere in my apology as I was in my accusation. So there's a lot of hits that go on that are unintentional, but at the same time, as we point out with Jim, some of them are intentional.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, once in a while they are. Most of them aren't. I think that that the penalties.
You don't agree with him,
Well,
do you?
Jim, see,
Well, I had to take them. See, George just looking out there.
No, no, of course, when Jim was playing, he was a marked man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That must have been a terrible feeling to be a marked man, really.
Jim,
well, you took pride in it because if you survived, you felt you were living good.
Yeah, it's the same thing in baseball, Vinny, that you're doing all the time. You brush back a good hitter. You don't just let them stand up at that plate. You worry them a
Jim,
little bit.
you were more than brushed back. Can you remember a savage hit, or do you try and forget all those things? Do you remember really getting your bell rung when you were playing?
Yes, Sam Huff again.
Really?
Sam hit me first. About 3 guys followed up. Got hit behind the head. And I went back to the huddle. Couldn't remember how I got in the stadium. Couldn't remember my plays, and asked Milt Plum to direct me in the direction. And I played for about 3 or 4 plays, and then they took me out for a little while.
Did that scare you later on when you started to think about it? I mean, did you suddenly think, wow, I lost my senses?
Oh, it bothered me. Yeah. It definitely bothered me.
Yeah. George, nobody wants to teach violence, but the nature of the game is of hard contact.
Yes, if you start eliminating the physical part of football, then you dilute it. And I think a couple of the rule changes that we put in to help the offense have taken away from the defense, like only 1 jam within 5 yards, unless it's a continuation contact. And
George, let me ask you a question.
Yes.
If you could make one rule change to really brighten up the offense, what would it be?
I'd put the hash marks back where they were. The way it is now, a defense can defense the entire field, defense both wide receivers, because the hash marks are closer together. If you widen the hash marks like they used to be, now we can't rotate completely to one side or the other. We have to go strong or weak, and now that X receiver or that Z receiver can be one-on-one.
Only for the passing game. Now, the running game is different, George.
It's halftime, 7-0 in favor of Atlanta.
First quarter, St. Louis 7, Dallas nothing. Dallas has the football 1st and 10. There's a second quarter score, Lindsay. Pittsburgh in front of Cleveland in a big one, 13-7. And Houston, we gave you that. Pastorini a touchdown pass early first quarter, 7-0. And the Green Bay Packers took the opening kickoff 95 yards on the return by Steve Odom, and they're rolling.
1st and 10 now for the Dallas Cowboys. They have the ball at their own 20-yard line. Dorsett moves to the tail of the tandem behind Newhouse. Roger Staubach retreats, full pivot, throws out into the right flat. Gives Dorsett a chance to run. He runs for 3 yards when he's brought down by Steve Niels. 2nd down and 7 at the 23.
You can almost feel the danger when this young man has his hands on the football. A little fake screen left. He spins, throws it out to Dorsett right here. And good defensive pursuit. Mike Dawson on the pylon.
When the Cardinals scored in the first quarter of this game earlier against the Dallas Cowboys, it was the first time that the Cowboy defense had given up a touchdown in 11 quarters. They had not allowed a touchdown since Mel Gray's first quarter TD in Dallas 3 weeks ago. 2nd down, 7 yards to go. Dupree in motion across. Now it's Drew Pearson. Got across to the 26-yard line.
He fumbled, but it was out of bounds. Dallas retains possession.
They retain possession.
Here it is. Staubach says, now let's give Drew Pearson a shot. Almost the same type of play that they just came up with Dorsett. This time they throw it out to Pearson. Now watch, he'll fumble the ball, but he fumbled out of bounds.
It is marked at the 27-yard line. 3rd down and 3 yards to go. 3rd and 3 for the Dallas Cowboys.
And the Cowboys, of course, Lindsey, the best third down team in the National Football League. 61% of the time they convert third down situations.
Drew Pearson to the left side, Tony Hill to the right side. Dorsett's the tailback. Quick pitch to Dorsett. And he's pulled down by the Cardinal defense, still trying to get outside, and Roger Worley finally pulled him down. That's the number 22.
Well, pro cornerback, 10-year veteran of the University of Missouri. Here's Dorsett. They're trying to get him outside with his great speed. A little move to the inside. He got outside one man, lost his balance a little bit, and Roger Worley on a good tackle. Dallas' efficiency so far today, Lindsey, is 0 for 3.
Danny White's back to punt. Willard Harrell has dropped back in single safety to receive it for the St. Louis Cardinals. High spiraling kick. Harrell waits, and he bobbles it on the 30-yard line, picks it up, and he is pulled down at the 26. CBS Sports Spectacular will be coming up next Saturday at 4:30 Eastern Time, 3:30 Central and Pacific. The USAC's Brands Hatch Auto Race will be the first event coming up.
And, of course, highlighting Al Unser's attempt to retake the lead from Sneeve in the USAC Championship.
And the Turf Classic as well.
Lindsey, you know I love horse racing, being from Kentucky. Alleged, one of the great turf horses of all time, coming from Europe for that one.
CBS Sports Spec next Saturday on CBS. Jim Hart, and he throws it complete, taken by Pat Tilley, and Pat Tilley's at the 40-yard line of the Cowboys, all the way to the 35. 25th reception of the year for Pat Tilley. Aaron Child finally brought him down, 1st and 10. St. Louis at the Cowboy 35.
No secret, Jim Hart, the game plan for the Cardinals is put the football up in the air. He just has all the time in the world to throw the football, and Pat Tilley lined up flanker left, just comes all the way across. He beats the zone. A 38-yard pickup. Oh, the Cardinals look super today. Again, let's take another look. There's Tilley. He's so wide open. Lindsey, there's not anybody around him. He runs 15 yards without anybody hitting.
Steve Jones, the former Duke outstanding running back who moves to the 32-yard line. He picked up 3 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 7 for the St. Louis Cardinals, who lead 7-0. They're driving now with 2 minutes, 24 seconds remaining to be played in the first quarter. Sun shining brightly now in St. Louis, Missouri. Bill Gray's gone far to the right side. Pat Tilley's come far to the left side. Tight end Easton Ramson is to the right. Wayne Morris carried and was cut down right at the line of scrimmage. Charlie Waters got to him.
Of course, Dallas is famous for that flex defense. They're also famous for their safety man. When you show run, they become another linebacker, as Charlie Waters did right there. So far, Hart today is 4 out of 8 for 88 yards. And there's Tom Landry on the sidelines, Lindsey, looking over his short list. That's the short list of all the offense that Landry has prepared for this football game, and you'll see him continue to look at it.
3rd down and 7 yards to go. Hart. But he never had a chance because Randy White was right there.
And if they want to, try for an upset today, of course, they're leading 7-0. They're going to have to block on 3rd down. And Jimmy Hart just looked around. Randy White, who Ernie Stotner, the defensive line coach for the Cowboys, think could be the best of the National Football League. Now, there's a stunt going on inside. You see 79, Harvey Martin comes to the inside, and Randy White, nobody picked him up.
On 4th and 17, it's punt formation. Steve Little's back to the punting. Butch Johnson is deep for the Cowboys. Again, it is hitting and bounding out of bounds at the 1-yard line. It bounded out of bounds at the 1-yard line, but there's a penalty marker back upfield. And the Cardinals are being consulted.
This is the rule that I've talked about so often, Lindsey. Flag
was thrown on 37, but he did report no flag. No flag.
No flag. You know what I thought it was going to be, Lindsey? Those offensive linemen going downfield before the punt, which I think is a a bad rule in the National Football League, but that was not the case. There was a gentleman who had a number 37. You must report when you come up there and line up in the interior of that line. He did report. One of the referees did not think he did, so it was an illegal throw of the flag.
We got it. So it's now 1st and 10 at the 1-yard line. Cowboys have the ball deep in their own territory. Dorsett behind Newhouse for Staubach. Newhouse moved out to the 4-yard line. He picked up 3 on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 7 yards to go. Kurt Allerman was in there on the tackle. And Steve Niels as well. Clock is running with 35 seconds remaining to be played in the first quarter. Cardinals are leading by a score of 7-0. Pretty
good stat right there for Newhouse. No fumbles this year.
Newhouse again. And he's out for a 1st down. Newhouse has picked up the 1st down as he got out there to the 12-yard line. Ken Green stopped him.
Picked up about 7 yards. Good blocking up front. You see Rayfield Wright on a good block. Here comes Carl Allen in to help out on the stop, but it's a big 1st down for Dallas.
Time has run out in the period. So as they bring the ball back upfield, it is near the 13-yard line, where it will be 1st down and 10 yards to go for the Dallas Cowboys when play is resumed at the end of the first quarter. It is St. Louis 7 and the Cowboys nothing.
St. Louis Cardinals off well against Dallas. They lead at 7-0 first period. The Cards still looking for their first win of the season. Dallas, of course, locked in a struggle involving these two teams in the NFC East.
The time will be 2:14.
Washington 6-0. Dallas 4-2. Philadelphia 3-3. Third down, 9 to go.
The time will be 2:14 and 40 seconds.
Heisman with lots of time. Now he's dropped. Loose ball. Fumble. Eagles
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be
2:14
and 50 seconds.
Berge got it. The big man. Berge got the ball, and Lynn Burnham was there.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:15.
Here again, you can see the pressure that's being put on by this Eagle defense. They've got the blitz coming. They're using the 3-man line. They're sending
the time will be
Berge to the inside. He gets caught over the top.
And 10 seconds.
The ball pops out, and the big number 66 comes up with the fumble recovery.
It was Harrison who put the tackle on number 68, but they had good coverage downfield. He had adequate time to throw the ball,
He had
Johnny.
plenty of time. There just was no one open at the time. The Eagles were really very tight on
Good
the
afternoon.
offensive
At the tone, the time will be 2:15.
So it is 1st down, Eagles at their own 29-yard line. 1:53 remaining first half.
Good afternoon.
Montgomery.
At the tone, the time will be 2:15.
Behind Wade Key and Stan
and
Waller.
40 seconds.
Gain 5 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 5. Hamburger
Good
and
afternoon.
McClinton,
At
the
the tone, the
linebackers,
time
made
will
the
be
tackle.
2:15.
He's hurt.
And 50 seconds.
Montgomery comes limping off.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will
Keep
be
an eye
2:16.
on him. He, of course, is a key figure. 564 yards rushing, 2nd in the NFC coming into the game. James Betterson, number
Good
34,
afternoon. At the tone,
second-year
the
man
time
from
will be
North Carolina, in to replace him.
2:16.
2nd
And
and
10
5.
seconds.
Betterson. Dyron Talbot
Good afternoon. At
pulls
the
him
tone,
down.
the time will
Betterson
be
with good forward
2:16.
motion.
They're not calling
And
any
20 seconds.
timeouts here. There they go.
He may have the first down with 1:05 on the clock.
Good
I
afternoon.
can't
At the
believe
tone, the
that they're not
time
going to
will
go
be
to their 2-minute offense here,
2:16.
John.
Maybe they don't have it.
And 30 seconds.
No better than that.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will
When I was
be
with San Diego, I asked
2:16.
one of the coaches, what's
And
our
40
2-minute
seconds.
offense? He said, what's that? He said, I said, well, you know, when you
Good
get between
afternoon.
the
At the
before
tone, the
the
time will
half
be
and everything,
2:16.
you need to have some
And
hurry-up
50
offense.
seconds.
He said, oh, that's easy. Back swing wide, everybody turn in. Back swing close, everybody turn out.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:17.
We used to spend more
Exactly.
time. We spend at least, 10 minutes, 15 minutes a day just working on our 2-minute offense. This is
Good
the time when you
afternoon.
got to
At
do
the
it. You
tone,
get
the
2
time will be
plays, you hurry up to the
2:17.
line of scrimmage.
And
They're going to
10
let this
seconds.
clock ride out and sit on that 7-3 lead, Tim.
Betterson got the first down.
Good afternoon.
He's
At
at
the
the
tone, the time will
39-yard
be
line.
2:17. And 20 seconds.
Jaworski in traffic, gets out of it. Hogan
Good afternoon, Mr. Tone.
wide
The time will
open
be
at
2:17.
Hogan a little too eager.
And 30
He
seconds.
saw all of that green space around him and no white shirts. He couldn't believe it. Took his eye
Good
off the
afternoon,
ball.
Mr. Tone. The time
it's
will be
incomplete.
2:17. And 40 seconds.
Stop the clock.
Let me tell you one thing, Tim. This used to be funny.
Good afternoon, at the Tone. The time will
I was
be
playing with this guy over here. If I would have come back to the huddle after
and 50
dropping
seconds.
that one.
Don't come back. Just keep on going.
I want to go to the sideline. You want to bury your head
Good
in the
afternoon,
sand.
at the Tone. The time will be 2:18.
You don't miss those kind of balls.
Exactly.
It's important.
Second down. The ball at the 39-yard line.
Good afternoon, at the Tone. The time will be
Michael and wide
2:18.
receivers. Charles Smith has not come
And
back
10
to the game.
seconds.
It appeared that he pulled a muscle running around.
Good afternoon, at the Tone. The time will be 2:18.
Jaworski has time,
And
flips it
20
out
seconds.
intended for Hogan as the Redskins finally got some pressure on. A flag is down.
Good afternoon, at the Tone. The time will be
It's going to be against the Redskins, and I think it's
And 30
defensive
seconds.
holding.
30 seconds on the clock. Referee Gordon McCarter.
Good
consulting
afternoon,
with
at the
his
Tone. The time will
staff.
be 2:18.
Against the Eagles.
And 40 seconds.
Against the Redskins, pardon me. And here's the call.
Good afternoon, at the Tone. The time will be 2:18.
For the Redskins who
And
actually
50
knocked
seconds.
Lamar Parrish, who actually knocked the receiver down flat on his back, and you're not allowed to do that.
Good
any
afternoon,
longer.
at the Tone. The time will be
you didn't cut.
2:19. Exactly.
Party doesn't like that. He's saying over there for what?
I'll tell you one thing. Here's the time.
Good afternoon, at the Tone. The time will be 2:19.
Number
And 10
24,
seconds.
defense. First down.
Good afternoon,
Now they've got
at
a
the Tone. The
chance to
time will be
capitalize on this. They're down in
2:19.
good field position. All they
And
have to
20
do
seconds.
is get a couple more first downs. They got to use that their timeouts to control
Good
the ball
afternoon,
game.
at the Tone. The
Lamar
time will
Parrish
be
was the man guilty of the
2:19.
personal foul. Vince
And 30
Papelli
seconds.
is in at wide receiver. They took the tight end roughly out. Hogan and Betterson are the running
Good
backs.
afternoon, at the Tone. The time will be 2:19. And 40
Jaworski,
seconds.
sideline. Complete to Ken Payne. Just inbounds.
Good afternoon,
Coverage
at the
by
Tone. The
Gerard
time will be
Williams. First down
2:19.
at the Washington
And
28-yard
50
line.
seconds.
22 seconds on the clock.
Jaworski just did get that ball out there.
Good
he has some pretty
afternoon,
good
at the
pressure
Tone. The
on
time
him.
will
Watch
be
the pass. The intercept,
2:20.
the protection is good. Right there, he
Exactly.
almost was knocked down. There's the throw. Both feet inbounds. Very, very
Good
good
afternoon,
catch.
at the
Good
Tone.
call.
The time will be 2:20. And 10 seconds.
First down, Eagles. Referee
Good
back
afternoon,
in.
at the Tone. The
Tally
time
out.
will be 2:20.
Slot
And 20
formation left. They
seconds.
put the running back Betterson in the slot left. Hogan, the lone man, has
Good
the
afternoon,
setback.
at the Tone. The time will be 2:20.
Flag
and
down
30
again.
seconds.
Jaworski throws the ball away. Another flag is down.
Good afternoon, at
As
the
he
Tone.
was
The time will
dropped
be
by Lorch
2:20.
and,
And
by
40
Brad
seconds.
Dusek. 71 and 59. Two flags on the play.
Good afternoon,
and,
at the
these
Tone. The
flags
time will
are
be
getting to be an
2:20.
aggravation here in the second quarter.
And 50 seconds.
Well, that's
seen
definitely
enough
throwing
yellow.
the football away right there. There was nobody down there.
Good afternoon, at the Tone. The time
Well,
will be
there's a holding Eagles.
2:21.
And an intentional
Exactly.
grounding against Jaworski. So both the penalties against Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, at
They
the
also
Tone. The
lose the
time will
down
be
on this too with the intentional
2:21.
grounding.
And 10 seconds.
Tommy, I'm surprised, as you have been, at the lack of the 2-minute type situation. They have not used
Good
the
afternoon,
time
at
and
the
the clock
Tone. The
well
time
at
will
all.
be
I
2:21.
agree with you, John. You know, that
And
was one
20
of the things that
seconds.
make this game so interesting is the fact that, you know, when you got that 2 minutes,
Good
you can
afternoon,
use that
at the
clock.
Tone.
You
The
got the
time will
timeout.
be
You can work down the field.
2:21. And 30 seconds.
And they just haven't done it today.
Good afternoon, at the
Well,
Tone. The
they're
time
back
will be
at the 28-yard
2:21.
line of the
And
Eagles
40
where the
seconds.
original line of scrimmage was. And they mark it back out to the
Good afternoon, at the Tone.
38-yard
The time
line.
will be
Here's the call.
2:21. And 50 seconds.
Number 63 declined. Illegal forward
Good
pass.
afternoon, at the Tone.
Intentional
The time will be
grounding. Number 7
2:22.
accepted. 10 yards
Exactly.
and loss of down.
Lucan was the man doing the holding, but they
Good
can't blame him
afternoon,
for
at the
anything
Tone.
because
The
they didn't
time will
mark
be
it off for his penalty. They're going to
2:22.
blame it on Ron Jaworski.
And 10 seconds.
Eagles have 2 timeouts remaining. The Redskins have 3.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:22.
And we have 14 seconds on the clock.
And 20 seconds.
7-3, the Eagles lead it. It's been a defensive struggle. There have been a bunch of turnovers.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:22.
Valley back in as a wide
And
receiver
30
for the
seconds.
Eagles. One setback is Hogan. Jaworski
Good
swings it
afternoon.
out
At
to
the
the
tone,
tight
the
end.
time will be 2:22.
Roughly running
And
hard
30
inside
seconds.
the 15. Gets to about the 11-yard line.
And they got a timeout with
Good
1
afternoon.
second
At
to
the tone,
go.
the time will be 2:22.
That was close.
And 50 seconds.
That was close. Now we got field goal team in.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will
have
be
the bad luck that their punters
2:23.
in.
Exactly.
You know, we got some up scores, and the Jets are beating our boys down
Good
in Baltimore,
afternoon.
John,
At the tone, the
3-0.
time
That's
will
the
be
first period.
2:23.
Green Bay came back with another
And 10
touchdown. They're
seconds.
leading 31-14. Ooh.
All right, welcome live to New York. I'm Brent Musburger. Right now, 1 second left in Veterans Stadium, Philadelphia, first half. You are looking at live coverage. The Philadelphia Eagles are going to go for a field goal. They lead Washington 7-3. This is live. Tampa Bay leading the Giants 14-3. Atlanta shutting out Detroit 7-0. Those are the two games that our audience is watching as the official steps in now to get things straightened out. And Irv Cross, the Eagles have had nothing but trouble with their kicking game this year.
Dick Vermeil has been concerned about it, Brent, particularly with the punting game, though. Mickemeyer here is a pretty good field goal kicker. He's very good inside the 30-yard line, and of course he has a lot of pressure on him here now, and the Redskins are going to make him think about this kick.
Irv, New England leading Cincinnati 3-0. Green Bay 31, Seattle 14. Pittsburgh shutting out Cleveland 6-0. St. Louis strikes first against Dallas 7-0. Houston leads Buffalo 7-0. The Jets over Baltimore 3-0. You are watching live. The Eagles trying to go in at halftime, ahead 10-3. Set is down, and he's got it. Mickemeyer in against a tough win. And they'll go in at halftime, leading Washington by a score of 10-3. You know, earlier I received a record from Marv Hubbard. Fullbacks ain't supposed to cry. He's retired now, and our good friends over at NFL Films in Philadelphia sent a crew out to Oakland. They got together with Marv Hubbard, and they had him sing their Western song for him, and this is how it came out.
Gives the ball here to Hubbard. He breaks the tackle at the 25, the 20, the 15, the 5.
I'm just a roughneck on my way home to Oakland. I used to play a game of football, but I can't play like I used to. So I'm hanging 'em up, I'm laying it down. I've had enough of being a football clown. If you see a teardrop streaming down my face, don't ask me why. Don't ask me why. 'Cause fullbacks ain't supposed to cry. I'm just a poor boy on my way from Detroit City. I used to crash, I used to kill 'em. I got hurt, now I can't thrill 'em. So I'm hanging 'em up, I'm laying it down. I've had enough of being a fool. me why. Don't ask me why. 'Cause fullbacks ain't supposed to cry. Fullbacks ain't supposed to cry. Fullbacks ain't supposed to cry.
Jane, what'd you think of Marv?
Well, country western songs are usually those heartbreaking love songs, and it sounds like he really loved football.
Indeed do that. All right, we've got a couple of scoring updates. At half now, New England and Cincinnati are tied at 3. Pittsburgh leads Cleveland 13-7. The Jets have just scored. They're ahead of Baltimore by 10 points, and the NFL Today will continue after these messages from your local stations.
A tempestuous story of two Texas families continues with a special edition of Dallas. See Dallas tonight at 9, 8 Central and Mountain on CBS.
At Bush Memorial Stadium in St. Louis as we start the second quarter. The Cardinals are leading the Cowboys 7-0. Cowboys have the ball first down, 10 yards to go, just short of the 13-yard line. Rayfield Wright in there at right tackle, getting his second start of the year. He started last week for the first time since 1976. And there again today, the veteran lineman for the Dallas Cowboys. Dorsett, 33, tail of the 10 behind Newhouse. Roger Staubach, set, scrambles. Looks has plenty of time and runs, 15-20, and up to the 23-yard line. Getting to the sticks for another first down.
It's a good shot from Mark Arneson that time, number 57. Picked up 11 yards. Staubach would much rather have released that football. Here's the first quarter score. The Jets 10 and Baltimore nothing.
Cowboys first and 10. They picked up consecutive first downs after having taken the ball on the 1-yard line. They've driven it out to the 23. Drew Pearson going far to the right side, and Tony Hill is far to the left side. Even up the running backs, Newhouse right, Dorsett left. Motion from Drew Hill back from Drew Pearson back inside. Dorsett carrying. And he moved it to the 27-yard line. Cut inside the block of Tom Rafferty.
This is touchdown Tony. Here he goes on the sweep right. Now the flanker is coming back to crack back, but not block below the knees. Dorsett gets a few good shots. Kurt Allerman and Carl Allen on the stop.
Second down, 7 yards to go at the 27-yard line. Hill to the right side, Drew Pearson left. Bill Newhouse and Dorsett for Staubach. Staubach. Drew Pearson. Can't get it at the 40-yard line. Incomplete. Roger Worley covering. It'll be 3rd and 7 at the 27-yard line.
I still believe, Lindsey, that's the toughest pattern in pro football, not only for timing, but for the quarterback. The ball's on the right hash mark. Quarterback drops back, and he's trying to throw a sideline to his left, all the way across the grain. He sets up here. He's got to throw further, all the way across right there. Almost a good pass. Pearson had his man beaten by a step. And if he doesn't throw it well, if he kind of hangs it up, that's 6 points on the interception.
That's all she wrote. 3rd down and 7 yards to go here. They're in the slot left. Into the shotgun. Staubach waits for the snap and gets it. Tony Hill, and he's got it at the 44-yard line. 1st and 10, Cowboys at their own 44. Tony Hill with his 21st reception. Lee Nelson covering defensively.
Here it is, another square out pattern, and this time Rogers right on the button with a 17-yard pickup. Tony Hill has already caught 20 for 335 yards this year. Great receiver. And Philadelphia now with the 7-point lead over Washington.
It'll be 1st down and 10 yards to go for the Dallas Cowboys. They have the ball at their own 44. New England 3, Cincinnati 3 at the end of the first half. Right here, the Cardinals leading the Cowboys 7-0. Dorsett moves over into a right set. Now back to the tailback.
Here comes the
reverse. Drew Pearson's got the ball. And room. Big gainer down to the 23-yard line. It's Carl Allen who bounced him out.
There it goes. A little pitch to Dorsett. Here comes Pearson. It's going to be a 31-yard pickup by Drew Pearson. And with his great speed, he's got everybody out in front. Good run by Pearson, knocked out by Carl Allen, number 27. Here's Dorsett. Here's how it looks. Now they also have a pass off that. You see Staubach went out of your picture. Sometimes Pearson will lob it back and Staubach will throw the ball. This time Pearson elects to run it for 31-yard Bigman.
Pearson's capable of throwing it himself. It's first and 10 at the 23-yard line.
I don't think there's an offensive play known to man that Dallas doesn't run.
Dorsett carries just outside the 20. Mike Dawson hit him there. Gain of about 2.
There he comes. The deep man out of the eye. Pretty good hole right there. He got knocked off balance by 73, the nose guard, Mike Dawson.
Second down, 8 yards to go. The ball is at the 21-yard line. At Heights. And the second quarter, Green Bay is leading Seattle 31-14.
Oh, they got an offense up there, don't they? I tell you, they are surprising. Could you believe it? If they win today, they'd be 6-1. Here comes the safety blitz.
Staubach started to retreat. The whistle stops play, and it is a violation of the 30-second rule, I believe.
Safety blitz.
That is the violation of the 30-second rule, delay of game.
I think Staubach was taking a look at the safety that time, Lindsey. Offense. Too much time.
Second down.
I think he wanted to audibilize, change the play at the line of scrimmage. He smelled the safety blitz coming.
Referee Don Wedge is having a little trouble with his transmission today from the field, but we'll pick up what we can. Ball is at the 25-yard line.
I tell you, I think the Zebras wish that would be the only problem that they've had during the ball game, just with the transmission. Those problems they've had this year.
Second and 13. The Zebras dropping back is Staubach. Goes long down to the end zone. Dupree, and he can't get it. A big tight end. Billy Joe Dupree.
I tell you, he didn't run all out, Lindsey. It looked as if Billy Joe was a little mixed up where the end line was. The pass was overthrown a little bit, but Billy Joe Dupree has caught 4 touchdown passes this year. Let's see if we can pick it up. Staubach got good pass protection. Just throws a post pattern to his big tight end. Now watch, right there he kind of slowed up a little bit and tried to one-hand it. Would have been a great catch.
Third down and 13 coming up now. The ball outside the 25-yard line. Drew Pearson going to the right side. Tony Hill is double over on that side. He's in the slot. Newhouse and Dorsett deploy. Staubach. And Dupree's got it. He's at the 5-yard line. Billy Joe Dupree, first and goal for the Dallas Cowboys.
Good pass protection. Staubach again looking for his big tight end. Dupree finds him for 21-yard pickup. Coming on a crossing pattern right there. Gets knocked off his balance. And this series, keep in mind, started at the Dallas 1-yard line.
Just where it started, you can see there it is outside the 5, inside the 6 at the moment. First down and goal to go for the Dallas Cowboys. Since 1973, these two teams, the Cowboys and the Cardinals, have split their 2 games each year. Cardinals won the first confrontation this year, or rather the Cowboys won the first confrontation 21-12 in Dallas. Staubach lofts it up there to Newhouse. Turns left, turns right, touchdown.
Great move by Robert Newhouse that time, Lindsey. The pass, here it is, the little bootleg. Called a bootleg rollout to the strong side, and he throws it up. You didn't really get to see it, but Newhouse did 2 twists, just like Lindsey said, and made the catch. Great catch.
So now it's 7-6 on a conversion attempt coming. Rayfield Septien is in to attempt. On points after, he's 17 for 18 this year. Charlie Waters is holding for him. Septien with the Los Angeles Rams last year. Puts it up, and it's good. And so the score is tied with 11 minutes, 22 seconds left to play here in St. Louis, Missouri. It is the St. Louis Cardinals 7, the Dallas Cowboys 7. All even early in the second quarter.
2 minutes to go, first half of the ball game.
Well, this has been a strange ball game because just about everything has happened so far. We had an onside kick already in the first half, which generally never happens until late in the fourth quarter. And anything is going to happen in this ball game because both teams are very explosive.
Third down, 3, Green Bay, their own 37-yard line. Middleton, and he will lose a yard on the play, and the Packers will have to kick as Charles McShane, the left linebacker, played it with excellence, and Middleton was pulled down. They'll mark it at the 36-yard line. Yes, it'll be 4th down and 4. So that means that Rufus Crawford goes drifting back once again, and David Beverly will be kicking for Green Bay. Or is he?
Or is he? Well, they have probably a formation where they'll jump back and, yeah.
He was up chatting with his center, Larry McCarron.
Please don't center it over my head.
Not on a wet, rainy afternoon in Milwaukee. There's Rufus Crawford.
Hit my hands with the dry spot.
2 seconds, 1 second on the 32nd. They are letting the 32nd clock run. Now they're just using up all the time that they can in the first half. There's now 1 minute and 6 seconds.
They figured five yards additional of punting, and it doesn't mean that much.
Is that the craftiness of Bart Starr on the sideline, you suspect? Use it up in every way.
He's the head man.
Yes. And he could do it before they had 30-second clocks, couldn't he?
Offense, number 7.
When you were playing before the 30-second clock, with the clock in your head, did you always know where you were?
Pretty much so, but at that time, the officials would give you a little more leeway. If you were over by a few seconds, they would come in and tell you, hey, look, you're running real close that time, you know, so speed it up a little bit. They worked with you, if you were nice to them.
Scully along with Jim Brown. It's halftime in Georgia. Atlanta leading Detroit 7-0. Atlanta might have had more except for that abortive end around with Wallace Francis losing 5 yards. Jim, Detroit has been unable to run the ball at all, and as a great running back, just how frustrating is it to go a half and come up empty as a rusher?
Well, you see, I never played with a line like Detroit has right now. I had a fantastic line. They worked very hard for me. It's pretty discouraging for these guys, but there's something that they know. They know their line does not have a lot of experience. So they're kind of happy because they're still in the ball game. As long as they're close, they know they have a chance.
Gary Danielson, the young quarterback, has really got his job cut out. Atlanta leading Detroit 7-0 at halftime in Atlanta, GA.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Home. The time will be 2:34 and 30 seconds.
Welcome back live to New York. I'm Brent Musburger with Jane Kennedy. Sorry we couldn't be with you earlier, but we're attending to a couple of other halftimes. That Marv Hubbard piece that kind of dropped out of thin air on you. Got the record sent to me and went to our good friends over at NFL Films in Philadelphia. They sent a crew out to record it. What'd you think about it?
Good afternoon,
I thought it was pretty good.
The time will be
2:34. Some good old heartbreaking
and
love
50
story.
seconds.
Country Western fan, folks, not Jane. All right, let's take you around the league and update all the scores right now.
Good afternoon,
Atlanta
Mr.
leads
Tone.
Detroit by 7 at the half.
35.
Tampa Bay, Jimmy the Greek's upset special right on target. 14-3 at the half. Now, Philadelphia leading Washington, the game you're watching. And how about the Eagles today?
35.
Pittsburgh and Cleveland. This figured to be tough. First, New England and Cincinnati. They are tied at 3. That game is at the half.
Good afternoon,
now, the
Mr.
Pittsburgh Cleveland game, 13-7 at the half.
And 20 seconds.
Green Bay 31, Seattle 14. Jane Kennedy, what happened to Jim Zorn today? All right, Dallas and St. Louis. Paul Horning gave me the Cardinals today, and look at that in the second quarter. Cardinals lead it by 7. Houston shutting out Buffalo by 7 in the first.
Good afternoon, Mr.
And the New York Jets have just scored again, and they lead Baltimore 10-0 is the score in that game. Now, across the major story this week involved a former most valuable player, Alan Page. What's the outgrowth of that with regard to the Players Association?
It's a blockbuster, Ben. Of course, Ed Garvey, who's the executive director of the NFL Players Association, told me today that they're going to file a grievance with the National Labor Relations Board in Allen's behalf, stating that the Minnesota Vikings discriminated against Allen for filing a grievance against the Vikings. The case goes on, but Allen has submitted some comments about it being waived.
And earlier this week, Irv traveled into Bloomington. He interviewed Allen about leaving Minnesota to go to Chicago, and he talked to the Vike coach, Bud Grant.
The only comment I have on the justifications for what has happened to me is that in 12 years of professional football, I have struggled and worked very hard to maintain my self-pride and self-dignity.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:36.
At this stage, I'm not about
and
to
40 seconds.
try to justify what's been said about
Good
me.
afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:36.
What I've done on the football field
And 50
in
seconds.
past years and this year speaks for itself.
Alan's had almost 12 years
Good
with this ball
afternoon.
club.
At the
He and I
tone, the
arrived
time
at
will
the
be
same time.
2:37.
It's difficult.
Exactly.
Very difficult. I think from a coaching standpoint, if you talk to any coaches, the most difficult thing is to make the
Good
player
afternoon.
changes.
At the tone, the time will
And
be
many of the changes we made over
2:37.
the years have been veteran players who
And 10
played here for
seconds.
10 or more years. And it just gets to a point when you
Good
cannot
afternoon.
play
At the tone, the time will be
effectively any longer, whether it's
2:37.
Alan Page or anybody
And
else.
20
When that time
seconds.
arrives, you know, it's too bad.
Good afternoon. At the
I know
tone, the
my
time will be
abilities better than anybody.
2:37.
I
And
have
30
no
seconds.
illusions about what I can or cannot do. I mean, none. And
Good afternoon. At the
when
tone,
the
the
time
time will be
comes that those abilities are
2:37.
gone,
And
I'll
40
be the first to
seconds.
admit it.
And now Allen's gone. You know, we're given to play, you know, the best team with
Good
a 6-0
afternoon.
record
At the
coming in
tone,
Sunday.
the time
you know,
will be
LA.
2:37.
And
And
it's
50
a hard
seconds.
lump to take, you know, with a guy you can count on each Sunday.
Good
It's not there
afternoon. At
anymore.
the tone, the time
For the
will
record,
be
the club is upset
2:38.
because Alan Page lost a lot of weight,
Exactly.
was playing around 220 pounds. However, George Allen of CBS covered the Minnesota-Seattle
Good
game
afternoon.
last
At the
Sunday.
tone,
He
the
told
time
me in
will be
Los Angeles this week that he
2:38.
thinks Alan Page can
And
still
10
play a
seconds.
whole lot of defensive tackle. Right now, let's send you back to Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia, and here's Tim Ryan.
Good
Tim?
afternoon. At the tone,
Thank you,
the
Brent
time will be
Musburger. The score here at
2:38.
halftime is the Eagles
And 20
10, the
seconds.
Washington Redskins 3. A tough defensive struggle with a number of turnovers in the first half. We'll
Good
see what
afternoon.
happens
At the tone,
in
the
half
time
number
will be
2.
2:38. And 30 seconds.
Third down and 3. In third down conversion, Seattle in the ball game is 0 for 7. This is their 8th try at a third down conversion, and they have it. Sims, straight shot up the middle. He goes to the 47-yard line. 16 seconds on the clock. Timeout, Seattle. Gray with a
This is a good call. It's a trap play because they know that the Green Bay Packers are coming. You can see 77 Butler flying in there, and there's a fine hole because the linebackers, the defensive backs, they are taught, don't let anybody get behind you in a situation like this. Give them the short stuff. Don't give them the big bomb.
A gain of 12 for Sims. He now has 49 in the ball game, a 4.9 average as he has 10 carries. Sherman Smith has 13 yards rushing. Zorn has 14 yards rushing on 1 carry. Zorn, by the way, is the number 2 rusher for the Seattle Seahawks.
Well, he has great ability. You know, he glides along and doesn't look like he's doing much, and all of a sudden he takes off and he covers about 10 or 15 yards and nothing flat. He's for a quarterback. He's got excellent speed because we're talking about Ezra Johnson, the 4.4, 4.5, 40. Well, Jim Zorn will run it in 4.6 or 4.7. That's excellent for a quarterback.
Steve Rabel is in, 3 wide receivers.
I might also say it's necessary today to get out of there in a hurry.
Zorn to throw, 5 on the pattern. Here comes the defense rolling out. Ezra is chasing him. He throws. It is incomplete over the head of Steve Largent. You mentioned this earlier. That is so tough for a left-hand quarterback to come to his right. He has to turn, set himself. You just cannot throw on the run in that situation.
Well, if you're left-handed, that means that you have to plant that left foot to get some thrust off of it. And if you're running to the right, it's very difficult. You got to get yourself turned around. And when you have a man like Ezra Johnson chasing you, you got to do it in a hurry.
You have to turn around in a hurry. That's right. 9 seconds left to go in an exciting first half that all started with the opening kickoff to Steve Odom, 95 yards. Touchdown return. Green Bay has not been headed in the ball game, although the Seahawks cut the deficit 28-14, had some momentum. Then the Packers came back with a field goal to make it 31-14. As time will run out, either on this play or the next one in the first half. Zorn again, running to his right. He turns, he throws downfield. A comeback pattern, and they will rule the catch complete at the 28-yard line.
1 second remaining
to Sam McCullum. Now let's watch from the end zone camera. He was flirting with that side.
This is a design play. Now he's coming back and set up. Now he wants to get outside the containment. And the linemen are setting up out there, giving him a wall for Zorn. And he's looking downfield, throws the ball. It's going to be caught right by the out of bounds.
He's got it, right?
He's there, and he's out of bounds, and the clock shows 1 second remaining, and an apparent field goal. But Zorn can throw the football, too, so maybe it isn't going to be.
From the 36-yard line, an attempt of 46 yards by Ephraim Herrera or Zorn to throw. The field goal would cut the deficit back to 14 points. Here it is, and it will come up short. It is short and to the left. So Herrera misses from 46 yards away as the gun sounds. As we end the first half here in Milwaukee, the score, Green Bay 31, Seattle 14. At halftime, the rain continues to fall in.
The rain has definitely been a factor in this ball game because of the fumbles by both sides, but Green Bay has taken it.
It starts here. The touch, the timing, the courage.
3, 7, 9, 8.
This is where all the dreams begin. And they're realized when the boy becomes a Red Grange or Johnny Unitas and comes to know the triumph of victory. This is where all those dreams come true. And here they're preserved forever in the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. Don't miss it.
The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service by the National Football League. Did you ever have the feeling that you were not given all the great muscle and physical prowess of professional football players? Well, that's the feeling I get right now as I look at Jim Brown and Claude Humphrey. Gentlemen, nice to have you two on the screen. Claude, it's very nice of you to come to the booth.
Glad to be here.
We were talking about you, Claude. Tell him what we were saying, big man.
I'll tell you something, Claude. You know, I like to tell it like it is, and you were an all-time great. You still got a lot of years ahead of you, at least 3. I'm curious. What is the plan, Claude? You're not going to stay out, are you?
Well, I plan to stay out. I'm retired right now. You know, for all practical purposes, I'm pretty much through with football. No more than just coming to the game like this and watching the game.
I saw you up there chewing on some peanuts or something. You look like you're ready to get down there. Now, if the L.A. Rams decided to make a trade for you, would you consider going to a team like that?
No, not really. Not really.
Suppose they offered you more money than O.J. Simpson is getting.
Well, you know, that's a possibility.
I mean, are you married, Claude?
Yeah. My wife is up there, too.
All right, she's beautiful. I was waving to her. Now, if your wife said to you, Claude, go get the money, would you consider, you know you can still play, right?
Yeah, I can still play. I don't think so. Right now, I'm more concerned with just being taking this body and living out the rest of my life with it. You know, and, yeah, that's my wife right there in the glasses right there. That's
Claude, thank you very much, Claude.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, fellas. And now Detroit ready to kick off. Benny Ricardo kicking off, and Atlanta leading 7-0. And they have Pearson, the deep man, Dennis Pearson. And we'll see whether he gets a chance to run it back. Pearson on the 1-yard line. To the 10, 15, 20, 25, and to the 27 goes the speedster out of San Diego State. He was a 5th-round draft choice, and he was knocked down by the rambling wreck from Georgia Tech, Tony Dakin.
Benny?
Yes, Jim?
I think I heard a little reservation in his voice.
It sounded, when you said to him, if you got as much money as O.J. Simpson, I thought maybe you had left the booth. He'll be back.
George, I think you might be able to get him to come back.
1st and 10 on the Atlanta 26-yard line. Bartkowski giving to Bean, and he's wrapped up straight up at the 30-yard line. The first man, Paul Newmoff, the veteran 12-year man out of Tennessee. We haven't heard his name too much. That's Mike Burns, the last man up. 7-0 in favor of the Falcons. they have kept the ball. And once again in possession, 2nd and 6 from the 30-yard line. Francis wide right. Mitchell shaken loose as the tight end on the right side. Bartkowski looking for Francis, throws it on a one-handed attempt by Mitchell, no good. And it wasn't the best of passes either.
Well, it's the Falcons defense. Detroit's made 4 first downs. Falcons defense all the way. Yeah, 18 yards rushing, 40 yards passing. Yeah, Falcons defense is outplaying the Detroit offense, and they've done that for 2 years now against everybody.
Still only 7-0.
3rd and 6 on the Atlanta 30-yard line. And Bartkowski, who's been very good on 3rd down, gets it away, and it is broken up. It was intended for Bean, and breaking it up was number 52, Dave Washington, who played for Monty Clark at San Francisco. So Bartkowski, one of the few times that he is frustrated on 3rd down today, and he's talking to himself.
Let's check this punt.
Freddie Scott will be the receiver on the Detroit 30 on this punt if he gets his hands on the ball, and he does at his own 28. And he's off to the races. McLean had him and dropped him at the 35, and there's a flag. A 7-yard return, a 42-yard punt.
Now that time, Vinny, he only held the ball up for 3.7, so they had a chance to return it.
And Freddie Scott is a kind of a fellow who can break one on you, but with a penalty and a man down, time is out. And the man down is Luther Bradley, and he's the rookie, and they have picked on him a bit today. And Luther, the rookie out of Notre Dame, who had a neck injury against Washington and sat out the 4th quarter last week, and we could have a recurrence of the problem. And in talking about Bradley and how they have picked on him, we should mention the fact that here's a kid playing a difficult position with a bad neck. It's hard enough to play.
Downfield on a kicking team. They refuse the penalty. It's 1st down.
Well, they refused it because of the good field position.
Coach, didn't you mention that Bradley in college at Notre Dame played the opposite side?
He played the left corner, Jim, when I looked at him on films.
Atlanta 7, Detroit nothing. Early in the 3rd quarter.
Around this game, you learn something new.
Yeah, but of course they went in and got a touchdown anyhow, so it really...
It is all academic.
Yeah.
Well, Cleveland will kick it off right to left, and that is Cockcroft set to do it. And we have Larry Anderson down deep. The last time they kicked off to him, he came back 95 yards. Jack Delaplane and T. Bell are the wide men. Cockcroft kicks it high, straight down the middle. Anderson at the 5 again. Up over the 10, the 15, cuts to the outside, and he's caught at the 18, breaks a tackle, running back in the other direction. They got him back at the 13-yard line. A flag down, another flag. He was up at the 18, broke a tackle, and came back at the 13, and finally was corralled by Tom London along with Gary Paris. And now let's see what's going on. Officials have their heads together. Personal foul clipping against the Steelers. That's the call. And that's going to cost Pittsburgh a little bit of yardage. But the light's on here this afternoon, even though the sun is shining through quite frequently.
That puts the Steelers in the hole, but good. They're at their own 7-yard line.
Half the distance to the goal line. 1st and 10 at the 7. Steelers moving left to right. Bradshaw, the quarterback, drops back into the end zone and fires block coming out of his hand. It appeared that Mac Mitchell may have got a hand on the football, and again might have been Jerry Shirk. Bradshaw dropped back into the end zone and was going to the far side of the field to John Stallworth, and as the ball came out of his hand, now let's see what happens. Cocks his arm and throws, and the ball was tapped upfield a little ways. Gerald Irons, the linebacker.
And Jack, the clipping call was on 2 players, Cole, Robin Cole, and...
Here's a handoff to Franco. Breaks over the left side and brings the ball over the 10 up to the 11-yard line. Gerald Irons on the tackle.
And Sam Davis. They were both called on that for clipping on that kickoff return.
Cleveland hustling Ricky Jones out on the field. He is a second-year man from Tuskegee. Earl Edwards comes off, and they get an extra defensive back in there. 3rd down and 5. 3 wide receivers for the Steelers. Bradshaw drops back, flag on the play. Bradshaw's in trouble, and he's thrown down by Mac Mitchell. Sacked back at the 2-yard line. Penalty marker down. Bradshaw sacked back at the 2-yard line. Illegal procedure against the Steelers will be declined by the Browns. That is the 2nd sack against Bradshaw, and Craig Colquitt will punt for the end zone.
Mac Mitchell sacking Bradshaw, and the Steelers are not able to get that offense moving. They're in trouble here.
Keith Wright is the receiver up around the Pittsburgh 45. All right, we're ready. Colquitt deep in the end zone. Snap. Gets it away. And here is the pass there, taken at the 41 by Wright, down over the 35 to the 30. Wright on the return. Tackled by Sid Thornton. 40-yard punt. Setting the Browns up at the Steeler 30-yard line. 1st down 10.
Have you noticed that the floor of this booth up here on the roof has been trembling? Is that because people are stamping? I never trusted this booth. We could blow away.
I think it's the wind blowing. They put Reggie Rucker in the slot left. Now they take him in motion to the right. And the ball off to Cleo Miller, and he finds a hole, but it closes up very quickly. He ran into the arms of Dennis Winston, who caught him at the 28.5-yard line. He picks up about 1.5 yards, 2nd down, 8.5 yards to go. Dave Logan, wide receiver. Doug Deacon, George Beeler, Tom DeLeon, Robert E. Jackson, Barry Darrow in the interior line. Ozzie Newsome, the tight end. Reggie Rucker, wide receiver. Cleo Miller and Greg Pruitt are the running backs. Brian Sipe, the quarterback. In the I, Pruitt at the top of the I, shifts over to the right side. Now he comes back to the left side. Here's Sipe. Back, throwing, and it's intercepted at the 12. Picked off by Mike Wagner up over the 25, the 30, and he is knocked down at the 31-yard line. The tackle was made by Henry Shepard. Now the pass was intended for Ozzie Newsome. Into the arms of Wagner. And what worried me was Wagner took the shot right on his neck there as he was brought down. That is the 2nd interception for the Steelers today. Blunt had the 1st one.
And that is a big play because the Browns right off the bat in the 2nd half had put the Steelers in the hole and then gotten good field position at the 30, and we're in a position to get on top of this game. So it's a big play, and we'll be right back.
From their own 1-yard line in 11 plays, the Cowboys move 99 yards and consume 3 minutes 40 seconds in tying the score at 7-7. And now the Dallas Cowboys will kick off. Rayfield Septien will kick off. And the deep men are Harrell and Childs. Willard Harrell, Jim Childs to receive it. It's over to Harrell's side of the field. Harrell falls with it off his chest, but fortunately it's picked up at the 14-yard line. And it is returned by Ken Stone to the 16.
Well, Harrell just lost his balance here, slipped on this artificial surface, and Ken Stone very alertly picked up the football and returned it 2 yards.
17-yard line. So it is 1st down and 10 yards to go now for the St. Louis Cardinals. They have the ball at their own 16.
And those kind of things have been happening to St. Louis all year long.
Wayne Morris, Jim Otis are the setback. Over the tight end, Ramsden to the right side. Otis might have got a yard, at the most a yard. Stopped by D.D. Lewis and Randy White. 2nd and 9 at the 17-yard line.
Oh, that last series, 11 plays, 99 yards. One thing about Dallas, they're not boring, boy. When you watch that offense work, Lindsey, it's just precision. It's like clockwork. Show you so many different looks. They're sleek.
Hart goes to Tilley. Pat Tilley at the 31-yard line. That'll be first down and 10 yards to go for the Cardinals at their own 31.
That's just a beautiful pitch this time by Jimmy Hart. 16 yards on the first down. Let's take a look at it. It looks as if... Well, now we've got the punt back. Let's go back to Tilley. Here's Tilley on a nice isolation. Right here, he cuts in and out. He's not too quick, as you can see, but he made a good move, and both feet are in.
This is Jim Otis powering his way up to the 35-yard line for 4, where it'll be 2nd and 6. That was Pat Tilley's second catch of the day. He has caught at least 2 passes in every game this year.
And starting today, he ranked 4th in the NFC pass receiving, 24.
2nd down and 6 for the St. Louis Cardinals, coached by Bud Wilkinson. They held the ball at their own 35-yard line. Mel Gray is coming to the right side, Pat Tilley to the left side. They'll deploy the tight end one way or the other. He comes right. Otis, former Ohio State fullback. Got about a yard. Moved it up to the 37, 38. So it'll be 3rd down now and 3 yards to go at the 38.
Now there's an interesting stat, pass for over 200 yards the last 3 games. In fact, St. Louis has outdistanced every opponent the last 3 weeks in stats. No wins.
Johnson to the right side. Otis has got the ball. He's across the 40-45. The big fullback goes to the 50-yard line, 1st and 10 for the St. Louis Cardinals. Cliff Harris brought him down for Dallas.
Yes, good blocking up front here. A little draw. You see Otis coming over the cornerback, veers out to the left side behind Bob Young and Keith Workman. Good blocking, and Otis has got the first down easily to almost to midfield.
St. Louis Cardinals started Keith Workman in place of Roger Finney at left tackle today. Bob Young at guard, Tom Bax at center, Terry Steve at the other guard, and Dan Dierdorf at right tackle. Coming back and took the handoff.
Good camera work here. We pick up Eason Ramsden from the tight end reverse, and it was a good fake from Hart to Jim Otis, and Ramsden almost got inside that block. It would have been a first down and maybe more.
He got 5 yards as it was to make it 2nd down and 5 yards to go. Ball is at the 45-yard line of the Cowboys. Ramsden in motion. And off to Morris, and Wayne Morris did not get to the line of scrimmage as he's pulled down at the 46-yard line. It was Bob Brunig, the middle linebacker. 3rd down and 6 yards to go with the ball at the 46. Steve Jones, Jim Otis, the setbacks now. And Otis is coming off.
We're on a passing situation, Lindsey. That front 4 for Dallas now will probably be in a little stunt situation. Watch your defensive tackles. They will switch with the defensive end, go in and out. Let's see if they do a little stunning here.
Tilley to the left side, Mel Gray to the right. Ramsden tight end right. Jim Hart, penalty marker, goes and it is completed inside the 40-yard line. But there is a penalty marker now to be checked out. Keep that in mind. The official wants to spot the ball exactly where it is. Pat Tilley made the catch.
Well, they needed 5 yards, Lindsey, and the pass was complete, and the penalty goes against Dallas.
Ball is spotted in advance of the sticks in any case.
They were in a blitz situation, Lindsey. They brought the...
It has been declined. It's the first down.
Here it is on the blitz situation right here. You see one of the cornerbacks coming up from the outside, man to man, until he was wide open.
Philly's third catch of the day makes it 1st and 10 St. Louis at the Dallas 40-yard line. 7 minutes, 16 seconds left to play in the first half in St. Louis, Missouri. Mel Gray goes to the left side. Pat Tilley to the right side. Tight end left. Wayne Morris. 39-yard line. He picked up 1 on the play to make it 2nd down and 9 yards to go for the St. Louis Cardinals. 6 minutes, 58 seconds left to play. Jim Hart came into this game needing just 10 yards to become the 13th player in National Football League history to pass for 25,000 yards in a career, and he's done that, of course, today, starting his 64th straight game. Hart drops back, goes to screen left. Taken by Wayne Morris. He moves to the 33-yard line. Perhaps the 32 when they get it spotted.
Well, St. Louis has been noted over the past 3 or 4 years as probably having the best offensive line in football. Of course, they traded Conrad Dobler away. Deerdorf on the right side, without question, is you talk to the coaches of the National Football League. Dan Deerdorf, their right tackle, might be the best offensive tackle that has ever played this game. He's 6'3", and he's a solid 288 pounds, and it's just tough getting by Mr. Deerdorf.
3rd down and 3 yards to go at the 32. Jim Hart. And a diving catch by Wayne Morris at the 18-yard line. Tilley had cleared out the area, threw it to the trailer, and a diving catch. Spectacular by Morris.
Well, Jim Hart's been a little bit lucky in this series. The last one he almost got sacked. This time he just threads the needle between the 2 linebackers. That's D.D. Morris, number 50. Good catch by Wayne Morris.
Ball spotted at the 19-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Cardinals. Score tied 7-7. 5 minutes, 21 seconds left in the half, and the Cardinals are driving. Mel Gray going to the left side. Pat Tilley to the right side. Wayne Morris in the right set. Otis in the left set. That's Otis. Can't go. Pulled down in a hurry by D.D. Lewis, the veteran right linebacker. It is at the 21-yard line for a loss of 2, 2nd and 12.
Well, it was Wayne Morris's responsibility to block the linebacker. Just a little simple off-tackle play, and Morris could not handle D.D. Lewis.
2nd and 12 yards to go for the Cardinals now. Mel Gray to the left side. Pat Tilley right. Easton Ramson, the tight end, deploys left. Jim Hart. Dropped at the 29-yard line by Randy White.
Strongest man in Dallas Cowboy team, number 54, Randy White on the sack. Loss of 9 big ones.
Well, the Dallas Cowboys waited a while trying to make a linebacker out of Randy White. And when they decided that they'd try him as a down lineman, he became one of the greats in the game.
Oh, he would have been a good linebacker also. He's just a good athlete.
3rd down and 20 yards to go, and the ball is at the 29-yard line.
2nd sack for Randy today.
Billy left, Gray right. Tight end right. Jim Hart. And it is complete. Taken in there by Ramson. Easton Ramson is 1st and goal at the 3-yard line.
Oh, Jimmy Hart reads the defense beautifully here. He's got a little bit of time. Now watch a good angle here of Easton Ramson going right down on a split maneuver. Just a split post pattern, straight ahead. And Jimmy Hart picks him up beautifully. They got a little stun on Dallas, and it was picked up by the offensive lineman for the Cardinals, and Ranson's got a 1st and goal.
Double tight end alignment. You see Al Chandler in there now, 5-year veteran from the University of Oklahoma, along with Easton Ramson, who just got the pass. He's 6'2", 239-pounder, a rookie from Washington State. They're in a full house alignment now. 1st down and goal to go at the 3-yard line. Outside the 1-yard line. It'll be second down and goal. Just outside the 1-yard line for the St. Louis Cardinals. 3 minutes, 5 seconds remaining to be played in the first half. Score tied 7-7, and the Cardinals are driving. Ball is spotted there just outside the 1. Clock is running 2:50 now. Come up again in the full house backfield. Double tight end alignment.
Good end zone shot of Hart.
Dennis Otis. About a foot away. Otis. It'll be third down and goal inside the 1-yard line.
Well, Thomas Henderson has got a sore ankle. He's had it for about 3 or 4 weeks, but he's in there on that goal line defense. Otis has picked up 30 yards and 12 carries, and right here off the right side, he does not get in. That's Charlie Waters and a host of blue jerseys.
It is spotted squarely at the 1-yard line. The point of the ball is touching the 1-yard line. It is third down now for the St. Louis Cardinals. We're winding down to the 2-minute warning, and there it is. We have 2 minutes remaining to be played. The automatic timeout having come here now. Score is tied. The Cowboys 7 and the Cardinals 7.
We are ready to go here with the second half. Mark Mosley will kick it off. Billy Campfield and James Betterson are the deep men for the Eagles. The word is Robert Montgomery is all right and is expected to return. He just took a shot in the head that knocked him a little bit woozy, but he'll be all right. The ball taken by Campfield. Campfield gets to the 15, the 16, and is pulled down there by number 29, Mark Murphy, reserve free safety. And the word on Charles Smith, Eagles receiver, is that he suffered leg cramps running that pass route back early in the second period and may see some action in the second half. But Ken Payne, who has been the starter for the first 6 games of the season, will continue in that role, and he is out there now. It is first down, Philadelphia Eagles at their own 18-yard line, and they lead this game 10-3.
And 30 seconds.
Johnny Sanders returned an interception of a Joe Theismann
Good
pass,
afternoon.
19
The
yards
time
for
will
their
be
touchdown.
2:41.
Nick Mickemeyer kicked a 29-yard field goal. Mark Mosley kicked one for Washington. Hit job. Montgomery
Good afternoon.
stumbled a bit.
The time will be
Regained his
2:41.
momentum and picked up 4,
And 50
maybe
seconds.
5 on the play. Coy Bacon, number 80, tripped him up.
John, that looked like an automatic on the
Good
line of
afternoon.
scrimmage. I think he might have
The time
saw
will be
something there.
2:42.
Hamburger came across real quick,
Exactly.
almost got a hand on him, tripped him up slightly until Coy Bacon brought him down.
Johnny
Good
Unitas
afternoon.
and Tom
The
Maddy
time will be
providing the commentary
2:42.
here at Veterans
And
Stadium.
10 seconds.
Jaworski has not thrown the ball that often on first down
Good
in the first
afternoon,
half.
Tom.
It'll
The
be
time
interesting to
will
see
be
whether he starts
2:42.
this half or not. So far,
And 20
again, a run
seconds.
on the first down situation.
Second down, Carmichael wide left.
Good afternoon.
Payne
The
wide right,
time
he's
will be
looking for Payne.
2:42.
Intercepted.
And 30 seconds.
Lamar Parrish
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be
slips and falls at the 45-yard
And
line.
40 seconds.
And they'll spot it at the 46. Lamar Parrish picking that one
Good
off. And
afternoon. At the
Jaworski
tone,
looked
the
for Payne
time
all
will
the
be
way, and Payne slipped.
2:42.
Payne
And
just
50 seconds.
makes a great play on it right here.
Lamar
Good afternoon.
Parrish,
At the
and
tone,
the
the time
Redskins
will
with
be
the ball.
2:43. Exactly.
Doing the play-by-play back to Detroit, Mike Lucci and Bob Reynolds, and of course there's Mike in the insert. And down on the sidelines, another great name in Detroit history, Paul Newmar, the 12-year man out of Tennessee. It's 1st and 10 Lions on the 36. Danielson down the left side, and a great reception by Hill. He is hit and dropped it. And what a hard lick that was by Roland Lawrence. You wouldn't think he only weighed 179 on that hit.
That's the way to hit. That's the way to play pass defense. This ball was completed.
By the way,
And
Hill
they
is
hit.
230 pounds.
Right, and the hit jarred it loose.
When you hit that low, Coach, it doesn't matter how big they are.
That's right. If you hit them around the ankles, they'll go down, no matter what they weigh.
2nd and 10 on the 35. So Danielson losing another reception. He's had some tough luck on the other end of his passes. On a draw to Bussey, Atlanta apparently offside, and Bussey gets out to just about the 40-yard line.
When Atlanta dogs, they get a little bit anxious to get across sooner, and Danielson's cadence throws him off. Here it is. Now they got a dog call and a stunt with it, and his irregular cadence pulled him off sides.
Defense offside, number 74. Second down.
Number 74 is the kid born son of a Samoan chieftain by the name of Wilson Pomina. Two-year man out of San Jose State and a first-round draft choice here in '77.
Has a chance to be a real fine defensive lineman.
2nd and 5 on the 41. Scott is left. Jesse Thompson wide right. Danielson on a draw, and King can't get anywhere. He didn't quite get back to the 40-yard line, so they read it. And the fella at the bottom of the pile, number 72, Jim Bailey, read the draw perfectly.
You know, men, what I like about the Falcon defense is that everybody is hustling. Everybody's going all out. They're all pursuing. They're physical. They don't have a great deal of talent, but they give everything they have.
Well, that's what I was trying to say earlier, Coach, that anxiety, the physical attitude they have, they're going to jump offside once in a while. That's exactly what I meant.
They will.
3rd and 6 from the 40-yard line, and Danielson still trying to get a sputtering Lion attack to move. And down he goes, and did he ever get a lick from Robert Pennywell, number 59. There he comes, a kid out of Grambling. Woo, did he hit him?
All right, imagine that you're the quarterback, or at least you're behind the quarterback, and you see these red shirts coming. They are active, they swarm the ball, and that is what Atlanta defense is known to do.
Robert Pennywell was cut by San Francisco when Monty Clark was there, but Clark sure remembers him now.
34 defense that time, and they dogged from it.
4th and 16, Skladany gets it away, and deep Billy Rickman at his 25. Leonard Thompson got him and swung him down. Number 39, Leonard Thompson, a wide receiver, very quick as you look at Robert Pennywell, a 222-yard, 3-year man out of Grambling, right out of Dickens.
Lamar Parrish.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be
gives the Redskins first down at their own 46-yard line.
20 seconds.
John Riggins.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:44.
Riggins for a gain of close to 7. Behind Ron Saul and Terry Hermeling. Herman Edwards, a cornerback.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:44.
Statistics from the first half,
and
an identical number of plays. Washington actually rolled up a little more yardage, but they're on the short end of the score.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:44.
One of those turnovers, an interception, picked off by Deke Sanders and taken in for the only touchdown of the game.
Good afternoon. At the tone,
Riggins
the
and
time
Mike
will be
Forte, the running backs.
2:45.
Riggins straight ahead.
Exactly.
Is well short of the first down yardage, stacked up by the middle of that three-man line, and the middle being Charlie Johnson, number 65, with help from the right defensive end, Carl Hairston, 78.
You know, Tim, coming into this ball game, Riggins carried a football 176 consecutive times and has yet to score a touchdown.
And 20 seconds.
Washington's scoring ability is up 59% over last year. So they've been doing most of it with either Thomas or by throwing the football, by Theismann to Fugit,
and 30 seconds.
And Ricky Thompson.
They've got a tackle in Jim Harlan playing as a double tight end here, and they have made only 1 of 8 third-down conversions, and Joe Theismann couldn't have been too confident about this one. He's going to go and talk it over with Jack Pardee.
Good
so
afternoon.
They use up a timeout.
The time will be 2:45.
That hurts you. When you start using timeouts because you're in confusion or somewhere there, that really hurts you during the ball game, especially going out for the last 2 minutes trying to get out and hurry up and score. It's difficult.
Ray Guy will go 4-6.
12 minutes and 25 seconds left in the third quarter. Atlanta dominating play and yet only leading 7-0. So Detroit very much in this one. And the Falcons putting it in play now, 1st and 10. The 24-yard line. A quick out as they set up a screen for Wallace Francis, and Walt Williams knocks him down as he gets out to the 35-yard line.
All right. Great first down call. A play action screen to Francis, a good runner. The blockers all got out there in front, and he cuts back underneath. Good safe pass. Atlanta has to get some points on the board. They're in control of the ball game, but they're only ahead 7-0.
Well, they moved it out to the 36-yard line, 1st and 10. And was Atlanta ever offside? It was as if somebody rang a dinner bell down there.
Yeah.
A young, eager offensive line.
Well,
R.C. Thielman, number 68, and Dave Scott, number 70. Dinner! Chow down, and there they go. So they put the blame on Dave Scott. Thielman was just as guilty.
Well, they're trying to go on sound, and that's what happens.
As you can see, Houston leading Buffalo 7-3. Tom Dempsey a field goal. Pastorini had passed to Castor for 4 yards for a Houston touchdown. 1st and 15 from the 31. Bean and Stanback. And it's Haskell Stanback on the left side. And Luther Bradley, sore neck and all, is right there to wrap him up. Bradley, just a kid out of Notre Dame. You know, he's worth talking about a minute. At Notre Dame, he set records. He played in 46 consecutive games. All-time number of interceptions, 17. All-time yardage and intercept returns, 218. He returned a 99-yard touchdown against Purdue. So he is an outstanding youngster who was just learning to play a very difficult position.
We were going to draft him with the Rams if he were available when we selected. We were that high on him.
2nd and 20 from the 26. And Bartkowski with a lot of yardage to get, and instead he's belted by Al Baker, another youngster who's going to have a tremendous career in Detroit. 6'6", 260, 22 years old, Al Baker.
Baker gave another forearm shiver.
Here's Wallace Francis trying to get downfield, and Walt Williams just gave him that chuck.
Yeah, it was from the side. You got to get in front of him to make it effective.
That is the 5th sack against Bartkowski for 40 yards. You see Dallas and St. Louis even at 7 in the 2nd quarter. Of course, Atlanta had come into this game with over 18 sacks, so that means 23 of them.
3rd and 30.
A lot of confusion back there, and Bartkowski goes down at the 20-yard line. Had he not gone down, Tony Dakin, number 58, wanted to turn out his lights.
Benny, you just made an excellent point, because it's the same thing I saw. Now, the players messed up. There was a missed assignment there. Bartkowski has to scramble. He's scrambling well, but with so many yards to go, he did a wise thing. And I usually don't like quarterbacks to do it, but in this case, yes, get on the ground.
John James will be punting from his 10-yard line, and he gets it away. Coming up for it for Detroit is Freddie Scott, and the ball will take an Atlanta bounce inside the Detroit 30-yard line. Freddie Scott, at the last moment, deciding to back off a 51-yard punt.
Benny, the ball should never touch the ground. If you let that ball touch the ground, you're going to lose 20, 25 yards.
Right there. I think it looked like Scott and Jesse Thompson might have been one of those Alphonse and Gaston after you.
They misjudged it. See,
now there's a flag on the far side of the field.
That was just an ordinary punt, and the roll made it a good one.
Face masking against Atlanta. So Detroit will get a little bit of help.
You know, Skildani's last punt was up in the air for 4.4 seconds. That's one of the reasons Pennywell could get down there and cover it so well.
Tom Skildani might very well have become a member of the Cleveland Browns, but he wound up coming to Detroit for a 3rd-round draft choice.
Tremendous trade for Detroit. Smart move. He's going to develop into a great kicker.
That's a cheap buy, isn't it?
Oh,
yes, it is.
Tremendous.
How could Cleveland do that? How did that work?
We had a trade made in L.A. for Skildani if we could sign him. We couldn't sign him, so then he reverted back to Cleveland.
Now let's get the call.
Offense, personal foul, grabbing the face mask, number 30. That's 4th down.
Judgment and handling punts, Jim, is so vital.
So John James is going to have to kick it again, and he'll have to root it out from his 5-yard line. Greg Brazina is back there to block for him, and we'll see what kind of pressure the Lions put up. They can't get through. And James arrows it out of there, and it's a good one. Scott on his 35 to the 40, and that's it. A Falcon sandwich.
Bad decision on the part of Scott. I think he really had a wall set up going to his right.
Ernie Jackson made the hit. That was a 50-yard punt on the heels of a 51-yard.
He can strike quickly. They've got speed on the outside. They've got a good offensive line that gives him protection. They're going to have to, because the Green Bay Packers are going to put pressure on him. They're going to say, get to it.
The expertise of Lynn Dawson. I'm Charlie Jones. And Chester Marco will kick it away as we open the second half. Al Hunter fields it at the 7-yard line. Hunter for Seattle to the 20. Runs into his own man. Scrambles just outside the 25-yard line where John Anderson, the rookie from Michigan, was there for the Green Bay Packers. So Seattle will go to work at their own 25-yard line, first down. On the offense, Jim Zorn is the quarterback with David Sims and Sherman Smith, the two running backs. The wide receivers are Steve Largent and Sam McCullum. Duke Ferguson and McCullum will alternate as the messenger service. Ron Howard is the tight end. Largent in motion. Zorn throws right back to Ron Howard, his tight end, a fumble. And Green Bay has the football. Number 55, Mike Hunt comes up with it. The 5th fumble recovery for the Packers in the ballgame.
The one thing that they couldn't afford to do is cough up the football. It's just a quick out by the tight end. And Largent coming in motion, trying to distract him. He's wide open. He's carrying the ball in the wrong hand right there. If it had in the other hand, the man would not have hit it with his headgear. He would not have fumbled the football. You always carry the ball away from pressure.
It was a tackle of Mike McCoy that caused the fumble. Now at the Seattle 37-yard line, Green Bay has a first down. Whitehurst feeds off to Middleton. Middleton to the 29-yard line. He'll pick up 8. It'll be second down and a couple as John Harris makes the tackle. Did I say McCoy? Mike McCoy made the tackle. Mike Hunt recovered the fumble for the Green Bay Packers. That is what happened on the turnover. It is second down and 2, 29-yard line for Green Bay. Turdell Middleton and Barty Smith are the running backs. Andra Thompson and James Lofton, the wide receivers. Rich McGeorge is the tight end. That offensive line, Tim Stokes, Darrell Goforth, Larry McCarron, Mel Jackson, and Greg Cook. Second down and 2. Straight shot by Barty Smith. Close to the first down. And while the officials take a quick look, we'll look at the Seahawks defense. As Terry Beeson made the last tackle, that line has Ernie Price, Dennis Boyd, Bill Sandifer, and Bill Gregory from left to right. With McShane, that's Charlie McShane, Terry Beeson, and Keith Butler, the linebackers. Secondary, Cornell Webster, Kerry Justin on the corners, Autry Beeman, and John Harris in the secondary. Gerald Skinner now comes in as a tight end. He has to report he's an offensive tackle, wears 73. Third down and 1. First down, Green Bay. Barty Smith. McShane makes a tackle along with Beeson.
Look for that the second half. Look for Smith and Middleton to get the football to establish that line of scrimmage. Green Bay has the lead, so they're going to attack straight at Seattle. They're going to force Seattle to stop the running attack before that they put the ball in the air. And then when they get them sucked up there close enough, there's going to be a play-action pass, and they're going to look for somebody deep.
At the Seattle 21-yard line, first down. Whitehurst to throw. As a man, he is there, hits him. Once again, it is the world-class long jumper from Stanford, the #1 draft choice, James Lofton, MVP of the Senior Bowl earlier this year on NBC.
I said they established that running game, then they're going to throw a play-action pass, and they did it faking to number 33, Barty Smith. Middleton's out of the backfield, but he's looking deep. He's looking for the home run ball, and Lofton comes back, runs a hook or curl pattern in front of the defensive man. He's wide open. A great throw by Whitehurst, and they're knocking at the door once again.
First down, goal to go. 2-yard line. Cornell Webster made the last tackle. Lofton comes out. Will go with 2 tight ends, Paul Kaufman and Rich McGeorge. A gain of 19 in the last play. Middleton Dives. He's got it. Turdell Middleton's third touchdown of the ball game, and his 6th of the year. And it is now Green Bay 37, Seattle 14.
Coming off right tackle, they have 3 tight ends in the ball game. Gerald Skinner, 73, is also in there. They took out the wide receiver, so that means they were going to run in. And this is a power runner, although he's 195 to 200 pounds. But actually, you can see the Packers moving Seattle back. When that happens near the goal line, that means that the back has an excellent opportunity to score. Middleton did it once again. That's number 3, isn't it? 3 touchdowns.
Right. Chester Marco to attempt the point after 37 yards on the drive, 5 plays, time used 2 minutes, 52 seconds. Extra point is up, and it is good. The score is Green Bay 38, Seattle 14, 11:51, time remaining, 3rd quarter.
Third down.
Good
2
afternoon.
yards
At
to
the
go.
tone, the time will be 2:47.
Bill Theismann has got things straightened out with Jack
And 10
Pardee.
seconds.
And again, we mentioned they're only 1 out of 8 on these big third down plays. Both defenses have done
Good
extremely well on
afternoon. At
third
the tone,
down.
the time will be
Eagles have been no better
2:47.
making them.
And 20 seconds.
Play action. Theismann running. He's got the first down and slides in.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be
32-yard line.
2:47.
Bill Berge
And 30
pins him
seconds.
there, and they're going to spot it at the 35.
Here Theismann's just rolling out.
Good
This is just a
afternoon. At the
design
tone, the
play where
time
he's
will
going to
be
keep the guards pulling. He
2:47.
fakes across the
And
backside.
40 seconds.
He puts that ball up in the air, but he's going to run it. He wants that first down, and he gets it.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:47.
Last week
And
against
50
Detroit,
seconds.
Theismann was 12 of 27, but he did have 2 touchdowns along with
Good
his 2
afternoon. At the
interceptions.
tone,
as
the
he
time
squeaked by
will
the
be
Lions, 21-19. Johnson and John McDaniel, the wide receivers, will give us to Ike Forte. He's pulled down behind the line of scrimmage.
Good
It was
afternoon.
number
At the tone, the
78,
time
Carl
will be
Hairston, getting him
2:48.
right by the
And 10
ankles,
seconds.
pulling him down, and LeMaster finished him off.
Excellent play by Randy Logan.
Good
41,
afternoon.
to
At the
turn
tone, the
everything
time
back
will be
into the inside, Jim.
2:48.
That's his job. He read the,
And 20
read
seconds.
the offense. The block of the tight end came up, turned it in, and the pursuit did the rest.
Tony
Good
Green
afternoon.
comes in
At
at
the
running
tone, the
back
time
for
will be
Washington.
2:48.
Ken Clark, number 71, and
30
Dennis
seconds.
Harrison, number 68. A pair of rookie defensive linemen come in to add some beef here. Second
Good
and
afternoon.
10
At the tone, the time will be
5-yard line of
2:48.
Philadelphia. Tony Green on the
And
last
40
play.
seconds.
Riggins. Good hole. Riggins. He can
Good
run over
afternoon.
people
At the
when
tone,
he
the
gets
time
into
will
the
be
open. And he
2:48.
carries a couple inside
And
the
50
20
seconds.
before Reggie Wilkes, the rookie linebacker, pulls him down. A first down, Washington.
Good afternoon. At the tone,
20
the
of
time will be
Philadelphia.
2:49.
This is just great hard running. Breaking
Exactly.
right back to the inside right there. Watch him when
Good
he
afternoon.
hits these
At the
guys.
tone, the time will be
He hit a big man
2:49.
there. Just
And
drove
10
him for another
seconds.
5 yards.
Reggie Wilkes, 6'4", 230. That's about an even matchup.
Good
He's got a
afternoon.
little
At the tone, the
height
time will
advantage
be
on Riggins, who also weighs 230.
And 20
Forte,
seconds.
former New England Patriot, picks up about 3.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:49.
Ike Forte,
And 30
acquired on
seconds.
waivers from New England. 3rd year in the NFL from Arkansas.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be
2nd and 7.
2:49. And 40 seconds.
All of the 18 of Philadelphia.
Good
So the
afternoon.
Redskins
At the tone, the
driving
time
here
will be
early in the second half.
2:49.
They trail by 7
And
points.
50 seconds.
Forte and Riggins are running back. Slot formation right.
Good afternoon. At the
Riggins.
tone, the time will be 2:50.
Flag down.
Exactly.
That's
Riggins dragging Charlie Johnson with
afternoon.
him,
At
and
the
he
tone,
picked
the
up
time will
about
be
5 on the
2:50.
play. Let's see what the flag is. What's your guess,
And 10
Tommy?
seconds.
It's a face mask penalty against the Eagles. I thought it might have been a holding on the
Good
on
afternoon.
Washington,
At the
but it
tone, the
looks like
time
it's
will
a
be
face masker.
2:50.
There it is.
And 20 seconds.
Big penalty there as the Redskins were driving,
Good
and now they
afternoon.
get some
At the
help
tone,
from
the
the
time will
Eagles
be
with the penalty
2:50.
assessed against Philadelphia.
And 30 seconds.
That's an automatic first down.
Good
It'll be
afternoon. At the
first
tone,
and
the
goal.
time
The
will
ball
be
being put down at the 8.
2:50.
Face mask.
And 40
5-yard
seconds.
penalty. Number 79 defense. First down.
Manny
Good
Sistrunk,
afternoon. At the tone, the time will
the
be
guilty party.
2:50.
First and goal, Redskins
And 50
on the
seconds.
move.
This should be a real test for this Eagles defense.
Tony Green is
Good
in at running
afternoon. At
back.
the tone, the
Rookie
time will be
speedster. They give us to
2:51.
Riggins.
Exactly.
Cutting back inside, takes a real shot, but he got to about the 6-yard line. Frank LeMaster.
Good afternoon.
Number
At the tone,
55
the time will be
popped him.
2:51.
So did the rookie Reggie Wilkes,
and
number
10
51. And getting up from the bottom of the stack, 65, Charlie Johnson.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 2:51.
Gain
and
of
20 seconds.
3 on the play. Let's call it 2. We'll give him 2.
Good afternoon.
Second and
At the
goal.
tone, the time will be 2:51.
Riggins and
And
Forte
30
as
seconds.
Forte and Tony Green have been in and out of there. Remember, Mike Thomas has not been in
Good
this game as
afternoon.
yet,
At the
bothered
tone,
by
the
an
time
ankle
will be
injury. He is dressed,
2:51.
scheduled to start,
and
but
40
did
seconds.
not. Theismann rolling. Incomplete.
Good afternoon.
Intended
At
for
the
the
tone,
tight
the time
end
will be
Fugit. He's complaining about
2:51.
interference back there.
And
On the
50
coverage
seconds.
was Randy Logan, and also back there was linebacker Reggie Wilkes, 41 and 51.
Good afternoon. At the
John, that
tone,
was
the
out of
time
the
will
end
be
zone anyway. Jimmy would
2:52.
have been, if he caught the
Exactly.
football, wouldn't have been any good.
He may have been complaining that that he was bumped back there illegally
Good
before he made
afternoon.
the
At
cut.
the
It's
tone,
hard
the
to
time
tell
will
when a
be
guy complains in that
2:52.
circumstance.
Oh, they got a bunch of
And 10
complainers out there
seconds.
constantly.
Riggins has rolled up 51 yards on 13
Good afternoon.
carries
At the
for
tone,
the
the time will
Redskins.
be 2:52.
Green is back in, joining Riggins
And
at the
20
running backs.
seconds.
It is 3rd and goal.
Good afternoon. At
Theismann
the
has
tone,
not
the
hit a
time will
pass
be
in his last 9
2:52.
drives. Slot
And 30
formation left.
seconds.
Riggins. Riggins to the 2-yard line.
Good afternoon.
he
At the
still
tone, the
hasn't
time
scored
will be
that touchdown.
2:52. And 40
Theismann
seconds.
signaled to Pardee that it was looked like it was about 2 feet to the goal line. I think
Good
Joe's going to
afternoon.
find
At
out
the
it's a
tone, the
little bit
time
more,
will
like
be
maybe 2 yards.
2:52. And 50 seconds.
Harrison made the stop on him, number 68.
That's big, real big play
Good
coming up
afternoon.
now
At the
for
tone,
both
the
the
time will
Redskins
be
and the Eagle defense.
2:53.
And they've been up to it all
Exactly.
afternoon. They've stopped the Redskins cold on a lot of situations.
They're going for it. 4th down.
Good
Forte
afternoon.
brought
At
in
the
the
tone, the
play.
time will be
Sistrunk comes in
2:53.
defensively. Out
And
goes
10
the
seconds.
linebacker LeMaster. The Eagles stopped the Colts a couple of weeks ago
Good afternoon.
down
At the
there,
tone, the
and
time
now
will be
again another timeout
2:53.
call by
And
Joe
20
Theismann.
seconds.
That means he only has 1 left for the end of the ball game, John.
That's right.
Good
Well, I would
afternoon. At the
assume,
tone, the time will
perhaps
be
incorrectly, that when Forte
2:53.
came in, that he was delivering
And
the
30
play.
seconds.
So this is an interesting situation where Theismann decided he better talk
Good
it over.
afternoon. At the tone, the time
Well,
will be
yes, it's that time.
2:53.
The NBA on CBS
40
is about to
seconds.
begin. The season beginning this weekend, and here on CBS it begins on
Good
October
afternoon. At the
27th
tone, the
at
time will be
11:30 Eastern Time. You'll see
2:53.
Washington and Golden
And 50
State
seconds.
or Milwaukee against Seattle. Late night regular
Good
coverage.
afternoon.
Consult
At the
your local
tone, the
listings
time
for the
will be
game and time in your
2:54.
area. The NBA on
Exactly.
CBS. We're ready to play
Good
ball here.
afternoon. At the tone, the
Washington
time will be
trailing 10-3.
2:54. And 10 seconds.
They've had a good drive here, helped by a penalty to the Eagles, and they are
Good
4th
afternoon.
and
At the
goal
tone,
at
the
the
time will
2-yard
be
line.
2:54. And 20 seconds.
Forte and Riggins are running backs. Roll out, Theismann.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be
Loose ball.
2:54.
Didn't matter anyway.
And 30
Eagles
seconds.
would get the ball. And Philadelphia
Good
has
afternoon.
stopped
At the
the
tone, the
Redskins.
time will
The
be
first man to get there
2:54.
was that big rookie from
And 40
Vanderbilt,
seconds.
Dennis Harrison, number 68, and he has just been outstanding in this
Good
game.
afternoon. At the tone,
I
the
just
time
think,
will be 2:54.
Tim, this is a bad call in my opinion. I think they ought to
50
take it to
seconds.
3 points. There's a lot more time left in this ball game to win the football game. And
Good afternoon. At the
pull
tone,
this
the time
off
will be
doesn't mean anything.
2:55.
You know who was there too?
Exactly.
Bill Berge, number 66, and Hairston, 78.
Good afternoon.
Monty Clark could write a library on the offense. After all, he was 11 years offensive lineman at San Francisco, Dallas, and Cleveland, but he can't get his offense on track so far. From the 41, it'll be 1st and 10. Danielson to King, and King back to the line of scrimmage and dragged down from behind by Robert Pennywell, number 59.
Jim, this is a big series for Detroit. They have great field position. They haven't moved the ball much. They have to make something happen in this series.
You're absolutely right, George.
We can dug in a score. Pittsburgh coming out from underneath a Cleveland lead to turn it around. An undefeated Pittsburgh 13, Cleveland 7 in the 3rd.
Detroit only has 17 yards and 16 carries.
Boy, they're paying the price for it.
Ooh.
2nd and 8 on the 43.
34 defense here.
Danielson gonna go high and long, and he's got Scott wide open. 15, 10-yard line. Freddie Scott finally shook loose. The pride of Amherst.
All right, we're from the end zone. There seems to be a misassignment out there. He's too wide open. There are two men who were going the opposite direction. Luckily, they were able to catch up with him. Well, you think that was a misassignment, Coach?
Well, the Falcons dogged. They were in a 34 defense, and they dogged, and they were one-on-one. The corner got fooled by the good in move, but fouled him over too much.
A 47-yard pass completion, Danielson to Scott, and the Lions are on the prowl. Here comes King, and he is buried, and the first man to hit him is Jeff Yates, number 79. He got him hard.
Yes. Well, the Falcons are tough to run against down here. Again, they're dogging from their odd man front. Detroit's going to have a tough time scoring on the ground down in here.
To me, Coach, I would not have been conservative here.
That's right.
Why not? Open it up. You have nothing to lose.
Especially the early downs.
Exactly.
A loss of 3, make it 2nd and 13 from the 13. Bussey and King. Jesse Thompson wide right. Freddie Scott wide left. Danielson going over the middle, off the hands of Jesse Thompson, and it also went off the hands of Frank Reed.
Yeah, he deflected it. Danielson's under pressure, and the ball was deflected right here by
Frank Reed.
Frank Reed.
Beautiful job. Our congratulations to the cameramen who really are staying right on the ball. And to our director, Tony Verna, and Bob Stenner, our producer. They just don't come any better.
No, sir.
Well, we've got that experienced crew.
By the way, to give you an idea, as Benny Ricardo, who might very well be brought in shortly, the Lions on 3rd down situations are 0 for 7.
They, in this situation, Atlanta has to play pass, overrun, all the way along the line, the linebackers, the deep backs.
Larry Terry, 4th round draft choice of the Lions this year out of Wake Forest, shaken up, evidently okay. The Lions have reactivated John Sokolowski along with Carl Chandler, whom they had kept at center anyway. So 3rd and 13. And the Lions have been shut out thus far, but yet trailing only 7-0, and have a chance now to get very much right in it. Luther Blue in a slot right with Fred Scott, the outside man, on the right, and it's Bussey and King. And Danielson, with everybody going out, flips it to King, to the 5, to about the 2-yard line. So Horace King making the reception.
Well, again,
all right. Go ahead, George. Take it.
Go ahead, Jim. The Falcons' defense, the pass and dogged, and it was sort of a check-off to the back, which was a pretty good call because he wouldn't have had time to throw downfield.
Good call in that situation, and a good run by King. Good move on the goal line.
Well, we're looking for Benny Ricardo to finally get Detroit on the scoreboard, but he's not coming in. They're going for it. It is 4th and 1 for Detroit. And it'll be King, and they stack him up. Horace King.
All right, let's remember that the ball has to cross the plane of the goal line. Let's watch closely.
He met him right in the air.
Right on the goal. Yeah. He did not make it.
Good call.
And the man that made it responsible, number 27, Tom Pridemore, out of West Virginia, only a rookie, and he met King head on to keep him out of there. And now Monty Clark wonders, should I have had Ricardo go for the cinch 3? But it's history.
The score is tied 7-7. We have 2 minutes remaining to be played in the first half. St. Louis Cardinals have the ball, 3rd down and goal to go at the Cowboys' 1-yard line. Jim Hart was over, of course, referring to the coaches on the sideline during the intermission.
He's been the short yardage man so far today.
Otis Jones in the full house. Up and over, Otis, touchdown, St. Louis. Jim Otis took it up and over for the touchdown.
And that's his 2nd touchdown of the day and his 2nd touchdown of the year. So Jim Otis, who got his first starting assignment today, goes up and over for the Cardinals' 2nd touchdown. Here it is. There's Henderson, Waters, and everybody from Dallas, but his momentum got him up and over.
So now Jim Bakken is in to attempt a conversion with Roger Worley holding for him. Cardinals have recaptured the lead here. Worley puts it down. Bakken boosts it up. And
First down 10 Steelers at their own 31. Bradshaw quarterbacking. Quick pitch to Franco with Blyer blocking. Running to the left. Tries to turn the corner and is pushed out of bounds at the 32-yard line. Gerald Irons and the Cleveland defense moving with the play and keeping Franco contained so that he picks up only 1 yard. And the sweep to the left did not work. 2nd down and 9. We just gave you the Cleveland offense. Let's give you the Pittsburgh offense. They're moving back and forth so fast you can't keep up with it. Kolb, Davis, Webster, Mullins, and Penny in the line. Randy Grossman, the tight end.
Try to throw some blocks in your living room, huh?
Yes, but
whoa!
Blyer fumbles, but the Steelers are able to pounce on it at the 28-yard line. So Pittsburgh ball hawking all day. It has been the Browns who have had opportunities, unable to come up with a turnover, and Pittsburgh alertly, it's John Kolb, the veteran left tackle, who falls on that loose ball.
Benny, I felt your heart thump all the way through the telephone here. You're watching that on TV, weren't you?
Oh yes.
Hoping that New York Seals very soon.
Right. Well, I'll quickly get back out there.
All right. Thank you very much, Benny.
Benny Cunningham from Pittsburgh.
So Harris limps off the field, and he's replaced by an extra wide receiver, T. Bell. Bradshaw backs up. Bradshaw firing, and Swan a diving catch at the 41. And that will require a measure. Oh, they set it back at the 40 and a half. That is bad. That is a bad move because he was at the 41-yard line, and they gave him the hit, and they set it back a half yard, and that's going to miss a first down, I believe. They're looking at it. Official indicating by inches. He's absolutely full of beans. That is the 11th pass thrown. 4th catch. Swan's 2nd. Inches away. And we're coming up with the 4th down play, I believe. Yeah, it is. Scoreboard is out to lunch. The guy is just now turning the down marker. Sidney Thornton in there in place of Franco. 4th and inches. Give to Blyer. Puts his head down and gets the first down at the 42. Tom Darden. Steelers get it the hard way, thanks to very poor judgment on the part of that official. First down.
That was a big gamble, particularly when you consider that the Steelers' running game today has been going nowhere. Let's pause now for station identification.
Nothing is as good as Z-Bart rust proofing. That's why Pittsburgh area Z-Bart dealers give you a 5-year repair warranty on all new vehicles. WTAE, Pittsburgh.
Marking at the Steeler 43, first down 10. Bradshaw back, they're after him. He jumps out of there, hit from the blind side, and fires to Swan, who can't hold it at the 50-yard line. Bradshaw took a tremendous lick from Mac Mitchell. Boy, Mitchell has zeroed in on Bradshaw all afternoon, and be interesting to see who he's knocking over to get in there.
Well, that ball was catchable, and it wasn't caught, and so Bradshaw is now 4 for 12. Mitchell Well, he plays the right side, so he's going up against the left tackle, the Steelers' left offensive tackle, who is a pretty good tackle, right?
Yeah, right.
I'm talking about Mr. Cole.
That's right. He's been in there all afternoon. Slot man to the left. Fake by Bradshaw. And then a give Blyer. It wasn't a fake. Blyer took it. And up over the 45 to the 46. Gerald Irons made the tackle. Advanced the ball to the 46-yard line. They have moved the sticks to the near side of the field, and unless we stand up, you cannot see the near sideline from the roof here.
Franco has suffered a knee injury. That's one more piece of bad news.
3rd down and 8. Here's Bradshaw hitting his man out T. Bell in the left flat, and Bell does not pick up a screen, but he crosses the 50 and goes to the Cleveland 47.5-yard line. Gerald Irons made the stop. They may have been looking for a screen. They didn't get it. And again, it looks like they're inches away, maybe a half-yard away from a first down on the far side of the field.
Well, he had Randy Grossman out in front of him, and Grossman gave T. Bell the block, but Bell was caught from behind. Otherwise, maybe a sizable gain. They're measuring now for the first down.
Bell's 2nd catch of the year.
It's a little short.
4th down and a half-yard to go. He's going to go for it.
Isn't this odd when you think that on 4th and a half early in the ball game, he way down around the 6-yard line, he didn't go for it and took the field goal instead.
This is a little longer one than the last time. Rocky went for about 2 or 3 yards, though. Let's see what happens. Harris is out of the game with an injured knee. Sid Thornton is in there, 2nd-year man from northwestern Louisiana. 2 tight ends. Grossman wing back to the right. Give Blyer to Thornton. Thornton lost his footing but kept his balance and goes over the right side down inside the 45 to the 43. Darden and Peters made the stop. As Sidney approached the line of scrimmage coming over the right side, his feet started slipping in that turf and it looked like he would go down. But with marvelous balance, he stayed on his feet and ran forward to the 43-yard line.
And he, of course, is in there for Franco, and we just got word that somebody had stepped on Franco's knee. He should return to action.
Good. Interesting conversation this week with Art Rooney Jr. We're standing out on the field watching practice, and he said, if you were to pick one player that this team would be hurting most without, who would it be? And I said, Franco. You stop and think in the backup situation.
Well, you got to have a quarterback.
Well, you've got Kruzik, and he's proven what he can do. Here's Blyer, slanting off the left side, goes to the outside at the 40, the 35, and thrown out of bounds at the 28-yard line. Across the field, Dick Ambrose and Tom Darden. And Rocky slanting to the left. Angling gradually outside, picks up a first down at the Cleveland 28.5.
And got a blast of a block from the muscle man, Steve Corson, who's in that offensive line.
Steve Corson, first-year man from South Carolina. Now, could Mullins be hurt? He's back now. Samoon is back in there. Slot left formation. Pittsburgh leading 13-7. Bradshaw backs up. Flips it out to the left, a little shy of Swan on a comebacker. Swan going down and coming back after he had curled outside, and it was underthrown just a bit at the 22-yard line. He was wide open. Peters and Darden over there, but not in time. That would have been a beauty. A little bit underthrown. So we go to 2nd down 10. No game next Sunday, but a week from tomorrow night, the Houston Oilers at Three Rivers Stadium in Pittsburgh. Another big AFC Central Division game. We'll be there live. Bradshaw moves Blyer over a step. Bradshaw looking quickly to throw out to the right. Swan takes it at the 12, breaks the tackle and goes in. Swan took it at the 12, broke loose from Tony Peters, galloped into the end zone. Bradshaw to Swan, and the play covers 28 yards. 28-yard pass, and at the 12, Myron, he took it and eluded Peters and went right in.
Right, he had beaten Peters. He caught the pass. He felt Peters' hot breath on him, knew Peters was coming at a furious pace, so he just took a little step inside him, pivoted around inside him, and he was home free. The Steelers get a little breathing space here. They lead 19-7. A 28-yard touchdown pass.
11 yards, or rather 11 plays, 69 yards. Girella going for the point after. Kicking toward the lake in the general direction of Canada. It's up there, and it is good. Girella adds the point. Steelers lead 20-7. Steelers football continues after this timeout.
And 20 seconds.
The Eagles got the sack, they got the fumble, they stopped the Redskins and have first down
Good
at their
afternoon,
own 9,
Mr. Tone.
and they
The time
continue to
will be
lead
2:56.
10-3. Wide right is Ken Payne, wide left is Carmichael. Montgomery and Hogan the running backs. Ron Jaworski at
Good
quarterback.
afternoon, Mr. Tone. The time will be
Montgomery breaks one tackle, and then is stopped by Harold McClinton, but drives forward up to the 9-yard line. Well, Tim, coming into this ball game, the Redskins have had the fewest turnovers in the game, and so far this afternoon they've had 3. There's the handoff to Montgomery, who breaks Houston's tackle right there, and McClinton, number 53, coming in to stop him.
Exactly.
I said the 9, I meant the 14, and it is 2nd and 5.
Good afternoon, at the Tone. The time will be 2:57.
Wide right is Carmichael, wide left is Payne.
And 10 seconds. Good afternoon, at the Tone. The time will be 2:57.
Montgomery.
And 20 seconds.
Behind the blocking of Wade Key and Stan
Good
Walters.
afternoon, at the Tone. The time will be 2:57.
Short of the first down.
And 30 seconds.
League offense is going to have to do something. They've kept that defense in there most of the afternoon, although they have been up to it.
The time will be
Sooner or later, they're bound to break down. The offense has not moved the ball that well, with the exception of the first quarter when they moved it all the way down the field.
Clinton and Scott on the tackle, and you know if I said it was short of the first down, it'll turn out to be one.
They got it. You know it.
Good afternoon, at the Tone.
You know, they've got to keep this momentum going right now. The offense, the defense has been doing such a great job for the Eagles today, but the offense, as John said, has just been, you know, stymied. I think you've got to give a lot of credit to this Washington Redskin defense. They are great. The old.
It's been there all afternoon, and you have to take advantage of that if you're going to try to play the conservative type game. Quick out, come up with a 2nd and 4, 2nd and 5 situation that gives you either a run or pass option.
2nd and 8 Eagles. Jaworski has time. Complete. Good catch by Griffley, the tight end, number 84. Fine catch on the coverage. Ken Houston, the safety, number 27. First down, Eagles at the 36.
Well, I'll tell you, it was a lot better catch than it was a throw as Jaworski goes back, has plenty of time to maneuver around. There's the throw. There's Houston almost there, but Griffley makes an excellent catch.
Say those are the kind that make the quarterback look good, John.
Outstanding. You have to have those kind.
First down at the 36. Harold Carmichael has had the ball thrown to him, I think, twice today, but he hasn't caught one, and he has caught up at least one pass in 86 consecutive games. They want him now. He's got it. Complete. And first down at the 35-yard line. Joe Lavender, number 20, on the coverage.
And he keeps that streak going. Here it is right here, Thies. Jaworski setting up, just lays it out. It's a one-on-one right over his corner, right over his shoulder. Great catch.
Tom, at that time, that was an excellent throw by Jaworski, who led him to the outside. Had he let him downfield, I don't know whether Carmichael could have got to the ball, but he did lead him outside on the left shoulder, and Lavin, of course, never saw the football as he was looking right at Carmichael all the way.
When you're looking at Carmichael, you're looking at the numbers. He's 6'8". 36-yard line of Washington. Montgomery bursts through a good hole, blasts his way to the 26-yard line.
You know, Tim, this is the play they started off that first drive with, John, that they were so successful with, was that quick trap right up to the middle. And you can see Montgomery, the quick start that he has. It's just a turnaround. The guard pulls to the inside, opens a hole. Montgomery hits it quick.
Carl Lorch, number 71, and number 59, Brad Dusek, combining to make the tackle. It is 2nd and 1. And St. Louis in front of Dallas in the second period, 14-7. Second and a yard, the Eagles here at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. Montgomery has the first down. Jake Scott on the tackle, and Harold McClinton, the middle linebacker, 53.
Most of the plays that the Eagles have run has ended up in the middle of the line right to the offensive line, as you have seen. Breaking back over the middle, McClinton that time took a step to the outside and was knocked down as the back ran back to the inside to pick up the first down.
McClinton, pretty good effort just to get turned around. Looked like he tripped up Montgomery with his elbow. But Scott was the guy who finished him off. First down, Eagles, threatening now. They lead it 10-3. Pitch shot, Montgomery. Houston stops him, but he's into the 17-yard line of Washington. Scott came over to help as well.
Again, you can watch this great cut by Montgomery. He's got the quickness to get to the outside, but then again, he sees the hole to the inside, breaks back up against it. That's just good hard running, good blocking at the point of attack.
McClinton there again. He and Berge are a treat to watch. Two outstanding linebackers in the National Football League.
Well, now we're down to the situation. Now Jaworski calls timeout. He's not sure what's going on. Again, this is something that you would really like not to have to do, so you'd be able to hold those timeouts until the last 2 minutes so that you'll be able to use them to your advantage.
Steve Little will kick off now for the St. Louis Cardinals. Butch Johnson has dropped back with Larry Brinson deep to receive the kickoff. Butch Johnson side of the field, and he's got it at the 3, and he goes out of bounds. He goes out of bounds with it at the 3-yard line, and so that is where the Cowboys must start. 1st and 10 at their own 3-yard line. Butch Johnson could not stay in bounds.
A little mental mistake this time by Butch Johnson. He should have let the football go. If it would have been out of bounds, the Cardinals would have been penalized 5 yards. A little bit of indecision right there. Should have let it go.
So the Cowboys start. They started once before on their own 1-yard line and drove 99 for a score. They have 1 minute 56 seconds on the clock. That is remaining to be played in the first half.
And the Cardinals have 3 timeouts remaining. Let's see if they try to use them on defense here. I think it all depends on how much yardage the Cowboys pick up on first down.
First, that's Newhouse for the setback. Newhouse. He'll be spotted near the 8-yard line as Carl Allen finally brought him down.
Let's take a look at Newhouse coming right over the middle, zone blocking. Looks like the hole's opening up. Watch it close. That's the middle linebacker, number 50, Kurt Allerman. And then he gets help from Mike Dawson, number 73.
It's actually spotted at the 9-yard line, making it 2nd down and 4 yards to go. Roger Staubach brings them up. Heisman Trophy winner at the Naval Academy. Going to the shotgun now. Direct snap to Staubach from the end zone. Brings it to Dorsett outright. Trying to get him a little running room, and he goes out of bounds with a first down. As he moves to the 13-yard line, Steve Niels made the tackle.
Here's Roger out of the shotgun. Just a little safety valve pass. Nobody picks up Dorsett out here. They got 4 linebackers. Somebody should have been on him a little bit quicker.
Spotted near the 14. Make it 1st and 10 now for the Dallas Cowboys. Clock shows 1 minute 5 seconds left to play in the half. St. Louis Cardinals are leading the Cowboys 14-7. Tony Hill goes to the right side. Drew Pearson left. Billy Joe Dupree. The tight ends in the slot left. Shotgun. Staubach direct pass. for Preston Pearson to try to clear. Preston Pearson. Mark Arneson was there.
A little mix-up down there, almost a little fisticuffs as we see. Staubach looks around, goes out to his right. Now Pearson gets free. Down the left side, right on the button right there. He just couldn't hold on.
Mark Arneson was there for the St. Louis Cardinals. It'll be 2nd down and 10 yards to go as the ball is back at the 14-yard line.
How many teams, Lindsey, even though they're trailing by 7 points, they've got the ball deep in their own territory, they come out throwing the football. Let's loosen them up.
56 seconds as you see in set, the time remaining in the half. Shotgun formation. Staubach. That's a screen up the middle to Preston Pearson and across the 20, 25, and to the 27-yard line. Another 1st and 10 for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, they're flirting with the danger of an interception here, but they got so much confidence in their offense. A little jump pass. Sammy Ball used to do that. That's Preston Pearson on the 1st down.
Timeout.
Tim Ryan with Johnny Unitas and Tom Matte at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. It is 10-3. The Eagles lead it. They have the ball, 2nd and 5 at the Washington 18-yard line. Wilbert Montgomery leads all the rushers with 65 yards on 16 carries. He is in there with Hogan. Slot formation left. They jump into the pro set. Jaworski is sacked by Dave Butts, number 65.
There he is right there, putting the pressure on him, and Guy Morris didn't get out there quick enough to get it, and he's upset about himself.
Well, Tom Lucan was blocking on him, Tommy, and he just took Lucan back into the backfield. Morris just was an extra pickup man.
Oh, boy, our boys in Baltimore. I hear Burt Jones got his shoulder hurt, too. So the Jets are out in front, 17-0. 2nd period.
Tom Lucan, number 63, playing for Woody Peoples. If you joined us late, he came up with a gastric condition last night and was admitted to hospital. The regular right guard, Woody Peoples. Jaworski throwing and a sacked, loose ball. Talbert appeared to pick it up. We'll wait and see. He was sacked on 3rd and 13. It is Washington ball at the 35-yard line. And it is Dyron Talbot who came up with the ball.
Again, you talk about big plays. Here it is, that Washington defense coming in, putting the pressure on Jaworski. And just as he's ready to come up, step up inside, the ball pops up. And Dyron comes up with an interception, maybe. Or at least a fumble recovery in the air. There he is.
Bacon actually knocked the ball loose from Jaworski's arms as Talbot was there to pick it up.
So the Washington Redskins stop the Eagle threat, and they have 1st down at their own 35. Still trailing 10-3. Play action. Deep. Complete to Ricky Thompson. Thompson with a 1st down now at the 16-yard line of Philadelphia. Herman Edwards and Deke Sanders on the coverage.
Herman Edwards took an inside position on Ricky Thompson. He just went to the outside. Perfectly thrown ball by Theismann as Thompson took it over his shoulder and then just slid out away. Edwards out of position on the play all the way.
So you talk about big plays, Tim, that can turn the momentum of a ball game around. Those two, the fumble recovery and the big reception by Ricky Thompson.
49-yard pass play. Theismann or Ricky Thompson over Herman Edwards. John Riggins running hard. Runs through a ball player. That's Edwards, a little cornerback, and blasts his way to the 2-yard line. Edwards is really not so small. He's a 195-pounder, but Riggins makes all those defensive backs look tiny.
Here's Riggins coming on the outside. Good block there by one of the backs coming out of the field. Edwards coming up, trying to make the tackle. Riggins trying to go over top. Almost breaks the tackle.
Boy, he is awesome. 1st down, Washington at the 3-yard line of Philadelphia. Remember, they were stopped here before. Riggins and Tony Green, the running backs. Riggins. Touchdown.
He got it.
Touchdown, Riggins. He just got inside the corner. took a pop from number 57, Osborne, the right side linebacker, but he got inside the marker. 65 yards and 3 plays for the score.
Coming back to the outside, Riggins, an outstanding runner today, and this is his first touchdown, Tommy, of the season.
That's right. He didn't want to be denied on that one, John. They're right back in this ball game.
Mark Mosley will attempt the point after. And it's good. And we're tied at 10. So the Washington Redskins recovering a fumble that ended a very good-looking Philadelphia drive. The big play to Thompson, 49 yards. Riggins takes it in from 3 yards out for the score. And we have a 10-10 ball game between these two very physical teams. Tonight on CBS, 60 Minutes will lead off the top lineup of shows. Then it's a laughing matter with two of television's top comedies, All in the Family and Ellis, both 1 hour earlier than usual. A special edition of Dallas is next, followed by another exciting adventure with Kaz. So stay tuned for Sunday night on CBS. Well, they came up with the big play, and twice today Joe Theismann has thrown that long gainer. This time they were able to get something out of it.
You know, Tim, they came up with a big play. I thought maybe if they kept the momentum was just going so one-sided for the Eagles, I thought they might bring out the old dog, number 17, my buddy, Mr. Kilmer.
Well, now it looks like Theismann's kept himself in the game, I'd say. And looking back into that second quarter, the last long gainer to Green led to Mosley's field goal. That is Betterson.
Oh, look out!
Mosley hits him from in front. Clarence Harmon from behind. But the Eagles have a first down at the 47-yard line of Washington.
Don't go away, folks. We got a ball game. I'll tell you, look at this guy. Look at this guy. He really catches that ball. Watch him when he hits that hole. He can see that thing open wide up, and he really turns the speed on right here. Boom.
Good block there, too.
Another good block. I'll tell you, that's the kind of return you like to have, especially after a team has just marched down with a couple of big plays against you.
Free agent picked up from Denver last year. Second-year man from North Carolina, James Betterson. 45-yard return. Here's Montgomery, big hole. Wilbert Montgomery to the 23-yard line. Jake Scott on the tackle. First down, Eagles.
Montgomery again, the quickness. Sees a hole. He has an option of going inside or outside. Breaks to the outside. He's got to be pushing that 100-yard mark today. Great running.
Good tackle by Jake Scott, ready to save the touchdown.
It sure did.
The Eagles are now first down at the 23 of Washington. Rebounding right back, and that will end the third period. That's the end of 3 with the score. The Eagles 10, the Redskins 10. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Two flags.
2 flags on the play.
That's a good call there, Vinny, with a big, strong quarterback to get out of the hole. Here it is right here. We used to do that with Gabe. Heavy, strong quarterback. You can get 2 or 3 yards.
Roman Gabriel, of course, the quarterback you're alluding to.
Real good call.
Bartkowski is 6'4", 213-pounder.
One of the rules we gave our defense,
number 29,
in this situation is don't give them 1 first down. When you got them inside of the 10, don't give them a first down.
Well, they just did on offside against Mike Burns. It's 1st and 5 because of the offside to the 5-yard line. Second man, Haskell Standback, and he has grabbed, among others, John Woodcock was very visible, number 77. There's John James. He's a 7-year man out of Florida. He had 515 punts prior to this year. He's had another, 46 punts. He's had only 1 blocked in his career, and with an average of 41 yards, he's right on the money. A magnificent punter, and I can think of no better compliment than George Allen brackets him with Ray Guy. 2nd and 2 from the 9. Bubba Bean, and he's got daylight. Bean to the 25.
All right, this is something that happens quite often. Down in this situation, sometimes you get a crack just like this. A runner like Bubba Bean is going to have his eyes open. He's going to be looking. And a lot of times you can break this all the way. That's usually when you break those 80-yarders.
Bubba Bean has carried 10 times for 47 yards. So he's having a typical workhorse day. Bartkowski throwing a very wobbly pass that landed behind Rhodes. It was intended for Billy Rickman, but he threw a dead bird downfield.
Well, I'll tell you something. Detroit defensive backs are going to have to start watching the ball. That ball could have been intercepted.
Yeah, it landed right behind Rhodes.
Steve was hit just as he threw the ball to Vinny.
Dallas and St. Louis, and look what's in the air. Jim Otis has just punched over from 1 yard out. It is 14-7 St. Louis over Dallas. 1:58 left to go in the second quarter. 2nd and 10 from the 25. Bubba Bean, and he's out across the 30. He had to get to about the 36-yard line, so he still has a way to go. Ed O'Neill made the tackle.
You know, last week the Redskins couldn't run against this Detroit defense, and the Falcons are doing a good job of moving the ball on the ground.
Well, I'll tell you, Coach, last week Detroit had what I call an emotional attitude. I mean, they were really after that game because they had embarrassed themselves the week before.
That's correct, Jim.
3rd and 2 on the 33-yard line of Atlanta. Francis is wide right, and they pitch back, and Haskell Standback is wrapped up as he crossed the line of scrimmage, so he didn't get it. And the man who came up to hit him was 77, John Woodcock, and there's a player down and injured. We can check a score for the moment. Green Bay jumped out in front to a 28-0 lead, and now they're leading 38-14 over Seattle in the 3rd. Turdell Middleton has just scored his 3rd touchdown. The fallen Lion is Bruce Rhodes, number 33, who played at San Francisco under Clark. Also, Haskell Standback of Atlanta has a bad right foot.
Yes.
And you're looking at 87, that's Fred Scott. Scott is the rabbit who'll go back to field the John James punt. We have another score we can duck in. The New York Jets are just chewing up Baltimore 17-0 with 9 minutes left to go in the second quarter. And Lehman Bennett, who has seen his young Falcons hold back the Lions, holding them on the 6-inch line. His counterpart, Monty Clark, thoroughly frustrated because the Detroit Lions just can't get their offense in gear. Meanwhile, banged up Bruce Rhodes, who had a fractured left leg in 1977, and we certainly hope it is not the left leg that's bothered him again. And meanwhile, standing alongside getting some information, the good-looking Beach Boy, Steve Bartkowski. Say you want another good lineup? How about tonight on CBS? Pull up a chair. Look at this. 60 minutes, followed by All in the Family, then Alice, then a great new one on Dallas and Cavs. Tonight on CBS. 4th and 2 from the 33, and John James will be punting from his own 20-yard line. Brazina back to keep him out, and Freddie Scott all alone on the 30. Oh, did they put some heat on him, and Scott will pick it up on the 33 and will go down on the 33. 35-yard punt, no return.
All right, let's look at Mr. James. As we said, he's one of the greatest punters in the league, but the heat coming there was great. Now, George, you know if the technique was right, he could have blocked that punt, right?
He should lay out in front of the ball. He went for the ball and went underneath his hands. He could have blocked that punt with a proper technique.
So Detroit will put it in play. 1st and 10 on the Lion 32-yard line. Freddie Scott never got a chance to get open. On their last drive, they came up short, 6 inches from the Atlanta goal line. Play action fake to Bussey. Scott all alone. Boy, you talk about naked unto the world.
Well, Vinny, I'll tell you, his blockers missed that particular block.
Well, Jesse Thompson getting some last-minute words from above, and Monty Clark passing him into him.
Good play recognition on the part of the Falcon defense. They're all over there pursuing. Now the Falcons have substituted, and they've gone into their 34 defense on 2nd and 9.
On the Detroit 33-yard line, a painful one on that pickup for Freddie Scott. It's a slot left. Jesse Thompson is inside Fred Scott. The running backs remain King and Bussey. Uh-oh, I'll tell you, number 62, Lynn Bodine. He jerked his head in his guard position, and that upset everybody. Watch the head just to the right of Danielson, number 62. There it goes.
Well,
I got you, Lynn.
What happened there?
False start offense, number 62.
The dog as if they were going to blitz, and then came out of it and changed their coverage.
Bodine is a first-round draft choice of 75 out of South Dakota State. He's a good one. Detroit now has been penalized 6 times for 55 yards. 2nd and 14 from the Lion 28. Slot right with Luther Blue inside Freddie Scott. Danielson just got away from Yates and throws it to Freddie Scott, and he was able to make the reception before being knocked out of bounds, and it should be a first down, I believe.
All right, let's take a look at 87 Scott. He drives real hard. Drives, he stops. We've seen that pass before. Right in the slot, steps out of bounds.
Jim, that's a good example. They rushed 3 and covered with 8. And if you give that quarterback time to throw, he's going to complete them. They faked the dog and just rushed with 3.
Well, you can see as he went out of bounds, he needs that much more, does Freddie Scott, who, by the way, is going to medical school at Cincinnati Medical School. He's got a head on his shoulders, that kid.
It's beautiful, but he didn't look at that first down marker.
If he gets hit many more times like that abortive screenplay, he'll be both doctor and patient.
Well, what's going to happen with his hands, Vinny?
Vinny, you know, Detroit's such a great sports city. It's a shame that their sports teams have been down. Now the Lions are coming back. Ted Lindsay's doing a good job with the Red Wings, but I think it's one of the best sports cities in the country.
Without a doubt, yes, without a doubt.
Tigers are coming back.
3rd and inches for a first down for the Lions, and it's Danielson trying to sneak for it. He's big enough. He's 6'2" and 195 pounds.
Oh, now watch the quarterback. He does take a little step, but his head is really a little too low. Now, he probably got the first down, but normally, as Coach Allen says, you will hesitate there, take your look, and move to the softest spot.
Take your opening. He was lucky to make that. He just buried his head, and he only had a few inches to go, so he made it.
And I learned that lesson from you.
He relied on Lynn Bodine as we see Lehman Bennett. 1st and 10 on the Lion 43. Play action fake to King over the middle to Hill, and the big tight end makes the reception, and it looked like Pridemore and Reed each took a leg and made a wish.
Yes, sir. I'll tell you something. When quarterbacks establish their running game, what they're really doing is trying to set up something so they can pass. Now, that was play action. The play action was the key to that, but Coach Allen has something to say about this hit.
Here's another delivery sack. Watch, just as he throws the ball, he's hit.
Now, what's the purpose of a delivery sack, Coach?
Well, it's perfectly legal. You hit the quarterback in the art of throwing the ball, in the act of throwing the ball.
Jesse Thompson in motion right. 2nd man, Dexter Bussey. Adios. Jeff Merrow hit him down, so Merrow is facing the other goal line. He hit him right at the ankle.
We have a heck of a game going here. The momentum is changing.
By the way, Danielson, who has had several drops, including one in the end zone, is 8 for 16 for 128 yards, which is very good considering Monty Clark's running game has sputtered so much.
Excellent point, Vinny.
Monty, squinting out through this Georgia sun, saw his Lions get to the Atlanta 6-inch line and run out of petrol, so we'll see what they do now. 2nd and 10 from the 42. And Danielson has his man. And it is Dexter Bussey looking first to lateral the ball, but there wasn't anybody around him except Greg Brazina and Roland Lawrence, and they brought him down. First down,
Atlanta's
Detroit.
dogging, and the corner did not take away the inside. See, the receiver got inside of him. You got to take away that inside on the dog. He had to wait a little bit for the ball.
Now, Coach Bussey had a lot of spirit going here, great attitude, but he was looking to lateral instead of looking for that first down marker.
Bussey had caught 11 passes coming into the game, so he's accustomed to taking it.
But he
It
got
is first and 10, and look at there, Washington and Philadelphia 10-10 in the third. Washington barely beating Detroit in the last 2 minutes last week. Tight end Hill in motion to the right. And Danielson going to put it up under a rush. Throwing on the run and threw it away. And a flag on the play.
Intentional grounding.
A lot of pressure by number 79, Jeff Yates.
Again, they dogged him. Nobody's open. He scrambles. He's going to be sacked. He just throws it away. Nobody in the area. Nobody in the area. Intentional grounding. Good call by the officials.
Offense, illegal pass. That's a loss of a down. Second down.
Buffalo leading Houston now 10-7 in the second quarter. So Dan Pastorini's having his troubles for the moment. Gary Danielson now has a 2nd and 20 from the 41. Remember, he had a 1st and 10 on the 33. The backs go out, and in come the Falcons. Jeff Yates, number 79, 6'3", 248 pounds, out of Boston College. Waved by Buffalo, and what a fixture here in Atlanta.
All right, we've been talking about Yates. Now let's watch him come in here. We talked to Claude Humphrey. We know Claude is great, but this guy, George, is rushing the passer today.
Yes, well, what helped him on that is there's Humphrey. Yes. I'd go up and get Humphrey out of the stands and say, come on, get out of there. They dogged that play. And that helped Yates get in there, not to take anything away.
Well, here's a great call. 3rd and 35.
Put up a bomb, Vinny. Put up a bomb.
That's what Danielson plans to do if he gets a chance. The bomb is away to Freddie Scott, and he made the reception out of bounds. Right there with him was Rick Bias.
He did the right thing. He put up a bomb to Scott, his most reliable receiver. Made a good catch and a good throw. Let's watch this closely. Oh. Hard to tell whether he's in or out in that.
Well, you look at the toe. Look at the toe of his right foot.
He's out, I guess.
He's
well
out.
Executed.
Tom Skladany has punted 5 times for a 48-yard average today, and look at that dart he just hit. Oh, what a punter he is. Tom Skladany. Oh, he just punted 56 yards. Magnificent kid. He's going to be a great punter in this league.
You know what you do? You build your defense, Jim, and you get a good punter, a great punter like Skladany, and then the offense comes around.
You know, in the Big Ten, he once had a 68-yard punt. He had a 59-yard field goal. Watch this technique on a low snap. Watch him get into it. Boy, you talk about a good leg. But the Lions are still shut out. 1st and 10 from the 20. And just about time has run out in the third quarter. Ricky Patton in there spelling Haskell. Stand back. And that's the end of the third quarter. With the score, Atlanta 7 and the Detroit Lions nothing. We now pause for a word from your local station.
CBS Sports kicks off next Sunday with the NFL Today pregame show, followed by a regional slate of games. Monday morning, you'll say, you saw it on CBS Sports.
Cardinals are leading 14-7, 46 seconds remaining in the half. That was the Cowboys timeout. They have 2 remaining. First and 10, they have the ball at their own 28-yard line. Here's the score, Paul.
Oh, no, I like that score. I have to say that, in all honesty. Packers 38-14. Stallbacks 8 out of 11 here in the first half for 83 yards.
Move into the shotgun once again. Direct snap from center. Preston Pearson evens up with him. Penalty marker goes down. Intercepted. Cardinals have it at the 48-yard line. Roger Worley has the football. Intended for Tony Hill.
It could be that one of the Dallas Cowboys was caught holding, and if that's so, Lindsay, it's going to be the St. Louis Cardinals football, and they've got time.
You got it. That's just what it is. It'll be first and 10 on the interception. Penalty declined at the 48.
Well, they threw caution to the winds, and they, as I said, they're flirting with danger of an interception. The Cardinals still have 3 timeouts remaining. There's Roger Worley on the interception.
39 seconds left in the half.
Take another look. There it is. He's trying to go down the left sidelines, and there's everybody's over there.
So now the Cardinals have an opportunity to try to get something else on the scoreboard. They're leading 14-7, 39 seconds left in the half.
We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
Channel 23, KMBO, Yakima.
Chester Marco kicks off. Rufus Crawford from the 10-yard line. Rufus to the 20, and he is dumped at the 25-yard line by Steve Wagner. So Seattle once again will be on offense with Jim Zorn at quarterback, Sherman Smith and David Sims, the running backs, Steve Largent, Duke Ferguson, Sam McCullum, all in as wide receivers. Ron Howard, the tight end. That offensive line, Nick Bebout, Tom Lynch, John Yarno, Bob Newton, and Steve August from left to right. Largent in motion. First back through is Sims. He picks up around 5 yards on the play. Gary Weaver makes the tackle. The defense of Green Bay now with Mike Butler, Dave Roller, Carl Barzalauskas, and Ezra Johnson up front. Now Barzalauskas was substituted for by the rookie from Alabama, Terry Jones, in the first half. That was just to give him a breather. That was all. Linebackers are Gary Weaver, Mike Hunt, and John Anderson. On the corners, Willie Buchanan, Mike McCoy. Safeties, Steve Luke and Johnny Gray. They mark it at the 31-yard line, so it'll be second down 4. Second back through, Sherman Smith. Smith breaks it to the 50, 45, 43-yard line of Green Bay. Johnny Gray makes the tackle. You could say one thing about the Seahawks. They may be down, but boy, they're never out of it.
Well, this is a good run by Sherman Smith, number 47, but more importantly, good blocking up front. There is the hole right there. He breaks one tackle. Now it's a foot race to see how much yardage he possibly can get, but good blocking over there by Bebout, number 63.
Officials mark it at the 44-yard line, a gain of 26 yards on the play. Green Bay territory, first down Seattle. Zorn throws, has him in all alone. It is Largent. Largent inside the 20-yard line to the 19-yard line, first down. Johnny Gray with a tackle.
This timing was tremendous here between number 10, Jim Zorn, and Steve Largent, number 80. He hits him right in the slot where he's wide by the linebackers. You see it's over the linebacker's head. He had to jump up, couldn't get it, and in front of the defensive backs. When the defensive backs are playing that deep on a receiver, that means a couple things. They have a great deal of respect for him. It means for the quarterback throw in front.
Gain of 24 to the 19-yard line. Sims, and he will be stopped at the line of scrimmage. It'll be second 10. Carl Barzalauskas, in his 5th year in the National Football League, was there to bring him down. Check of the scoreboard. How about this?
17-0, the Jets over Baltimore in the second period.
Leahy with a field goal. Robinson to Walker, 75-yard touchdown pass. Kevin Long from 10 yards out, all for New York. A loss of a yard actually to the 20, so it'll be second down and 11. Zorn to the air. He's going to keep down a sideline, out of bounds. Mark him out at the 10-yard line, and it'll be close to the first down. It may be just a foot shy.
Well, this was design play. I said before that this young man has the ability to run or throw. It's a good thing that he ran the ball because Sam McCullum, number 84, was blocking downfield. And here he must give a signal to his linemen, go. With that, they start throwing blocks. They know he's not going to pass. He's going to throw the football.
It will be a first down at the 10-yard line.
St. Louis, look out. 14-7 over Dallas, second quarter.
Your old teammate has done it again. Jim Otis, his second touchdown of the ball game for Dallas. A Staubach to Newhouse, 6-yard pass. Here it is, first down. It'll be goal to go. Second back through.
There's a hole.
Great play into the end zone. Sherman Smith. 75 yards on that drive in 6 plays.
I said before that they can hit in a hurry, and here's a delayed draw to 47, Sherman Smith, and here, there's a great hole right there, but here is a man running through arm tackling. He's not going to let an arm bring him down. You've got to put a shoulder into this man, particularly when you get near the goal line. But it's an excellent call by Seattle, excellent blocking, and excellent running by number 47, Smith. As you see, he's fighting his way into the end zone.
Herrera to attempt the point after. Good. So with 9 minutes, 4 seconds left to go third quarter, it is now Green Bay 38, Seattle 21.
At the Dallas 48-yard line, 39 seconds remaining to be played in the first half in St. Louis, Missouri. Jim Hart brings them up. Pat Tilley to the left side, Mel Gray to the right side. Wayne Morris in the left set, Jones in the right set. Ramson tight end right. Jim Hart gets it out to Jones, and Steve Jones can't go at all. Immediately by Bob Brunig, the middle linebacker. No gain on the play.
Take another timeout. Hart, 10 out of 13 here in this first half. Excellent first half for 150 yards. I tell you, they've had success, Lindsey, with those crossing patterns. And, of course, you need a lot of pass protection for that. St. Louis has gotten pretty good pass protection here in the first half, so I kind of look for either Tilley or Mel Gray to come all the way across from a flanker position. It's been open all the way over the middle if he gets protection.
That is the first Cardinal timeout. Each team has 2 times out remaining now. Turned out to be a beautiful day here in St. Louis. Next week's regional games on CBS, it'll be the Chicago Bears in Tampa Bay, the St. Louis Cardinals, the New York Jets, the Green Bay Packers in Minnesota. We'll be there.
I imagine. I'm looking forward to that. And then NFL regional games, Washington against the Giants, Philadelphia visits Dallas, Atlanta goes against San Francisco, and the Saints against the Rams.
Check your local listings for the game and time in your area. All the action begins with the NFL Today pregame show 30 minutes before the kickoff with Brent Musburger, Jane Kennedy, and Irv Cross.
Pittsburgh's taken a 20-7 lead over Cleveland. Lynn Swann caught a 28-yard touchdown pass from Terry Bradshaw. Jarrella, a couple of field goals.
Second down and 15 yards to go for the Cardinals. They have the ball at their own 47-yard line. Second and 15 for Jim Hart. Ramson up, tight end. Quick handoff. Wayne Morris got back up to the 43-yard line.
Picked up 9 on the draw. That's going to bring up a third down situation. Probably go upstairs. It's trying to get Jim Bakken.
Another St. Louis timeout, their second. They have 1 remaining.
Trying to get Bakken into field goal position, Lindsey.
Well, it's at the 43-yard line. It'll be third down and 6 yards to go. Cardinals are leading by a score of 14-7 with 26 seconds, as you see, in set, remaining to be played in this game. This was a long and storied series, of course, down through the years, that between the Cardinals and the Cowboys, and at their first meeting this year in Dallas, St. Louis Cardinals played what was perhaps their best game of the year, Bud Wilkinson. Coming back to coaching after having been out of the game for a good many years, talking to the quarterback there. And actually, in Dallas, the St. Louis Cardinals took a 12-7 lead into the fourth quarter, but lost it 21-12. Have not yet had a victory. They are 0-6, but they have come out here this afternoon and are leading by a score of 14-7. They led by 7 points, saw the Cowboys come back and tied, and then came back to regain the lead.
Jimmy the Greek said I was crazy when I told him the Cardinals had a chance for an upset. Still gonna have to go.
Third down, 6 yards to go, and the ball's at the 43-yard line. Raymore, Steve Jones in motion. From Hart. And it's Jones, and he's got it, and Jones is inside the 5-yard line, fumbles the ball into the end zone, and it's still the Cowboys on. Who's got the football? Touchback. Touchback. Dallas got the football. First and 10 at the 20-yard line. No score on the play. 12 seconds remaining in the half. Touchback. First and 10 at the 20. Dallas got it in the end zone.
What a play. Unlike the Oakland game, folks, this was not fumbled on purpose. There's the catch by Steve Jones, and he just loses the football. Now it's a free, wild scramble in the end zone. It looks like one of the Cowboys has it. That's Pat Tilley trying to crawl to the football, and Dallas comes up with it. Aaron Powell has the football for the Cowboys in same 6.
Randy Hughes had a shot at it after Jones fumbled it, and then it went right out of his hands and on into the end zone for a touchback. So the score remains at this point, Cardinals 14, Cowboys 7, 12 seconds left in the first half. Wild and Willie in St. Louis, Missouri. Woo! Well, they're going to just send Newhouse in there this time to get things settled down a little bit, and he's still struggling.
Staubach's not going to throw it now.
No.
Not anymore.
They've had enough excitement. They're going to let it run out, and the clock has just run out as Newhouse got to the 26-yard line. So at the end of the first half in St. Louis, Missouri, the score is the Cardinals 14, the Cowboys 7.
See what happened?
Yes, after he kicked it, he put his foot down, his right foot, and somebody rolled into it, knocked him down. That's a time when things can happen. He's walking out there, but right now he's feeling some pain, and you can take a look at him. You know, he's not walking too gingerly. Now, I don't imagine he can hit it too deep.
Well, then you go to another onside attempt.
Well, that's what the Packers are anticipating right now.
That last drive took 2 minutes 47 seconds for Seattle. Odom is deep at the 5-yard line. Herrera is limping. The front 5 for Green Bay anticipating another onside kick.
They're ready. They're ready this time.
It is high and it is short and will be fielded by Steve Wagner. And Wagner will be wrestled out of bounds at the 35-yard line. So Green Bay at their own 35-yard line, first down. Don Testerman was there for the Seahawks.
Here we are right now, 35-yard line, which is excellent field position.
And here we are with Pittsburgh, Cleveland.
Pittsburgh starting to run away. Third quarter, 27 Pittsburgh over Cleveland.
Bradshaw to Swan, 28-yard pass, last scoring play. They've got 9.5 minutes left to go in the third of that ball game. Green Bay from their own 35-yard line. Marty Smith, 40-yard line. Be second down 5. Terry Beeson again making the tackle along with Dennis Boyd for the Seattle Seahawks. We'll have a misty rain this afternoon. The temperature at kickoff time was 42 degrees. And how about this score? Buffalo 10, Houston 7. Second quarter score. The details after this play. Second down 5.
Play pass.
Whitehurst. It's there. Lofton again. 4-4 speed. Still in his speed. Whoops, too many white shirts. He was going to circle back the other way.
Until he saw the size of them. They had big numbers on their shirts, so he decided that he better go back the other way.
One number was 77. Greg Reed, he made the tackle. 19 yards on the play, first down.
Once again, they're making yardage on first down, running with the football, coming up with a play-action pass, and coming right behind the safety man and in front of the deep man. Finds the hole. When you're talking about a hole, that's what you're talking about. He's between those defensive men. Now it's a foot race, and he wins part of the foot race, but then when he turns around, he looks back and he sees some big numbers coming in, so he said, whoops, nope, I better come back the other way.
First down at the Seattle 45. Whitehurst again, throws. Marty Smith out of the backfield.
Jarrella left to right from the 35. Right of Miller deep for Cleveland. High, coming down to the 7. Cleo Miller pulls it in. Out over the 15, the 20. He is nailed at the 22-yard line. Sidney Thornton. What a driving tackle, the classic tackle. As you would see it in an old Knute Rockne movie.
And as you saw it down here, too, I don't know. I never... Well,
how do you like my Norwegian?
You're full of similes, metaphors, all kinds of imagery today.
I am in a metaphoric... That's right. Hog heaven. 23-yard line, first down, 10 Cleveland. Ryan Sipe moves Pruitt off the top of the eye to the left. Here's Sipe giving to Pruitt. Pruitt finds a little hole, slips through it over the 25, and comes out to the 27.5-yard line. Joe Green and Donnie Shell get the tackle.
By the way, Jack, one of our listeners called me this week and suggested we bill ourselves as the dynamic duo. I didn't particularly like it because he designated me as Robin. All right, Batman, are you speechless?
What is Robin like? Peter Pan or something like that?
He's a little guy.
Oh, a little guy. I am speechless. Quick pitch to the left side. Miller turns the corner over the 30 and then is pulled down at the 33-yard line. First contact by Dennis Winston, and Mike Wagner over there quickly again to help out. Greenwood, Green, Banaszak White up front. Ham, Winston, and Taves the linebackers. Lambert was ejected from the game in the first half if you tuned in late. Johnson and Blunt on the corners. Wagner and Shell are the safeties. And it is a first down for Cleveland.
And if you tuned in late, I'll mention that those 20 points the Steelers have are the result of 2 field goals and 2 touchdowns, not a missed extra point.
Dennis Winston limping just a little bit. All right, the Steelers pull a backer up on the right side. Strong right formation for Cleveland. And the give off the left side. And look at Cleo Miller come up over the 40 and out to the 41-yard line. Nice run. Wagner down there on the tackle. Taves, Winston, spotted at the 41-yard line. And now Cleveland going back to the basic bread and butter type attack, picking up 8 yards, second down 2. Believe me, as Myron said earlier, they're not dead. This is still a ball game and remains a tense situation, but the crowd is a little quieter. That helps a little. Second down 2 at the 41. Pruitt comes off the eye, shifting to the left. Here's Sipe giving to Pruitt. Pruitt looking for an opening, and he doesn't find it. He was trying to get off the right side, and L.C. Greenwood delayed him. I mean, he really delayed him. He put him right down on the grass. So it's going to be third down and slightly over 1 yard to go. Dave Logan and Reggie Rucker, the wideouts. Ozzie Newsome, the tight end. Deacon, Shepard, DeLeon, Jackson, Darrow, the interior lineman. And now they're switching. Oscar Rohn and Gary Paris coming in to replace Logan and Rucker. They go into a short yardage formation. Calvin Hill is in there. 2 tight ends. Ozzie Newsome will play the wingback. And they're going to take a timeout. Sipe wants to talk it over. Timeout for the Cleveland Brownies down on the field. They're trailing 20-7 in this ball game, and we're in the third period with 6:47 to go. Timeout of the ball game. We'll be right back.
Their 42-yard line.
Look what has happened while we weren't noticing. A big ship has pulled in out here. We didn't even see it. There's been so much excitement.
It wasn't there before?
No, he wasn't there. You could see all the buses before. Looks like one of those big Russian trawlers. Trawler's the wrong word. It's probably a tanker. Lake Erie tanker. All right. Third down. Long yard to go. 2 tight ends. Oh, they moved. They moved. They were going for the long count, and that was on the right side.
Barry
Darrow moved. He moved, and that's going to cost them. Looked like their strategy was try to pull them off again, and they've done that twice, and each time Beeler did it before. So Darrow moved. That cost them 5 yards, and now they bring the wideouts back. And dashing on the field, Robin Cole collided with the official and almost went down. He's in there to replace John Banaszak as we go to 4 linebackers. Slot man right, double wing, wide, I formation. They bring Calvin Hill off the top of the I. Sipe again on the long count, takes this time, stops short, firing long on the near side, and almost intercepted. Boy, that was well played by Blunt as they were going on the near side for Dave Logan. And Blunt was with him. And Logan went over the top of Blunt and brought him down. And Blunt is shaken up now. At the near side of the field, the pass carried inside the 30-yard line, and Blunt had him out of position all the way.
Well, the Steelers chose to pressure Sipe that time. They had the blitz on. They had Robin Cole blitzing and Taves faking a blitz. Now Mel Blunt is on his feet and being let off the field. He appears to be okay. He's walking nicely anyhow. So the Browns will face 4th down, and they will have to punt.
All right, Johnny Evans, rookie from North Carolina State. He's had kicks of 18, 36, 34, and 40 yards. Standing at his own 23-yard line. George Perlis coming over quickly on the far side to check on Blunt as Dr. Paul Steele and trainer Ralph Berlin and Bob Miley walk off with him. Line of scrimmage is the 38-yard line. Randy Rudershan and T. Bell are down deep. Evans ready. The sun is out here at Cleveland. Steelers leading 20-7. There's the snap to Evans. They do not put a rush on him. He kicks an end-over-end one. Tough to handle. Down to the Steeler 32, inside the 30, and the Browns on it at the 29. An impossible kick to handle. A 33-yard punt. End-over-end. Now what have we got? Another bit of fisticuffs flaring up.
Well, they didn't go to fisticuffs exactly, but they were about to, but it's quickly broken up. Pieces restored.
Tim Ryan with Tom Addy and Johnny Unitas. We've got ourselves a football game here at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. Fine running by James Betterson on the kickoff, and then by Wilbert Montgomery. Has Philadelphia 1st down at the 23 of Washington as we begin the 4th period. The Eagles to our right in green, Washington to our left in white. Montgomery, good hole, good blocking, and Montgomery gets to the 15-yard line. McClinton and Dusek, 53 and 59 on the tackle.
This kid is really having a good game, John. He's picking his holes well. When a back is hot, you can really tell.
I'll tell you, Tom, the offensive line, too, is sustaining the blocks at the line of scrimmage, which really enables him to pick the hole a lot better than those guys up there being blocked out. And he's been running well. We didn't know he was going to come back the second half. He had his bell rung there in the 1st half and right at the half. So, fortunately for Philadelphia, he's back there now.
2nd and 3. They marked it at the 16-yard line. Montgomery again has the 1st down. Hogan, pardon me. Hogan, ball carrier. Talbert and McDowell made the tackle.
That's close to the 1st down. I think he might have it, Tim.
I already gave it to him, and I shouldn't do that because I'm bad luck for him.
They got it.
All right, I'm 1 for 2.
We got an update on a couple scores. Green Bay 38, Seattle 21, and Pittsburgh's taking a commanding lead over Cleveland 20-7. That's a 3rd period.
Through 3 quarters here, the Eagles and the Skins, unofficially at least, each had 222 yards of offense. And it's 10-10 on the board. I'd say that's pretty even. 1st down, Philadelphia threatening again. Montgomery around Dusek. Montgomery. Touchdown! Wilbert Montgomery.
He's going to burst that ball and cost himself $25.
I tell you, great run job here, John. He picks his hole to the outside, breaks a tackle.
Look at the block up there thrown by number 35 of the Eagles.
That's Hogan.
Hogan, which really gets Montgomery back to the outside, and it's all running from there on out. And look at all the girls. Everything's pretty here in Philadelphia at this point. Hello.
Nick Mickemeyer will attempt the point after a 12-yard touchdown run by Wilbert Montgomery, and it's good. So the Eagles, to the delight of a capacity crowd here at Veterans Stadium, has regained the lead with 13:30 remaining in regulation time at 17-10.
A 7-yard run by Larry Zonka has gotten the Giants close. It's Tampa Bay 14 and the Giants 10 with 10 minutes left to go in that fourth quarter. There is Greg Landry. He is certainly frustrated, standing on the sidelines after 11 years. #1 draft choice way back in '68, but he's had to sit and watch. Bartkowski on a draw play, and that's the end of it. Bursting through is Ken Sanders, and the tight end just ate up Bubba Bean.
All right, here is what I call a physical attitude. Draw play, which is always a good play.
Well, they ran a stunt.
The stunt got him, didn't it, George?
That's a good counter for draws.
Yes, sir.
Look at Philadelphia out in front of Washington, 17-10 in the fourth. Detroit let it get away last week. We'll see if Philadelphia will or not. 3rd and 10, and Bartkowski going to the air. Got his man Bean, and Bean caught it at the 23-yard line. Walt Williams sailing over the top.
Well, here's a 3rd down play, and Detroit's dogging. The pass and the pattern were too short to pick up the 1st down. The Atlanta offense is going to have to get going a little bit, or the defense is going to have too much pressure on themselves.
Two marvelous punters in this game. John James with a high snap, but he kicks it even higher. And Freddie Scott, along with Jesse Thompson. Thompson throwing the block and wiping out Ken Strong, or Ray Strong, number 25. What a block. And for a moment there, Strong, who's had a sprained ankle, barely survived
this is a high snap. James is a good athlete. He goes up. Look, and he caught the back half of the ball.
Now Wilbert Montgomery, with a 12-yard touchdown run, has crossed the 100-yard mark. He has 108 yards unofficially. The Eagles went 47 yards in 4 plays for the score. Mickelmeyer kicks it off. It is Don Harris, number 26, reserve defensive back, returning it out short of the 20-yard line as an eager Eagles special team got down there quickly. Dennis Franks, reserve center, made the tackle. Well, again, just a reminder that tonight on CBS, you've got this lineup to look forward to, starting with 60 Minutes and followed by comedy with All of the Family in Alice, a special edition of Dallas, and then Kaz. So stay tuned tonight on CBS. First down, Washington at their own 19-yard line. They trail 17-10. The strong side, Gene Fugit, comes to the right. Play action, lots of time, complete to John McDaniel, number 86. First down out at the 40-yard line as the Redskins come right back, and we have suddenly developed a wide-open offensive game.
I've never seen so much. I'll tell you one thing, they have just come up with big plays. Each team, one after another. Here's Theismann again, setting up. Coming right back across the middle. Berge just misses the ball. Makes a great reception right there.
Theismann is now 6 for 18.
McDaniel can run with that ball after he gets it, too.
Down at the 40. Riggins. Berge and Reggie Wilkes stop him after a gain of maybe 3.
Take the play. We're taking a look at Berge here as he's coming off the ball, coming back to the outside. You see Riggins, Berge coming up. Reggie Wilkes making the tackle along with Berge. Berge is all over the field, Tom. He's not only a fine football player, he's a leader on the field for that defensive football team. He calls the defenses and he gets everyone up.
Does a great job.
Eagles with 2 rookie linebackers, the second-string offensive guard, holding their own in this game so far, and then some. That's complete to McDaniel. 2 in a row to him, and he's spun out of bounds by Herman Edwards.
McDaniel coming in motion this time really makes it difficult for any defensive back to come up and hit him, because with his speed, he could be by him very, very quick if he doesn't hit him. There's the catch right there. Glenn Edwards, 46, making the tackle. Edwards picked one of those off in the first quarter, however, and went the distance on it.
They're going to measure here as it's very close to the first down.
What do you
John
say?
McDaniel picked up from Cincinnati and a trade actually from Kansas City. He was gone from Cincinnati to Kansas City, never got there. The deal was made before he ever became a Chief. Of course, Bacon and Parrish also coming from the Bengals. Ricky Thompson, the other fine-looking wide receiver, never really got a shot with your Baltimore Colts fellas, and
he sure did.
He looks like a good one. Of course, they have Danny Buggs, who's out with a shoulder separation, another fine receiver. They did get the first down. The Redskins moving at midfield. Thompson wide left. Reggie Haynes, tight end, is wide right. Deep for McDaniel, intercepted. A flag is down, but Edwards is returning it for Philadelphia. Herman Edwards out of bounds near the 40-yard line of the Eagles. A flag was down on the Washington backfield, and let's see what that one's about. Theismann appears to be going to the Redskins bench, so it's probably against Washington.
We got a holding penalty here. And Theismann just throws that ball up, John.
Well, Edwards had perfect position on him, Tom. He was trying to get it over. He said it was a little underthrown. Edwards had a great position. As we see him coming downfield now after the interception, some good blocking by his defensive linemen and also defensive backs. A big play that time by Herman Edwards for the Philadelphia Eagles, and they put it in play.
It'll be first down at their own 38-yard line. Eagles lead it. 17-10 Montgomery. Dave Butts, number 65, wrapped him up just over the line of scrimmage.
Dusek on the tackle along with Butts, and Butts is a biggie. He just goes right down the line and plays it well. There's a good picture of Edwards. He's kind of rested up.
He's got to be one happy man today after picking off 2 of them.
Oh, he wasn't too happy when Thompson beat him on that long one, though, I'll tell you that.
Well, there's Mr. Starr. 45-21.
David Whitehurst and company, Turdell Middleton, James Lofton. They've got some exciting young offensive players. Second down. Nearly 9 to go. Montgomery picks up about 3 behind Lucan and Sizemore. Jake Scott comes up from the safety position to tackle him. It'll be 3rd down, and they'll spot it so that it's about 4.5 to go. On 3rd down.
Halftime also, Tim, we got a score in that Dallas-St. Louis game, and St. Louis, not winning a game yet this year, is ahead at half, 14-7.
The Eagles have swiped 2 of Joe Theismann's passes. Theismann's 2 long bombs that clicked set up both of the scores, a field goal by Mosley and a touchdown by Riggins. Loose ball. Washington recovers. The Redskins have it at midfield. Brad Dusek, number 59, grabbed the loose ball.
Tim, I'm just about ready to say that the Philadelphia has lost the ball 11 times on fumbles this season. They have 2 today, which gives them 13, which really leads the league. So now it's a big break for the Washington Redskins as Philadelphia fumbles, Washington recovers, and it's Washington ball.
What do we measure? Bigger than the world. And I think that we in Pittsburgh should rise up. And when he comes there next Monday night, obviously he did this to draw attention. So let's show him that Pittsburgh will not take any of his stuff. My idea would be for everybody to bring their portable radios, and if we get permission, we would lead a cheer that goes, "We're fed up, Cosell. We love Pittsburgh."
You mean like in that movie Network when everybody sticks his head out the window and yells, "I can't take it anymore," or something like that? Let me think on that.
I've been looking for Captain Showbiz all day to get approval. Here's the handoff. Franco looking for an opening over the left side, doesn't find it. He goes down at the 42-yard line. Ridden down by Mac Mitchell and Gerald Irons. I just think and when they flash on the signboard, welcome to Cosell and all of his, whoever those guys are with him, then we could have everybody boo, and you and I would stand in the booth and lead the boo, you know. Let's show them that we do not appreciate him putting down Pittsburgh or the Panthers or the Steelers or anybody in the tri-state. Won't stand for it.
Okay.
Where are we? 2nd down, 7. Getting fired up again. Bradshaw, quick flip out to Swan, 29, up over the 30, the 35, and he's ridden out of bounds at the 40-yard line. Tony Peters corralled him and brought him out of bounds in front of the Cleveland Browns bench area. Swan lost his helmet in the process. Boy, he's a tough little guy. 1st down, Pittsburgh.
And I believe Bradshaw is now at the 500 mark, 7 for 15.
Right.
So he's improving those stats. They're beginning to look a little more respectable. Mike Nixon of the Browns this week was saying he has arrived as a great, great quarterback.
Mel Blount jammed his shoulder. He should be back in. 1st and 10 at the 40. Bradshaw calling the signals. Wide set in the backfield. Give to Franco, and he found the opening. He's down to the 45 and up to the 46-yard line. Jerry Shirk. Shirk is generally thought of as one of the finest defensive players in football. 9-year veteran from Oklahoma State. And he is a contemporary of John Kolb, who's in his 10th year from Oklahoma State.
And Franco's knee appears to be okay because Dick Ambrose met him, but Franco banged right off Ambrose to pick up a few more yards for a gain of close to 6.
Swan has now caught 34 passes on the year. Hand off to Franco, looks for the opening and then finds it, and they close in on him. He'll get a yard or so. Charlie Hall and Dick Ambrose played it very well. You notice there's a change in the offensive system, and they're not using the fake sweep and the cutback of last week. See, so they changed things. And for the observer who's not on the inside of that, and none of us are really, you don't know the intricacies of why they do this and that. But it's interesting from week to week to see the variations and changes. Stallworth, Swan, and Bell are wide receivers. One back, Harris. Bradshaw in 3rd and 3 at his own 47. gives it to Franco on a draw. He's going outside to the left over the 50 and dives down to the Cleveland 45-yard line. Tom Darden covered him, but it appeared that Gerald Irons got a hand on him around the ankle and tripped him up. So it's a first down at the Cleveland 45, Pittsburgh leading 20-7.
And it was a good play by Gerald Irons, who had to fight off a block. John Kolb was all over him, but he managed to get a piece of Franco as Franco went by. Otherwise, perhaps a very sizable gain. But in any event, the Steelers do have the first down at the Cleveland 40.
And they're controlling the ball well, Myron. We're down under 4 minutes to go in the third quarter. Slot right formation. They're either faking the blitz or they're getting ready. They are. Nope, they were faking it. And Harris stopped at the line of scrimmage. Tom Darden, 6-year veteran from Michigan. Darden, an articulate young man. We listened to him in an interview this past week, and I thought that he handled a lot of things very well when he was asked about the lack of a call on the fumble play and the Cleveland fans and that sort of thing. Been here 6 years. Wideouts both ways for the Steelers, second down, 10. Now they shift Blyer into the slot to the left. And Bradshaw fires out to Stallworth in the left flat. He's over the 45, the 40, the 35, the 30. Got a blocker. Grossman going for him down to the 15. Caught on the sideline and wheeled out of bounds at the 9-yard line. Clarence Scott and Tony Peters. They were looking for a flanker screen, and they hit Stallworth, and Stallworth took off like a deer. They will mark the ball at the 9-yard line where he was pushed out of bounds.
A gain of 36 yards, and if Grossman could have applied the block to Tony Peters, why, school would have been out, and Stallworth would have gone all the way, but Grossman could not deliver that block, so the Steelers still have 9 yards to travel for a touchdown.
Stall gets his first catch of the afternoon, his 20th of the season. First down 10 at the Browns' 9-yard line. Bradshaw drops back. Throwing into the end zone out to the right for Swan. Intercepted. Nope. Knocked down. Clarence Scott maneuvered in front of Lynn Swan. He read that one all the way. And it looked as though he might make the interception. But he knocked it down, and it will be second down 9.
Heck of a play by Swan preventing the interception, because he had that ball in his mitts, and Swan knocked it out of his mitts.
2 minutes and 58 seconds on a stop clock. Municipal Stadium in Cleveland. Myron Cope and Jack Fleming with the Steeler radio crew. And here's Bradshaw to Blyer. Blyer breaks over the middle and drives right down inside the 1-yard line. He hit the turf right near the goal line, and Tom Darden upended him. Boy, they opened a hole up. Davis, Webster, and Mullins in that territory. And Blyer skittered through there, and the old Golden Domer took it right down to the goal line.
You betcha that Steeler offensive line opened up a big hole for Rocky over the right side, and Darden was just barely able to block tackle him and send him flying, and he landed just inches short of that goal line.
Steve Corson, Ted Peterson in there, 2 tight ends. Peterson to the left, Moon Mullins to the right, and Grossman is the wingback, and the give is to Blyer, and he slides off the right side, goes in standing up. They had knocked down Robert Jackson. They had knocked down Clarence Scott. He ran right over Scott into the end zone, and the Steelers are on the board again. Rocky Blyer from 1 yard out in a magnificent drive of 71 yards. The Steelers move to a 26-7 lead over the Cleveland Browns. Greg Colquitt holding. Girella going for the field goal at the goal to our right. Ball is down. Roy kicks it. It is good. Pittsburgh 27, the Cleveland Browns 7.
And yet another long drive by that Steeler offense, which has been just amazing the way they have been able to control the football this year. That drive, as Jack told you, was 71 yards. Coming into this game, they had been averaging, get this, 64.7 yards a drive, and that's pretty, well, it's almost phenomenal. And it's such an important part of football when you can just watch that clock tick away while you've got your hands on the football and the other team is sitting there wondering when they're going to get on the attack. It's so important, and the Steelers have been doing that to one team and another this season. So, okay, it's 27-7, and the Steelers are beginning to look in pretty good shape here. You've got to say that. There are 2 minutes and 12 seconds left in the third quarter, and it'll take a heck of a rally by the Cleve Brownies to get back into this football game. They barely had the football in this third quarter.
Tell you what, when I'm out here, though, I don't feel good till the victory's wrapped up and I'm on the turnpike, cruising along over there about Gallipolis or wherever you go to. Warren.
Gallipolis?
Myron, if we win this one, we're going to go down after the game and have a milkshake together. I'll tell you, it's been an afternoon. Here is Jarella. High, wobbly, down into the end zone. Right, coming out. The 5, the 10, the 15. He's ridden down at the 17-yard line. Tony Dungy and Randy Rudershan shoulder to shoulder. We won't argue. It appeared that Rudershan got the strongest contact, but those two youngsters were right there, shoulder to shoulder.
You betcha. That's good special teams play, because Rudershan had the outside blocked off, and here came Dungy angling in from the other side, and they hit the guy simultaneously, and they stopped the return at the 11 to make it the 16-yard line.
First down, 10 yards to go for the Cleveland Browns at their own 17. Out of the eye, pitch back goes to Calvin Hill, and Hill comes over the left side and then is brought down at the 20-yard line. Calvin Hill carrying the football, brought down by Dennis Winston, aided by Joe Green at the 20. Gain of about 3 yards on the play, second down 7. Jack Ham playing again. Lambert out for the afternoon, not hurt, ejected. He got a little upset. Rejected and dejected. Dennis Winston is playing in his stead and doing a good job. Here's the I formation. Brian Sight calling the signals for the Cleveland Browns. Gives it to the top of the I to Hill. Finds the opening over the left side. Up to the 25 and is held and brought down at the 30-yard line. Mike Wagner had him to the ankle, holding on for dear life, and Calvin takes it to the 31-yard line. First down, number 12 for Cleveland.
Steve Furness into the ball game, replacing John Banaszak at tackle. Bit of a puzzle for Furness, being relegated to the second team now that he's back from his injury.
Strong right formation. They shift out of the I. Here's the handoff, and they got something going. Advancing the ball up to the 35, and Mike Pruitt is the carrier. Dennis Winston brought him down. They've been waiting for Mike Pruitt to really come into his own. He plays as a backup to Cleo Miller, and the youngster from Purdue. He's just a strong runner. We have not seen Larry Collins this afternoon. The rookie from Texas A&I got his first touchdown last week in the victory over New Orleans. Here's the give to Calvin Hill, running nicely, puts his head down and bucks up over the 40, and he brings it to the 42-yard line. Dennis Winston gets the tackle, and that should be a first down. It is. So the Browns are running it on the ground, and I like that because that's running out the clock, and we're at the end of the third quarter with a score. Pittsburgh 27, Cleveland 7.
For Detroit, they have gained only 18 yards rushing on 21 attempts. And Gary Danielson still trying to find the secret against this very stubborn Falcon defense. First and 10 on the Detroit 35. In motion, Luther Blue. Here comes Dexter Bussey, and there goes Dexter Bussey.
Detroit is using motion to change the strength and bother the Falcons' force, but it isn't affecting them at all. And the Falcons are in that odd man line, which is real strong against the run on first down and just eating them up.
Seattle, Green Bay. Turdell Middleton has just run for his 4th touchdown of the afternoon. Green Bay 45, Seattle 21, 4:35 left to go in the third. Second and 15 from the 30-yard line. Jesse Thompson wide right. And it's a pass to Thompson, and he's across to the 45, midfield, and he goes into Atlanta territory. Jesse Thompson.
All right, we're looking from the end zone. Good release, good pattern. Detroit has an attitude. They get a good first down, and right now, George, that's what they need.
Yes, they dogged on that play, and the corner didn't have good position on him. Those in moves have affected the corners of the Falcons.
Blue left, Scott right. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 49. And a flag and a whistle, so hold everything as Bias goes over the head of Luther Blue.
Too much time.
Seven to nothing in favor of Atlanta. Detroit got to a 4th and goal, and they wound up 6 inches short. So they're still trying to get on the scoreboard.
Start, number 76.
And that would be the rookie tackle, Carl Ballschweiler. And Detroit now 8 penalties for 70 yards. So not only is their running game sputtering, but the rule book has got them jammed up.
They're beating themselves.
Haskell Standback, who had a leg injury earlier, and of course he's a top runner for Atlanta, trying to get some feeling back into that right leg. 1st and 15 from the Detroit 46. Bussey. And Bussey did not make it to midfield. Frank Reed came up to hammer him.
Vinny, that's a picture tackle. Head on, locked his arms.
He's another kid who likes to mix it up. He's from a family of 11 children. 3-year veteran out of the University of Washington.
A lot of large families,
yeah,
aren't
there's
they?
some great stories down there when you think about it.
Right, watch this. Watch it right here. Right in there. Good leverage. Look at him keep his legs driving.
Coach, the back really didn't have a chance because he was out of position. He couldn't get low, so you're supposed to have a picture tackle on that one, I think.
2nd 11 from midfield, and Danielson looking left side and going deep for Freddie Scott. No good. He ran out of real estate again.
Looked like he could keep his feet in on that one.
1 foot.
Oh, he
and
should.
Not the other.
Oh, they teach that. That's a basic. That's basic teaching, right?
Tap, tap drill.
Tap, tap, drag.
Yeah, he should have had that one.
It's 3rd and 11, and Detroit has only 1 third conversion in 11 tries, and the Giants have moved out in front now to lead Tampa Bay 17-14. Larry Zonka scored his 2nd from 1 yard out. 3rd and 11. Big play for Gary Danielson. See if he's looking for Scott. No, he goes the other way. And he's got his man. But I don't think he got the first down.
He had a chance to get it, but he cut back. If he kept going forward, I think he'd have had the first down.
Horace King making the reception, but more interested in avoiding a tackle and making the first down, and he let that get away.
They're going to go for it.
They need about 1.5 yards. And Monty Clark, you could read his lips then. He just said it, go for it. And he's going to send in a couple of fresh replacements now to get something going. Bill Gay, number 83, is a tight end, but at the last minute, they've decided to tend in Tom Skladany. I'd bet the house that Monty did say go for it, but they changed their mind. And Skladany, with a flag in the air, gets the punt away. And the punt will go out inside the 5, but there was a flag dropped almost immediately.
So many penalties on the kicking game.
And it's against Detroit.
Beautiful kick to waste.
Magnificent kick. He kicked it to the 4-yard line, and it's down the drain.
Don't beat yourself.
Well, you can understand how a coach like Monty Clark feels. I mean, he's really a fine coach, but a lot of mistakes, so many mistakes. You just can't make mistakes.
I keep thinking in this kind of a situation after the call of the classic cartoon.
Wait a minute. Offense, illegal formation, number 83.
The man they had just sent in, Bill Gay, was called for illegal formation, but I remember the cartoon, and it said, "We have met the enemy, and they are us."
Yes.
And that's been Detroit today.
It's a good example, Vinny.
So Tom Skladany, a magnificent kicker, will try it again from the Detroit 45. Billy Rickman is all alone at the 10. End over end. And it's going to roll, but Rickman catches it and making a quick return. He gets to the 40, Flag on the play, but he's still on his feet, is Billy Rickman, and finally goes down at the 30-yard line.
Flag on the play, Benny.
There are flags all over the place.
Well, they're trying to jam this receiver front and back. Only the end man could go down, but they couldn't touch him. Now here's a heads-up play by Rickman. Gets a good bounce. A spontaneous return. Real good running, good balance.
Watch Bill Gay almost take his head off right there.
Yeah, that's the penalty right there, face mask. Tremendous return, a big play that may turn this game around for Atlanta because they've been struggling this last quarter.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness on number 52. Receiving team.
The penalty was against Dewey McClain of Atlanta. That was a surprise. There were so many people taking shots out there.
They missed that face mask.
Yeah, Bill Gay had the face mask. But now, let's see, Rickman was shaken up, but he's okay. And he comes off after a magnificent 55-yard return. And look at Dewey McClain. He is steaming.
But Vinny, in talking about Rickman, this kid is a classic example of a guy who doesn't have a lot of speed, but his attitude is so great. He got his chance to play. He's been returning punts well, and he has the surest hands on that football team.
He had to talk his way into Atlanta Stadium when he first made the ball club. He doesn't look like a ball player.
Looks like a beach boy.
Watch Dewey McClain. He's number 52. You can see him pushing the center right there and driving forward, trying to drive the center right into kicker Tom Skladany. And there is Bill Rickman after that great return, catching his breath. R-Y-C-K-M-A-N, Bill Rickman.
Pressure on the defense.
Magnificent return. He's out of Louisiana Tech. He's only 170 pounds and 5'11". But Detroit has it 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 31. Danielson looking left, going deep down the left side, and it's going to be picked off and dropped. And the man who had it and dropped it is Rick Bias.
Good coverage. They, what the Lions did, they changed their strength and made the Falcons shift. He had time to throw. Good coverage by the right corner. As you backpedal, you have a tendency to be off balance and dropped it. Detroit has to score in here to get back in this ball game.
Pittsburgh trying to make sure that they stay undefeated. Rocky Bleier just scored. It's 27-7 Steelers. 2 minutes to go in the third. We're 2nd and 10 on the Atlanta 30. Danielson, a quick out to Jesse Thompson. Bias drags him down, and I don't think he made the first down. Maybe inches when he was spun away, though they might have to measure when they place the ball. It would appear to be about 3 inches shy of a first down from our angle.
I'll tell you something, Vinny. There seems to be no awareness.
That's right, rookie teams.
You know, I mean, it's ridiculous because you always look to get that first down.
The 2 youngest coaches, Lehman Bennett 40, Monty Clark 41, are growing older by the day with these 2 young ball clubs making mistakes. So here it is, 3rd down and inches. We'll see if Danielson sneaks. No. Dexter Bussey for the first down. Boy, you can see that. So let's backtrack a minute. Skladany kicked inside the 5-yard line. Detroit guilty of an infraction. Skladany kicked over again. A great return by Billy Rickman. Only an infraction by Atlanta gave Detroit the ball back. So it's one young team canceling out the other.
You're absolutely right.
This is the ball game for Detroit right here. They have to score.
Remember, they came up a buck short on their only other drive. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 17. Blue goes right, Scott left, and all day it's Bussey and King. Bussey.
Again, Jim, I'll repeat, they're going to have a difficult time hammering it in against that Falcon defense in here.
A pass on first down would be marvelous.
Dexter Bussey has been in the red He is 1 yard minus so far today. That's got to be, and that would be in, let me see, 10, 12, 13, about 14 carries. And Monty Clark talking to the man upstairs. The man upstairs hasn't been listening.
I know what you mean.
There's a big down.
2nd down and 9 from the 16. In motion, Jesse Thompson to the right. And whammo! Horace King is belted. First it was Wilson Falmina and then Robert Pennywell. But Falmina, number 74, is the guy who really put his needle on empty.
Wasting it down on that.
Well, there's Benny Ricardo. They did not go for him on their other drive and wound up with nothing. And of course, with a 3rd and 9 on the 16, 7-0 Atlanta, Ricardo might yet be called on.
Now they got to throw, Jim.
Well, yes, but you see, everybody knows that now. It's
Exactly. Right left, Blue inside Scott. Danielson under a rush. Got his man, a juggling catch by Luther Blue, and he got it at the 10-yard line and then gave back a couple, but Luther nevertheless making the reception, a 2-year man out of Iowa State.
Danielson got hit as he threw the ball, as he delivered the ball. They really put the wood to him. They dogged him that play. 4th and 4.
4th down. We'll call it 4. It's a very long 4. Danielson is 13 for 25 and 183 yards, which is a pretty good day for a quarterback without a running game. The ball is on the Atlanta 12, and we'll see now if Detroit can keep it alive, or will they be stopped? And Gary Danielson says, hold everything. This is a coach's decision.
Jim, what would you do in this situation? What do you like here?
Well, I tell you, I think I probably would roll out, sprint out, give myself an option.
Yeah. Despite the fact you have a running game that is non-existent?
Well, I mean, my quarterback would roll out, throw, run, scramble. But I don't think I'd do anything else because I'd want as many options as possible.
Time in the game, 6 minutes and 18 seconds left to go. Benny Ricardo listening as they talk to Gary Danielson, but it's still the Atlanta Falcons 7 and the Detroit Lions trying to get on the scoreboard.
The Dallas Cowboys will kick off second half here in St. Louis. Raphael Septien has teed the ball up on the 35-yard line. Willard Harrell, number 39, and Jim Childs, number 86, have dropped back to receive it for the St. Louis Cardinals. And here is the start of the second half. The Cardinals lead 14-7. Childs has the football. He is to the 5, 10, 15, 20. And Jim Childs is stopped at the 23-yard line. Stopped by Aaron Kyle.
Quickly, here's some scores. Atlanta leads Detroit 7-0 second quarter. 17-14, a Donato field goal, the difference in that one. Fourth quarter action. 17-10, Philadelphia over Washington, fourth quarter. 3-3, tied up in the third, New England and Cincinnati. And Pittsburgh has make that 27-7. We just got a late score on that. Buffalo leads Houston 10-7.
Wayne Morris, Jim Otis for the setbacks. This is Otis. At about a yard. Moved it to the 25. It'll be second down and 9 yards to go for the St. Louis Cardinals. Jets are leading Baltimore by a score of 20-0 in the second quarter. And the Green Bay Packers are leading Seattle now 38-21, and it's in the third quarter.
59 points on the board.
Woo, boy. Morris on the left side, Otis on the right. They switch. Houston Ramson, tight end left. And it's Otis. Jim Otis, who scored both the touchdowns for the St. Louis Cardinals in the first half, drove to the 29-yard line. It'll be third down and 5 there. Ed Jones, Jethro Pugh made the stop for the Dallas Cowboys. Now Steve Jones has come into the ball game, and Jim Otis has come out.
I tell you, all the Cowboys need to do as far as motivation is concerned is look up at that scoreboard and see Philadelphia leading Washington by 7. They know they could win today. They could cut it to 1.
Tight end deployed left for the Cardinals. Jim Hart. Mel Gray, and he can't get it. Wide open.
Mel Gray, we got him on the ice so far. He's going against Aaron Kyle. Kyle, of course, has got to give him a little bit of room. He's got great speed. He just beats him on the square out, and the pass was underthrown.
So it'll be now punt formation. Back to do the punting is Steve Little, and that's Butch Johnson deep to field it for the Dallas Cowboys.
And he's dangerous.
Johnson moves up. He has it at the 34, 35, 40. And it is at the 42-yard line where Greg Westbrooks makes the tackle. So now, Dallas Cowboys get it. They trail by 7. They'll start 1st and 10. Good field position. They have the ball at their own 42-yard on the 35-yard punt.
sideline pass. Largent has it. Steps out of bounds with a little assist to the 31. Now, that should be right at the first down marker. Willie Buchanan, San Diego State, now in his 7th year with 5 interceptions and a touchdown already this year. It is a first down.
They're giving him room. They're going to give them room in front, and that was a fine timing by Zorn and Largent. Uh-oh, Pittsburgh. 27-7 over Cleveland, 3rd period.
Rocky Bleier from a yard out, the last score.
Pittsburgh showing their strength.
Good ball club. Seattle from their own 31, first down. Green Bay with a victory today. Their record will be 6-1. Sherman Smith is back to the line of scrimmage, and that is it. It'll be 2nd down 10. And with that play, time should run out here in the 3rd period. And watch the countdown on the big clock. And that is it. The gun sounds after 3 with 1 to go. It is Green Bay 45, Seattle 21 as the Pack is back.
Philadelphia fans hope the Eagles don't remember too much about last week when they coughed it up 4 times to the Patriots. They've had those turnovers today. Montgomery lost 2 last week. He has fumbled here. It was his fumble that turned it over to Dusek and the Redskins at midfield. Riggins picks up about 8, running off left tackle behind Ron Saul and Terry Hermeling.
There's the monster man, number 66, Bill Berge, as everybody refers to him. Knocks off the block, comes over to play the play on Riggins. He's a fantastic football player, also a very nice guy.
He's a super guy. Had a chance to sit down and talk with his wife and him last night, and he was very confident about this game and the attitude that the Eagles have, and that they really got their momentum going for him. He really likes Vermeil as a coach, and things are going right.
2nd and 2. Riggins has a first down and plenty more to the 31-yard line of the Eagles as the Redskins try to take advantage of the turnover. LeMaster and Reggie Wilkes on the tackle.
Here's the big horse getting that ball again. He has an option going either way, and he cuts back to the inside. There's a big hole there.
Gilbert Montgomery, before that fumble, had rolled up 116 yards on 22 carries, and he's got a 12-yard touchdown to his credit today. But right now, he hopes the defense can stop the Redskins and make them forget that fumble. First down, Washington. Riggins. And he is dropped.
The old
by Charlie Johnson.
The old Statue of Liberty play didn't work too well that time. Riggins, the only man in the backfield with a double wing situation outside. Let's take a look at it. As you see Theismann looking downfield. Riggins starts to his left, comes back to his right, but to no avail. Philadelphia is up to it. Here comes Harrison in to put the finishing touches on him.
2nd down after the loss of 5. It'll be 2nd and 15. We have 8:15 remaining in regulation time. 17-10, the Eagles lead it. Tim Ryan with Johnny Unitas and Tom Matte here in Philadelphia. And this has been an exciting football game. Tough defense in the first half, wide open offense in the second. Riggins running hard and picking up some mileage. A gain of about 9 on the play, but it'll be 3rd and still about 7 to go, maybe 6. Osborne, number 57. The rookie from Kansas State made the tackle.
We haven't seen Theismann go to Fugit at all. At one time today in the end zone down here, which was thrown out of bounds anyway, but he has not gone to him outside of that. And Fugit so far this year leads at tight ends with 5 touchdowns receptions.
The extra defensive back, John Shara, is in. A linebacker is out for the Eagles on this 3rd down passing situation. Up the middle, the tight end, Fugit. John Unitas knew it was coming, and he has the first down inside the 20-yard line. Good call, Johnny. LeMaster and Shara on the tackle.
Nothing to this. An inside release. A linebacker takes him on and goes to the outside. Theismann stays with Fugit and just drops it over the line of scrimmage. As big as he is, it's hard to miss him.
Here come the Redskins. They trail by a touchdown. Converted.
And knocking on the door again. Don't go away is right, I'll tell you.
First down at the 19. They had a drive going, ended by Edwards' interception, but they're right back again following the Philadelphia fumble. That was Tony Green, number 34, the outstanding rookie from Florida.
They got him done. They don't want to let him start dancing around too much. That guy's got more moves.
Hairston and Randy Logan, the tacklers. Gain of maybe 2 on the play, 2.5. We'll call it 2nd and 7.
Washington's a good offensive football team, Tim. They ranked 7th this year in total offense with average of 317 yards per game. That's not too shabby.
Ricky Thompson in the slot left. Theismann runs out of there. Takes his
don't stop.
10-yard line. Lamaster and Wilkes, 2 linebackers, popping the quarterback. He can scoot.
Oh, Theismann. This is what quarterbacks aren't supposed to do, but he does a great job anyway. He sees a hole up to the inside, but watch him when he comes up here. He gets nailed.
I think he tried to get into reverse at that point.
Hey.
It was 3rd, and it is 3rd and 2. Big play here, the ball at the 11. Jim Harlan, number 68, is in as the extra blocking tight end. And they are all stacked in there. What a hit, and what a move by Green. Loose ball. Eagles have it. Philadelphia recovers. Tony Green took a real shot, but then he made, with a second effort, a spinning turn and appeared to have the first down in hand, but then he got hit again and lost the ball.
Here he comes again. You got to cover that ball up. He gets hit right here in the hole, and he spins around, and he gets nailed right there, and the ball pops out. And Philadelphia comes up with another great defensive play to stop a touchdown drive.
But golly, for the Steelers to have that 3-game lead going into a 3-game homestand, well, what that spells is divisional title and home field advantage in the playoff, and it's mighty important.
I was going to say, you know, if we get this victory, it'd be a fine time for a big crowd of people to turn out at the airport tonight and greet the Steelers, but they wouldn't be there. You got to turn out at the Trailways station. They're traveling.
They won't be there either.
The friendly highways. They won't be there either. They come to 3 Rivers, due in there at about between 8 and 8:30. Here's Sipe dropping back, throwing. Got the man coming out of the backfield, and he hits Mike Pruitt, and Pruitt goes down and then gets up and is knocked down at the 47 by Jack Ham and Lauren Taves. So they go to Pruitt coming out of the backfield, and they pick up 6 yards, 2nd down, and 4 yards to go.
That is Sipes. That's only his 2nd pass of the 2nd half. His first one having been intercepted.
Sipe sets them in the I formation. 2nd down, 4. Shifts them out of the I. Wide set. Gives the ball to Mike Pruitt, trying to get outside of the left. He is corralled and ridden down at the 50 by Lauren Taves. Lauren Taves going after him. Taves shaken up now. Dennis Winston gave help on the play. And Robin Cole is up and alerted. And they're going to let Taves stay in there. Boy, oh boy, has he come on this year. He's taken a lot of abuse.
Oh boy, he is. So many people are saying, I was wrong about Lauren Taves. Everybody's admitting it.
He is a super young man. Strong right formation. The shift off of the I. Rucker is right. Logan is left. And the give is straight into the middle. And Mike, is that Mike Pruitt wiggling in there? He may have the first down. Looked as though he was stopped, and he gave it a fine 2nd effort. Joe Green, Lauren Taves, Steve Furness. Mark it at the Pittsburgh 48. First down, Cleveland's 14. Let's look at him again. Greenwood, Green, Furness, and White up front. Furness, the 7-year veteran from Rhode Island, who was injured in the warm-up for the opening game of Buffalo when his ankle was stepped on. Sipe is back. Sipe throwing down the middle. Leaping catch by Ozzie Newsome, the Wizard of Oz, makes the great catch at the 31, and he's knocked down by Mike Wagner and Jack Ham. Boy, they have got a prospect there. 6'2", 225, and he goes up, and that is a 17-yard reception and a first down.
Ozzie Newsome out of Alabama, #1 draft pick. And that was some kind of catch. You know who's playing good against the run today? The Mad Dog is Dwight White. He's playing a bang-up game against the run.
4-3 with a backer pulled up on each flank. Winston in the middle. Sipe goes back. They're not getting to him. Green almost had him. Fires, and it is incomplete. At the 17-yard line. The pass was to Mike Pruitt, and Lauren Taves hit him. The ball bounced up in the air and fell down incomplete, as Taves put a good strong hit on Pruitt. 21 passes thrown, 13 of them completed, many of them for short yardage. They've had 2 intercepted, one by Blunt, one by Wagner. Blunt getting his second interception, and Mike his first of the season. Cleveland moving left to right in the final period at the Steeler 30-yard line. 12:25 to play in the ballgame. Pittsburgh leading 27-7. Here's Sipe looking, then throwing short down to the 25. Juggled there by Pruitt. I think he held on to it as he was hit behind. He juggled it long enough. He got no additional yardage. They give him the 24-yard line, and Taves came up and wrapped him at that point. So it's a 6-yard gainer. Second down, third down and 4. 14th reception out of 22 passes, and Mike Pruitt has caught 2. Greg Pruitt has caught 1. All right, they split the tight end. They have Logan split left. It looked like Rucker started early. Here's Sipe throwing, and he overthrows Newsom. Newsom double covered by Donnie Shell and Mike Wagner going into the end zone, running straight down the middle. And Reggie Rucker jumped the snap.
And Sipe himself was starting early, backing away from the snap before he got it. So you knew he was going to throw the football. And, of course, after starting this drive with the ground game, he has now gone almost exclusively to the pass, which is dictated because he doesn't want to eat up that clock. He needs time.
Pittsburgh apparently is going to decline the penalty. Illegal procedure. It is declined. So that will be an incomplete pass in the record book. 4th down and 4. Cleveland has no choice but to go for it at this point. At the Steeler 24-yard line. Sipe has his setbacks wide. Everybody's going downfield. Sipe whips it hard to the 18-yard line, caught by Cleo Miller. Came out of the backfield, made an abrupt cut in, and he has enough for the first down at the 19, penalty marker down. Tackle made by Dennis Dirt Winston. Here's the signal. Holding call against Pittsburgh. Defensive holding. Put the ball right where it is. They can either take it or leave it. It'll be a first down either way, right on the same spot. In fact, they're better off to decline. They get extra inches, I think. Here's the signal. Defensive holding, and they do decline. So they get a completed pass. They're 15th. Miller caught it, and that is the 16th first down for the Browns at the Steeler 19. 27-7 in favor of Pittsburgh. 11:31 to play. Slot right formation. Sipe stays in the pocket, throws the end zone. Rucker is there, and he takes it for the touchdown. Rucker out beyond Donnie Shell, right at the post. And Reggie Rucker pulls it in on a 19-yard strike. Brian Sipe to Reggie Rucker. Well, Rucker has not been a big factor in the ball game to this point. He had caught 1 pass earlier. But he is tough. The Steelers will tell you that. 6-year veteran from Oklahoma.
And that time the Browns sent not only Reggie Rucker, but Keith Wright as well toward the post.
Right, they were coming in together.
Yeah, and Shell was having to cover Rucker, wasn't able to do it as Johnson had Keith Wright. So here comes the extra point attempt.
Rucker's 19th catch and his 4th touchdown catch. Extra point try by Don Cockcroft is good. So the Steeler lead stands at 27-14.
2nd down and 10. Seattle, their own 31-yard line. They trail 45-21. We start the 4th quarter. Zorn throws. It is there. Pass is complete. It will be a first down. as he goes to Sam McCullum at the 42-yard line. Here is that address. Tax-deductible contribution that will help our American Olympic athletes. U.S. Olympics, Post Office Box 1980T, as in touchdown. Cathedral Station, Boston, Massachusetts, the zip 02118. The last play covering 11 yards.
Zorn now has 229 yards passing so far, Charlie.
Well, the last state, in case you're wondering, is Massachusetts. Here we go. Far side, is that Largent? Has a first down. Steve Largent. Now, Largent played his collegiate ball at Tulsa. Jerry Rome was the offensive coordinator at Tulsa when he played. He is now the offensive coordinator for the Seahawks. And as you look at Largent, he was with Dallas, then I believe was cut or waived. And Rome said, hey, he's a good one, let's pick him up, and they did, and he is a good one.
Yeah, for a good one. This is going to be a great one. And the timing between he and Zorn is really great.
First down, 45-yard line of Green Bay. Sims. Sims to the 41, maybe the 40-yard line. Dave Roller makes the tackle. And hey, look at this. Am I right? Number 78, defensive right end for the Green Bay Packers. Ezra Johnson is back in the ballgame. Good news. Ezra is all right.
Good news for the Green Bay Packers. Yes. For Jim Zorn, it may not be such good news.
That's right, but good news. Yes. But good news for the NFL.
He is something.
Oh, he's a good one. Second down, 5. Green Bay, 40-yard line. Sims breaks a couple of tackles. Boy, he will fight you for every yard. He goes to the 33-yard line. And he has a first down en route.
And they got that first down because of his effort, making sure that if somebody's going to bring him down, number 35, David Sims, he's saying to them, you're not going to do it with some arms. You better put a shoulder pad into me.
Duke Ferguson comes in for Seattle. McCullum goes out. That is the messenger service. No, it was Rabel, I believe, that went out. Using 4 wide receivers in and out of the ball game. Sherman Smith, 27-yard line. Johnny Gray makes the tackle. Gain of 6. Second down 4. We're moving on the 12-minute mark. Time remaining in the fourth quarter. Green Bay 45, Seattle 21. This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, and another score. Larry Zonka one more time, his second touchdown of the ball game.
Giants 17-14, fourth quarter over Tampa Bay.
Second down 4. Zorn.
Gonna get rid of it. Not to him.
Oh! Dropped by Mike Hunt. And it was a perfect pass. He hit him right in the hand.
Might have been a little low. And he doesn't have all of that padding and everything on his hand. And he's saying, whoa, there was nothing but a little dirt and then green pasture right in front of Mike Hunt. I don't know if he'd have made it all the way, but he'd have given it an effort. And he says, oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. Is that the quote?
No, that's what he said.
But that was, you cleaned it up for our family audience. Okay. Packers front 4 on defense have a nickname contest this week. What is this? What is this message? I don't even, this is terrible.
Very
good. The booth is self-destructive. All right, it's third down. Zorn throws, has a man. He's there, hits him at the 15. It is Steve Rabel out of bounds at the 11-yard line. Johnny Green is the man that they're picking on.
That was single coverage on that side on Steve Rabel, number 83. Linebacker was coming. Tight end stayed in to block. Good timing. He really impresses me with his ability to throw the outside pattern. That's the toughest pass that a quarterback has to throw because the timing has to be there, even though it's not that deep as far as yardage downfield. You're throwing the ball 35, 40 yards, and it has to be on the line.
That is the message. Gangrene for the defensive unit.
Oh,
that's
really
terrible. Terrible.
Back to the drawing board.
Yes, yes. One more contest. Here is Sims. Sims to the 3-yard line. Johnny Gray brings him down. Boy, Gray is everywhere.
They're not out of it by a long shot. Maybe a long way back. They may not be able to catch up, but they're going to put some more points on the scoreboard. See, he's made a move right there, putting that ball away from pressure, which was a good move. but he's fighting and struggling for every yard that he can possibly get.
It'll be second down and a couple at the 3-yard line. Of course, second down and 3 for a touchdown. 11 minutes, 2 seconds, time remaining in the ball game. 2 opponents for Seattle, the clock, and the Green Bay Packers.
Taking too much time. 1 second remaining on the 30-second clock.
Close to the first down. Let's see where the official spotted. May not be that close. And then again, it may be that close.
Well, they had 1 second on the 30-second clock.
And that is something that you talk about. One of the reasons the quarterback should call his own
Well,
ball
when you're
game.
down there, you got to get in and get out. You got to get momentum going, and it's easier for the quarterback to do it right in that huddle because he's right in their earshot range. So let's go. Get on the ball. We got to have it.
Third down and 1. 2-yard line. Touchdown, Seattle. David Sims is in for the score as he puts a cap on a 79-yard touchdown drive.
Nothing fancy, but this is the hard work down there. Good surge by that offensive line. You can see that Green Bay did not get penetration. And that's the secret down there when you're near the goal line. You can't afford to let them get penetration. The power of the back should get him that yard, and that's what happened on that play.
Now limping, Efren Herrera will attempt the extra point. Here's a look at Sims. David Sims, that, by the way, his 7th touchdown of the season. The drive took 4:59, 12 plays, 79 yards. Extra point is good. The score is Green Bay 45, Seattle 28, 10 minutes, 23 seconds to go.
Well, there are turnovers and turnovers in the game of football. That one was good, tough play, not just a simple mistake. Tony Green took 1 shot from Bill Berge, survived that, then took another shot by Charlie Johnson, lost the ball, and Wilkes recovered for the Eagles. They have first down in the shadow of their goal line at the 3. 5:05 to play in regulation time. The Eagles lead it 17-10. Good hole for Hogan. A 7-yard gain to the 10-yard line. Harold McClinton on the tackle.
The Eagles do most of their scoring in the 4th period. They've scored 62 points in the 4th period. That's over half of the points for what they've had. And Jaworski has not thrown a touchdown yet today, but he has thrown a touchdown in every one of the ball games so far this season.
You know, that Riggins touchdown was the first one scored against the Eagles defense in 3 games here this season. Miami couldn't do it, and the Rams couldn't do it. Second down, about 3. Montgomery running hard. Did he get it? I don't think so. The Skins close it up well on the left side. Butts in the goal. McClinton, the linebacker.
They're bringing the tapes up, but I think he might be short by a little bit here. But you can see Montgomery's not the biggest back in the world by no means, but I'll tell you one thing, he runs hard. He's got that quick start. We got a guy down in Baltimore right now by the name of Joe Washington who has that quick start, John. He's got it.
Well, I'll tell you, that's a big play for them right there, because you figure if they don't make it now, they got a 3rd down situation coming up, and they're backed up against their goal line, and with the type of punter they have this afternoon, they're in a whole lot of trouble.
And they're only 1 for 6 on 3rd down conversions. Neither team has done too well with that today, and which is really high tribute to the defenses of these teams. They've just been able to make the big defensive plays on 3rd down. But time now working in favor of the Eagles, and that first down gives them an opportunity to use up some more. 3:45 to play regulation time. Hogan. Not much. Dusek, number 59. Talbot, number 72.
You can expect that the Redskins are going to be coming after him right now with this little time remaining. They've got to get that ball back, so expect the blitz. They're going to come after him all the way, don't you think, John?
I wouldn't be surprised to see Jake Scott sneaking up through the middle there one time on a safety blitz. But now Jaworski's been running mainly up through the middle. Might be time for him to try to get to the outside one time, as they are really pinching back in the middle and closing those holes.
Second down. Nearly 9 to go, about 8.5.
Here he comes outside.
Montgomery to the 20. Another third down coming up.
How do you like my old quarterback over here calling the plays for us?
Jake Scott was there. Coy Bacon came back from the right defensive end.
You're talking about crucial third down situations, Tim. This is a big one for both the offense and the defense. Neither have been successful today on third down situations, so let's see what Jaworski can pull out of the grab bag.
They don't make this, Tommy. I wouldn't doubt if they would send 11 men on the punt. Forget about the run back.
2:22 on the clock. Time ticking away. Montgomery, and they stopped him. The Redskins rise up. Dusek was there again. Let's get them from the bottom. There is Dave Butts. There is Ron McDowell, and the veterans do the job. Ken Houston coming up to get in on the act, and they stopped him right at the line of scrimmage. So it is 4th down. The Eagles will have to punt it, and we have 2 minutes remaining in regulation time.
Down play for Detroit. And Gary Danielson, 4th and 4. They're coming. And it was a blitz as he fumbled. And Atlanta all over him. Shooting the gap, among others, that's Dewey McClain. But Tom Pridemore, number 27, on a safety blitz came through like he was shot out of a cannon.
Perfectly timed. Perfectly timed.
Here he goes.
Watch him. Perfectly timed. Beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful safety blitz. Great defense, perfectly timed.
Well, I'll tell you, Coach, when you don't pass on 1st and 2nd down in a situation like that, you allow the defense to get ready to do exactly what they did.
7-0 Atlanta.
Leading at 14-7. 13 minutes, 22 seconds remaining in the third quarter in St. Louis, Missouri. Roger Staubach, of course, at the controls, 36 years of age, came into this game having a completion percentage of 55.4 for the year. 12 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Newhouse tightens up with Dorsett. Staubach has the ball. Throws it away. Bud Wilkinson is having to be restrained because he was after the official for a call of intentional grounding.
Oh, there was
Bud Wilkinson.
nobody around that pass at all, Lindsay. Should have. Look at Bud. I don't blame him there. It should have been intentional grounding.
Bud Wilkinson, 62 years of age, who came back to coaching football this year. And he started out. He was several yards out onto the field.
See the guy in the red sweater there next to us, Tom Bettis, the defensive coach. He had to restrain him, too.
That's Dorsett. And he is pulled out. Steve Neal. There's a penalty marker.
They don't like it. But I really think that this call has been changed in the last couple of years. It's going to be a personal foul piling on. Dorsett was down. Now, whether or not the judgment that the guy could have pulled off. Let's take another look at it. Here's Dorsett going around the right side. He's going to be stopped for a loss by Steve Neals, and then here comes the white jerseys. Boom. And that's piling on. After the fact.
Cowboys at the 49. Personal foul against St. Louis makes it 1st and 10 for the Cowboys at the Cardinals' 49-yard line.
That was Eric Williams, number 55, that was accused of piling on.
First, that's the tailback. On the delay now, Dorsett. Penalty markers thrown. He got a yard to the 48, but there's a marker to be checked out. That's against the Dallas Cowboys.
Holding.
Cardinals are being consulted, of course.
It cost him 10.
Referee Don Wedge marks it off. 10-yard penalty for holding. Will put the ball on the 41-yard line.
Let's see if we can pick up Mr. Wedge.
Holding. Halfback, number 50.
Jim Cooper, the center.
There it is, right there, number 51. Jim Cooper with his left arm just corralled him.
Holding Mike Dawson. So it is 1st and 20 at the 41-yard line. First set in motion outside right. On a delay to Newhouse. No gain at the 41-yard line. Bob Pollard made the stop. Getting help we saw standing up from Arneson. Pollard from Weber State made the stop. 2nd down and 20 at the 41-yard line.
Rafferty and Lawless. Tom Rafferty, the right guard, Burton Lawless, alternating the plays coming in from the side from Tom Landry.
Drew Pearson goes out to the right side and Tony Hill to the left side. Even up Newhouse along with Dorsett. Staubach. He is scissored at the 39 by John Zook and Mike Dawson.
Well, that was just good coverage, Lindsey, and the St. Louis Cardinals only had their 4th secondary man back. So this was man-to-man. It was just excellent man-on-man coverage. Staubach couldn't find anybody open. Tries to come up the middle, and there's the white jersey. 73 is Mike Dawson on the sack.
3rd down and 22 yards to go. Cowboys ball at their 39.
22 yards to go.
Preston Pearson's in there now. Shotgun formation. Staubach deep for the direct pass. Staubach's got it. Preston Pearson. And he is at the 45 and still going to the 40-yard line.
Might have got the first down.
Didn't make it. 1 yard short. 1 yard short of the first down. It'll be 4th and 1 at the 40-yard line of St. Louis.
Well, Preston Pearson, he's the back that Roger goes to in real crucial situations off the pass. Here's Pearson fighting his way up for the first down. 23, Ken Stone on the stop. He picked up 21 yards. They'll go for it.
They're going to go for it. Double tight end alignment. Jackie Smith comes onto the field. Newhouse comes back into the ball game. 4th down and a yard to go at the 40-yard line. Newhouse and Dorsett for Staubach. This is Dorsett. He doesn't make it. The ball goes over at the 42-yard line. The ball goes over. Eric Williams would not let him turn the corner, and the ball goes over on down. And the support you hear from the crowd is for the Cardinal defense.
A sellout crowd here at Busch Stadium, and they're on their feet, giving the Cardinal defense a well-deserved hand as Tony Dorsett fails on a 4th and 1. 14-7 Cardinals. When we come back, St. Louis has the ball.
Only 6 or 7 American or straight-on style kickers left in the league, and what we try to do, I think, or at least what I try to do on the approach on a kickoff, is to get my rhythm down, get smooth rhythm, and at the last 2-3 steps of the kick is where it's important to really get your power and your body and your weight through the ball, and we've gone to 3 and 2 to try to get a little more height and hopefully get the ball.
Ricky Jones on the hit. They're trying to uncover Larry. And there he is at the 15-yard line. Also underneath Ricky Peacher. Peacher has been another very consistent force on the coverage this afternoon for the Cleveland Browns. Now you've got to take the football and move it. Harrison Blyer, the running backs. Bradshaw with Swan and Stallworth wide. Gives it to Rocky. Had the hole over the left side, and it closed up quickly. Gerald Irons and Tony Peters saw what was developing And they read it and closed in on Blyer at the 17. 2-yard gain, 2nd down 8.
And if Rocky could have cut inside quickly, he might have made some good yardage, but he doesn't have that quick cutting ability that Franco Harris has, and of course few people do.
2nd down, 8 yards to go. Pittsburgh at its own 17-yard line. Stallworth to the near side, Swan to the far side. Swan's the flanker. Wide set in the backfield. Here's Bradshaw to Harris. Harris cuts inside a block, comes up over the 20 and goes down at the 22-yard line. Franco Harris on a tackle by Gerald Irons and Tom Darden. Gerald Irons, 6'2", 230, plays the right side linebacker position for the Brownies. Blyer goes off the field, and T. Bell comes back as the 3rd wide receiver. 3rd down and 3. And the crowd coming alive. This time Swan to the right, Stallworth slotted to the right, Bell to the left. Franco single setback. Here's Bradshaw back there, looking, throwing, and it's incomplete. Stallworth went down and over. Tony Peters diving in front of him. Would have liked to have had the interception. It's an incomplete pass, and now punting time.
Peters was playing the interception, I do believe. Bradshaw has not thrown one today. He threw only 5 in the first 6 games. That's terrific. And this has hurt the Browns. They haven't been able to get that turnover. It's frustrating to you when the guy simply is throwing no interceptions.
Craig Colquitt standing at his own 9-yard line. The punt will carry right to left. Keith Wright is deep. Here's Colquitt. They do not give him a rush. Hangs it up in the wind, angling to the near side at the 37. Pulled in by Wright. He's over the 40. Caught by the jersey and slammed down by Randy Rudershan at the 43.5-yard line. 42-yard punt. And Rudershan grabbed him by the shoulders and whipped him down to the turf. Cleveland has the football. And Steelers football continues after this timeout.
Coming by Herrera. That's what Green Bay says. Lofton is there. Rich McGeorge is there.
They got all the people with great hands up there.
And there it is. It has to go 10. It did not go 10 yards. Now the flag, this is a good call. From here, I believe it was touched after it went 9 yards by the kicking team. It has to go 10 yards before the kicking team can touch it. Let's watch it. Get the water off of the monitor here.
He hits those shots like my wedge shots.
See, they touched it right there. Good call by the officials, right on top of the play.
Illegal procedure, offense. The kicking team touched the ball in the first 10 yards.
Different ways to kick onside.
You bring it back. It's a 5-yard penalty. You kick over.
You can try to kick over that first wave if there is such a thing, or you can try to drill it into somebody, and have it, line drive and hope that it hits him and bounces off of him, and you have an opportunity to recover it that way.
Now Herrera has gone limping off to the sideline. All right, do we do it again, Coach? Yeah, okay. Game 5 World Series. Now, obviously, with 10 minutes, 19 seconds to go in the ball game, that this game is not going to be over for the World Series to start. But that's the World Series pregame show. First pitch will not be till about 38 minutes after the hour, so we'll be there in plenty of time for the first pitch. He says. Now, do you do it again? Of course you do. It has to go 10 yards. Kicking team cannot touch the ball until it has gone 10 yards. That's the key. Now he just tries to flop it out of bounds. Now that means another 5, and he kick again. Now you were talking about different kinds.
That's right. He was trying to lob it over that first wave and hopefully stays in bounds and somebody can run under it.
Speaking of fisticuffs, next Saturday, Sports World Extra. It was Sammy Green that was involved in that one. Calm down, Sam. We will have fisticuffs from Italy. Now do we do it again, Coach? Yep.
Out of bounds. Kicking team will kick again after 5-yard penalty.
And we're back to the 25-yard line.
It's a lot of these soccer kickers have an advantage I know Stenerud, for example, Kansas City could kick with either foot. So Herrera's right-footed, and they expect him to kick it to the right. You know, if he could kick with his left foot, might change up, but you're not going to fool anybody.
Now, Doug Long, number 23, is top of the screen, second man in. Now, he has recovered 2 of the 3 onside kicks that they have been successful with. Herrera got the other one. They got it. Seattle has the football. That is 4 out of 5 this year when Green Bay knew what they were doing. Harry Justin. And he is joshing with Lofton. They were opponents in the Pac-8, now the Pac-10. Justin from Oregon State, Lofton from Stanford.
They drill it at somebody hoping to bounce it off of one of the Packers. That's exactly what happened. A lot of luck involved in this. Everybody knows what's going to happen. And he kicks it over. They don't field it properly. You get a shot at it. There's about 3 ways that you can do it. You can try to ease it on down and recover it, loft it over, or drill it at somebody.
Like Seattle.
And they tried all 3.
Zorn.
Yes, sir.
Loft. No, Largent has it. 39-yard line of Green Bay. Now we have exactly 10 minutes left to go in the ballgame. It's 45-28, Seattle trailing. They're on the move.
They're moving. I'll tell you, these people are explosive. They never quit. Good throw, good pattern by number 80, Largent. He's in front of the defensive backs. Of course, right now, Green Bay is saying, well, we're not going to give up something deep. If they're going to complete it, they're going to complete it in front of us, hoping that our front 4 will put pressure on the quarterback. But Zorn's timing is really great.
Sims. The 35-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 6. New England, Cincinnati, now 10-3. Sam Bam Cunningham from 3 yards out for New England. Here in the 4th quarter, about 6 minutes to go in that ballgame. We're in the 4th quarter with 9 minutes, 9 seconds left to go.
You notice they ran a quick trap inside. The reason for that is the defensive line's thinking pass. The linebackers are getting out of there, and a lot of times you create a big hole for the back to go through.
2nd down, 6. 2nd back through, Smith. And Sherman, who missed the first 4 games of this season with a shoulder separation last week, was 74 yards. His 2nd starting assignment goes to the 31. 3rd down and a couple. 59 yards total rushing for Smith.
Philadelphia 17, Washington 10.
Hello. Upset time this afternoon in the NFL.
That's first loss by the Redskins.
Washington's record is now 6-1. Philadelphia's record is now 4-3.
Timeout.
Timeout.
3 seconds remaining on that 30-second clock. They're taking, being that far behind, they're taking too much time getting the plays called and run off. You got to get them in a hurry.
We'll take a timeout with 8:15 left to go in the ball game. Green Bay in front, 45-20. Game, 6 receptions, 127 yards, and a touchdown. He is a good one. Don't forget tonight on NBC, after the World Series, later on into the evening, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 8 to 10 Eastern Time, it will be the Bob Hope 75th Anniversary Comedy Salute to the World Series. That's not right. It's the Bob Hope Comedy Salute to the 75th Anniversary of the World Series. Special guest star will be Danny Kaye. That's tonight on NBC. 3rd down and 2. Seattle has the football, 31-yard line of Green Bay. Largent in motion. Sims, he'll be a yard shy. It will be 4th down and 1, and the rookie from Michigan, taken in the 1st round of the draft, John Anderson, pushed him back.
Well, he wrapped his arms around him that time, and he said, no way that you're going to pick up the 1st down.
Anderson, not a bad start this year. He has 4 interceptions.
72.
Packer defense is tough. Big play defense. They get the ball for you, field position, let you strike.
You got 7 seconds on the 30-second clock again.
4th down, 1. Sims almost breaks it inside the 20-yard line. Weaver saves a touchdown for Green Bay.
I said earlier that this man says no one's going to bring me down with arms. You're going to have to tackle me. And he breaks right through all that mass of humanity in there. Nobody really getting a shot at him. And there's a couple of hands and arms that finally coming down. 52, Gary Weaver bringing him down, making sure he wraps him up. But they're still getting awfully close to the end on that 30-second clock before the play is, or the ball is snapped.
For Sims, 21 carries now, 104 yards in the ball game. Here's Smith. Tries to cut it, gets the grain, goes to around the 14-yard line where Robert Barber makes a tackle. He'll pick up 5. It will be second down 5.
This is kind of a delayed draw type thing, taking time because they're concerned about Zorn rolling out and throwing the football, and he cuts back against the grain, or against the way that the defensive men are pursuing. It's been a successful play so far in this ball game for Seattle.
6 minutes, 20 seconds, time remaining. A Seattle score here would pull them within 10 points. A touchdown, a field goal. We're in overtime after that. Sims is covered beautifully by Gary Weaver.
Didn't get a chance that time because he slipped on the infield portion of the field. I know I've been talking about it the whole game, but there is an indication of what can happen.
That's the final. We'll stay with this ball game as Seattle is now trying to get back in it. And boy, can they ever, as they face third down and 5.
They're facing that clock also, Charlie.
That's the 30-second clock.
They're down always.
Boy, they do use a lot, just like you said.
They're going to get this off with about 4 or 5 seconds on the 30-second clock.
Zorn to throw. Drops it outside and misses Sherman Smith. It will be fourth down and 5. Now, to tie it, Seattle needs 2 touchdowns and a field goal. Do you go ahead for your field goal now?
No, you go for the score. Go for 6 points. On that last play, the rookie linebackers, number 60, John Anderson, was coming, so Zorn had to get rid of the football a lot sooner than he wanted to.
Big play for the Packer defense. That offense of theirs can control the clock if they stop them here. Fourth down and 5. Zorn fires. Rabel could not pull it down.
Well, the pass was thrown behind number 83, Steve Rabel, not in a spot where Zorn wanted the ball to be.
Green Bay holds. The Pack takes over.
Well, you can see the release here, and you can see if the ball is thrown behind him. Had it been thrown a good pass, I'm sure 83 would have come up with the football.
5 minutes, 28 seconds left to go in the ball game. It is Green Bay 45, Seattle 28.
Atlanta leading 7-0 on that safety blitz by Tom Pridemore. Horace King tried to pick up the blitz, but he couldn't do it. So it is 1st and 10 Atlanta on the Falcon 22, 7-0 Atlanta. And there goes Patton out to the 25-yard line. Remember, Haskell Standback is still shaken up. And again, we get back to it, boys. There was over 6 minutes left. It was 7-0, 4th and 4.5. What about the field goal? Well, I mean, now it's obvious, right?
You can go back to the other fourth down play. If they kick a field goal there, they kick a field goal here, they can win it with a field goal.
Would you consider that being ultra-conservative for a team that's 1-5?
Well, you got to take some chances, Vinny.
2nd and 6 from the 26. Bartkowski pitching back to Ricky Patton. Walt Williams came up to stop him just for the moment, and then Kenny Sanders stopped him for at least a couple of minutes.
Now here's something that breaks your defense down. They just been on the field, made a great goal line stand. Now the offense should come up with at least 1 first down here. Otherwise, they're back on the field again, fighting for their lives.
And Monty Clark knows he still has 5 minutes left in the ball game. 7-0 Atlanta. This is Vin Scully along with George Allen and Jim Brown from Atlanta Stadium. 3rd and 8, the ball on the Atlanta 24. Wallace Francis wide left, Billy Rickman wide right. Patton and Bean the running backs. Bartkowski going for first down. He's got Patton, and Patton is brought down inside the 45-yard line. The 2-year man, Walt Williams, finally making the reception, but a big play for Ricky Patton, a rookie out of Jackson State.
Well, this is a good play, a good call. This ball was right on the button. The receiver came back and made a catch above his head. Usually in this situation, your defense and the wide receivers and the tight end. The back came out and split the seam.
We mentioned earlier, going into this game, Bartkowski had a 63% success average on his third down passes. Bartkowski is 11 for 17 today for 162 yards, 1 touchdown. That was the pass to Billy Rickman. 1st and 10 on the Detroit 44, and that's the big play that the Atlanta defense needed to get a rest. Here comes Bubba Bean, and Bean is dragged down by Ed O'Neill before he can get to the 40-yard line.
You know,
O'Neill,
Jim,
a 5-year man out of Penn State.
We both talked so much about the Falcon defense doing a good job, but Detroit's defense has done a tremendous job today, too. They've had a lot of pressure on them, and they're doing a good job.
As you can see, the time running out, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Jim Brown will leave our booth now and go downstairs to position himself to talk to some of the players. That's Tim Mazzetti. Mazzetti kicked the point after the touchdown pass to make it 7-0, and he is stretching those thighs and hamstrings, getting ready for perhaps another clutch kick. 2nd and 9 from the 43. Van Note leading the way, the unheralded center for Ricky Patton.
1 first down here, Benny, is so important. Just 1 first down for field goal range and to keep that clock moving.
You know, this number 33, Ricky Patton, 5'11", 185-pounder, a rookie out of Jackson State. In his senior year at Jackson State, he scored 7 touchdowns. But the point I want to make, 5 of his 7 touchdowns were over 40 yards. So if you open the door, he's gone.
Shows he's got good running ability.
Yeah, there he is, and he can fly. He's playing because Haskell Standback is banged up. 3rd and 3 on the Detroit 37. Bartkowski to Patton with Bean out in front. There he goes. That's the kid. Charlie Weaver finally brought him down.
You know what they did there? They dogged inside. See, they're dogging inside, and they ran an outside play, so it opened up an alley for him. He almost did what you just said, Vinny, go all the way.
Almost.
He's a good-looking back.
Charlie Weaver had to come back and over to get him, or he would have added more to that. And Atlanta on the move with 2 minutes left. 7-0 Falcons.
You know, well, Mike Michelle will have to punt it. I'm not sure he really wants to right now. The wind is against him. It swirls around some in these bowl stadiums, but the wind direction is definitely right in his face. The flags from the top of the stadium indicate that.
Would you think they'll come for it?
See, look at that line. Maybe we can see that a little bit wider if we can. We can see it. Here they come. Well, he did all right. By golly, he did the job. Green is hit. The ball is loose. Oh! The Eagles have it. God. The Eagles have it at the 40-yard line.
Hold it.
Let's see now. Hold everything. Gordon McCarter, did he signal fair catch? I don't think so.
No fair catch. Just take a look at it here. As you see Michelle get it off. Quick, go! Get rid of it, he said. Here's the big play. Watch the man coming down who makes the shot right there.
Vince
Number
Papale.
83, Vince Papale, all right.
Vince Papale, the hometown favorite here in Philadelphia, and Billy Kempfield recovered the fumble by Tony Green. A pair of rookies involved in that action, and let's give credit to Mike Michelle. He stood in there looking at all of those Redskins lined up, and he got a good kick away. They got quickly downfield. Vince Papale, who came into this game as a rookie at the age of 30 into the NFL, was cut this year and came back. He came up with a big tackle. Mike Hogan picks up 3 to the 40-yard line of Washington. 1:39 to go.
All right, it's
Brad Dusek on the tackle.
Excuse me, Jimmy, it's important now for the Eagles to be concerned about holding on to the football. They've had 4 turnovers this afternoon, 3 of them on fumbles. They have to hold on to the football. They lead the league in fumbles so far with 14. So now it's important. Keep the football. Don't go out of bounds. Let the clock run.
And again, here's where, John, we were talking about earlier, where those timeouts are so important. And the Redskins only have 1 left.
2nd down, 7 Campfield. Number 37, Billy Campfield. And he may have been down short of the first down. It's going to be close. Jake Scott made the tackle. It was Campfield who recovered the fumble on the good hit by Papelli on Tony Green, the unfortunate receiver on that punt play. Billy Campfield is a rookie from Kansas, drafted in the 6th round by Philadelphia, and Ron Jaworski is going to have a chat with Dick Vermeil. 56 seconds remaining.
You're talking about some kind of an upset here today. I think that this Philadelphia team is prepared to come in here. And the Redskins knew that they were going to have a tough ball game. And they've risen to the occasion today.
So while we have a timeout here on the field and 56 seconds remaining, we advise you to stay tuned. I wouldn't miss the end of this.
Could he be smiling after the Cowboys failed on 4th and 1? I don't think so.
No, he really isn't, Paul. Actually, just as he turned, the sun got in his eyes, and that's what it was. But for all the world, it looked like a smile. First down and 10 yards to go for the St. Louis Cardinals. Ball is just in advance of their own 42-yard line. Wayne Morris, Jim Otis, and the setbacks for Jim Hart. Easton Ramsey, the tight end. That's big Jim Otis, and he finds running room. Picked up a first down.
He's enjoying it today, Lindsey. Jim Hart, just a little fake, little counter play over the middle. They got Jethro Pugh tied up, and Jim Otis finds a big hole. Charlie Waters on the stop. Otis's first start today. He scored both of St. Louis's touchdowns.
Well, it's very close to the first down, and they're going to measure for it to see if he did pick it up. Taking the chain out now as the ball was spotted. It's between the 47 and 48. They're a little short.
How about that?
Just that much. A shade short. Ever so short. So it'll be second down and inches to go. Ball is outside the 47-yard line. Eating a lot of carrots lately, haven't you? It's 10 minutes, 45 seconds left to play in the third quarter. Cardinals are leading by a score of 14-7.
Look at Big Dan, 288 pounds. You saw his shot. He doesn't wear any hip pads. Of course, if you weigh 288, you shouldn't let you wear any pads at all.
Otis, 1st and 10. He's at the 43-yard line. Harvey Martin made the tackle for the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, Otis has been very active. He's already carried the football 17 times today, Lindsey. And we still have 10 minutes to go here in the third quarter. He picked up 47 yards.
Mel Gray goes to the left side. Pat Tilley to the right side. Tight end left. Otis again. I beg your pardon. Wayne Morris took it. As Otis took the fake, and I took the fake. Got inside the 40-yard line. And there's a Cowboy injury and an official's timeout for the moment. It's Jethro Pugh who's down. Jethro Pugh is down. So it is an official's timeout for the injury. Play moved just outside the 38-yard line. It'll be second down and 6 yards to go at the 38 when play is resumed.
79 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He's also rushed for 22 yards. He has a total of 301 yards in the ball game.
It's all been catch-up.
The hardest way. Middleton carry. Flag goes down. The line of scrimmage was the 14. Beeson makes the tackle on the loss, and there's a marker down. That stops the clock. 5 minutes, 23 seconds left to go here. Preliminary signal is holding against Green Bay. Now a reminder that our World Series coverage will start as soon as this ball game is over.
Holding, offense, number 31, refused, second down.
It will be second down and 14. The line of scrimmage now the 10-yard line.
Green Bay does not want to create any problems with penalties because that stops the clock, and that's what the whole ball game is about right now. 5 minutes, 23 seconds remaining.
He's throwing in the coverage, and Lofton has it. Boy, what a great afternoon James Lofton has had. It is a first down, Green Bay. Gary Justin makes a tackle.
All right. I love this. He's throwing it, and he's drilling this ball, and he'd better drill it because there are 3 defensive men around James Lofton. 80, he came up with the football. Big play for the Pack. Got all that yardage back.
At their own 27-yard line, first down.
I guess they figured, we'll forget about the clock. Let's go score a touchdown.
They're capable of doing it. Lofton, 4 receptions, 77 yards, and a touchdown. Jim Culbert, he gets a couple on the play.
Seattle's going to gamble now. They're going to bring a lot of people up near that line of scrimmage to shut off the run, and this is the time really in the ball game where real big plays take place, because generally it's single coverage or man-to-man coverage on a man like number 80 James Lofton with his great speed and ability to run patterns. Get enough time to throw, it could be 6.
Lofton comes wide to the near side with Thompson in the slot right. Middleton and Culbreth are the running backs. It is Middleton. Middleton.
Yes.
Middleton breaks it to the 50, to the 46-yard line of Seattle. Turdell Middleton, who has scored 4 touchdowns in the ball game. Another big gainer, Kerry Justin with a tackle.
We're not through yet. Great blocking by this offensive line of the Green Bay Packers, and in particular number 68, Greg Cook, because he's out in front throwing blocks for number 34, Middleton. You can see him right there. He's down. When you get a lineman downfield 15, 20 yards, brother, they're hustling and they're working for you, and that's what makes the running game go.
22 carries, 124 yards. His long gainer was that one, 25 yards. The big statistic, he has scored 4 touchdowns. Whitehurst to throw. Deep. Lofton pulls it down. Just inside the 25-yard line, James Lofton, the rookie. Number 1 draft choice from Stanford.
It's amazing to me that here he is, a rookie, number 80, able to run pass patterns and know what the defense is doing, know where he's supposed to be. Because what he's doing is finding the open spot right there. Look at, there's 3 or 4 defensive men, and that's, you can see his eyes following that ball, and that's concentration. Great hands.
And I tell you how good an athlete this man is. If he was born 2 years earlier, 2 years later, he would be an Olympic medalist in the long jump. He is that good.
I didn't know he had any choice about that.
That's right. It wasn't a vote, come to think of it. Middleton. Seattle defense strings him out this time. A loss of a couple on the play. It'll be second down and 12. Now we're moving on the 2-minute mark. Time remaining. 2:13 and counting on the scoreboard clock. And be sure and stay with us. After the football game, we'll be going to NBC's coverage of Game 5 of the World Series. But right now, the 2-minute warning will be given to both benches. We'll take a timeout. The score, Green Bay 45, Seattle 28.
The Redskins have used up all of their timeouts. And remember Johnny Unitas' comments about that earlier as we look at the people to make today's game possible, along with our outstanding technical crew. And we have 3rd and 1. Philadelphia in the driver's seat. A little less than 1, actually. They are 1 of 7 on 3rd down conversions today, but this one they've got a pretty good shot at. If they don't mess up, they are inside the 35 of Washington. They lead 17-10. 56 seconds remaining. Hogan and Kempfield are the running backs. Montgomery is fumbling a little bit lately. They got him out of there. Hogan straight ahead, and I'd say that was a gang tackle. Hamburger, the first man, but he had a lot of friends.
Jaworski getting up and trying to help out. He's going to get himself hurt. Those guys mean business. McClinton just took him and threw him back like a piece of paper.
Well, let's see where they mark this one. Well, the Redskins showed their class and their toughness and their grit there as they really rose up on a 3rd and short. Are they going to bring him in? Looks like they will. 45 seconds on the clock, 17-10. At the half, the Eagles led 10-3. Washington battled back to tie. It is first down, and the Eagles would appear to have this one wrapped. But we've had enough turnovers to allow for that possibility before this game expires.
We've had some fun today, especially, you know, the camera coverage always helps us, and our boys down there downstairs, Mr. Will and Mr. Daly, Mr. Sharp. Mr. Sharp must be a little disappointed with his boys from Washington today.
Let's not forget the spotter up there. Bill Friel is doing a fantastic job for us, too.
The Redskins, who have been unbeaten through 6, may be looking at the wrong end of this score. Look at this. They've got Carmichael standing way back just in case anybody gets loose. We saw them do this against Baltimore a couple of weeks ago.
That's right.
That's going to do it. As they'll just let it tick away down to 5, and a very happy Eagles team will pick up their 4th victory against 3 defeats. And the Washington Redskins, off to an outstanding start this season, finally lose one. They are 6-1. And the Eagles still very much in the thick of it in this Eastern Division. A happy Dick Vermeil congratulating his team for an outstanding effort here today. And so the final score in Philadelphia, the Eagles 17, the Washington Redskins 10. And we'll be back in a moment.
Lehman Bennett talking to his quarterback, Steve Bartkowski. Bartkowski, 11 for 17, 162 yards and 1 touchdown. And really the difference between Bartkowski and his counterpart, Gary Danielson, would be the running game. Danielson has done pretty well, especially when you realize that of 26 Detroit rushes today, 13 went for losses or no gain. At least Bartkowski has had a running attack to work with. 1st and 10 on the Detroit 26. Bubba Bean hit and dropped just about as he got back to the line of scrimmage, and it was Charlie Weaver who got him at the ankles and brought him down.
Benny, now their strategy is and should be to keep the ball on the ground, protect the football, 2 hands, keep that clock running, force the lines to use a timeout.
And Monty Clark very much aware as the clock ticks away, 1:34. Monty came in here 1-5, and a Detroit defeat today would make it their longest losing streak since 1966. But of course their record on the road is just terrible. 2nd and 9 on the Detroit 25. Bubba Bean got by Ed O'Neill, still going, touchdown. Bubba Bean scoring to just about ice the game for Atlanta. We do not see any flags, and it looks like he's in there for the touchdown. So Bubba Bean out of Texas A&M, a 1st-round draft choice.
A good job of picking a hole. The defense overran it. Bubba's a good runner, a good elusive runner. Missed tackle from behind, he scores.
Ed O'Neill might have had him right after he got beyond the line of scrimmage. But O'Neill, in moving quickly back to his left, tried to make an arm tackle, and it wasn't good enough. Tim Mazzetti will now try to make it 14-0 Atlanta. It's up. It is good. And there's a flag on the play. So hold it.
High snap on that extra point.
78 yards in 8 plays. We were telling you about Detroit and its road record. It is awful. If they lose today, the Lions will have lost 14 of their last 17 road games.
Unbelievable.
They just can't seem to get it together.
The Rams were that way at one time, Benny.
You know, we talked, too, about Detroit and the very poor 3rd down conversion. The last I checked, they were 1 for 11. They have the worst.
Illegal formation. No point.
That's kick over.
Detroit has the worst 3rd down offense in the NFL.
And so, that's the big down.
Yeah, so you can see what kind of trouble they have. So they'll try it again. The hold will be on the 9. John James will hold. And Mazzetti kicks it through. So with 1 minute and 11 seconds left in the game, Lehman Bennett and the Atlanta Falcons are flying high. They are leading the flawless Detroit Lions 14-0. And what a bitter game this must be for Monty Clark and his kids. For Bubba Bean, the other side of the coin, it's a big day. Bean, who just scored the touchdown, has had 15 carries for 78 yards.
You know, he's another back. When we played Atlanta, we were worried about him making a big play. That is, making one or two tacklers miss. He's another back on the Falcons team that is underrated.
He's just coming. He had preseason knee injury in 1977. So even though he's had 2 years experience, he hasn't played that much.
Yes, he's been out.
Now the Atlanta Falcons will kick off, leading 14-0, a minute and 11 left. And the Rabbits will be going back. Jesse Thompson, number 84, Fred Scott, number 87, and one of them trying to bust one for a return.
You see how the momentum changes when you don't make it on 4th down. They go 78 yards for a touchdown. You just, even though you don't want to let down, you think, hey,
try it.
Subconsciously.
Well, we'll see if they kick it to Freddie Scott. You just had a nice close-up of him. And Tim Mazzetti kicking off for Atlanta. And it's going down to Fred Scott. He'll take it at the 9, to the 20. 25, 30, skidding onto about the 32-yard line. Ray Strong laying on top of him. Well, we haven't had much offense today, but we've had some great football, and we've also had a marvelous job by our producer, Robert Stenner, our director, Tony Verna, to the associate producer, Gail Bledsoe, our engineer in charge, Marty Murphy, to all of the cameramen whose names you will not see, but what a great job they have done. Technical directors Patrick Hubbard and Bill Lance, audio Robbie Barnes. A lot of people to put on a good telecast. And of course for Detroit, they would like to have cut the cable. It is 14-0 Atlanta.
We've had a game here, a good football game, hard, well played, physical. Could have gone either way. Detroit dropped a couple of passes early, Vinny, that could have put them on the board.
In ordinary language, two young clubs learning to walk, and for Detroit, they're still a little behind Atlanta's defense.
Yes.
And they're also a lot behind on the scoreboard. 14-0 Atlanta. Monty Clark will be going home with a 1-6 record. The painful stages of rebuilding, particularly with a very young offensive line. 1st and 10, Detroit on the Lion 32. Danielson down the left side, no good. It was intended for Leonard Thompson. Greg Brazina was closer to the ball than Thompson.
It's so unusual to get a shutout in pro football that in this situation you tell your deep backs, line up deep, don't let them get behind you, give them anything in front of you, and play pass. If they're going to run the ball or screen, don't worry about it.
It's tough for Detroit. They came off that highly emotional binge against Washington only to lose. They might have spent themselves somewhat in that game, and Atlanta were kicked all over the lot by Pittsburgh, and they were able to regroup. Danielson down the right side to Dave Hill, who makes the reception and goes out of bounds shy of the 45.
Charlie Sanders was a great tight end. This Dave Hill is following in his footsteps.
He's 6'2", 230, three-year man out of Texas A&I. He was the #1 Lion in yardage reception last year with 465. He's really just starting out, as you said. Luther Blue back in the ball game, number 89. Horace King, the remaining back, and he'll stay in to block, and there's a wind-up and throw intended for Fred Scott and broken up. Scotty was guarded by Rick Bias and Tom Pridemore.
Did you notice what they did, Vinny, on that? They flooded, put 3 receivers on one side, send them all deep on goal patterns, just put the ball up and hope that they'll take it away from the defense or maybe get a deflected ball.
I know in Ram technology, you'd call that trips, wouldn't you?
Yes, trips is right. See that?
The 3 receivers, and yet it was almost intercepted by Atlanta.
Defender had it, but he didn't play it at its highest point.
By the way, in mentioning the Rams, they're getting ready to try and preserve their undefeated string against Minnesota on part of this network. As Danielson is going to be buried, Jeff Merrow. Big guy, 6'4", 230 out of West Virginia.
He's improving. He's coming along real well. I had a coach by the name of Marv Matusek from Atlanta, and he liked this youngster, Marv. He said he's going to be a good one.
He played 6 weeks last year with a dislocated toe. He wouldn't come out, so he's tenacious. Danielson looking down the right side, and it was for Bussey, and there'll be a penalty against Robert Pennywell, and meanwhile, facing the ground is Dewey McClain, but Robert Pennywell is guilty of grabbing Dexter Bussey before the pass. You can take another look, and it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, that was a good call. He interfered with him. Watch him.
He's all over him. In fact, he's bringing Bussey down before the ball was even there.
Made contact before he had the ball.
And Bussey, if the official needed any help, pointing. Monty Clark could use a little help, but it's not coming today.
They're hoping, right now, they're hoping just to get on the board and not get shut out.
Right. They've had such a tough road schedule. Lehman Bennett, meanwhile, knows the time is his ally. 32 seconds left. 1st and 10 for Danielson, and he's going to go as far as he can go. Flag on the play, and look at that crowd. Intercepted.
There's a flag.
Intercepted by Atlanta, and a flag at the same time.
It's on Detroit.
See, it was at the bottom of that pile. It's number 27, Tom Pridemore.
It's Atlanta's ball.
Pridemore.
Illegal motion offense, decline the penalty, 1st down.
So Atlanta will decline the penalty. Pridemore's reception will stand. And so, how about this litany of frustration for Detroit? 26 rushes, 22 yards. Danielson sacked 4 times for 48 yards. It has been a thoroughly frustrating day for the boys from the Motor City.
Yet, in spite of those stats, Vinny, they had a couple of chances to win the ball game.
And how? Which probably is even more frustrating.
Yes. Yeah. Now they're going to just follow the ball.
20 seconds left. And down goes Bartkowski under a shield. And Atlanta will chew up the time. Well, we hope you enjoyed it. This has been Scully along with George Allen and Jim Brown. Atlanta sitting on top of a 14-0 lead. I'm sure you'll understand my mind will wander a bit at this juncture as we look at Lehman Bennett, and you wonder about what's going on up north in the Big Apple, in the World Series.
Yes.
So we have not gotten any reports at all. Our world is football, and it is Lehman Bennett's world. Nice job, he says, to Dewey McClain. Lehman Bennett is only 40. He was the UPI Coach of the Year in the NFC last year. 4 years a Rams receiver coach. He's out of Paducah, Kentucky, graduated from the University of Kentucky. He coached at Kentucky, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati, and the Naval Academy, and he was a pro coach in St. Louis, LA, and Detroit. He coached under Joe Schmidt in 1972.
This is a big win for the Falcons.
By the way, on this big day, Lehman Bennett rubbing it into Detroit because it's a new Atlanta defensive record. It had been 58 yards allowed. It's only 22 yards allowed today. Where's the ball? Bartkowski doesn't have it. Somebody else does. And it's Charlie Weaver running with the ball, but whistles are blown. Weaver and Bubba Bean are a little annoyed, and more flags. We might tie a record for flags thrown on one play. Charlie Weaver and Bubba Bean got hot, and Weaver wants a little more Bean.
Yeah, the game's over. This is unnecessary.
John Woodcock is saying to Weaver, cool it. Let's go home to Detroit. Charlie saying, I want to talk to Bubba. I want to lay my hands on Bubba. Well, Bean, of course, remember, scored the last touchdown, and Weaver deprived of his.
The ball wasn't even snapped.
No. Well, a breakdown with 15 seconds left to go. The frustrations piling up at the end of a long afternoon. And just to cap it, a penalty against Detroit.
Defense, illegal procedure, hitting the ball.
Well, that's summing it up.
Yeah.
Hitting the ball. Now there is Bubba Bean. He's had a big day today and did not want any part of Charlie Weaver. Weaver is 6'2", 225. Bean is 5'11", 195. So you're not going to give away 30 pounds to that linebacker. Bubba, by the way, ran for 78 yards today. Down goes Bartkowski, and the clock ticks away. So this one is history in Atlanta. The Falcons now somewhat respectable, 3 victories and 4 losses. And for Charlie Weaver and the Detroit Lions, 1 victory, 6 losses. Lehman Bennett, formerly coach in Detroit. Greg Landry comes over to congratulate him, and now I think Charlie Weaver is shaking hands with Bubba Bean and others, saying, I guess, I'm sure, just one of those days, great game, got hot under the collar at all. Monty Clark, not too much to say for Monty. Head coach at San Francisco in '76, laid out a year, and boy, it's a painful experience. 14-0 Atlanta. It's all over. We'll be back in a moment.
Jethro Pugh gone out the field under his own power. Larry Cole has replaced him. Paul, look at that.
And there's the final, and Dallas, I'm sure, will be looking at that right here at Busch Stadium. And the difference was Wilbert Montgomery, a 13-yard run in the fourth quarter. Won it for the Philadelphia Eagles. Washington now is not undefeated. That's their first loss of the year.
Roger Staubach, Dallas quarterback, along the sideline with the St. Louis Cardinals in possession of the football. Jethro is getting further attention here now. Getting some equipment changes. A few laces. Ball is spotted at the 38-yard line, second down and 6 yards to go. Or the St. Louis Cardinals, who lead in the ballgame 14-7. Jackie Smith, number 81, the former Cardinal, and the Cowboy Blue. Jim Hart, and it's intercepted at the 30-yard line, taken by Bob Brunig, the middle linebacker. Brunig intercepted. The Cowboys get it at their own 30.
Just a little pressure put on by the Dallas defense causes this interception. Watch Hart. He's got a man open. He sees number 24 right there. He just could have lobbed a little bit higher. It was a good interception by Brunig from his middle linebacker spot.
So when play is resumed, once again, the Dallas Cowboys, who are trailing by 7 points, will have the ball first and 10 at their own 30.
Well, a thriller here at Veterans Stadium this afternoon as the Eagles beat the Washington Redskins, handing them their first defeat of this 1978 NFL season. 17-10. Turnover certainly played a big role today. And while we have a chance, we did thank our spotter, Bill Friel. We want to thank our statisticians, Ed Kasuba and Skip Clayton, as well, for keeping us up to date with things. And as a matter of fact, they've just handed us some stuff here that shows that Wilbert Montgomery had himself another outstanding afternoon. 125 yards rushing on 25 carries. They made him work for his money today. And he had a touchdown from 12 yards out. Hogan was 11 carries for 39. Jaworski, 7 for 14, 99 yards, a pair of interceptions. And both the quarterbacks had some interceptions, but both made some big plays.
I don't think either one of them threw the ball extremely well like they're capable of doing. Theismann, of course, went for the big pass most of the time. Jaworski threw a couple bad balls deep as well, and they didn't continually take the quick outs that they had open all afternoon.
Certainly have to be impressed with the Eagles playing hurt. They started off the season real healthy. I remember back in the Baltimore game, Tommy, you and I talking to Dick Vermeil and saying, boy, we're keeping our fingers crossed. We haven't had any real serious injuries. All of a sudden, several guys banged up, and it shows that they've got the depth. They've got good players backing them up.
Well, this is the thing. In talking to Vermeil before the ball game, you know, he has been building. I've done a couple games the last couple of years with him, and I've watched this team progress. They've really, you know, come into their own. They've got confidence in the coaching staff. They've got confidence in themselves. And this is something that's been lacking here for a long time. And I really feel that they've got the momentum together. They've had some key injuries today. Both their outside linebackers are out. Woody Peoples was out. But again, they pulled together as a team, and under adversity, and John knows this, under adversity, a ball club pulls themselves together and they usually, you know, come out on top.
And that's a tough task against that fine, veteran, experienced Washington team where they can get you down and squash you because they've been there before. They're really winners. So I think you saw two teams with great character today and one just kind of outlasting the other.
Yeah, the defense of Philadelphia was outstanding. Twice Washington's down knocking on the door, and they come up with big plays, knock the ball loose, and recover it. And that's the thing. It's really Washington had the fewest turnovers in the whole National Football League up into this ball game, and they've had 3, I believe, five this afternoon. And it's difficult to win football games when you continue to give it away to the opposition.
Let's look at the Washington individual stats. We gave the Eagles John Riggins, the leading rusher for the Skins today, unofficially 97 yards on 21 carries, and he had a touchdown, as did the leading Philadelphia rusher Wilbert Montgomery. He also caught 3 passes for 43 yards. Theismann was 8 for 21, 159 yards. He had 2 interceptions, and those hurt. And of course, in the overall picture, the Eagles had 267 yards of offense. The Redskins had 294. Not a big margin, but they had more than the Eagles, but came up short on the scoreboard.
Again, the turnovers were the key to it. And the thing that we've got to realize is don't discard this Washington Redskin team. They're 6-1.
Guess not.
And let me tell you something. They're going to be there. They've got that depth. They've got the confidence again in themselves. You know, Theismann just had a bad day. You're allowed to have bad days.
You're not supposed to.
Fans don't like it, but you're going to have them.
Yeah, the big thing, Tom, is you have to be consistent and execute properly. That's the whole thing with this game, or any game really, where it's played by a team or play with the ball. You really have to do that, and Theismann didn't do that this afternoon, but he was 2 games ahead coming into the game. Now he's 1 ahead, and the possibility he could be 2 at the end of this afternoon because St. Louis is whipping up on Dallas.
Well, I guess if you can say one thing about the benefits of Washington losing is it sure makes that division real interesting, doesn't it? We'll be back here at Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia in just a moment.
The end of a frustrating day on a happy note. Handshakes. Bubba Bean and Charlie Weaver saying forget a moment of passion in a hot, frustrating afternoon. And the same story for the coaches. Lehman Bennett wearing the red cap, the winner over Monty Clark as Atlanta defeats Detroit 14-0. This is Vin Scully along with George Allen and Jim Brown. The players are leaving the field, and Coach, we're going to be leaving the airwaves.
Benny, I enjoyed this today with you very much.
Jim Brown went down to the field to do some interviews, but then the last couple of minutes of the ball game took too long. So stay tuned now as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
Landry is the mastermind. They used to say in the early days of the Cowboys, when they opened the ball game at the old Cotton Bowl, hey, diddle, diddle, it's Perkins up the middle.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. They may do it anyway. Landry was a great football player at the University of Texas and with the New York Giants. Actually came to the Pro League with the New York Yanks. The only few of us left. 1st and 10 at the 30-yard line. Roger Staubach at the controls. Now back pumps it out there. The door set incomplete. 2nd and 10 at the 30-yard line.
Well, you know as well as I should have had that one, and he knows it too.
9 minutes, 21 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter.
Got another final, Lindsay. The New York Giants have defeated Tampa Bay by 3, 17-14. Larry Zonka scoring 2 touchdowns in the 2nd half. Actually, in the 4th quarter, Zonka went in for 2 touchdowns for the Giants.
Joe Dupree moving over left. Newhouse loosening up left. Dorsett, the other running back. Hill can't get it. Intended for Tony Hill. Carl Allen was the cornerback over there.
Staubach had to arc the football a little bit too high over Bob Pollard then, the defensive left end for St. Louis. Had his man open. Hill was open.
Butch Johnson coming into the ball game now for the Dallas Cowboys. 3rd down and 10 yards to go. Bud Wilkinson in shirt sleeves here this sunny afternoon.
I love that man. It's a great credit to the game. I'm glad to see the National Football League is getting people like that involved in pro football.
Preston Pearson incomplete. 4th down and 10 yards to go from the shotgun. Intended for Preston Pearson.
And Pearson was open. Dallas having a hard time getting untracked. #1 total offensive team in the NFL, having their problems today here in Busch Stadium.
Danny White in to do the punting now, and the word on Jethro Pugh, by the way, is that he was just shaken up and he will be back. Willard Harrell is back there to receive the punt for the Cardinals.
Beauty.
Long, high, spiraling kick. Harrell is back to the 18-yard line. He's at the 20. He struggles across for another yard or so before he's pulled down by Guy Brown. Well, tonight on CBS, it leads off with 60 Minutes. You're a big 60 Minute man.
I sure am. I think that's the best show on television.
And then All in the Family.
Well, we've been watching that for how many years? Archie's too much.
Followed by Alice.
And Dallas.
And Kaz. All tonight on CBS.
51-yard punt by Danny White.
1st and 10 at the 22-yard line. Marson Otis. Jim Otis
carrying.
Got it out across the 25 near the 27 again of about 5. Will make it 2nd down and 5 yards to go for the St. Louis Cardinals.
Well, it was obvious in the first half that the Cardinals today, the game plan was to put the football in the air. Now they're sitting with the 7-point lead. And I noticed, Lindsey, all their rushing, all their moving the football on the ground has usually been up the middle. And that's why they got that 3-man backfield, and they try to help out with the extra back.
Had Wayne Morris carrying that time, and he got to the 30-yard line, where it'll be 3rd and about 2.
My goodness. Well, Bart Starr's got that offense rolling. I tell you, they got some young kids at Green Bay, and they don't know, you know, that they're not supposed to be this good yet. They're an enthusiastic bunch. We'll be there next week up in Minnesota. I'm looking forward to it. Minnesota, Green Bay.
3rd down, 2 yards to go for the Cardinals.
They continually went inside both those defensive ends, Too Tall Jones and Harvey Martin.
Wayne Morris trying to come wide and gets only back to the line of scrimmage where it's 4th and 2 and the punting unit is coming on.
They try to get outside those defensive ends, Lindsey, and it's almost impossible.
Steve Little comes in to do the punting now for the St. Louis Cardinals. And Butch Johnson has dropped back deep to field it. Cardinals are leading 14-7, and we have 7 minutes, 21 seconds left to play in the 3rd quarter in St. Louis. Last week, Steve Little had 2 punts blocked. Butch Johnson, good kick. Well, he's back all the way to his 17, now to his 15. Turns upfield to the 20, and is stopped at the 22-yard line. CBS Sports Spectacular coming up next Saturday, 4:30 Eastern Time, 3:30 Central and Pacific, leading off the USAC's Brands Hatch Auto Race.
And that comes from England. Brands Hatch, England. Al Unser will be there trying to take the lead from Tom Sneva for the USAC Championship.
And then the Turf Classic from Belmont Park.
Alleged, who's won the Arc de Triomphe in Paris the last couple of years, one of the great turf horses of all time from Belmont Park.
The World Freestyle Skateboard and the World's Strongest Men as well, all on the CBS Sports back next Saturday. This is Dorsett. He got to the 25-yard line. Eric Williams made the tackle there.
Now, those 4 linebackers are really keen on number 33, Tony Dorsett, having a little rough afternoon. He was over 100 yards in his last couple of times against St. Louis. Actually, last 3 weeks ago, he picked up 154 yards on 21 carries, and it's been a little bit tougher today.
2nd down and 8 yards to go. Here's the score in the 4th quarter. Pittsburgh 27, Cleveland 14. Big one in the Central Division of the AFC. Pittsburgh undefeated. Newhouse moves over. Staubach going long. It's Tony Hill. Tony Hill. And he cannot get it. Covering with Carl Allen from the University of Southern Mississippi. Carl Allen.
He had Allen beat. He had Allen beat, and if Carl Allen would have put up his hands a little bit higher, where you could have received a penalty there for interference. Let's pick it up again. Here's Staubach going for the home run intended for Tony Hill. Now Hill is right there. You see his hands go up after the ball hit Tony Hill. If that was just a little bit earlier, Lindsey, that would have been face guarding, and that would have been interference. So Allen was a little bit lucky there.
3rd down and 8 yards to go. They go into the shotgun, the Dallas Cowboys do. Staubach. Decides he'll run it. Trying to get to the sticks, but he's going to be marked short. He's going to be about a foot short. He was trying. He knew exactly where the sticks were. Steve Niels made the hit.
Lindsey, you don't see too many veteran quarterbacks go for a 1st down like that unless it's about the 14th or 15th or 16th game of the season. Right here, you see Staubach go all out for the first down. Watch this. He's not putting on a hook slide here. He's going for those sticks. Good hard running. Let's see where they mark it. They're going to bring in the chain.
Going to measure it. It looked as though it were about a foot short, but they'll measure it.
They are short. My guess. They need about 6, 7 inches. More than that.
Yes. So it'll be 4th down now for the Cowboys. They have the ball in their own territory at the 32. And Danny White, the punter, has come into the ball game.
He's a quarterback, keep in mind, and a good athlete.
From Arizona State.
Take a good look around. If I was the Cardinal defense right here, that's
Willard
Harreld's back. Lindsay, because if he doesn't get a rush, I wouldn't be surprised if Danny White here could maybe attempt to run it. Be a good spot for it, wouldn't it?
It would be. 5:54 left in the 3rd quarter. Ball is at the Cowboy 32-yard line. 4th down and less than a yard to go.
They're covering both those wide guys.
Danny White now, he took 2 or 3 steps and then got it off.
He was looking, Lindsay.
He was looking. Fair catch at the 32-yard line, and that's where the Cardinals will start.
Flag is down.
Well, the NBA is returning on CBS with night regional coverage. Washington versus Golden State, Milwaukee versus Seattle. That's Friday, October 27th, 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time.
We've got that rule I'm not too crazy about with those interior linemen go down before the punt. And that was almost a cinch because Danny White took a look around and he thought he might take off. And that little hesitation, those linemen that cover the punts, they're counting to themselves 1,001, 1,002, and then they release downfield.
Cardinals say kick it again. They had it at their own 32. They could have declined and kept the ball right there. They say take it back for the 5-yard penalty and kick it again. You don't think that the Cowboys would change their mind now and put in the dipsy doodle here, do you?
Oh, no. They're going to have to punt it now. Unless he could throw the football. You know, you never know what guys are thinking of. I'm sure they're well aware that Philadelphia beat Washington.
Ineligible downfield is what Don Wedge said. He's had transmission trouble with that microphone all day long. That means violation of the rule that Paul almost explained, where only the outside men can go down before the ball is kicked.
It just goes against all natural tendencies, Lindsay, for those linemen to not be able to release. It's not a natural move for them. They've got to count 1,001, 1,002. Sometimes they go to 3 seconds. And they don't know if that snap from the center is on the ground. If it's high, it throws off his rhythm.
But in the Canadian game for years, nobody could go down.
Right.
Danny White. Deep punt formation. It's still Harrell. Remember, they had it before at the 32. He's got it at the 20. 25. And he goes out of bounds at the 32. So they take it 1st and 2 at the 1st and 10 at the 32-yard line. A 54-yard punt. A beauty by Danny White.
Tim Ryan with a couple of old Colts, Johnny Unitas and Tom Matty, and we certainly had ourselves quite an exciting football game today. I think everybody expected it would be a good game, but there were some prizes in the number of turnovers we had. We saw tough defense in the first half, and all of a sudden it just got real kind of crazy wide open in the second half.
Tim, it was absolutely unbelievable. You know, the first half was such a defensive ball game, and then the second half they came out and each team came up with a big play. They had that momentum going for it, and all of a sudden it turned around and went the other way. So it was a spectator's game today. The fans had to be excited, especially here, and you know, it kept those viewers watching, I'll guarantee you.
Tommy, I think we've probably given everyone congratulations with the exception of some of the special team people, especially with the opening of the second half when Philadelphia came back and put that ball back down about the 35-yard line, and a good return by the Eagles. Yeah. Right.
And Redskins, too, had some pretty good running back on specialty teams. But the last one I know that Green is kind of sorry about because he's been really a valuable asset to the Washington Redskins when he fumbled the last punt by Michelle where Tutulu, I think it was. No,
Vince Papale.
Papale hit him.
You know, in Philadelphia, you couldn't. The fans would not want anybody else to make that kind of a play other than Vince Papale. He's the great story that I'm sure most of our football fans know about. He came off literally the sandlots and made the NFL as a 30-year-old rookie a couple of years ago, and just gave his best on the special teams. And Dick Vermeil couldn't find a way to cut him. Well, this year he did find a way to cut him because he had some better people, and soon there was an injury to Wally Henry. Papale was back, and sure enough, comes up with a big play, a key play in this ball game today.
No question about it. Special teams are very, very important. And here we go with the scores that we have around the league right now.
Well, Atlanta leading Detroit 14-0 in the fourth period. Two struggling teams. Atlanta with that tough defense, obviously working against Detroit. The Lions gave the Redskins fits last week, and perhaps the Eagles were encouraged by the way that game went, that the Redskins had their hands full. The Giants came back to beat Tampa Bay today, and Tampa Bay was in front most of the way. What do you think of that one, guys?
I'll tell you, they're a good ball club. Doug Williams, that young quarterback down there, a big quarterback, can throw the ball, but they're still young, and they're coming. They're going to scare a lot of people, but the Giants are on the top of that one.
Well, this one figured to be just about the way it is, except you might have expected even a higher score. The Bengals still struggling, and the Patriots, of course, a real tough team, and it's kind of sad to see the problem Cincinnati has had. I hope Ken Anderson gets healthy in a hurry, that his hand comes back, and because it's really a sad thing to see the problems the Bengals have had.
Pittsburgh stays undefeated, Tim, with a 27-14 victory over Cleveland, and I know that's a big win for Pittsburgh, a sorry loss for Cleveland, but Pittsburgh has the big machine rolling again.
If they hang on to win that, they will remain unbeaten. We've got Ron Jaworski, the Eagles quarterback, standing down on the sideline. Can you hear us, Ron?
Yeah, I sure can.
Tim Ryan with Johnny Unitas and Tom Matty up here.
Oh, I got my big man, John.
Yeah, right. You know, I want to tell a story here to our viewers. I watched you practice a couple of weeks before your Baltimore game, and you wore a John Unitas jersey to practice.
Right.
Remember that day?
He's been my lifetime hero. He's a great man, and I respect his ability. Hopefully I can do some of the things he did.
Was that an authentic jersey, Ron?
That was it. Our trainer, Otho Davis, who was down there with Johnny, had one, and we were playing Baltimore, and I just kind of wore it to inspire the guys on.
John, did you know that jersey was gone?
No, I did not. We have to get
we don't want to disclose that now.
Ron, you had a fairly good ball game, not up to your usual as you have been playing most of the season.
Right.
But the defense played excellent football for you. The one you've been short a couple passes this afternoon along. Was it the wind affect you at all?
Yeah, the wind going to the far end of the stadium was pretty gusty. There's an open tunnel down there, and throwing that way, you got to put a little more on it. I should have realized that playing here enough games, but I made a couple mistakes, and one of them got picked off, and the other one was just underthrown to Keith Krepfle. I read the coverage right. We had they were in what they call a double on the wide receivers. We had him single up in a linebacker, and it could have been a big play if I would have got some more air under the ball.
Do you think he sounds like he's still excited, Tom?
I think he might be a little excited. I don't blame him one bit. This is a great victory for you today, and especially with a team like the Redskins, you had a close ball game with them. The last time was 35-30,
right.
And you've got some big games coming up, and you guys aren't out of it, are you?
Well, there's no question about it. You know, I consider us a possible playoff contender. Winning a ball game like this is going to give us a lot of inspiration down the road. We have to go to Dallas next week, and we'll be ready for them. But we've been improving steadily week in and week out, and we're getting the running game going as well as the passing game, and I think we're in the right direction. I don't want to make any predictions, but I think it's going to be an interesting season.
Big part of that running game is Wilbert Montgomery. Is he standing there next to you?
He's the man.
Why don't you just hand him that microphone,
right,
and we thank you very much, Ron.
Gentlemen,
good luck
thank
to you.
Here's Wilbert.
Okay. Wilbert has just had himself another outstanding afternoon. Hi, Wilbert. Thanks very much. Can you hear us?
Right, I got you.
All right, 125 yards unofficially, a touchdown today. Can you look up our way? We give you a waving and see where we are. Johnny Unitas with Tom Matty, and I'm Tim Ryan, and we sure thank you for joining us. You had another outstanding day.
Thank you, Johnny.
How do you feel about this victory? Is it a little more special, beating the Redskins? That's a great rivalry.
Yes, you know, the victory here was a lot. It meant a lot to us, the players and the coaches too, because Dick Vermeil had been here 3 years and he hadn't beat the Redskins, so we sort of put it down on the line today to get out there and win this ball game.
Wilbert, you were hit in the first half. What was the extent of the problem? Hitting the head or what?
Well, I got lick in the head, and it sort of, I went dizzy like, so I didn't know what had happened, so I decided to come out the ball game.
Well, I'll tell you, when you get a chance like that as a running back, you know you're going to have that thing happen to you every once in a while. But I just want to say that you did a great job running today, number one. Your starts were quick. You picked your holes very well, and you had some guys blocking up there for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, I try to read my blocking as well as possible. You know, every running back makes mistakes at times. So, you know, I just try to do my best.
You did it.
All right. Thank you very much, Wilbert Montgomery. Keep it going. Those 100-yard days are thrilling for you Philadelphia fans. And we'll return to Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia in just a moment.
Well, the Philadelphia Eagles have upset the Washington Redskins 17-10. The Redskins had been one of the league's 3 undefeated teams. And I see that Buffalo is out in front of the Houston Oilers at the halftime, 10-7. Green Bay 35, Seattle 28. Seattle coming back. That's in the 4th quarter. St. Louis in the 3rd period, leading the Dallas Cowboys 14-7. Would you ever have believed that? Bud Wilkinson making a comeback.
First down, 10 Cleveland at its own 43. 3 wideouts, including the tight end. Sipes pass blocked. Joe Green, I believe. Shoulder to shoulder with Steve Furness. They were in there, and up went the arm and down with the ball.
I couldn't see which one of them got it, but one of them did. You're right. They were both on top of Sipe, and this is a critical stage of the game for the Steelers defense. Sure, the Steelers got a nice 13-point lead, but of course simple mathematics tell you that the Browns need 2 touchdowns to win this ball game, and they've got 9 minutes and 37 seconds. That's enough time, so this is an important Steeler defensive stand.
All right, the defense is set. 4 down linemen. Taves is picking up the wide out to the far side. Sipe drops back. Screen pass to the left, pulled in by Cleo Miller over the 40, the 45, flag down, 50, and to the Steeler 47.5-yard line. L.C. Greenwood was clipped, and he is injured.
Robert Jackson was the guy who did the clipping, the pulling guard. L.C. now up on his feet.
Boy, people gripe and talk and carry on about dirty play and this and that. It's not dirty play, it's just intense play, and you see it in any game on either side. The Browns have thrown a couple of good clips. Who did they get early? They got
Jack Ham, knocked him out of the game for a while.
From the 43, they're marking off 15 yards, a personal foul clipping back to the 28-yard line. And that's a critical error on the part of the Browns. All right, the call against Cleveland, and the Browns now look at 2nd down 25.
9 minutes, 28 seconds remaining, and when we get down to the final minutes, remember the Browns have used up one of their timeouts. They only have 2 left.
Furness comes out, and Tony Dungy is in as an extra defensive back. 2nd down 25. Sipe from his own 28-yard line wants to throw again, chased out of the pocket. Running to the right. Now heaves one to the near side and broken up beautifully at the 45-yard line by Donnie Shell. They hit it on the money to Reggie Rucker at the 45, and Shell geared it perfectly as Rucker took the ball. He hit him from the rear and broke it up.
You betcha. Nice play by the torpedo coming up over the top. So the Browns 3rd down and 25 yards to go.
Big play. You know, if you can shut them off here and make them punt and then get good field position after the punt, then you got them with the horns for the moment.
You betcha. You betcha.
All right, Sipe with wideouts both ways. He has Newsom split out about 4 yards. Sipe is back there. He's got time. Green fighting to get to him. Now Sipe comes out of the pocket. Now he's running around back to the left. He's still looking, throwing downfield, and it is caught by Rucker coming back near the 50. Runs all the way back to the 46 and is knocked down. Wowee. Reggie Rucker was floating around. Somebody made a play for the ball, couldn't reach it. He caught it at the 50, came back, and Dennis Winston and Jack Ham knocked him down at the Cleveland 46.5-yard line.
He was close to making those sticks where he caught the football, but he came back the other way, so he misses the 1st down by 7 yards. and it's 4th down with the Browns presumably. Well, I don't know. No, they're not going to punt.
4th down and 6. They're going to go for it. Dungy goes off the field. Furness is back. All right, Rucker is back there. Here comes LC trying to get to him. And he fires downfield, and it is incomplete at the 30-yard line. Ozzie Newsome on a diving try covered by Lauren Taves could not control the ball. Incomplete.
Exactly. He had that football, but he was juggling it, and Taves took him out from under it. Taves gave him a big hit, and he should have been caught. And the Browns would have really been in scoring 25-yard line, but as it is, they turn the ball over to Steelers at the Cleveland 47, and we'll be right back. Behaving pretty well.
Great field position. Got a football game resuming down there at the 47-yard line in Cleveland territory. The Steelers take it over after the 4th down play failed. Bradshaw giving it to Blyer, finds the opening and slides through there and is brought down by Jerry Shirk around the ankles at the Cleveland 42-yard line. So he gains about 4 yards, 2nd down and 6. Our next broadcast a week from Monday night, Houston. So as we said, I'd like you to bring your radios out that night and see if we can get something going this next week. If we don't, we'll just wave at you. You'll be fired up, won't you, Myron?
Ah, you betcha.
Wideouts both ways. Bradshaw, quick flip out to Swan at the 45. He's over the 40, the 35, and out of bounds on the far side of the field. Tony Peters made the play. Randy Grossman gave him an outstanding block out there that sprung him for the yardage.
Also, Ray Penny. It was a 2-man screen. They were 2 against 2. They both did their job. The play picks up the 1st down at the Cleveland 32-yard line. Put these Browns away, will you? That's the ticket right now. Put them away.
Swan's 35th catch of the season. Bradshaw's now 9 for 19 in our unofficial figures. Blyer's in a close slot on the left side in a wing position. Quick flip comes out to Stallworth. Screen forms. He's over the 30, the 25, the 20 on his own. Cuts across the 15. He's to the 5. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. A flanker screen to the left side. Stallworth using that screen. Down below, Webster shakes hands with Sam Davis. And those were the guys that figured they sprung him. And then he angled to the far side. He had Swan coming over to give him a block if he needed it. He didn't need it. Touchdown, Steelers.
Oh, and what a nice move Stallworth made on Clarence Scott. Left him falling on his face in the infield dirt as Scott came up to attempt to tackle. The Steelers hitting the screen to the right side, then coming right back with it on the next play and hitting it to the left side. Stallworth is tough when he's got that football. A difficult guy to bring down.
It's now 33-14. The ball is down. Jarella kicks it. It is good. 34-14.
And there will be merry folks driving the turnpike tonight back to Pittsburgh. All the merrier if they happen to be giving the five. Well, never mind that, Cope.
3 o'clock, in case you just tuned in. Looking for World Series game number 5? It's going to be there. Don't worry, they're doing a pregame show. They'll introduce the players. First pitch is 35, 38 minutes away. We'll get there in time. Here's the pass. Lofton slipped, and he was open. He is upset simply because he slipped and fell. 4th down and 14. Now, how about this? The Cleveland-Pittsburgh game is running longer than our game. We may be going there. But again, don't worry, we're going to get you eventually to Game 5 of the World Series.
He's saying sit back, relax, and enjoy.
That's right.
Sunday afternoon
on NBC. The only way to go. It is now 4th down, 14. 1 minute, 20 seconds left in the game. Torkelson is in the backfield. You can pick him up. He has the clean jersey. Looks to him, goes deep. It is incomplete. It was a bounce back. Lofton, the intended receiver. And so Seattle takes over with 1 minute 14 left to go in the ball game. Green Bay 45, Seattle 28, 1:14 left to go here. The rain has stopped in Milwaukee. I believe it has. It's still on the cool side, though. Temperature in the 40s.
You mean I can lower this umbrella now that I've been holding over your head all afternoon?
Yes, and you have done a yeoman-like duty.
Thank you, Ken.
All right. Seattle now, their own 30-yard line, first down. Zorn. Pass is complete. It is to David Sims, and Sims will pick up a first down to the 40-yard line. And we have an opportunity to remind you that the executive producer of NBC's NFL coverage is Don Omeyer. This doesn't mean we're leaving. We won't leave till the game's over. Just want to give you some names of people that are responsible for our being here. Here's Zorn. Comes again. Pass complete. Sherman Smith. Smith to the 46-yard line. And now Seattle will take a timeout. So we can remind you that today's game was produced by Jim Maroney, responsible for the excellent replays, directed by Jim Holmes. He is responsible for the excellent video that you've seen at home. Bob Ochek, our associate director, and Jim Rosenberg, the assistant to the producer. Those are the people responsible. We just kind of hold it all together, as we say. That's not what they say in the truck. That's what we say up here. All right, we have 43 seconds left to go in the ballgame. Green Bay is for real. I'm impressed.
They have done a job on a team offensively. The Seattle team is an outstanding offensive team.
That was a 10-yarder. They went right for 10 yards, left Stallworth for 32 yards, and the TD. Roy Girella, who is just kicking perfection. That's all. He is a picture.
And of course, earlier in the ball game, Bradshaw had thrown a touchdown pass to Lynn Swan. So he's in with 2 touchdown passes today, and he keeps destroying enemy secondaries.
Right to left. Here is Girella kicking it. Down to the 8. Here comes Keith Wright. Out over the 20, the 25. Runs into trouble at the 30 and sinks down to the turf. Well, by golly, Robin Cole came up with a football. Cole started running. He was whistled down. He did a little dance. Now Cole is upset. He can't afford to get thrown out. Cole turned around to talk to somebody and had his hands on the official's back. The official was bending over to pick up the ball. And Robin was leaning on him like he was leaning on a table at a board of directors meeting. Mark Miller is on. The rookie from Bowling Green. Vitigliano is going to try a new combination. Miller came on for 1 play early. I think he was sacked. He's back there looking, throwing to the open man coming out of the backfield at the 35. That's Mike Pruitt. They give them that little short shot, and Ron Johnson makes the play on Pruitt.
If you read between Sam Ritigliano's lines, you have little doubt that Mark Miller is the quarterback of the future here in Cleveland. He talks about the necessity of getting him game action.
That's his first pass, according to their stats.
Well, he has been in ball games very briefly, but in any event, Ritigliano this past week particularly had been talking of the importance of getting him in there.
So he'd been used as a running type quarterback, and that was his first pass throw. And here's a handoff. Fumble on the play. Mike Pruitt coughed it up, diving for the ball, and it goes over to Cleveland. Cleveland maintains it. Jack Ham standing there shaking his hands in despair. So is that a 4th or 5th fumble for the Browns? Stats become meaningless when you start enjoying this ball game. Greenwood is out. Beasley is in. Green is out. Gary Dunn is in. Perness and Banaszak. So Beasley is playing the defensive left end. Young man from Virginia Tech. Gary Dunn, left tackle. Steve Perness, right tackle. John Banaszak, right end. And we've got Mark Miller rolling left, looking, throwing. There's Rucker at Pittsburgh 35. Takes it, breaks a tackle. Running to his right, back to his left. And is brought down at the 32.5-yard line on a tackle by Mike Wagner. Dennis Winston had a shot at him. Wow. Winston had a shot, and Wagner brought him down at the still ever senses. Let's pause for
Pittsburgh, all 50 W.
Who was used sparingly in the first half, caught 1 pass. He's added 3 in the second half. He's got 4 completions. And Mark Miller is back. Now he's running. Look out, the 35, the 30, heading for the sideline and out of bounds at the 26-yard line. Mel Blunt on the coverage over there.
receiver. The information that we currently have is as soon as this game is over, we will be then joining the conclusion of the Pittsburgh-Cleveland NFL game, and then from there to the World Series. Now that is at this moment, because things have a tendency to change every once in a while. It depends on how fast their game is going and what happens in the last 36 seconds here.
That makes sense to me, Charlie.
I certainly hope so. 3rd down and 4. Good ball game this afternoon. You talk with the Packer players, they feel that they're a playoff team, and they have shown it today. Here it is. Pass is complete. Steve Rabel. Rabel, 42-yard line of Green Bay. Gary Weaver makes the tackle. Clock is moving. 20 seconds. 17 seconds. Zorn wants to just throw it away. And he does. It is incomplete. That stops the clock. 8 seconds.
He didn't want to throw it away, but he had to.
I was surprised. I thought that he would want to go to the sideline and stop the clock.
Well, he had 2 plays called, I'm sure, in the huddle after the first one, and he said, if this works and we're in bounds, line up, this is the next play. So he really didn't want to waste a play. He wanted to get the play off and hopefully get into the end zone. But he had to throw it away because of the pressure Green Bay defense put on him.
Sam McCullum comes in with the play from head coach Jack Patel. Seattle's record will be 3-4. And they go home against Oakland and Denver, and both games have been sold out in the Kingdom. Zorn. He's going to run. Steps out of bounds with 1 second left in the ball game.
Any idea what he's going to do on this one?
Same thing, but this time throw it.
Yes, sir.
Throw into the end zone and hope for somebody to catch it, hope for a tip, or hope for pass interference, hope for anything. Defensive penalty on this, which would be the last play of the game, would extend the period. Zorn now has passed for 309 yards, has rushed for 28 yards. 337 that he's been responsible for. And Turdell Middleton, 4 touchdowns for the Green Bay Packers, and Steve Odom started it all off with a 94-yard touchdown return of the opening kickoff. He goes deep. It is intercepted in the end zone by Willie Buchanan, his 6th interception of the season. And that wraps it up here. Green Bay defeating Seattle 45-28. For Bart Starr and the Green Bay Packers, their record is now 6-1. Their best start since 1966 when they were 7-1. The Seattle Seahawks, their record is now 3-4. But they are an exciting ball club to watch. This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson. Final score.
Bud Wilkinson along the sidelines.
This is defensive coordinator Tom Bettis, who was coached very briefly for the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud's a fine golfer. He's really picked up the game. Got a solid 10 handicap golfer out, played with him. Enjoyed it.
All right, throwing to Mel Gray, and couldn't get to it. Making a move on the play was Benny Barnes, 31. 2nd and 10 at the 32.
Cliff Harris and Mel Gray having a little lip. There they go.
Aren't they? Cliff Harris and Mel Gray.
Dallas couldn't like this guy too much. He's really been a thorn in their side for a couple of years now. Here's Gray on that crossing pattern. Right there, a little bit low. And he was hit a little bit before the football got there.
2nd down, 10 yards to go. Cardinals ball it there, 32, 5:14 left in the 3rd quarter. Steve Jones.
Steve Jones carrying.
Got it out to the 37-yard line.
Well, it's been a slow second half, Lindsey, but one thing important for the St. Louis Cardinals is that clock just keeps on. Coverage from Mark Washington would have been on target right there. You don't see any linebackers. You don't see any free safeties around. Man on man, Washington against Gray, and the pass was thrown behind him.
Steve Little in deep punt formation. Butch Johnson is dropped back deep to receive it for the Dallas Cowboys. Well, he dropped it. He dropped it and slipped, and at the 37-yard line. The ball goes over to the Dallas Cowboys at the St. Louis 37.
And you know, the fans here, Lindsay, are probably saying, well, I knew it had to happen. Here it is. Steve Little on his move to punt the football, drops it on a 4th down situation. Then he slips, and Dallas Cowboys have a big break.
It wasn't a bad snap. He had it in his hands and dropped it on the move to punt. So that's the big break in the ball game.
Right there, he had the football. He just could not hold on. The rookie from Arkansas, and a tough mistake.
Can the Cowboys capitalize now? Now the reverse play, Drew Pearson, and now it's back to Staubach, a flea flicker. Tony Hill, touchdown on a flea flicker. 37-yard touchdown pass on the flea flicker.
I mentioned in the first half, Lindsay, when they ran this play with Drew Pearson, that off of this, he could throw it back to Staubach, and Tony Hill is beating everybody. He's all alone, 37 yards, and we're going to have a tie ball game if the extra point is converted. Here it is again. Staubach from Pearson, and he just lets it go. Roger Worley is trying to cover Tony Hill, and Hill was too much.
So now a conversion attempt coming, which if good will tie the score. Raphael Septien will be kicking. Charlie Waters holding for the Cowboys. Waters puts it down. Septien boots it up. It's good. And the score is tied. As they come back up the field, it is the St. Louis Cardinals 14, the Dallas Cowboys 14, and we have 4 minutes, 18 seconds left to play in the 3rd quarter.
Well, Bud Wilkins mentioned in his release, we can stay away from mistakes. And that mistake on the punt cost him 6. Dallas comes right back, throws the flea flicker, and Staubach spots Tony Hill all by himself. Look at that.
In Cleveland, where the Pittsburgh Steelers lead the Browns 34-14. Right after the game, we'll be switching to New York for Game 5 of the World Series. Miller, good patience. Almost overthrew to Donnie Shell, who short-hopped the ball. 10-3 in the 4th quarter. Tough Bengal defense at home against New England. Miller rolling out, looking, and running. A tightrope back down the sideline. He started to go out, went back in, started to go out again. That's 21 yards on 2 carries for Miller. He scored 33 touchdowns rushing in college. The quick lob, but misfire as Logan was going to stand.
Chuck Knox got to be happy. His troops ahead of Houston 10-7.
Miller now on the scramble and lost his footing. Gary Dunn, 67 from Miami.
He just found himself a little piece of empty turf out there, and his feet slipped out from underneath him. This can happen to a scrambling quarterback, even to the best of them, as he loses his footing, and that's what you call a baggie. That's not a real sack. That's a baggie. Zanazak's gone out to play in. They're moving the people around. They're taking advantage of the fact that they're up in this game.
Hey, a little flea flicker with Logan. Now he's in a scramble. Oh, what a block. Throwing for Miller. A flag down.
Well, and I think they've got George Beeler, number 62, downfield on that, and George saw it coming and tried to get back to the line of scrimmage. He thought that Logan was going to run. Unfortunately, couldn't get back before the official spotted him and dropped the flag on him.
You're right.
It again. 62 just on the left of your screen is going to start way over on the left side of your screen. There he is blocking once. Now watch, he sees that Logan is going back the other way. He comes over to try and help. Logan running for his life there, finds a little open air. Now Beeler is going to show up probably just on the left side of your screen. He's one of the people we went by, but he's a couple of yards down the field. Fine catch by Cleo Miller. Unfortunately will be nullified by the penalty.
Brian Sipe and it has to be a moment of serious reflection. The fact that their quarterbacks have not been very durable, and if you've got a couple that can play, you're probably going to be better off in the long run anyway. 3rd and 39 for Miller. They invited him to run, and he gets about 12 down to the 28. Dunn and Taves.
The emotional football early in the year, and they're vulnerable to an upset when they're doing that.
This is just for a little makeup for Cleveland, and he has to go almost to the end zone to do it. Logan broken up by Mike Wagner right at the 1-yard line. Fine play by Wagner. He has been outstanding all.
Big events coming up Tuesday night on CBS. Now, I want to tell you about the Paper Chase, which is one of television's most highly acclaimed new series. And I want Paul to tell you about the Tuesday night at the movies that follow.
Oh, that's a good one. The Great Scout in Cat House Thursday.
All on CBS on Tuesday night.
I'm not going to miss that.
Kicking off is Septian, Childs, and Harrell. Are deep. A whistle stops him, and they'll start it all over again.
Cowboys can win today, Lindsay. They can cut Washington's lead to 1 game. Eastern Division of the NFC.
Septian. At the 7-yard line. He's at the 10, at the 15. He's at the 20. He's at the 25. Penalty marker. Penalty marker as he got up to the 28-yard line.
It'll be a clipping against the Cards.
That's the usual call on the run back.
Well, now that's not bad field position right there, about the 28-yard line. This 15-yard penalty.
Puts it back at the 10.
So 2 mistakes here.
Illegal use of hands on the run back, number 35, at the distance, first down.
Illegal use of hands on the run back.
35 is Jim Otis, and I don't think he's on the...
I think he probably meant 45, Harry Smith.
Harry Smith. Well, anyway, it's a bad mistake. 2 mistakes, that fumble punt, and now this penalty could really be dangerous for the Cardinals.
First and 10 at the 10. Otis got a yard to the 11, where he was swarmed by the Cowboy defense. Jethro Pugh back in there leading the defensive charge. 2nd down and 9 at the 11.
They always usually get more pumped up, it seems, the defense, after the offense scores a touchdown. You come from behind, you tie a ball game up, and invariably we've seen it so many times where that defensive line just really goes after the quarterback, and it becomes a little bit tougher to run the football.
You saw Otis coming off the field. It's Steve Jones and Wayne Morris in there now. Tight end right. And that's Morris. Popped up the 10-yard line.
That was Bob Bruning in the middle, and he fills the hole beautifully. There's a little trap block. You see the center block left, and he meets the guard head up, does the job. Great play by Bruning.
3rd down and 10 yards to go at the 10.
He just stood up Bob Young, the left guard.
3 minutes, 4 seconds left to play in the 3rd quarter. Jim Hart. Well, it's going to be spotted just outside the goal line. That was Harvey Martin coming.
Well, it never fails. As soon as a team gives another team a little room to breathe, here comes the defense. They come in with vengeance. Had a little stun on. Almost in the end zone. Big Harvey Martin.
So now the punting unit has come on. You see where the ball is spotted just outside the 1. So that it'll be Steve Little back deep. And now he is in imminent danger of getting this one off.
That's right. And he's got to be very careful where the ball is high. He's only got a yard to work with back there.
That's the end line. Can't step on it. Gets it off. Butch Johnson takes it at the 38, at the 30, at the 25, at the 20. Pulled down at the 15-yard line. Cowboys 1st and 10 at the St. Louis 15-yard line.
See, that's what 2 careless mistakes cost you, Lindsey. The Cardinals were sitting on a 7-point lead, 4th down. They had pretty good field position to punt from. Drops the punt, gives them 6 points. Come back with the clipping call on the kickoff return, puts them back deep in their hole. They don't make a 1st down, and Dallas is right knocking on the door.
2 minutes, 16 seconds left in the 3rd quarter. Score tied 14-14. Drew Pearson goes to the right side, doubled over there with Butch Johnson. Staubach rolling and looking and pumping and keeping. And he goes out of bounds at the 13-yard line. Steve Neal's on the tackle.
He gave Roger a good shot, too. Here's the 1st quarter score. Fran Tarkenton has thrown a 5-yard pass to Sammy White. Tarkenton to White, and Minnesota leads the unbeaten Rams 7-0 1st quarter.
There's a final score.
6-1, the Packers.
45-28, the Pack over Seattle. 2nd down and 8 yards to go here for Dallas at the St. Louis 13-yard line. Tony Hill to the right side, Drew Pearson left. Well, he puts it up for Tony Hill, and penalty marker is thrown. Penalty marker is thrown. Interference is called against the Cardinals.
Number 27, Carl Allen, and he's disgusted with the call.
He is, in fact, interference called. Tony Hill and Carl Allen it was over there, and the interference was called on Allen.
Let's take another look. Here's Staubach. He's got a man-to-man situation over here. It's Hill against Allen all the way. Yep, might have happened a little bit before that. Another look. See if we can pick it up. Just lobs the football up there for Hill. The defensive man is just as much right for the football as the offensive guy has in that situation. Judgment calls. That's the toughest call for the referees.
It makes it 1st down and goal to go for the Cowboys. And now another penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct. Unsportsmanlike conduct penalty against the Cardinals puts the ball down at the 2-yard line. 1st down and goal to go. The St. Louis crowd's not happy. Did not get in. Newhouse did not get in. So it'll be a 2nd down and goal to go. At the 1. Next play is being brought in now by Burton Lawless as Tom Landry is shuttling plays in with the guards. He had some injuries at guard, and last week was shuttling him in with wide receivers, Tony Hill and Butch Johnson. Tony Hill particularly did not care for that. Contact made before the snap.
89, Billy Joe Dupre moved. That'll cost him 5.
Illegal procedure on Billy Joe Dupre's move against the Dallas Cowboys. And that will move the ball out to the 6-yard line. 2nd down and goal to go at the 6.
Illegal procedure. False start on the offense, 2nd down and goal.
It was Billy Joe Dupre, the tight end, who was lined up on the left side. Well, the Cardinals would be very lucky to get out of here with 3 points, wouldn't they, Lynch?
They would, in fact.
2nd on the 1.
2nd down here. Stumbled a little bit. Staubach, he pumps it. Tony Hill, touchdown. Tony Hill for the touchdown from Staubach.
Somebody blew the coverage there on Tony Hill. There wasn't anybody covering Tony Hill. Staubach almost slips down. They had a safety blitz on. Kenny Stone was going after the quarterback. Nobody covered Tony Hill. Second touchdown reception of the day. He caught 2 touchdown passes last week against the New York Giants.
And with a minute 17 seconds left to play in the third quarter, the Cowboys are in front for the first time today. They have a conversion attempt coming. It's Charlie Waters holding for Rayfield Septian. Septian boots it, and it's good. So as they come back up the field now, the Dallas Cowboys are out in front by a score of 21-14 with a minute 17 remaining to be played in the third quarter.
Yes, boy, what a great combination that's been during the year.
Mike Brusick from Boston College, third-year player. There's his career stats. Started 6 games when Bradshaw was hurt a couple of years ago and went 6-0. Thornton, look at that big guy go. 29-yard line and a first down as he has been watching other National Football League action. Here on NBC, here in Cleveland, it's 34-14. The Pittsburgh Steelers with a big second half after a very close and hard-fought first half of action. This is Sidney Thornton around the corner to the 50, the 45, fumbles, and out of bounds. It'll stay in the possession of the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Browns unable to pick it up until it crossed the side.
Almost a basketball score, isn't it, Dick?
Well, they've scored, and their special teams doing a great job. Pittsburgh with 2:56 left in the game, leading 34-14. Brusick, look at the holes now. Jack Delaplane breaking tackles to the 20 and out of bounds at the 20-yard line goes Delaplane from Salem College of West Virginia. Ricky Jones made the tackle, and you can see the emotional life has been torn right out by the Cleveland Browns. They fought the Steelers hard. They pulled within 27-14 with the reserves. This big crowd of over 80,000, many of the folks on their way home. Thornton fumbles and is able to recover as pouncing on top of the standing room only. Pittsburgh with a big second half, leading 34-14. It's 2nd and 12 at the Cleveland 23. Nothing there for Delaplane. It'll be 3rd and 11. Robert,
once which can come along, his team could well have been undefeated going into this game.
Turnovers cost the Browns dearly in this game. Now Krusik's going to throw. And that typifies what has happened to the Browns today. Darden, who has 5 holding against Cleveland, was the call.
Give the official a chance to sort it out. Here it is.
Number 22, first down.
Ted Nathanson has been our director. Larry Cirillo, our producer. Clock running. No, stopped at 109. Krusik handing it off inside. 105-pound veteran. And with him goes one of the officials. Darden and Jones made the tackle.
And you don't think this is a rough game. Even the officials get wrapped up. Watch Delaplane. It's no wonder they wanted to get this young man back. He's showing some fine running ability here. Now let's watch as Darden comes across, gets a piece of him. Let's watch the official just get wiped out. Number 61. He's earning his money today. Went right down there.
Dick Creed, number 61. They played brilliantly. 7-0 after today. Great defense, great offense. They appear to have it all. Whoops. Randy Grossman had charged into the line as the man in motion before the ball was snapped, and that should cost the Steelers 5.
That's a flanker trap.
Francisco, 7-0 in the first quarter. Miami, San Diego, no score. Dallas 21, St. Louis 14 in the third quarter.
Well, back here with Tom Addy and Johnny Unitas, and fellas, this loss today by Washington, we alluded to the fact earlier that it makes the division more interesting. Can we perhaps get a little prediction from you fellas?
Well, I think Washington is really going to come back. They have Dallas to play, and they have a pretty tough schedule. The fortunate thing is that they came out of this ball game again without any injuries. I don't think anyone sustained any injuries today that I can recall. And I think this is an important thing going through a National Football League, especially with 16 ball games. If a team can do it without any injuries at all, to me, they're going to be in contention.
Are they the best team in the division? What about the Cowboys? They're the defending champs.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You know, you get a little bit of complacency set in maybe with Dallas right now, and you always have a tough time coming back after a Super Bowl championship. So it's going to be interesting. The Redskins are there. They're here to stay.
The Eagles are also here.
You're right.
An interesting race the rest of the way in the 16-game season. Tim Ryan for Johnny Unitas and Tom Matty here in Philadelphia saying so long for CBS Sports. Stay tuned as the NFL Today continues after this word from your local station.
The Dodgers taking the field right now for the introductions. Let's go to Bob Shepard and get the introductions.
And now, the Dodgers starting lineup for today's game. Batting first, the second baseman, number 15, Davy Lopes. Batting second, the shortstop, Bill Russell, number 18. Batting third, the right fielder, number 8, Reggie Smith. Batting fourth, the first baseman, number 6, Steve Garvey. Batting fifth, the third baseman, number 10, Ron Say. Batting sixth, the left fielder, number 12, Dusty Baker. Batting seventh, the center fielder, number 16, Rick Monday. Batting eighth, the designated hitter, number 34, Lee Lacy. Batting ninth and catching, number 7, Steve Yeager. Warming up in the Dodger bullpen, number 66, Bert Booten. And the Dodger manager, Tom Lasorda. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your world champion, New York Yankee non-starters, coaches, and trainers. And the Yankees starting lineup for this afternoon. Batting first, the center fielder, number 17, Mickey Rivers. Batting second, the left fielder, number 6, Roy White. Batting third and catching, number 15, Thurman Munson. Batting fourth, the designated hitter, number 44, Reggie Jackson.
Here's the introduction I'm waiting for, this next fella.
Batting fifth, the right fielder, number 14, Lou Piniella.
Batting sixth, the third baseman, number 9, Ray Neville. Batting seventh, the first baseman, number 12, Jim Spencer. Batting eighth, the second baseman, number 25, Brian Doyle. Batting ninth, the shortstop, number 20, Bucky Dent. Warming up in the Yankee bullpen, the pitcher, number 45, Jim Beattie. And the Yankee manager, Bob Lemon.